Kingmaker System. Part 3.
By the time Eric turned back around, the mailman was already smiling again, and he gave her a nod while holding the tip of his cap. "Would you mind answering a few questions for our post office survey? It's to help us ensure that your next delivery is as swift and comfortable as possible." The mailman smiled slightly as he brought out a piece of paper from his back pocket and held it up while staring at Eric expectantly. The mailman wanted to ask Eric a series of questions, and he hoped that Eric would agree to answer the questions he had. Eric could see the innocent desperation in the mailman's eyes, and she decided that it might not be so difficult if it was just a few questions. Eric was the sort of person who found it hard to say no to someone when she saw that they really needed help. That is why she was chosen as the class representative of her class right from her first year. She was always trying to help people, and she just became one of the most trustworthy people in the class without knowing. Mark was the exact opposite of her. He would not go out of his way for something as trivial as this unless it was worth his time. He would have turned around and slammed the door in the mailman's face if he felt like it. Eric smiled a little as she thought about this, and she could feel her heart flutter as she thought about Mark. Eric has been thinking about him too much recently. "Okay, what do you want to know?" The mailman's face lit up as he heard her agree to his request. He began to ask a number of harmless questions that did not take any time for Eric to answer. They were simply things like how happy she was with the recent delivery time, as well as how much and if she was willing to pay for a premium delivery service that delivered her goods in a single day. But then, after some time, the questions slowly started to change, and they suddenly turned personal. "Are you the only one who lives here? Oh, someone else lives with you? At what time do you usually leave the house for school? Is your school nearby? Are there any young children living in the apartment? Do they attend a nearby elementary or middle school?" Eric answered all the questions that the man asked her easily, but she was slowly starting to become suspicious as his questions became more and more personal. Why would he want to know if she was living alone? Does the post office send packages based on how many people live in an apartment? That makes no sense at all. And why would he also want to know when I leave my house? The way things were going, Eric was beginning to suspect that this mailman was actually a thief, and he would try to break into their house later when they were not around and steal from them. She decided that she would no longer answer his questions since they were so suspicious. "You shouldn't let him go. What if he is trying to hurt Mark? You should kidnap him and ask him what his real intentions are. If he refuses to answer you, then kill him." Eric had to fight to keep herself from doing what the voice in her head told her. Ever since she and Mark had sex, she was no longer able to keep the voice from trying to protect Mark. It felt like the voice was now twice as strong as before, and she could feel her eyes flash yellow as she almost charged at the innocent mailman. He grinned at her. "So, now that we're finished with business, do you reckon I could get your phone number? For personal reasons." The mailman was obviously trying to flirt with Eric, and Eric seemed to lose all the wind in her sails and she raised an irritated brow. She completely ignored him as she decided that she was done with him. Ka-cha. The door closed behind her, and the man's hand dropped from his cap as he glanced down the corridor to his left and his right with narrowed eyes. He took off his cap and ran his hand through his black hair as his posture straightened until his shoulders were square and his core was tight. He began walking out of the building with silent steps, and as he passed the main entrance of the building, he turned around into the alley, took off his gloves, and threw them into a dustbin along with his cap. Inside the dustbin, the half-naked body of a man was lying among the trash with blood leaking from behind his head. This was the actual mailman who was supposed to bring the delivery to Eric. He was intercepted by another man in the middle of his delivery, and he was overpowered by the other man. The real mailman was easily knocked unconscious as the other man stole his outfit and took on the role of mailman. The man who stole the mailman's clothes was actually the superhuman killer who was assigned to kill Mark Vanitas. He was currently going around and trying to get as much information as possible about Mark Vanitas before he started the mission, but what he had been able to get was not encouraging. It seems that Mark Vanitas was as elusive as they come. Mark did not have any parents, and his guardians' names and identities were both locked out from public records for some reason. You will need to be a part of the government before you can access the information, and that will take a lot of time to bypass. Secondly, Mark did not have any hobbies other than fixing his motorcycle in a nearby garage and skipping school as much as possible to go and fight against Anima. There weren't many chances to catch Mark unawares since he has such a small circle of hobby spots, and at this rate, it would become inevitable that he would involve humans in this mission. The superhuman killer ran a hand through his hair again and sighed as he tossed the mailman clothes to the side and arranged his t-shirt and trousers properly while stepping into the street. He made sure that his fake nose and color-changing eye contacts were in place before he relaxed and blended into the crowd. He has been trained from a young age on how to blend into society perfectly so no one turned to look at the perfectly normal man walking around and in between people while moving down the street. The superhuman killer wasn't always known as such. Before the sudden surge in superhuman abilities that happened 4 years ago, the superhuman killer was once a member of the military. He belonged to an extremely secretive sector of the army known as the assassination unit. Their job was to get into the most difficult of places, kill the most dangerous of people, and get out without being seen, heard, or known. They lived their lives in the shadows, and they were born and bred to thrive in the fine art of taking human life. But that life was something that he quickly grew a hatred for. The superhuman killer might have been in the army, but he knew exactly what he was. He was only a slave that the army was trying their hardest to keep on a leash. He was a guard dog that they would send out whenever they felt like it, and when he came back they would throw him a bone and pet his head before tying him up again like an animal. It grated on his nerves and he hated the fact that this was his life. As time went on, he started to grow a distaste for killing people. Killing normal people became so easy and simple to him that there was no fun in it anymore. So when he saw a chance to get out of the military when the Armageddon class attacked, the superhuman killer wasted no time and immediately began his escape. The superhuman killer also received a blessing, but his blessing was from a minor god that did not have much of a name in the heavens. He did not have any special abilities and his god did not have a name, but that did not mean that he did not have power. The superhuman killer received enough power to be on par with a B-class superhuman. It might not seem like much on the grand scale of things, especially when you compare him to superhuman powerhouses like Mark and Tyler, but when you take into account the fact that the superhuman killer was already a professional at killing and murder even before he became a superhuman, you realize that giving him any form of power whatsoever will boost his already superhuman strength and make him almost unstoppable by anyone in the military. The superhuman killer tore through more than 100 people who were standing in his way. He killed every single person that tried to stop him from escaping as he made his way out of the military base and escaped. After escaping, he was finally able to leave the military life behind, and since the military already trained him in how to covertly hide from detection and remain under the radar for very long periods, he was able to avoid being found by his military handlers who were constantly looking out for him. So why would someone who despised killing so much turn to a life of killing once more? One can say that the thrill of the hunt was what the superhuman killer enjoyed most. But the answer to that is more complex than the fact that he simply enjoys the thrill. He enjoyed his freedom and individuality, and lived without following any orders, simply doing whatever he wanted whenever he wanted. But then another problem arose after some time. He was not a normal person. The superhuman killer was trained from a young age on how to take life and murder people, and he did not know about any other type of life other than a life of killing. It was impossible for him to suddenly settle down and become a salaryman or maybe a teller in a convenience store. It would be too boring and mundane for him after he lived a life of adrenaline rushes and murder for so long. So he decided that he would go back into the business of taking lives, but this time, he would do it at his own discretion, and with his own rules. The first rule was that he would not kill regular humans. He had grown a distaste for that after he killed so many of them, and he realized that it would be too easy for him. The second rule was that he did not kill children, and the third rule was that he would always finish a job he had started. It was because of one of these rules that the superhuman killer went to Mark's house and spoke to Eric. His initial plan was to find a way into Mark's house and to kill Mark when he was at his most vulnerable, but that was not going to work because of the people who were living with Mark. One of them was a child and the girl was a normal human. The superhuman killer used the package that Eric received as a test to see if she was a normal human or not. A superhuman of any rank at all would be able to carry that package easily without showing the amount of exertion that Eric showed. The superhuman killer was only a C rank, so he was sure that C ranks and above would be able to carry the package, and even D ranks and below would not think it was too heavy. There was a high chance that Eric and the child would become casualties during their fight. Ring. 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 The superhuman killer felt the phone in his pocket vibrate and he brought out an AirPod and placed it in one ear before answering the call. The voice on the other side of the phone made his eyes narrow in annoyance. I hear you took on a new job. I don't remember you saying anything about this in our previous meeting. I don't answer to you. The jobs I take are of no concern to you. Yes, normally that would be the case. But they are of concern to me when they directly affect my own plans. Your target, Mark Vanitas, I have plans for him. I need you to stand down until I confirm his position. What sort of plans? That is not your concern. Just do as you are told, killer, that is what you are best suited for. If Mark Vanitas proves to be useful then you must cancel your kill order, but if he doesn't, then you may eradicate him. Beep. The superhuman killer turned off the phone once the man said this and he looked around him blankly while passing in front of a restaurant that sold naturally grown foods. The person on the other end of the call was not someone that the superhuman killer wanted to go against, so as far as he was concerned, he had to put his kill order on hold for now. The superhuman killer wondered what Mark Vanitas could possibly do for someone as twisted as that person. Whatever it is, it will definitely not be anything good. But that didn't matter to the superhuman killer. That wasn't his jurisdiction, and so he wasn't going to bother about it. He would just wait and see what happens in the future. His job was to kill and to do as he was told. That is what he is best suited for, after all. Are you happy with this life? The superhuman killer blinked in surprise as a random memory from a long time ago popped up in his head. The memory came suddenly and without any warning, so he did not even know how to react to it. Why would he be thinking about that girl now? He shook his head to get rid of the memory and sighed as he took out a face cap and put it on before blending into the crowd again. The superhuman killer concluded that he would have to come up with a new plan. Oh my goodness, it's Ghost. Ghost. I've been waiting for you for 2 nights straight. Look over here. He's fucking tall. What the hell are children eating these days? They say he's an S-rank superhuman already. Even if he hasn't been ranked by the government yet. They are all saying he can't be anything less than S-rank. There was still a substantial crowd outside of the NSA building waiting for any news about the recent island raid. The NSA has not released any statement about the raid on the island, and the many news outlets were all waiting for Salazar or James to come out and give them some information for the public. There was an immediate reaction as many of the people there recognized Mark and began trying to get close to him for interviews or even just to talk to him. Mark still had his mask on his face, but that was no longer enough to stop anyone from recognizing him, and Mark just tried his best to ignore everyone as he walked up to the large gate of the NSA compound. There were soldiers at the gate who were in charge of making sure that the reporters couldn't get in, and they all gave Mark a small nod as they opened the gate and allowed him in. Mark nodded back in thanks and walked into the compound. He made his way inside and finally entered the main building of the NSA before taking off his mask. The reaction of the people in the building was a lot more muted than those outside, but there were still a lot of people who stopped and stared for a moment or those who spoke in whispers as they pointed to Mark. Mark just ignored all of this and walked up to the receptionist's desk. The woman there was a pretty brunette with wide blue eyes that screamed innocence. She was wearing a crisp office suit, and even though most of her body was behind the large counter, Mark could tell that she had a killer body. She was in the middle of a call when Mark walked up to her, and he managed to catch just the final part of it before she put it down. Yes, I'll tell him to come up right away. Oh, okay. Okay. They were probably talking about him, and Mark was certain of this fact when she put down the phone and immediately spoke to him. Mr. Vanitas. It's a pleasure to have you at the NSA. Madam Millicent will be here to direct you towards the meeting room in a moment, but in the meantime, is there anything you'd like to have as you wait? Mark was surprised by the intense professionalism the woman was portraying, and he figured that she must already be used to talking to a lot of superhumans who wanted to have meetings with the NSA. Mark thought that she would be making suggestions toward him just like that other woman that he met on his first day here. She was constantly making sexual advances without caring about who was around, and Fiona told Mark that there were a lot of people like that so he should get used to it, but surprisingly, this woman was perfectly professional without any hidden meaning behind her words. Mark told her to get him a bottle of water, and the receptionist smiled and nodded before she hailed an NSA worker at the side and told him to bring what Mark wanted. A few seconds later, Mark was leaning on the cabinet and drinking the bottled water while waiting for Millicent to come around. The receptionist was busy looking through a book on her desk, and Mark could see her glancing at him every now and then, but it was not enough to make him uncomfortable, so he did not mind. Mark decided to ask her for some information. Do you know Fiona? The leader of the Artemis Guild? The receptionist looked up in surprise as she heard Mark speak to her, but she composed herself quickly and nodded to Mark. Yes, of course, I do. Do you know if she came here for treatment? The receptionist nodded again. All the superhumans who went on the island raid are still in the building. Many of them are incapable of leaving due to their grievous injuries, while others are simply recovering after getting treatment from Madame Jean last night. Mark finished the bottle of water and asked the receptionist where Fiona's room was, and she told him that it was on the second-floor hospital wing, room 305. Mark thanked her and turned to see Millicent walking towards him with a serious air around her. People parted for the strict-looking woman, and she only kept her gaze facing forward as she went straight towards Mark. Mr. Vanitas. Thank you for coming today. I'm sorry for taking so long, but there were a few government issues that needed to be rectified before we could have the meeting. Mr. Salazar will see you now. Mark didn't complain about her wasting time, and he just said his goodbye to the receptionist whose name he never bothered to get. The receptionist managed to keep her professional act in place until Mark was out of sight, and she quickly grabbed her phone and texted her best friend while looking around. Once she was sure that no one was looking, she grabbed the empty bottle of water that Mark left behind excitedly. You're not going to believe this. That Mark Vanitas just had a conversation with me. He drank some water from a bottle, and I managed to get it from him. Snap. She took a selfie of herself holding the bottle up to her face, and she squealed as she began to text excitedly once more. I'm never letting go of this bottle again. I'm going to sleep with it every night. No one is going to believe this. She paused for a moment before she decided to ask something dangerous. Do you think I can get myself pregnant from the DNA on the bottle? On the other side of the phone, her friend facepalmed. Mark walked into the office of the chairman of the NSA, and he saw a white-haired man standing by a window and staring out into the courtyard below. He was wearing an immaculately white suit, and when he turned around, Mark could only think that the man reminded him too much of a snake. The man had eyes that were narrowed down till they were almost slits and a thin long nose, with lips that gave him a regal appearance. His hands were folded behind him, and when he spoke up, his voice carried a slippery intonation that irritated something inside of Mark. It was the kind of voice you would think the devil himself should possess. Millicent, thank you for bringing him yourself. You may leave us. Millicent bowed to Salazar before she turned and left the room. Once she was gone, Salazar turned to Mark with a small smile on his face and waved toward the chair at the side. Please, have a seat. There are many things we must talk about, and I believe it will be best if you are comfortable before we get into it. Mark sighed as he realized that this meeting might last longer than he hoped it would, but he just decided to go ahead and sit down. With how grave Millicent sounded yesterday, Mark just hoped that this would not be a waste of his time. Once Mark was seated, Salazar also sat down behind the desk and spoke up. Many of the superhumans that returned from the island raid have stabilized in the hospital unit. I even heard that your friend, Mr. Tyler, was also stabilized. He only suffered a small fracture in his neck, and he should be fine after some ample rest. He has been asking for you, so perhaps you should go see him afterward. You also had some injuries from the island raid. Are you feeling better? Mark raised a brow as Salazar started speaking amicably. They weren't close enough to talk like this. I have a high healing factor, so I don't need to go to the hospital. What did you call me here for? Salazar went silent as Mark shot down the small talk, and Salazar finally decided to go straight to the point. Mark could tell that Salazar was trying to make him comfortable by using small talk to bridge the gap between them, but Mark just couldn't get into it because he did not want to be here to even start with. If not for the fact that this sounded important, Mark would have ignored it completely. Salazar spoke up seriously. I found out yesterday that the government filed a lawsuit against the NSA. The lawsuit was first intended to target only the NSA, but after they discovered that we allowed an unregistered superhuman to join the raid without government approval, you were also summoned to appear in court. I believe this will be bigger than any lawsuit we've faced, and they are taking it very seriously. It is not just something that can be buried using money or connections. There are already news outlets spreading propaganda regarding the lawsuit, so a chance of a settlement is definitely off the table. We have to appear in court. So they are also being sued. Mark could only sigh internally as he realized that this was bigger than he initially thought. Why was the government the NSA like this? They went to an island and killed monsters that would have endangered the entire country if they had come to the mainland, and rather than thanking them, the government was suing them? This is exactly why Mark never wanted to register with the NSA or join any guild. It was too messy dealing with all the red tape. Mark was sure that the government would spin some bullshit reason for what they were doing. Maybe they would say that they were only trying to look out for the well-being of other superhumans and humans by making sure that all actions of the superhuman were reported to the government first. Or they could even be trying to use this lawsuit as a cover-up for something bigger. You can never know with these government bastards. So, why did you want to talk to me about it? You're being sued, and I'm being summoned. I don't see how we have to meet for that. Mark said this in a calm, bland tone, and he saw Salazar release a sigh before Salazar leaned back in his chair while narrowing his eyes. There was an air of irritation that surrounded Salazar at that moment, and Mark could feel a strong tension filling the room. Was Salazar irritated by what Mark asked? Salazar spoke calmly after a few seconds. The NSA has been severely weakened by the recent developments that occurred on the islands. There aren't many government or independent organizations that are willing to stand beside us at the moment because of the class action lawsuit that we are facing. I believe that we should have more than enough opportunities to rectify the issue with the government, but you, on the other hand, are an individual outside of the government's control. Even with the connections that your family possesses in the business world, there isn't much that you can do when faced with charges like these. But that does not mean that you have to fight this on your own. As an individual, you do not have much say in that world, but things will be different if you are a part of an organization. If you join hands with us, the NSA will provide you with an umbrella to shield you against the government's influence. Basically, I am asking you, from one superhuman to another, to choose us as your benefactors. We will protect you from anyone who tries to influence you, and in return, you will fight for us. Mark's eyes narrowed immediately. He heard Salazar talk about the connections that Mark had in the business world. So, Salazar knew about who Mark was. Well, Mark wasn't too surprised. He didn't try too hard to hide his heritage, and he knew that someone like Salazar who was a part of a government organization had enough connections to easily pull up his family data with only a few phone calls and signatures. But it was the way that Salazar said it that made Mark so irritated. Mark already told them many times that he was not interested in joining the NSA, and he had no intention of going back on those words anytime soon. Salazar was trying to make it seem like joining the NSA was the only way to get him out of this issue, but Mark knew that it was a lie. Joining the NSA would definitely get the government off his back because they would accept him as a legal member of the government, and they could overlook his past as a vigilante, but that was not the only way to get the government off his back. I appreciate the offer, but I already have my people looking into the cases filed against me. I believe we can find a concrete solution for ourselves soon." Salazar tapped his hands together and leaned forward on the table as he gave Mark a critical look from over his joined hands. Salazar was shocked that Mark already knew about the cases. How was he able to get people on the case this quickly? Did the government send him a copy of it before he came here? Or was Mark just bluffing because he was trying to get out of joining the NSA by any means? Salazar didn't know if Mark was always prepared for every situation or if he was just a damn good liar. This was just like that time Mark told them that his blessing was the ability to get stronger the more he kills. Salazar didn't believe Mark back then, and even now he still does not believe Mark completely. "Are you certain of that, Mark? I understand that there are some connections capable of wetting government hands and reducing the intensity of government influence, but that is not advisable, and it will most likely end up backfiring. You are already a criminal as far as the government is concerned. Trying to worsen your situation is ill-advised. Are you certain of that, Mark? I understand that there are some connections capable of wetting government hands and reducing the penalties you will face, but that is not advisable, and it will most likely end up backfiring. You are already a criminal as far as the government is concerned. Trying to worsen your situation is inadvisable. Why do you care? I'm only looking out for you, Mark. No, Salazar. You are looking out for yourself and the NSA. This has nothing to do with me. I know your organization lost a lot of members and recruiting me will bolster your standing in court when you face the charges. But I will not be changing my mind. I'm not joining the NSA. Salazar remained perfectly calm after hearing Mark say this, and Mark could not tell what was on his mind at all as he waited for a response. After some time, Salazar sighed as he stood up. He stalked towards the window behind him and stared down at the people below with his hands held behind his back. It is true that we lost a lot of people during the raid, and I will not deny that one of the reasons why I want you in the NSA is so that you will help bolster our standing among the other powerhouses in the country. We might be a government organization, but that does not mean we are the most powerful. But what we lack in manpower, we make up for in information and connections. I can assure you that joining the NSA will give you more benefits than joining any independent guild. I stake my reputation on that promise. Join us, and let us make the world better together. Salazar's words were sweet and they fell off his tongue easily with an intonation that would make anyone nod their head and agree to whatever he was saying easily. But Mark did not see things in the same way. Rather than an easygoing voice that spoke the truth, Mark could only think that Salazar sounded like a snake. Mark's mind immediately traveled toward a story that his mother would tell him when he was a child about the Garden of Eden and a serpent that fooled a woman named Eve into eating a forbidden apple. That was a long time ago, but that story could never leave Mark's memory. Was this how Eve felt when the serpent told her to eat the apple in the Garden of Eden? Mark used the opportunity to open his system and activate the True Eye skill to see what sort of stats Salazar had, and Mark tried his hardest to remain perfectly unaffected as he read through the stats. Name, Ryan Salazar. Race, human. Title, The Trickster God's Favorite. Rank, S. Potential, A. Skill. Description. Affiliation, True Evil. What the actual fuck? The title and potential that Mark saw were already enough for him to be cautious of Salazar, but one thing that really made him raise his guard up in front of the white-haired man was his affiliation. There was no room for doubt or misinterpretation at all. This bastard was a demon in sheep's clothing. This was the first time that Mark was seeing someone with an affiliation in true evil, and he couldn't believe that the affiliation was for Salazar. Mark has been using his skill on many people since yesterday. He was just doing it so he could get used to the feel of it, and so he could try and improve his skill more by training it, but there hasn't been a single person whose affiliation was true evil. The affiliations were either true good, chaotic good, or some of the neutral variations like true neutral or just simply neutral. Although Mark didn't show any outward reaction to what he was seeing, there was an obvious change in his aura that Salazar immediately noticed. Salazar's eyes narrowed slightly as they scanned over Mark's entire body. Every little thing became glaringly clear to him, from the slight tightening of Mark's arm muscles that showed his readiness to jump into a fight and the slight movement of his eyes towards the window that was an indication that he felt trapped. Salazar didn't know what just happened, but he did his best not to allow that to affect his own aura as he continued seriously. I suppose you will not change your mind about this then. I understand, and I'll respect your wishes. I just hope that you will remain open to more collaboration between the NSA and you in the future. James fought hard at your side to make sure that this city remains safe, and in his memory, we would like to keep this relationship alive and strong. Salazar stretched his hand out to shake Mark's, and Mark wondered what sort of plans were going through Salazar's head at that moment. Is he thinking about the best way to kill me? Or is he formulating some sinister plan in his head to put me under his thumb? Why did Salazar really want to have Mark in the NSA in the first place? With a nickname like the Trickster God's favorite, Mark knew that Salazar could be playing a game that no one else would understand, and he was just waiting for the right moment to expose his true intentions. Mark did not want to be anywhere near the NSA when a plan like that was revealed. Mark decided that he would try his best to not have anything to do with Salazar or the NSA from that moment onwards. But he would have to watch them from a distance to make sure that he was ready for when something dangerous was going to happen. Mark knew that not everyone in the NSA was evil, so there was a chance that most of the people here were innocent and they didn't know anything about Salazar's affiliation or objectives. If Mark just ignored this, then Salazar's plans could endanger all their lives, so Mark would have to put Salazar on a leash to make sure things do not go out of control. Or should I just take care of him now? Mark had never taken a life before, but he was not the sort of person who shied away from taking a life if it was the only way to ensure his and others' safety. Mark knew that killing Salazar right now would be the best possible option to prevent any of his plans from even getting off the ground. But Mark decided against it as he realized that the outcome of the fight was unpredictable and its lasting effects would be too devastating. They were both strong, so killing Salazar in one shot was impossible, and worse of all, if Mark starts a fight here, then he will definitely be branded as the one in the wrong. As far as everyone in the world was concerned at this moment, Salazar was a civil servant working to make the world better. Mark attacking him out of nowhere will only make Mark gain more enemies. Mark shook Salazar's hand and smiled as he felt pressure from the handshake, but Mark did not mind as he returned the pressure in equal measure. Salazar was an S-class, and since he was a higher rank than Mark, Salazar thought he could overpower Mark if they were ever in a contest of strength. But Mark did not reduce his pressure until he felt Salazar pulling back his hand. Once Mark left the room and shut the door, the smile on Salazar's face dropped as he squeezed his hand into a fist to relieve the slight pain he could feel from the handshake. He turned around to look outside the room window again, and he narrowed his eyes at the people passing by on the ground below. Fucking parasites. Fucking parasites. Salazar sneered at the humans as a deep feeling of irritation filled his heart. He turned away from them and stared at the sky instead. Mark was growing too fast. Salazar still remembers that conversation that he had with James just a few days ago. James said that Mark was already in A-class and he could soon become S-class. When James said that, Salazar did not take it to heart. He just thought that Mark would grow a little faster than most, but he never thought that Mark would become an S rank the very next day. This rate of growth was unprecedented and it could mess everything up if Mark is not placed in his place properly. Salazar was finally able to get rid of James, but he never thought that it would be this difficult to get rid of Mark. Salazar manipulated the information that the NSA research team submitted to James to make it seem like the number of monsters on the island was less than they actually were, and that is the reason why the NSA members were so overwhelmed when they went to the island. Now that James was gone, Salazar would be in charge of the NSA and his plans could really take off the way he wanted them to. But even though he was able to get rid of James, Salazar didn't like the fact that Mark was walking around so freely without a leash on him to keep him in place. Salazar would have even preferred if Mark was a part of a different country's NSA instead of staying in America. That way, he could go ahead with his plans and it would already be too late before anyone could do anything about it. But with someone like Mark here, will they really be able to finish their plans uninterrupted? Maybe it is time Mark met with an unfortunate accident. He will become another problem like that woman if he continues to grow at this rate. Salazar brought his phone out and put a call through. When the person on the other end picked up, Salazar could immediately hear the irritation in that person's voice. What is it now? Are you finished with your plans? The plan fell through. Mark refused to come over to my side, so I have no use for him anymore. Is that so? So that means. Yes, you may eradicate him. If I cannot have him, then I would prefer if he did not exist. Beep. The superhuman killer cut the call before Salazar could say anything more, and Salazar calmly put his phone away. He was already used to the way the superhuman killer ended calls, so he did not feel annoyed by how quickly the phone was disconnected. Even though the killer's plans almost interfered with Salazar's, he was glad that someone else hired the superhuman killer to deal with Mark. Salazar knew that he would have hired someone to kill Mark if there wasn't already a killer after him, so this just made things easier for him. It's like borrowing your neighbor's cat when you have a rat infestation. You don't have to deal with taking care of the cat, but the cat will deal with all your problems even without you asking it to. There was no way for you to lose. Ka-cha. Sir, are you finished with the meeting? Millicent opened the door and entered after she saw Mark leaving his room. She had a worried expression on her face as she spoke because she saw the way Mark left, and she could tell that the meeting did not go well. Did Salazar have a falling out with Mark? Millicent thought that Salazar was trying to recruit Mark into the NSA to bolster their dwindling forces, so having a fallout at this time was very bad for them. Salazar glared at the humans on the ground once more before he turned away from the window and closed his blinds and began to loosen his tie while turning around. Yes, the meeting did not go well. I need to relieve some stress. Lock the door and come bend over the table. Millicent nodded in understanding before she turned and locked the door, then walked over to do as she was told. The sound of steam wafting out from a hot room hissed through the corridor as a man wearing a full suit walked down the path and finally reached a room on the right side of the corridor. He knocked once before he turned the knob and entered fluidly. Once he was inside, he felt an intense amount of heat slam into his face before the steam in the room finally began to clear out to reveal the woman lying on top of a massage table with a short towel covering her ass. She was lying on her front, so her breasts were pressed onto the table, but the side of her breasts slipped out from between her body and the table, showing a generous amount of skin to anyone who dared to look. There was another woman in the room, massaging the first woman's shoulders and back with a relaxing cream that made her skin glisten and shine in the dim light of the room. The man who entered the room waited patiently for the woman on the bed to acknowledge his presence without saying a word. And it wasn't until the woman hummed and waved him on that he finally spoke. There has been a development, Madame Luna. The recent raid by the NSA did not end as you predicted. There were many casualties, but the NSA was capable of clearing the island and eradicating all the anima. Madame Luna hummed again, this time in mild surprise as she heard what the man said. So there were people that managed to come out of that island without dying. That was unexpected. The woman on the table was known to the world as Madame Luna, but her real name was unknown to anyone. She was the head and sole owner of one of the most powerful guilds in America called the Moonlight Guild. This guild consisted mainly of A and S ranks, with very few B ranks acting as office workers within the guild. The reason why she was able to control all of these people easily was because Luna was one of the first ever superhumans to enter the rank of undefined. No one knew how strong she really was because it was very difficult for human technology to measure the strength of those that go beyond a power rating of 2000, but she had enough strength to hold down 5 S ranks all at the same time, and if she was fighting close to her element, then there was no chance that the S ranks would be able to win. Her power centered around and depended on the abundance of water. Luna was blessed by Neptune, the god of the sea and tides, and she could do miraculous things with water. Some of the feats that she has performed with her element were seen as godly because of how impossible they seemed, but she was able to do them easily with her blessing. Her power centered around and depended on the abundance of water in the world. Luna was blessed by Neptune, the god of the sea and tides, and she could do miraculous things with water. Some of the feats that she has performed with her element were seen as godly because of how impossible they seemed, but she was able to do them easily with her blessing. She could manipulate water down to the molecular level, tearing apart its structure, heating it, cooling it, shaping it, drawing it out from other things, and even using it as armor and weaponry. There hasn't been anything that she couldn't do with water yet, and people were always wondering what the limit of her power was. She was yet to find out. Luna sighed peacefully, and a puff of hot air wafted out from her body and heated up the moisture in the air to create more steam to fill the room. The man in the suit was slowly starting to sweat, but he did not show any reaction as he continued speaking. "That is not all, Madam Luna. There is something else that I think will interest you." "Well, come on then. Don't leave me in suspense and tell me already." Luna turned her face around and rested her cheek on her palm as she faced the man, and the man could feel his heart rate spike as he saw her beautiful face gazing at him. What sort of god created this woman for her to look like this? This is the only thought that crossed the man's mind at the moment. Luna's hair was white. No, calling it white would be an insult to her hair. It was something beyond white. It glowed with an ethereal shine that made it seem almost like neon white. Even without touching it, you could tell that it was silky and smooth, and there was a calmness to it that made it rest in a sultry manner no matter what position Luna was sitting or lying in. Her eyes, on the other hand, were blue. But they weren't like regular blue eyes that were just plain. No, they shone with a power and intensity that seemed to suck your soul into it and strip you down to nothingness as it gazed into you. The man felt like spilling all his life's secrets just by looking into those eyes. And all of this was made even better by her small oval face and soft features. She had a thin, small nose, wide eyes, and thin full lips that would attract anyone's gaze if she pouted them even once. Luna was beautiful, there was no doubt about that. In fact, Luna was probably the most beautiful woman in the world as far as the man was concerned. It was just too bad that Luna was not interested in romance at all. There have been many suitors that have come and tried taking Luna's hand in marriage. Arranged marriages, political marriages, forceful courting, and declarations of love, Luna turned them all down brutally and sent the men away in disappointment as she declared that she was not interested in them. For some time, people started to speculate that Luna might be a lesbian. But after Luna broke the skull of one woman who tried to kiss her, no one dared to speculate such nonsense again. Everyone just accepted the fact that Luna was not interested in any romantic relationships, and they backed off and gave her the space she wanted. "Well, aren't you going to tell me about this news you deemed so important, that you would interrupt my rest for it?" The man was snapped out of his musing by Luna's voice. The man knew that Luna caught him staring at her, but she handled it well and just made him come back to his senses, and he quickly tried to compose himself as he walked forward and handed Luna a folder. Luna was used to people getting lost while staring at her, so she did not feel irritated by the man's reaction. Luna tucked a strand of white hair behind her ear, and the man almost lost his breath at that moment as he saw her exposed neck for a split second. God help him, this woman is too beautiful. He closed his eyes and took in a deep breath as he tried to bring his senses back to normal. He needed to stop getting distracted so easily. It wasn't like he had any chance with Luna, so what was the point of getting distracted like this? He was just making a fool of himself right now. Luna opened the folder and began to look through a file that had Mark's face as well as a lot of information about him and his lineage on it. What is this? That is Mark Vanitas. The sole survivor of the Vanitas family and the eventual heir of the Vanitas Motors enterprise. He was recently discovered to be a superhuman who was hiding his identity and acting as a vigilante called Ghost. His strength was estimated to be between a low A rank and a high B rank by some experts, but they turned out to be wrong. The recent attack on City C by a Calamity class drew his attention, and after an intense battle that left a large portion of the city in ruins, he emerged victorious without any external help. Luna rose a delicate white brow as she looked down at the image of Mark Vanitas again. Mark looked very mature in the picture, but she could see that he was still wearing his school uniform, so she was certain that he couldn't be above 19 years old. A child was able to defeat a Calamity-class monster. Didn't that mean that he was a high-level A rank already, or perhaps even an S rank? Luna was impressed by what she heard, but that did not mean much to her because she already had many A and S ranks in her guild. There was no way that the man would be telling her this if Mark had only done this much. So, what else happened? The man continued. After the fight against the Calamity class, there were reports that Mark Vanitas was taken in by the NSA. There was an altercation within the NSA building between Mark and the former chairman of the NSA, James Dragonheart. No one knows the outcome of the battle, but they seem to have come to an agreement where Mark Vanitas would go with the NSA on the island raid. Luna's eyes narrowed. She already heard about what happened to James on that island and she was a little disappointed that James would allow himself to be killed that easily. It was the NSA's fault for not putting in the proper resources and research before they went to that island. Luna received many requests for aid from the NSA, but she ignored all of them because there was no use in joining a government body and risking their lives. There was nothing in it for Luna and her guild, so why would she join? But hearing that this ghost went on the island raid as well was surprising. He survived, didn't he? He didn't just survive, he dominated the raid. The reports I got from my spies in the NSA claim that he came back from that island with barely any injuries on his person at all. And I do not know how true this might be, but they claimed that he killed multiple Calamity-class monsters that would have given high-level S ranks an issue with ease. Is it not strange that someone who was a simple vigilante a few days ago comes out from the shadows and is suddenly capable of such unprecedented feats of strength? There are only two possibilities. Either he has been hiding his strength from the start in order to stay below the radar or he is growing at an outstanding pace. Luna completed the man's sentence for him and the man nodded as he watched Luna staring at the image of Mark Vanitas with newfound interest. There was this gleam in her eyes that the man always saw whenever Luna found someone or something that she was interested in, and the man was glad that he brought this matter to Luna. Luna was now more interested in Mark than ever before and she was looking down at his picture with intensity. It didn't matter if Mark was hiding his true strength or if he was growing at an outstanding pace. Both of these possibilities were interesting to her and she now wanted Mark as a part of her guild. Find out more about him and bring him in for a meeting. I will gauge his worth myself and find out if he is a good fit for the guild. That might be a problem, Madam Luna. And why is that? Mark Vanitas has said on multiple occasions that he has no intention of joining a guild. He is adamant to remain an independent superhuman. That's foolish. Does he not understand the importance of having strong allies? Bring him in and I will speak to him. He will not say no to me. There is another problem. Luna frowned and glared at the man in annoyance and the man smiled sheepishly as he spoke up. Mark Vanitas is currently under government scrutiny and he is being summoned for a hearing. His involvement in the island raid was not approved by the government, and as an unregistered superhuman, he did not have permission to go on that raid. The government is also suing Mark Vanitas for his activities as Ghost the Vigilante. It will be difficult to maneuver around the red tape and get a private meeting with him. Luna raised a brow as she heard this. It seems that the government wasn't so stupid after all. They knew the value that Mark had and they were trying their hardest to hold on to Mark to prevent him from staying as an independent contractor. As an independent contractor, Mark could leave the country at any moment and join the NSA or guild of a different country which would weaken the Federation of America. But since he is now under the eye of the law, he will become a criminal and fugitive if he tries to leave. Luna knew that this would be a delicate moment, but if she played her cards right, then she could get Mark to join her guild at the end of it all. She only had to make sure that no other guild approached him before she had a chance to talk to him. Find out his home address and prepare a suitable gift for him. We'll go see him as soon as possible. The man bowed before leaving the room. Once he was gone, Luna hummed as she wondered if Mark was anything like her. Would he also become someone cursed with unimaginable strength without limits? She would find out soon enough. But for now, she thought about how she could play her cards so she would get Mark to join her guild. Since the government is trying to dig their claws into him, Luna was sure that he would be in a distressed mood and that would make it easier to suggest things to him and make him agree. She just hoped he would not be too difficult to talk to. Luna hated people who were difficult to reason with. She gazed at Mark's picture once more and she felt her eyes soften as she realized something that she would usually never take notice of. He's quite handsome, isn't he? Vroom. The next day, Mark drove towards a tall skyscraper located in the heart of City A with his Vanitas Avatender. Eret and Talia were also with him, and Mark came down and waited for Eret to come around the car to stand beside him. Mark was wearing a black pair of trousers and a tight black wife beater that showed his impressive muscles. Most of the women walking past the hotel immediately slowed down to stare at Mark in awe as they saw him. The main reason they stopped was because they thought Mark looked fucking good, but they also stopped because they recognized him as Ghost. His muscles paired well with his handsome face, and many of the women thought about walking up to him to ask for his number to spend the night with him. Mark looked up and frowned in annoyance at the extremely tall building. He appreciated the building's grandeur, but his mind was occupied with what Eret told him yesterday about someone who came to deliver her father's package to the house. Apparently, there was a suspicious mailman who came to deliver the package that Eret's father always sends to her. It turns out that the package had a lot of stones and cement blocks inside that made it heavier than it should have been. In fact, whoever delivered the package threw out most of what Eret's father sent to her and filled the box up with these stones instead. Mark did not know if there was a reason behind what he did or if it was just some sick joke, but it pissed him off and made him worry about the reason behind it. Eret told Mark that the man also started to ask Eret some strange questions after she took the package. Eret was not comfortable about some of the questions that the man asked, so she called the post office once the man left. Eret wanted to make sure that the post office actually sent the mailman to take a survey and he was not just trying to pull her leg or do something nefarious with the information. But after calling the post office, Eret found out that the mailman was not even a mailman to begin with. Eret gave the description of the mailman to the post office and they told her that he was not in their database. They did not have anyone matching the description among their employees and they did not send anyone to take a survey of their customers. The post office apologized and they told Eret that they would look into it, but Eret was not able to rest easily until she told Mark about what happened. Once Eret told Mark about what happened with the mailman, Mark eased her worries and told her to calm down and stop worrying about it. Mark told Eret that the man was probably just a journalist who was trying to get information about him to share with the public since he was now popular as a superhuman, and Eret accepted this explanation and calmed down since Mark told her not to worry anymore. But Mark was not convinced by what he told Eret. He only told her that so that she would not worry too much, but Mark's mind was running at 1,000 miles a minute as he tried to understand who had come to his door yesterday. There were too many people that knew about him now and Mark could not pinpoint any one person that would be trying to know more about him. Mark could be right and it could just be one of the reporters that was trying to get more information about him, or Mark could be wrong and it could be something far more serious. If it was just a reporter, then why would they fill Eret's package with rocks? That was something unexplainable, and Mark couldn't figure out the reasoning behind it no matter how hard he thought. Was it one of Salazar's people? Mac's eyes narrowed once that thought appeared and many possible scenarios passed through the front of his mind at once. But Mark shook his head and dismissed the thought when he realized that there were too many inconsistencies. The mailman went to Mark's house before Mark went to meet Salazar, so why would Salazar send someone to his house without knowing what Mark's response would be? And the mailman's actions did not make sense if it was Salazar who sent him. Why the hell would he give Eret a box of rocks? Eret finally came out of the car with Talia, and Mark smiled at her as he took her hand. Eret was wearing a tight black skirt that stopped just above her knees along with a white off-shoulder t-shirt that did wonders for her breasts. There was an inscription on her shirt that read, "Daddy's Girl," and Mark felt his core heating up as he read the inscription. His mind went back to this morning when he first saw the shirt. When Mark entered Eret's room and saw Eret wearing the Daddy's Girl t-shirt, he grinned at Eret and cupped one of her breasts greedily. Eret blushed as Mark leaned down close and whispered in her ear in a deep, husky voice. "Who's your daddy?" Mark could feel the ripple that traveled across Eric's entire body as she shivered, but he was even more shocked when Eric put her hands around his neck. She looked him dead in the eye with a huge blush on her face and said, "Only you, Daddy." It drove Mark mad, and if not for the fact that they were already dressed to leave the house, Mark would have torn that shirt apart and taken Eric right there on the floor. Talia was right outside the room, waiting for them in the parlor, but Mark wouldn't have given a damn. It was only his self-control that barely stopped him from doing what he wanted to do. The shirt was very loose on Eric's body, but Eric's impressive bust size made it right up a little to expose some of the skin on her smooth stomach, and it just made the simple t-shirt look sexier than it had any right to. Mark turned and glared at some of the men who stopped to stare for too long when they saw Eric come out from the car, and the men scurried away in fright as they felt Mark's eyes on them. Having someone like Mark glare at you was enough to put the fear of the Lord into your bones. Eric did not even notice them, and she just bent down and spoke a few words to Talia to tell her to stick close to them before she stood up and took Mark's hand. Eric looked up in awe at the extremely tall building that stretched all the way up more than 200 floors. Is this really where Pat lives? Just how rich were Mark and Pat that they could afford things like these? Eric's mind was still spinning now that she knew her boyfriend was rich enough to afford supercars, but knowing that they could afford helicopters and even apartments like these was still a shock to Eric. She wondered what sort of business Pat was into that allowed him to pay for this sort of place. Are you sure Pat lives here? It doesn't look like the sort of place he would choose to stay. Mark raised a brow once Eric said this. What sort of place did she expect Pat to live in? An underground cave? Eric laughed once Mark said this with a coy grin, and she came closer to him and wrapped her arms around his right arm. Her breast pressed into Mark's arm, and Mark cleared his throat and fought his reaction as he felt her soft breast on his arm. Mark knew that Eric didn't press her breast on him purposefully. She was just trying to stay close to him, but that only made it sexier. This amount of unconscious sexiness should really be a crime. No, not an underground cave. But maybe some secluded house far away from civilization. I just don't see him as the sort of person who would enjoy living in the heart of a buzzing city like this. Didn't you say he enjoyed his privacy more than anything else? Mark laughed as he threw his car key towards the valet that came to take his car. The valet fumbled with the key and almost dropped it to the ground in shock as he realized who Mark was. The valet immediately thought about going up to Mark to ask for an autograph, but a glare from one of the security guards standing in front of the building made the valet cower away. He forgot about the autograph and quickly moved to take the car away. Mark continued talking to Eric without even noticing what happened with the valet behind him. Well, you're not wrong about that. He is definitely the sort of person you wouldn't imagine living in the middle of a city. But he's been living here for the past 2 weeks while attending a cosmology seminar being hosted 2 blocks away. It's part of his extra credit assignment, so he decided to just rent this place out while doing that, and I also think he rented it so he could meet up with his sister while he is in the city. Do you like the building? Eric hummed as she looked up at the tall building once more. She would usually not say anything about liking the building, but since Mark asked her she thought about it seriously and gave him an answer. Yes, it's nice. It's close to the market and school, and there is a lot of security around. Mark just grinned at her as they continued making their way inside. The inside of the building did not disappoint in the least. It was just as extravagant and exquisite as Mark expected it to be. The entire lobby was covered in velvet carpeting and there was a peaceful ambience around the entire building as golden chandeliers lit the environment in a dim, soothing light. Some people were standing around the lobby to book rooms and many of them stopped what they were doing as they saw Mark and Eric walk through the doors. They were all rich aristocrats of high societal standing, but they could not stop the awe and surprise that came over them once they saw Mark. It was almost like seeing a god in the flesh. After the performance that Mark showed the world in his fight against the Calamity class, there wasn't a single person who doubted his overwhelming strength. One of the women standing at the side quickly began to walk up to Mark and she spoke to him in a smooth, regal voice. Well, if it isn't Mark Vanitas. The Superman in the flesh. It is an honor. Mark turned to the woman in surprise and he saw her stretching her hand out in front of him. What in the world did she want him to do with that? Does she want a handshake? The woman started to feel foolish as Mark completely ignored her hand and she coughed slightly while retrieving it and holding onto her golden purse with both hands. She thought that Mark would take her hand and kiss it, but she felt embarrassed as Mark ignored her. She was dressed in a regal attire of a pure black gown that went down to her ankles before spreading out beneath her. The gown was cut low at the chest, revealing enough cleavage to be considered sexy, and the back of the gown was non-existent, showing off her milky white skin and flawless figure. She was a beautiful woman and anyone around would give her attention if she spoke to them like this. But it was too bad that she was up against someone like Aerith. What could any woman do when Mark was already used to seeing someone as sexy as Aerith every day? It was impossible for them to try and entice him using their looks. Mark spoke up in an irritated tone. Do you need something from me? The woman was about to speak up and tell Mark to join her for dinner. She was going to try her hardest to seduce Mark and make him hers. Having someone like Mark by your side would definitely boost your standing in any place you go to. She didn't even care that Aerith was standing beside Mark and holding his hand tightly. As far as she was concerned, Aerith was just a whore that Mark picked up from the street and it would be easy to make Mark forget about her. Would you, Irk? But before she could even get her words out, she felt something sinister press down on her like a physical thing. She furrowed her brow in shock and quickly turned to look at Aerith, and what she saw there would haunt her for the rest of her life. Yellow-slitted eyes were staring deep into her soul with bloodthirsty intensity. The woman couldn't see any knife, but she couldn't help but feel like there was a knife positioned right over her neck and ready to press down if she uttered even a single word more. This girl was going to kill her. Mark could feel Aerith's grip on his arm increasing in force, but it didn't make a difference to him due to his immense strength. He just used his other hand to pat Aerith's arm calmly to tell her to calm down. The woman swallowed in fear and took a step back. And no. There is nothing at all. I think I made a mistake. Please enjoy your night. The woman immediately began to walk away from the pair with sweat pouring down her brow like a fountain. She knew that she just barely escaped death and she decided that she would not be staying at this hotel tonight. She was terrified, and no matter how hard she tried, she would not be able to sleep knowing that that girl was in the same hotel as her. She immediately called the attendant and told the attendant to book her a flight out of the city immediately. She had to leave. She had to get away from that monster. Mark was surprised by how the woman suddenly started to walk away and he turned to look down at Aerith. He saw Aerith glaring at the woman and he just chuckled as he realized what must have happened. He leaned down and kissed Aerith on top of her head, and Aerith looked up at him with a pout as she tightened her hold on his hand. Mark told her to calm down with a roguish smile on his face and Aerith felt a blush rising on her cheek as she ducked her head and nodded. Aerith couldn't even look at Mark without blushing like a preteen when he smiles like that. Mark was just too handsome when he smiles. Mark forgot about the woman completely and started to walk towards the counter as his smile disappeared and was replaced with a worried frown. Did Aerith know that her eyes just turned into yellow slits? From the way that Aerith just reacted, Mark wasn't sure if Aerith knew what just happened to her. When she looked up at him, Mark could see that her eyes had changed into the yellow slits that Queen had in the cave and Aerith didn't seem to have noticed. Mark was able to keep his cool and he told her to calm down, and thankfully, the eyes went back to her usual black once she was calm. But Mark was getting worried. He already spoke to Pat and told him to get a doctor ready because he wanted to test Aerith and make sure that there was not going to be any adverse mental side effects from what happened in the cave, but from the little moments that Mark already observed, Mark was certain that there would be some side effects. The only question now was how much of a side effect there was, and if it was possible to repress it and prevent Queen from taking over. The woman standing behind the receptionist desk was stunned for a few moments when Aerith and Mark came into the hotel, but she did not waste any time as her training kicked into high gear and she quickly picked up the phone and called the manager. In less than 15 seconds, a beautiful woman came out from the elevator at the side and walked up to Mark and Aerith before they could even get to the receptionist. This woman stopped them and spoke up with a smile on her face. "Hello and welcome to the Red Lotus. It is a pleasure to be hosting you today. My name is Hannah Iverson and I will be available for anything you might need from the hotel today." Hannah bowed to Mark and Eric, and Mark raised a brow as he saw how respectful she was being. This was definitely not normal, and Mark knew that the only reason they were doing it was because he was Ghost. But that did not matter to him since it made things easier. "I came to meet Patrick in the penthouse. He's expecting me." Hannah's eyes immediately widened in shock once she heard this. Ghost knew that rich second-generation young master. "I came to meet Patrick in the penthouse. He's expecting me." Hannah's eyes immediately widened in shock once she heard this. Ghost knew that rich second-generation young master. Hannah was resentful when Pat came into the hotel 2 weeks ago and suddenly demanded to rent the penthouse in the hotel. The receptionist at the desk was surprised by the demand because she could not see any sign of wealth on Pat's body. Pat was wearing a simple pair of joggers and a sweatshirt, and he only carried a single backpack that held his laptop and a gaming console with a suitcase that held the rest of his clothes and electronics. There wasn't a single indication that he could pay for the room. The manager was called and Pat had to give them the number of his bank manager and tell them who he was before they realized that they were talking to a multimillionaire. The bank manager who was in charge of Pat's account shouted at the manager and told her not to show any disrespect to Pat since Pat was an important guest. The manager immediately started to apologize to Pat when she realized her mistake. She thought that Pat would be angry that they treated him like that, but she was surprised when he wasn't even angry. Pat didn't mind that they thought he was poor because he never dressed like a rich person, so he just waved away all of the apologies that they were giving him and commanded them to prepare the room for him. After that day, everyone in the hotel started to call Pat a second-generation young master since they thought that he was using his father's money lavishly to stay in the hotel and do whatever he wanted. He barely ever went out and he was always holed up in his room all day. The only person that Hannah has seen coming to see Pat was a girl that Hannah guessed was his sister because of how similar they looked. So hearing that Mark came to see that second-generation young master was shocking to her. She quickly called on the receptionist and told her to make a call to Pat and make sure of the meeting. She then bowed to Mark. "I don't mean any disrespect. We just like to double-check with our residents before allowing guests through. I hope you don't mind." Mark waved the apology away, and Hannah was surprised by how similar Mark's dismissal was to the way Pat waved her apology away when she thought Pat was poor 2 weeks ago. Was Ghost the brother of that second-generation young master? No, that was impossible. There was no resemblance between the two of them. The only thing that was similar between them was how easygoing they both were. Hannah allowed her gaze to finally travel towards the other people that were with Mark, and she felt her eye twitch as she saw the girl that was holding on tight to Mark's hand while staring at her with unbelievable intensity. Eric was extremely beautiful, and Hannah unconsciously compared herself to the younger girl without even intending to do it, as she realized that she would lose in every category if she was standing beside this girl. Hannah wasn't ugly by any measure. In fact, many of her former lovers have told her that she was one of the most beautiful women they have ever seen. She had a moderate-sized bust that was easy to cup in one hand. Her hips were wide and the black skirt that she wore showed off her protruding backside generously, but Hannah was not delusional enough to think that she could match up to Eric. She knew that if she and Eric were in a beauty contest, she would lose before even opening her mouth to introduce herself. She's like a doll. Like a pretty doll with a very mean stare. Hannah then allowed her gaze to fall to the little girl holding a large teddy bear, and she felt her eyes soften as she saw the girl hiding behind Mark's leg. That's so cute." Hannah almost cooed at Talia, and it was only the fact that she was at work and she had to maintain her image that prevented her from doing that. But wait, was Ghost already a father? At this age? According to what Hannah read about Ghost in some blog articles, she knew that Ghost was barely 18. How can he be so irresponsible that he would already be a father at such a young age? And the little girl looked to be around 6 years old, so does that mean he became a father when he was 12? Ha ha ha. That sounds crazy even to me. Hannah dismissed her thoughts and decided that she must be mistaken. How can someone become a father at 12? It was absurd to even think about it. Madam Hannah. Mr. Patrick has confirmed Mark Vanita's visit. He is expecting him. Hannah glared at the receptionist as she almost made a mistake to call Mark Ghost, and the receptionist scurried away quickly as she knew she would get reprimanded later for that mistake. Hannah led Mark over to the elevator. Fuck. A voice suddenly shouted from the side as Eric and Mark made their way to the elevator, and Mark turned his head to look at who that was, but he didn't see anyone there, and he just raised a brow as he turned back around with a dismissive shrug and continued on his way to the elevator. Back in the lobby, a boy was hiding behind a pillar and holding a girl close to his body while wrapping his hand over her mouth to make sure she would not make a sound. The girl's eyes were wide in surprise from him holding her, but the boy didn't give a damn as he looked out from behind the pillar after some time to make sure that Mark was no longer around. Once he made sure that Mark was gone, he let go of the girl and pushed her away as he bent low and brought out a phone from his pocket. He started to dial a phone number, and he was constantly looking up in the direction of the elevator to make sure that Mark was not coming back. "What the hell do you think you are doing, Francis? Why are you hiding?" The girl called out to Francis in annoyance, and Francis turned around and quickly shushed her in anger while telling her to get the fuck away from him. "What? But you told me you would take me to eat on your father's yacht." "I said shut the fuck up and get the fuck away from me, you bitch. I don't have time for you right now." Francis shouted at her again, and she stomped her feet in anger as she turned around and stormed away. The girl was one of Francis' classmates that Francis picked up from a club. He had some fun with her in a hotel room, and he planned to take her on his family yacht just to show off a bit more, but he was no longer interested in doing anything now that he saw Mark in this same hotel. The phone in his ear rang for a few seconds before someone picked up. Francis immediately whisper-shouted into the call. "He's here. Mark Vanita's is in the Red Lotus Hotel." The person on the other end of the call was silent for more than 30 seconds, and Francis thought that the person already cut the phone. But after waiting for a long while, the person spoke up. "I gave you this number to call me if your life is in danger. Tell me, is your life in danger?" Francis swallowed nervously as he heard the rough, threatening voice of the superhuman killer on the other end of the phone. He sounds pissed. "But Mark is here right now. Can't you come and take him out? We paid you for this. Don't forget." "Shut up, boy. Your father paid me to do a job, and I will do it in my own way. The Red Lotus is too open. A fight there will definitely reveal our involvement in Ghost's death. Do not call this number again unless you are right on death's doorstep, do you understand?" "Why yes. But..." Beep. The call went off before Francis could say anything more, and he cursed and almost threw the phone on the ground. Who the fuck does this bastard think he is? They hired him to kill Mark, but he is acting like he is the one that hired them instead. How dare he cut the phone like that? Francis heard a voice speak up from behind him. "Sir, you're causing a nuisance in the lobby. You'll have to come with me." Francis turned to see a security guard standing there, and he frowned. "Who do you think you're talking to, you plebeian? Shut up and get the fuck out of my way." Francis pushed the man out of the way and left the hotel quickly. That useless killer wasn't going to come get rid of Mark, so he had to get out of there before Mark saw him. Ding dong. The sound of the doorbell ringing alerted Pat to Mark's arrival, and he quickly went to the door and opened it with a tired look on his face. Pat was in his usual attire, a pair of sweatpants and a loose t-shirt, and he looked like he had just come out from a war zone with his disheveled hair and heavy eye bags. "Mark, you're late. You look like shit." "Yeah, I know. Come in." "Hey, sister-in-law." Pat greeted Eric as they walked into the penthouse, and Eric smiled at him and greeted him in return. Eric finally entered the penthouse, and she felt her eyes widen in awe at the sheer size of the house. What in the world is this? The penthouse took up an entire floor of the hotel. There was a wide wall on one side of the penthouse that was made entirely from one-way glass. This allowed them to see the clouds passing by and filtered sunlight into the house to light up the entire place beautifully. In the center of the house, there was a circular area that went lower than the main floor. There were couches and a center table in there with a wide 300-inch television. There was a bar on another side of the house, and when Aerith looked out from the glass door leading to the balcony, she could see a swimming pool overlooking the balcony as well. Is this a hotel room? Are you sure this is a hotel room at all? It looks more like a house. Someone could live in here for the next 100 years and they will probably never need to leave the house even once. It was too amazing. Mark put his hand on Aerith's lower back and Aerith turned to see him smiling at her. It's nice, isn't it? It's amazing. Mark laughed as she said this and he watched as Talia ran towards the center of the room and jumped on the plush couch. She immediately took the remote and began to change the station until she got to a cartoon that she wanted to watch. Yawn, don't just stand there. Let's get going. Patrick. Patrick stopped talking as he heard a loud voice shouting in his house and he sighed as he scratched his hair tiredly. A woman suddenly stormed out from inside the house with a few magazines in her hand. The magazines had images of naked sexy girls on the covers and she raised them up to reveal that they were porn magazines. Why do you have these in your room? I told you not to get any more of this nonsense, didn't I? If you want to see naked women then you should tell me to hook you up with one of my friends. These are definitely different from the ones I caught you with last time. The woman that came out from inside the house was a pretty woman with red hair and red eyes like Patrick. She was wearing a pair of Patrick's sweatpants and one of Patrick's t-shirts, and Mark immediately recognized her as he blinked in shock to see her. The woman turned towards Mark once she noticed that there were guests in the house and she was also surprised to see him. Dr. Jean. Ghost. Jean was the superhuman with the ability to heal injured patients by taking their life in exchange. She was stunned to see Mark there because Patrick never told her that he was friends with Mark Vanitas. Jean knew that Patrick made one friend that he kept since his elementary school days, but she was already in college back then so she never had time to come and meet his friends. And now that she had time for him, Patrick never tells her anything about his private life and so she never knew that Mark was his friend. Mark, on the other hand, was also stunned to find out that Jean was Patrick's sister. Mark knew that Patrick had a sister, but Patrick never told him anything about her and he never even had any of her pictures around, so Mark knew nothing about what she looked like. To think that the miracle healer was Patrick's sister. Mark now knew why Patrick wasn't surprised when Mark told him that he was a superhuman. Patrick already had one superhuman in his life, so learning that Mark was a superhuman was not surprising anymore. Jean turned to Patrick in shock. What are they doing here, Patrick? Hold on, don't tell me that he is the friend you always spoke about. You didn't tell me you were friends with Ghost. Patrick shrugged nonchalantly and Jean growled as she started to roll the porn magazines together so that she could use it to smack Patrick on the head. This idiot deserves a good beating for always hiding things from her. Patrick shrugged nonchalantly and Jean growled as she started to roll the porn magazines together so that she could use it and smack Patrick on the head. This idiot deserves a good beating for always hiding things from her. Patrick realized what his sister was about to do and he immediately shouted while moving behind Mark to hide. Hey! Do you want to fucking kill me? I won't hit you hard. Even the smallest hit from you will kill me. I'm a normal human, you crazy bitch. Don't call me a bitch. I'm your elder sister. Show some respect. I'll do that when you stop searching my damn room for porn. I told you not to look under my bed anymore. How else am I supposed to find out anything about you? It's not like you'll tell me anything anyway. How about we all calm down? Mark spoke up placatingly, and Jean quickly turned to glare at him angrily, but she managed to rein in her anger and she calmed down as she put her hands on her hips while leaning on one leg. She was not done with Patrick, but she just decided to focus on the guests first and deal with Patrick later. She looked Mark over with a small frown on her face, and she huffed a little. She could still remember the interaction that she had with Mark when they were in the NSA. Mark refused to get himself looked at even though she could clearly see that he was bleeding. Jean was surprised that Mark was actually telling the truth when he said he heals fast. He didn't have a single injury on him anymore, so it was obvious that he already healed completely. His rate of healing was absurd even for superhumans. Even though superhumans healed quickly, they would usually take a week or so to heal the amount of injuries that Mark had. It hasn't even been 3 days since they last met. So, Ghost, you're the one that's been taking advantage of my brother. Patrick sighed and began to walk out from behind Mark while talking. Don't embarrass me, sis. Mark knows more about me than you do. Try to get along with him. Jean huffed and turned away from Mark with a small frown on her face. Jean was a very proud person, but she was also someone who really cared about her family. But Jean didn't know much about her brother since she hardly met him during most of his life. Jean was already in college when Patrick was in elementary school, and she was away at medical school during the Armageddon attack, so she wasn't there to help Patrick or their parents. After she finally made it back to the city, Jean made it her personal mission to take care of Patrick, but it was very difficult to do that because Patrick was so secretive and he held everything very close to his chest. He refused to open up about anything in his personal life, and Jean still felt like a stranger to him sometimes. She didn't even know how he managed to survive the Armageddon attack when their parents died. She found him in a shelter 2 months after the attack and began to take care of him, but he refused to tell her anything about what he saw that day. He might have lived, but she knew that he lost a part of himself that day. So when Patrick told Jean that he needed her help with a diagnosis for a friend of his, she immediately agreed. It was very rare for her brother to ask her for help, mainly because of how fucking smart Patrick was. He usually found a solution to any issue without needing anyone's help. So for him to ask her to help him out was like a breath of fresh air to her. She could finally be there for him when he needed her. Of course, she wouldn't refuse him. Jean left a lot of work in the NSA and came to see Patrick. Jean was sure that Salazar would have a fit if he found out that she was doing independent work without informing the NSA, but she already told them that she was going to be working independently even though she was a part of the organization, so she didn't care what he says. The entire reason she joined the NSA was so she could help others without restrictions. Patrick leaned back on a table and spoke to Jean tiredly. I need your help with my sister-in-law over there. There was a complication that ended up with her being kidnapped by some anima. Can you make sure everything is okay with her? Jean hummed and turned to look at Erit. Erit was also staring at Jean, but there was shock and awe in her eyes, and Jean immediately knew that Erit was a fan of hers. It was not unusual to see people who recognized her looking at her like that. Jean told Patrick that she would try her best, and Patrick nodded in thanks. Mark looked down at Erit. I need to talk with Pat for a moment, so do you mind going with Jean? All right. Erit hesitantly let go of Mark's arm as she agreed. Mark already told her that she would be getting examined, so she was prepared for it. Mark gestured to Pat by nodding his head to the left, and Pat understood that Mark wanted to talk to him alone. The two of them walked away and left Jean and Erit together in the parlor. Let's find somewhere comfortable. This room is too large. Jean spoke up while using the roll of porn magazines to scratch behind her head while putting her other hand on her waist, and Erit agreed as she followed Jean into another room. In the midst of all this, Talia stayed glued to the cartoon playing on the large television. Talia was already used to staying silent whenever the adults were talking. When she was with her grandfather in the NSA, she would be in the office when he was having an important meeting, and she would just stay silent through it all. That was the life of a child introduced into the world of adults too early. My brother told me that you wanted a full-body analysis. But that was a lie, wasn't it? To tell the truth, I deduced what was wrong the moment I saw you. You're a psychopath, aren't you? Erit had barely sat down on the bed in the middle of a large bedroom before Jean turned around and spoke with narrowed eyes. Jean's tone was confident, and Erit was sure that there was no way she could lie to get herself out of this or change Jean's mind. When Mark told Eric that she would have to come for a diagnosis, she already expected a physical examination as well as a psychological analysis. She was prepared to lie a little to make things seem okay since she did not want to worry Mark, but once she came through the door and saw that the doctor was Jean, she could see all of her plans die immediately. Eric knew who Jean was. No, that was not enough to describe how much Eric knew about Jean. Eric was one of Jean's biggest followers. Eric did not like superhumans. She disliked how many of them overlooked the weak and only looked out for the rich and powerful, but that did not mean that Eric just blindly hated every superhuman. Eric knew of a few superhumans that were different from all the others. One of them was King, and the other one was Jean, the miracle healer. As someone who wanted to be a doctor in the future, there is no way that Eric would not know all about Jean. Jean was one of the most popular healers in the country, and so Eric has been following all of her actions for some time now. Jean wasn't like the other superhumans who just wanted money. Jean joined the NSA instead of joining any independent guild because the NSA promised her freedom to act independently whenever she wanted. That has allowed Jean to travel to many different parts of the country to help out whenever there was a disaster that was too large to be handled by normal doctors. Eric really looked up to Jean, but she also knew that Jean was impossible to fool. Jean's power centered around healing, but she also had an alternate minor power called analysis that allowed her to easily diagnose injuries and diseases with only a touch. With that ability, Jean didn't even need to carry out a diagnosis on her patient before she finds out what was wrong with them. Just a single touch was enough to give Jean full knowledge of everything wrong with your body. Even though it was only a minor blessing, it was still one of the greatest diagnosis skills available in America. That is why Jean was considered an A rank even though her attack power was barely strong enough to challenge a B rank and so many guilds wanted her in their ranks. She was just too valuable. Jean saw Eric look away from her, and she knew that she was right. Eric was a psychopath. And it wasn't just normal psychopathy that could be diagnosed as a complete mental disorder. Eric was a psychopath whose mental state was connected to one person, Mark Vanitas. Jean noticed it the moment she saw Mark and Eric earlier. Jean's eyes were keen, and she had a very high level of perception. After seeing so many patients and healing so many people in the middle of disasters, she has developed a good eye for how people react in different situations. The reaction that Jean saw in Eric's eyes when Jean insulted Mark can only be described as controlled fury. When Jean spoke rudely to Mark and even insulted him, she immediately noticed how Eric's anger spiked for a moment. Jean actually thought that Eric was going to attack her at first, but she was shocked when Eric was able to bring the anger down and control it. Jean did not understand what in the world was happening at the moment, but after she spoke with Mark a few more times and continued to notice Eric's reactions, she finally deduced that Eric was a psychopath who only cared about Mark Vanitas. This wasn't the first time that Jean would be seeing something like this. There have been many instances where people would go insane or become psychopaths because they were fixated on one thing or person. But it was the first time that she was seeing it at such an intense emotional level. The only way Jean could properly describe it was that Eric was one step away from becoming a Yandra. Jean brought a chair close, and she sat opposite from Eric. Eric was still looking away from Jean, and Jean just sighed as she folded her hands. Since she already knew what was wrong with Eric, she only needed to find out how bad it was. We can do this one of two ways. Either you tell me exactly what happened to you and how bad your mental state is, or you allow me to touch you and find out on my own. I would much rather prefer it if you just told me. I am not a fan of using my own abilities, even just for scanning others. Jean said this calmly and then she waited for Eric to say something in return. Eric was silent for some time before Jean saw Eric join her hands together tightly. When Eric turned back to Jean, Jean was shocked to see that Eric's eyes were now a slitted yellow that made Jean's skin crawl in terror. What the heck is that? Kill her. Kill her. She is trying to ruin us. This bitch is trying to ruin our life. We are queen. We know who we are. We do not need a doctor. Kill her. Erit closed her eyes and gritted her teeth in fear as she heard the voices in her head shouting at her again. She tried to drown them out, but they were relentless. Erit's eyes already changed to the slitted yellow because she could not make them shut up. When she spoke, Jean could sense the pain and fear in Erit's tone. I don't even know what's happening to me. But please, can you help me? Jean immediately tried to calm her heart down as she looked away from the yellow eye. Those things were terrifying, and Jean didn't know if she could look into those eyes for a long time without thinking Erit was a monster. Jean has seen many types of people before. The introduction of blessings into the human world was something that made many humans change in different ways. Some of them gained mutations while others gained powers that made their body evolve, but this was the first time that Jean was seeing something like this. Those eyes weren't human. The amount of bloodthirst and anger inside them was not normal for any human. If Jean didn't know any better, then she would say that those were anima eyes. Jean had no idea how close she was to the truth. But even though Jean was terrified of those eyes, she could also see that Erit was really asking for help. Erit did not know what was happening to her and she was scared of the changes, so Jean could not just overlook her plea for help. This is a patient that needs help, and Jean was a doctor that helped everyone. It didn't matter how terrifying Erit was, Jean was going to try her best to help her understand what was going on. Jean smiled calmly and told Erit to calm down first. Jean was no longer going to act tough and mean. Now that she was sure Erit wanted help, she was going to be kind to her. I'm going to diagnose you first and then we will figure out what we can do to help you. Is that okay? Erit nodded her head, and Jean stretched her hand out and touched Erit on the forehead. Jean began to activate her ability. Her abilities were divided into two parts. The first part was the healing ability that allowed her to reverse any injury that a person had in exchange for the person's life force, but the second part was analysis. This allowed her to find out where the injury originated from or its precise location so that she could reverse the injury more easily. Jean activated analysis, and she began trying to scan across Erit's brain. Whoosh! Jean's eyes widened as a fist flew towards her head. Slam! Whoosh! Jean immediately ducked to the side as a hand shot out and almost slammed into her head. Erit's eyes were wide in shock as she looked at her own hand that just lashed out to attack Jean. Erit immediately shot to her feet and backpedaled in fear as she held her hand close to her body. She fell to her rear against the wall on the other side of the room and looked down at her hand in confusion and fear. What the fuck was that? Kill her. Kill her. We want to kill her. That woman is dangerous. She has to die. She is trying to take us away from Mark. Kill her. The voices in Erit's head were starting to go mad, and Erit had to shout internally to make them go quiet. She commanded them to stop, and she slowly felt them quieting down until she could no longer hear them. This was the first time that she was experiencing something like this. They almost took over her body. What the heck was that? Is this how she was going to slowly lose control over her own body? Erit looked at Jean, who was currently sitting on the floor, and she started to apologize fervently. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I just lost control of my hands. I didn't mean to attack you. Jean was sitting on the floor with wide eyes and a look of absolute shock on her face. She didn't know if she would have died from that hit, but it was only her fast reflexes from being a superhuman that managed to prevent that hit from connecting. If Jean was a normal human or if she was even a fraction slower, then she might have been decapitated. Jean swallowed nervously before she picked herself off the ground and sighed while running her hand through her hair. She was a little hesitant to go near Erit again after what just happened, but she could tell that Erit really didn't know what happened herself. She was just as confused as Jean, and Jean couldn't blame her for it. That isn't what a doctor does. But Jean couldn't risk her life just to diagnose someone. They would have to come up with a new method of approach. Jean spoke up tiredly as she turned to Erit. Okay, we will have to do something new. I hope you don't mind being tied up. Eric blinked in shock as she heard this, and she could only mutter a quiet, "What?" in response. She couldn't help but think that Jean was joking, but the look on Jean's face showed her that this was anything but a joke. Eric watched as Jean went out of the room before she came back into the room while dragging a long rope behind her. "You heard me. I'm not going to risk my life to diagnose you without the proper precautions. Now you have one of two options. Either I knock you out and then tie you up, or you take this and tie yourself up so I can examine you." Eric's shock was obvious, and Jean wasn't surprised. A doctor asking their patient to tie themselves up was something that no one would expect, but that was just how things had to be. Jean had never seen a case like this before, and she had to take extra measures to make sure that she made it out of this room alive. Even though she was sure that Eric was not as quick as her, so she could avoid any attacks from Eric, she did not know if Eric used all her power in that last attack. What if Eric could move faster and Jean couldn't avoid the next hit? Jean wondered what triggered the response in the first place. Everything was going fine until she tried to scan Eric's brain, and then the reflex action kicked in. Was it some sort of defense mechanism that whatever was inside Eric developed to protect Eric from outside influence? Or was it Eric that did it subconsciously? Jean didn't know, but she was going to find out after the analysis. But before anything, she had to make sure that Eric was incapacitated. Jean didn't want to die just yet. Drop. Jean threw the rope at Eric's feet before putting her hand in her pocket and giving Eric a hard stare to show her that she was not joking. Jean would not start the analysis until Eric agreed to tie herself up. Eric looked at the rope for a moment before she stood up and grabbed it. "No. Don't do it. We have to attack her. She is the enemy. Don't trust her. If you tie yourself up, then you will be defenseless. What if she tries to kill us? Who will protect Mark?" Eric ignored the voice as she tied her feet together. She brought the rope up and put it once around her hand before she looked towards Jean for help. Jean came closer and helped her to finish putting it around her hand, and then Jean tied a strong knot to hold it in place. Once Jean was sure that Eric was not going to move again, she sat Eric down on her bed and spoke. "All right then, I don't like this any more than you do, so let's get this over with already. Can you find anything about him?" Pat and Mark were in Pat's room. The bulb was turned off and the only source of light was from the 200-inch TV embedded into one of the walls. The screen was divided into 4 sections showing different images, and Mark didn't know how Pat was able to understand what was going on all 4 screens at the same time. Pat's room was a mess with many cans of soda, pieces of chocolate wrappers, and coffee cups lying on the ground. It was like a cave that hadn't been cleaned out in the last 2 years. Mark knew that Pat only started living here 2 weeks ago, so he was shocked that Pat was somehow able to make his room this messy in only 2 weeks. Does this bastard not know the meaning of room service? When Mark told Pat to tell someone to come clean out his room, Pat's answer just irritated Mark. "My room isn't dirty." Mark sighed and just got down to business. He told Pat about what happened in his house the other day. Mark was still worried that the man who came to his house was someone dangerous, so he asked Pat if he could pull up CCTV footage from around his house to see who the person was. Pat fell into his swivel chair while Mark leaned against the wall with his hands folded. Mark would have stayed on the bed, but there was too much trash on it and Mark didn't know when last Pat cleaned it, so he would rather not risk it. Clack. 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 Pat typed away at his keyboard quickly and brought up the footage from yesterday around the time when Eric said the man came to the house. Pat had already hacked into the citywide CCTV network a long time ago, so he didn't need to do it again. He sped up the footage until he saw a delivery truck pulling up to an alleyway around Mark's house. A man came down from the delivery truck with a box in his hand and he entered the alleyway and began to walk towards Mark's house. Pat cut the footage from one CCTV camera to another one, but he was surprised when he did not see the man leave the alleyway. He raised a brow and waited for a few seconds before he saw a new man walk out of the alleyway with the former man's clothes along with the box. Mark spoke up with narrowed eyes. That's not the same person that entered that alleyway. Is there any way to see what happened in there? Pat shook his head. No. There aren't any cameras in the alley. You would think the city was smart enough to put cameras in the one place where robberies are the most prevalent, but I suppose they aren't that smart. I'm going to go forward till the man leaves the house. Maybe we can get a look at his face. The man was wearing a face mask, so they weren't able to get a good look at his face when he went into the building. Mark stared at the man with an intense frown on his face as he watched him enter the apartment building. Just knowing that it was this easy for some random unknown man to enter the building was infuriating. Pat sped the footage up until the man was coming out of the building. This time he was not carrying the box and his mask was off. They were able to get a good look at his hair and face, and Mark immediately committed it to memory. The man had black hair cut into a short fringe and he had a wide nose and thin lips. The man went into the alleyway again and Pat cut the CCTV footage to a new camera outside the alleyway. They saw the man leaving the alley, but this time he was no longer wearing the mailman's clothes. Pat frowned as he saw this and he stopped the footage at a point where they had a good look at his face. Hey, run this through the database. Running through the database. An automated voice spoke up from the side as the computer responded to Pat's voice and came to life. The automated intelligence began to run face recognition software through the database of everyone it had ever seen. After some time, the computer brought up a match. Match found. Name, unknown. Alias, unknown. Status, deceased. Pat turned to look at Mark in shock and even Mark blinked in surprise as he saw the status on the screen. What the fuck does the computer mean by deceased? They were seeing him right in front of them. What does that mean? Mark asked Pat this with a raised brow and Pat shrugged as he began to type away at his computer again. He spoke to the automated voice irritatedly. Is there a death certificate you can pull up? If there are none, then de-age the image and search for possible birth certificates. If that isn't possible, then cross-reference the image to the last possible sightings and tell me where that was. The identified man does not possess a death or birth certificate. He was last seen 3 years ago in an abandoned nuclear facility off the coast of City Y. He is presumed dead due to a lack of further sightings. So he is not really dead. Or you don't know if he even exists. Pat was becoming excited as he heard this as he started to see a new challenge in front of him. This man was a ghost that even his artificial intelligence was unable to locate, so that either meant the man was damn good at hiding from the world or someone was intentionally trying to create confusion by using a fake appearance. Hey, what are the chances that this is not a real face? Processing. Processing, processing. There is a 90% chance of this being a fake face. Mark came closer and leaned off the back of Pat's chair while getting a better look at the man on the screen. Doesn't that mean that this is not his real face? Mark spoke up in annoyance. Well, I guess that answers the question of if he really exists or not. This isn't his real face. I should have expected someone with this much audacity to not even use his real face. Can you find out what he really looks like? Pat squeezed his lips together while thinking. It wasn't impossible to find out who it was, but the fake face was too well made and he didn't know how long it would take his algorithm to trace out what the real face looks like. He didn't say anything for some time and Mark was worried that Pat wouldn't be able to do it, but then Pat spoke. It'll take a while. This mask was made by a professional, that's why I couldn't even tell that it was fake immediately after I saw it. The contours of the face were perfectly measured, and the mask was made to fit it. If I set my system to begin the process now, then it will take anywhere from 3 days to a week before I can find him. Just do it. I need to find out who he is. Pat nodded and went to work setting up the process. All right. Hey, begin the face deconstruction. Focus entirely on the nose, mouth, and the cheekbones. Set the process to take 2% of the processing power currently available at the farm servers and alert me when the process is complete. Of course. I will begin at once. Once that was finished setting up, Mark looked down at Pat with a raised brow. "You have farm servers?" Pat immediately corrected him. "We have farm servers. Where do you think all this processing power comes from?" "My CPU. We own a 100-acre farm off the coast of City Z with a large server running on it 24/7. We mainly use it for Bitcoin mining and tapping into satellite feeds, but I sometimes set aside some processing power for the bullshit you put me through." Mark huffed and then smiled. He was tempted to ask Pat just how rich both of them were now, but he decided against it. The last time he asked that question, he was already closing in on $1 billion, so he was fine not knowing for now. "So what was so important that you wanted to meet with me today?" Mark finally asked Pat the questions that Pat had been waiting for, and Pat turned around and regarded Mark closely. Pat was thinking about how he would bring up the topic right now because it wasn't something he felt comfortable talking about. In a way, he knew what the outcome of the conversation would be before even starting it, but Pat didn't want to just allow his assumptions to stop him from being certain. "I intercepted a video from the NSA island raid when you went to save Eric. At first, I didn't want to believe what I watched, but I can't really give any excuses for something like this, not even to myself." Pat reached to the side and pressed a button on his keyboard, and a video came to life on the screen. "Are you the one that killed all my children before I could even meet them?" This was the only part of the video that Pat saved after hacking into the NSA servers and deleting the rest of the video. He needed this part to show Mark that he knew exactly what he was asking about, and so that Mark could not dodge this by saying something stupid like, "You must be mistaken." Pat even took this video with him when he went to the NSA building to show Mark and ask him what happened, but after he saw that Mark was not in any danger of being killed by Eric, he relented and allowed them to go together. When Mark called Pat earlier and told him to get a doctor ready to carry out a psychological analysis on Eric, Pat immediately knew the reason behind it, and he decided that he had to bring in a doctor that he could trust to keep Mark's secret. The only doctor that came to mind was his sister, and that is why he told her to stay behind after she came to visit the previous day. Mark sighed tiredly as he saw the video, and he knew that he had a lot of explaining to do. He looked at the image of Queen holding Meta by the neck, and he scratched the back of his head with a mild frown on his face. "I know it looks bad, but it's not as bad as it looks." "Really?" "Because what I'm seeing is Eric's body being possessed by an evil anima who just murdered a superhuman in cold blood." Mark rubbed his chin with a distant look on his face as he heard the explanation that Pat had just given him. That was oddly specific. "Okay, maybe it really is as bad as it looks." "What the hell happened, Mark? What happened to Eric and what happened to you? How did you manage to bring her back to her normal self? How did you even manage to win against a monster that could kill an S-rank that easily? I know the limits of your strength, Mark. I'm the one that has been with you all this while. I know you didn't stand a chance against that calamity class that attacked the city, but all of a sudden, you stand up with 3 times the power you once had. What the fuck was that? You don't hide things from me. That was our deal." Mark and Pat were silent as Pat looked up at Mark expectantly. Mark folded his hands and looked to the side for a moment before he sighed. Pat was right. Mark knew that he owed Pat an explanation after everything that happened over the last few days. Pat was someone who had been helping Mark from day one, and without Pat, Mark was sure that many of his fights would have been much harder than they were. If there was anyone in his world who deserves an explanation about everything that has been happening, then it was definitely Pat. Mark liked to keep things close to his chest. He was a lot like Pat in that regard. They both had secrets that they were not willing to expose to anyone, and they both liked to only tell people what they were comfortable with others knowing. Mark was not comfortable with a lot of people knowing about his powers because it was a trump card that he would like to surprise his enemies with. It was something that no one could easily predict, and it helped him to win fights that would otherwise be difficult for someone of his level. But Mark decided that if Pat was going to help him fight against the anima, then Pat deserved to know at least some part of Mark's powers as well as how strong Mark was now. Pat was the one in Mark's ear during fights, and it would be inefficient if Pat didn't know the limits of Mark's powers. Mark began to explain what happened to him during the fight. He told Pat that he managed to unlock a power that was sealed away for a long time and how it helped him to beat the Calamity class easily. Mark told him his current power level and that he was going to become even stronger very soon. Mark also told Pat how he was able to subdue the other part of Eret. Even though there was still a chance of the Queen coming back, it was very low. Pat's brow furrowed as he heard everything that Mark said, and he started to think deeply about it while rolling his chair around. He hummed and looked at the ceiling for a moment before he spoke. "You're king, aren't you?" Mark raised a brow as he heard Pat say this, and he immediately tried to think of anything that he said that would make Pat come to a conclusion like that. Mark didn't reveal anything about his past from 4 years ago, so how the hell did Pat somehow end up concluding that Mark was king? "Have you forgotten how we started this whole thing in the first place? You came to me with this look in your eyes 4 years ago and told me that you were a superhuman and you wanted to go out to fight. I don't think anyone in their right mind would go out to fight immediately after finding out they are superhuman unless they had just come out from a fight that changed their lives forever. You fought that Armageddon and lost your powers somehow and now you're starting to gain them back, aren't you?" Mark didn't deny it, and Pat only took a few moments before he shrugged and turned back around. "Fine, I'll keep your secrets. What's one more secret anyway? Just try to make sure that Eret doesn't hurt anyone else. I only allowed her here with my sister because I know my sister is a superhuman and she won't be hurt easily, but out there with normal humans, things will be more dangerous. Watch her. You don't have to tell me, Pat. I know." Pat turned to check the progress of the facial recognition software that was running on the servers. The progress was slow because of how difficult it was to render a face from under such a perfectly made mask, and Pat turned away from it again as Mark spoke up. "I'll also need you to do something else for me. When I had that meeting with Salazar, he tried to get me to join the NSA again, but his method was different from what James used. James was asking me to join, but Salazar was practically threatening me to join the NSA. I don't think he can be trusted, he's definitely planning something. Can you help me find out more about him?" Pat hummed as he turned his swivel chair around again. Just how shady did someone have to be to get Mark's attention like this? Pat started to type out on his computer and he grabbed Salazar's public records from the government database. He picked up a small squeezeball at the side as he started to read off the important parts while playing with it. Orphaned at 12, joined the army at 18, and survived through 2 military tours to Afghanistan before leaving the army when he was 30, and then joining the NSA after the Armageddon attack. No wife, no children, no relatives. He's the sort of person who ends up as a ghost member of the Black Ops or something. What the hell is with this shady-ass bio? Pat did not hide his surprise as he read through Salazar's bio, and Mark was silent as he committed everything to memory. Mark was already sure that Salazar was going to be an issue, so Mark was going to try to get rid of him before things could get out of hand. But finding a way to get rid of someone who was so deeply intertwined with the government was difficult. Especially since Mark was technically just a child and no one would believe him if he went and told them that Salazar was evil. What could he possibly say? "I saw his affiliation through my true sight skills, so I am sure that he is evil." That was stupid and no one would believe it. Since asking for Salazar to be put in jail immediately was out of the question, Mark had to stay one step ahead of Salazar and then catch Salazar in the act. That way there would be no doubt and Mark could send that bastard away. Should I put a few surveillance cameras on him? I don't think he will be too much trouble to track. Government officials are usually in the open a lot. Yeah, thanks. I don't know what he is going to do, but just keep an eye on him until you find something unusual. You seem certain that he will do something. Mark glared at the image of Salazar on the screen. You didn't see what I saw. That bastard is definitely going to try something. The only question is when. Well, your girlfriend isn't normal, that's for sure. Mark and Eret were sitting on the couch in the middle of the living room while Jean spoke to them. There was some ruckus echoing from inside Pat's room, but everyone just ignored it as she spoke about what the results of the diagnosis were. Jean tried her best to explain it using simple terms that normal people who weren't doctors would understand, but she still found it a little difficult since Aerith's condition was so special. You don't have to be afraid that she will suddenly lose her mind and someone else will take over. I looked over her mind and I can tell that it is all her in there, but that doesn't mean there aren't any side effects from the... I don't even know what to call this. Psychological merge. Well, yes, whatever this is, there are some side effects from it. For one thing, she possesses almost no moral restraints now, and this allows her subconscious mind to speak to her like it is a different person entirely. Something like having a split personality. They are both her, but there is still a massive difference between the both of them. I guess I can call it a metamorphosis of sorts. Aerith and Queen are no longer two different entities. You can say that they merged and they are now one entity with two distinct personalities in one body. It's almost like being a psychopath, honestly. Your girlfriend isn't mad, she's just crazy. Jean tried to think of a more medical term to use in describing what happened to Aerith, but she just couldn't. Aerith told Jean how the Queen corrupted her and also how she was constantly hearing Queen's voice in her head, so Jean was sure that this was a psychological issue, not a physical one. But that really didn't help Mark at all, and Mark just raised a brow as he waited for Jean to continue. They didn't just come here to find out if Aerith was crazy or not. Hearing voices in your head is one indication that you are at least a little crazy, and Mark was not surprised by that information. They came to see if there was a way to reverse the problem or to get rid of the voices once and for all. Mark asked Jean if there was anything more, and Jean scratched her hair with a sigh. There really isn't any way for the two of them to be separated from each other. At least, there isn't any way that I know of. You know what my ability is, I'm sure, and you know it is pretty versatile when it comes down to healing people. But I can't heal Aerith because as far as her body is concerned, there is nothing wrong with her. The voice in her head is a part of her, so trying to get rid of it would be like trying to take her heart out of her body. She'll drop dead. Jean carried out a lot of analysis on Aerith, and after everything, she was certain that there was no way that Aerith could be separated from the Queen. The two of them were permanently joined together, and it was only through sheer luck that Aerith was able to take control of the body instead of Queen. Jean remembered how Aerith almost attacked her at the start of the diagnosis, and even though she was still a bit put off by it, she couldn't blame Aerith for that either. That reaction was not something that Aerith could have stopped even if she wanted to. It is the same way your leg jerks when they hit your knee with a small hammer. It was an involuntary reaction from Aerith for self-defense. During the main checkup, Jean saw that Aerith could stop her body from acting out if she really tried. She had some level of control over the voice in her head, and she could prevent it from lashing out in self-defense. The only thing I am sure of is that Aerith is in control of the body. No matter how bad things may look, we can be assured that Aerith can suppress the voice if she needs to, but her ability to suppress the voice will come down to her mental strength and how willing she is to refuse. Hours left before the gift, key to the underworld, is forfeited. Does the user wish to activate the gift? The user has successfully activated the gift. The user will be transported into the new domain. Hey, newbie. What the hell are you doing? Get ready. Mark's eyes opened slowly, and he found himself standing in a large cavern that was dimly lit by torches lining the walls. The torches were all burning black flames instead of the regular yellow flames, and Mark furrowed his brow in confusion as he looked around him. The person who spoke to Mark was a woman with short black hair and only one eye. Her other eye had a long scar running over it, giving her a rough and dangerous look. But they weren't the only people in the cavern. There were more than 10 people around, and they were all fidgeting with weapons in their hands or trying to get their nerves under control as they stared at a dark tunnel on one side of the cavern that seemed to be releasing an ominous aura. Where the hell was he? Mark remembered activating his system last night after falling asleep. When Aerith and Talia finally chose rooms for themselves, Mark went to his room and used the gift that the system gave him, and the system announced that he would be transported to a new domain. Was this the domain of Thanatos? Who are these people? What am I supposed to be doing right now? Why the fuck am I chained? Clink. Mark looked down at his hands, and he was shocked to see that there was a long chain tied to both of his hands. The chains were not connected to anything, but they shackled both of Mark's hands together and only gave him enough room to widen them shoulder-width apart. That was annoying. Mark immediately tried to break the chain using his super strength, but he was shocked when he felt the chain resist his force before stopping him altogether. What the fuck? What is this thing made from? Newbie. I said get your head in the game. They're coming. The woman shouted at Mark again as she saw him trying to get the chain off, but Mark just shook his head as he tried to get the chain off again. It didn't work, and Mark growled deep in his chest as he looked toward the woman. He was not surprised to see that she also had chains on her hands. But she had a sword and shield that she held in front of her in a ready pose. In fact, everyone in the cavern was outfitted in the same way. They were chained, but they also had a weapon held ready in front of them. Mark turned to the woman. Who's coming? What? What do you mean by who's coming? How did you enter this dungeon without knowing anything? Just get ready to fight. We won't get a chance to run, so we have to fight. Useless. That was the only thought that went through Mark's mind once he heard the woman's explanation. She did not tell him anything useful, and she just expected him to know something about this place. What sort of situation is this? Was I dropped in the middle of a dungeon raid? But if that is the case, then why are we chained? And what kind of dungeon is this? Welcome to the first trial, Thanatos Playground. There are 3 tests that must be passed for the user to complete the trial. The user must pass these 3 tests and reach the dwelling place of Thanatos. Trial conditions. The user possesses 3 lives. At the end of each test, the user will be granted a save point where he can respawn in the event that he perishes during the next test. All the user's skills will be deactivated during the tests, and the user may choose 1 skill per test that will be activated. After each test, the user may choose a new skill for the next test. If the user loses all 3 lives, he will forfeit his life, and his soul will be devoured by Thanatos. Test 1, Charge of the Damned. The user has been dropped in the middle of an obscure part of the underworld along with a few damned souls for the first test. The test area is a dungeon located deep within the underbelly of a Lost Kingdom's prison. Prisoners are sent into the dungeons and saddled with the responsibility of reducing the number of monsters inside the dungeon as punishment for their crimes. The user is one of those criminals. In order to successfully pass the test, the user must survive the horde for the next 5 minutes. Test conditions. The user is not allowed to use all his skills during the fight. The user must kill all the monsters before he can leave the test zone. Do not disclose your identity or the truth behind this test to the other members of your prisoner crew. Number of lives, 3. The user has been granted a favor due to the incessant demands of his patron god, Sozin. Thanatos has agreed to allow the user to use 1 skill during each test. Please select the skill you wish to use. Mana Circulation, D rank. Taunting, F rank. Blunt Force Trauma, D rank. True Sight, D rank. Mark read through everything that the system just sent to him quickly and he raised a shocked brow at the absurdity of the trial. What the fuck do you mean I can't use my skills? And just how difficult were these trials that Thanatos was even willing to give me 3 lives? Sozin told Mark that the other gods did not like him, so Mark knew that his trials would be difficult. But the mere fact that someone who did not like him was willing to give him 3 lives sent a ton of alarms ringing in Mark's head. These trials will be no joke. Mark immediately started to think deeply about which skill to choose. The only thing Mark knew about his trial was the fact that there were going to be tons of monsters. He is going to be dealing with a very large crowd, so he has to choose a skill that will help him in killing a lot of monsters. The taunting skill was definitely not an option. Even though Mark liked fighting, he was not stupid. Why would he draw all the monsters to him when he did not know anything about their strength or number? The taunting skill was also one of the least ranked skills, so there was no use picking it. True Sight was also out of the question. It would be useful, but not useful enough for him to use it against an entire horde of monsters. He can gauge the strength of the monsters by exchanging blows with them. True sight does not give him the weaknesses of the scanned subject, so it was pointless getting it. That left blunt force trauma and mana circulation. Both of them would be extremely useful in this situation. Mana circulation helped Mark by improving his already high stats and making him stronger than his rank allows him to be. Truthfully, it was this exact skill that helped Mark to stand toe-to-toe against some of the stronger Calamity classes on that island. Mark was only an A rank and he had no business winning against Calamity classes, but due to his skills, he was able to put up a good fight against them. But the most useful one here will definitely be blunt force trauma. Mark knew there would be a large number of monsters and they would be coming towards him relentlessly. That meant that he could deliver a considerable number of blows consecutively and slowly improve his chances of landing critical attacks until every hit he delivers becomes a critical attack. That was the best case scenario that Mark could see, and he decided that he was going to choose this one. Does the user wish to pick blunt force trauma as his activated skill? Yes/no. Mark picked yes, and he saw the confirmation message from the system as the other skills in his system tab were blurred out, and the blunt force trauma skill became the only activated skill. The blunt force trauma. This skill heightens the probability of landing a critical hit as the user delivers consecutive successful punches to the enemy, harnessing the cumulative impact for devastating effectiveness. Critical attacks deal plus 100% extra damage to the enemy. Current rank, D rank, 102/400. Probability of landing a critical attack, plus 10% for every successful consecutive hit. Probability of landing a divergent attack, exponential 2.5 per attack, plus 0.5% for every successful consecutive hit. All the gods watch with keen interest. Superhuman system. Name, Mark Vanitas. Race, human. Title, He Who Perseveres Through Hell. Plus 10% increase to all stats. He Who Defies Destiny. Rank, S, 3080/5000. Affiliation, True Neutral. Unused stat points, 0. Unused skill points, 0. Strength, 1380, plus 138, plus 217. Stamina, 850, plus 85, plus 127. Agility, 850, plus 85, plus 85. Durability, 810, plus 81. Mana, 520, plus 52. Artifacts, Gloves of the Thunder God, S. Mark squeezed his hands into fists and loosened them up again to prepare himself as the woman in front of him started to speak again. Newbie. Draw your sword. What do you think you're doing? These monsters aren't going to wait for you to get your head straight. They'll tear you apart. Mark saw a sword strapped to his waist, and he drew it with a frown on his face. He tested the sword a few times by swinging it about, and he eventually decided that it would be of no use to him. Slide. Mark sheathed the sword back into its scabbard before he took off the entire girdle and threw it to the side, and the woman who spoke to him stared at him like he had gone mad. What the fuck did he think he was doing? Mark didn't want to use the sword because he knew that his fists would be more useful in this situation. And besides, Mark never learned how to use a sword in the first place. He was more likely to hit one of the people fighting beside him than to hit the monsters coming towards them with that sword. Now, let's see if this works. Mark reached out to his system and requested something from his store, and he gained a cruel smirk on his face as he saw it fall into his palm. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The god of lightning and storms, Zeus, furrows his brow in confusion as he stares at you. Zeus leans forward on his throne and exclaims in shock as he views the artifact in the user's arms. Dune. Zeus is sending an alarming amount of animosity towards the user. Mark chuckled as he put on the gloves of the Thunder God that he got from his system. The system never said that his artifacts were sealed, and Mark knew that Sozin hid his artifact from the other gods on purpose to give him a better chance in the trials. If Thanatos knew about these gloves, then there was no way he would allow Mark to use them. Zeus promises death if his property is not immediately returned. Mark threw the middle finger into the air, and he could literally hear thunder rumble from a distant place. Oh yeah, Zeus was pissed. Gloves of the Thunder God. Effects. Plus 30% increase in strength. Plus 30% increase in agility. Grants the user the lightning-based skills, Lightning Surge. Lightning Surge, this skill enables the user to channel a formidable wave of lightning, measuring up to 100 gigajoules, through their gloves, unleashing devastating power upon their adversaries. Comment from GOG, hey, Mark, how about not antagonizing the literal god of lightning, yeah. I'm the one that'll get heat for your actions, and I'm not in the mood for a cosmic battle right now. Oh right, sorry. Mark got his mind back in the game and turned to look at the entrance to the cavern. The woman that had been speaking to him all this while was no longer giving him any attention. Mark could tell that she had given up on trying to make him pick up his sword, and she already assumed that he was going to die before everyone else. Rumble. 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 The ground under Mark's feet began to rumble and shake, and Mark narrowed his eyes at the dark entrance of the cave as he waited for what was about to come through it. Prepare yourselves. Here they come. May Ra be with us all. One of the men at the front shouted at the top of his lungs as he readied his weapons, and the rest of the prisoners all agreed vocally as they also got ready. Ra. Was that their god? Mark wondered if the kingdom his system told him about was an Egyptian kingdom. Time remaining, 5 hours. Time remaining, 4 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Rarg. Rarg. Rara. Before Mark could think more about that, he was suddenly assaulted with a loud sound. Before Mark could think more about that, he was suddenly assaulted with a loud sound like metal grinding on stone as the monsters came through the darkness and spilled into the cavern like a tsunami. There were hundreds of them and Mark could literally feel the nervousness from the people around him as they all saw the monsters. Mark could only describe the monsters as rabid zombies. They were all shriveled up with dried skin and protruding bones, but there was no doubt that they were humanoid creatures. They had milky white eyes and black nails that gleamed in the dim light of the cavern. Mark immediately tried to use true sight on the monsters, but he cursed as he remembered that he hadn't picked that skill to use. He was going to have to go in blind then. Yarg! The group of prisoners charged at the monsters before the monsters got to them, and Mark watched as the one-eyed woman raised her sword in the air and ran towards the zombies like a bat out of hell. Mark also joined the charge and ran towards the monsters. The chains on his hands were a little restricting, but they didn't prevent him from fighting properly, so he decided that he would ignore them for now. Slash. Squelch. Slash. Bam. 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 The sound of shouting and fighting resounded across the cavern as Mark got to a monster and delivered a devastating punch to its chest. Boom. The monster flew towards the other end of the cavern and slammed into the wall before falling to the ground like a ragdoll. But it slowly twitched before it stood back up and started to come toward the group again. Are these fuckers immortal? Mark ducked under a swipe from another monster and the monster overstepped and stumbled forward. Mark used that opportunity to wrap his chain around the monster's head and bring it up to his rising knee. Critical strike. Slam. Mark crushed the monster's face with his knee, and he was surprised when he saw the monster crumple to the ground. It didn't get back up, and Mark quickly charged for a new batch of monsters. He slammed his leg into the shin of one of them, and once it fell to the ground, he smashed its head in with extreme force. The monster flew back a few meters before it stood back up and charged in again. Mark turned to the monster at his side and slammed his fist into its stomach. Critical strike. Boom. The monster's stomach blew apart and it immediately fell to the ground and died. Mark took a few steps back towards the wall of the cave to prevent the monsters from surrounding him, and he eyed all of them analytically as he started to understand how strong they were. Each of them was at least as strong as an S rank. Or no, that would be the wrong way to quantify their strength. It was more sensible to say that they had the defense of an S rank. When Mark used his regular S-rank strength to fight against the monsters, they were able to tank it and come back, but when his blunt force trauma skill kicked in, the monsters could not withstand the force and they crumble. Mark has never been more grateful for his good luck than at that moment. He could work with this. Bam! 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 Critical strike. Bam! Bam! Critical strike. Bam! Critical strike. Bam! Mark started to unleash a flurry of quick jabs that pushed the monsters away from him. Mark's brows were furrowed in concentration as he adopted a perfect boxing stance and delivered one punch per zombie, making sure that they were kept at arm's length from him at all times. Mark still didn't know what would happen to you if the monsters touched you or bit you, but Mark was not interested in finding out. Bam! Critical strike. Something was wrong. Bam! Bam! Critical strike. Bam! Bam! Mark could tell that he was cutting their numbers down. He has killed more than 50 of them already. Critical strike. Bam! Critical strike. Bam! So why the hell weren't they reducing at all? Lightning surge. Mark put his glove out and he watched a massive bolt of lightning spread across the entire room and throw all the monsters away from him. He jumped away from the position that he was standing in and tried to get a better look around the room. There were fights happening at almost every corner of the enclosure and Mark could see that one-eyed woman that spoke to him before cutting down a group of zombies that were trying to surround her and one other fighter. She must be pretty strong if she can cut down S-rank zombies that easily. But the thing that really drew his attention was the sheer number of zombies still pouring into the cavern. There were more zombies coming into the cavern than they were able to kill, so it felt like for every zombie they killed, 2 more would take their place. It was overwhelming. Ah! Ah! Help me! Crunch! Squelch! A shout drew Mark's attention and Mark turned around to see one of the prisoners getting surrounded by zombies. He tried his best to get the monsters away from him, but he was not fast enough and he ended up getting overwhelmed by them. The zombies wasted no time as they tore him apart and started to eat him on the spot. Well, at least Mark now knew what would happen to him if he was caught by the zombies. Will full-body constitution be able to stop that? Maybe it would be best for him to meet up with the others and fight together. Fighting alone will only lead to him being overwhelmed by the zombies. Mark shifted his trajectory and landed close to the one-eyed woman and her companion. Critical strike. Boom! Mark slammed his feet into a group of monsters and blew them away as he joined the group. The one-eyed woman glanced at Mark in shock before she nodded at him and turned back to the zombies. The woman spoke up as she stabbed a zombie in the chest. "You're still alive with no weapons. That's impressive." Mark responded as he got into a fighting stance. "I fight best without any weapons. Aim for their heads, they're weak there." "Sure." Slash. 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 User has gained allies in the fight. The effects of He Who Perseveres Through Hell have been activated. The user has gained a 10% increase in all stats. The 2 allies have gained a 20% increase to their base stats. The 3 of them suddenly felt their strength increase drastically as they wielded their weapons more easily and cut through the zombies faster. Mark grinned as he saw the message from the system and he decided that he would have to find out the criteria for activating this skill permanently soon. Having a lot of allies fighting with him would make him much stronger and Mark was going to take advantage of that. Jason and the one-eyed woman suddenly charged into the fight as a new wave of monsters came for them, and Mark started to land critical strikes back to back as the blunt force trauma meter filled up, giving him a 100% chance of using critical strikes with every hit. The zombies didn't know what hit them as Mark obliterated their numbers. Mark unleashed a flurry of punches and hits. He could fight freely because he knew that the one-eyed woman was behind him, so he was sure that he wouldn't get hit from behind unexpectedly. However, he suddenly turned around as he heard a scream of pain from the woman. Mark saw a monster biting down on her hand, and he quickly turned and wrapped his chains around the monster's head. He pulled it off the woman and used the chain to fling it towards the other side of the room. Mark pulled back his hand and delivered a massive punch towards the group of zombies in front of him. Time slowed down, and space seemed to shift around Mark's fist until it suddenly released a surge of power that enveloped everything in front of him before imploding on itself. Divergent fist. Boom. All the monsters that had been standing in front of Mark were suddenly eviscerated as their bodies blew up in a gory and messy sight. The other monsters in the room started converging towards Mark, and he quickly grabbed the one-eyed woman by the waist and jumped towards another spot that had fewer monsters. Rarg. Bam. Crunch. Mark landed on top of a zombie and crushed it under his feet before dropping the woman to the side. No. No. Get away from me. Help me. A woman shouted from behind Mark as she tried to use her spear on a zombie, but she didn't see another one that was running closer from beside her and was immediately jumped and tackled to the ground before she could do anything. By RA, I think I'm losing my arm. Mark turned to the one-eyed woman and saw that she was holding her left arm in pain as a black veiny web began to spread out from the spot where she was bitten towards the rest of her arm. She immediately grabbed her sword and put the blade on the spot just above the bite. Squelch. NGH. She grit her teeth tightly and quickly cut off her arm with a suppressed groan, and Mark destroyed a few zombies that got too close as she wrapped the stump with a cloth. It would be hard for her to survive now that she only had one arm, but at least she was not dying at this moment. The woman severed the arm that she just cut into two and released the chain that was still attached to it. She rolled the chain around her good arm and finally grabbed her sword again. Arg. Another prisoner beside them suddenly got swarmed by zombies as he screamed loudly, and Mark took a moment to make sure that no zombies were coming towards him and the woman before he spoke to her. Can you fight? I'm still on my feet, aren't I? The woman's voice was strained, and it sounded like she was already on her last legs, but she was not backing down as she held her sword tightly. The blood dripping from the torn arm was making her woozy, and she stumbled a bit every now and then before getting her balance back. Mark shook his head internally. She was a dead woman walking. Stay behind me and take care of the stragglers. You're not going to survive long with those wounds, so make yourself useful while you can. Mark rolled his shoulder and stood in front of the woman as a new wave of monsters came around, and the woman's face squeezed in annoyance as she heard what Mark said. But she could understand what Mark was trying to do, and she just turned around and put her back against his own while preparing for the fight. Boom. Boom. Slam. The sound of supersonic punches echoed through the cave as she heard Mark unleashing hell upon the zombies. There were hardly any zombies on her side of the cave, so she only had to take care of 2 or 3 of them at a time. She felt Mark's back against her own, and it gave her a sense of safety as she felt like she would survive this if he was there with her. Against her better judgment, she decided to speak. Where are you from? Mark grunted from behind her and asked what she said, and the woman repeated her question, louder this time. She would usually not care about where someone was from or what happened to make them end up in this underground dungeon, but she felt like she had to know Mark's story. When Mark spoke, it was with short sentences in between his punches. Somewhere far away. You probably never heard of it. Try me. Slash. Slash. Mark got rid of most of the zombies in front of him before he spoke. Do you know America? America? What is an America? A deep grunt escaped Mark's chest, and the woman could almost hear the smile in his voice as he spoke again. Exactly what I thought. You've never heard of it. I'm from Nilu in the western kingdom of Thalos. I was a bandit before I was captured and thrown down here. My name is Reax. What is yours? Mark Vanitas. Boom. Rarg. Critical strike. Slam. Mark destroyed another zombie before he heard her talk again. Why was she talking this much in the middle of a battle? A family name? Are you a royal? Not exactly. Slash. Rarg. Slash. Squelch. Reax quickly stabbed a zombie in the neck and kicked it away from her before it could bite her. She saw two zombies that were running at her and she slashed the head off one of them before she stabbed the neck of the second one that already had an injury from Mark. She then used that opportunity to retreat back to stand behind Mark again. If we get out of this alive, what do you think about us getting married? I have never been sullied by another man. I can bear strong children, and you have the spirit of a warrior. I will not mind having you as a husband. Boom. Boom. Mark pulled his fist back as he felt that sensation of space distorting once more and he unleashed a punch on the horde of zombies in front of him. Divergent fist. Boom. The zombies were torn to shreds, and Mark finally spoke while looking around him and analyzing the movement of the zombies that were still pouring into the cavern. I'll have to decline. Time remaining, 1 hour 12 minutes and 52 seconds. Mark could hear the disappointment in Reax's voice when next she spoke. A pity. Then perhaps we should visit each other's hometowns. I have never been to this America before, and I believe I can show you something worth seeing in Thalos. If we make it out of here alive, swear to me that you will come visit my home. Mark didn't have time to think too much about it, so he just promised her whatever she wanted. This was just a test and it wouldn't matter anyway. Mark didn't have time to think too much about it, so he just promised her whatever she wanted. This was just a test and it wouldn't matter anyway. Mark narrowed his eyes at the zombies running towards the two of them, and he suddenly told Reax to stop when she was about to hit them. He grabbed her and jumped back before landing on the floor silently, and he watched as the zombies continued to run towards another man who was shouting loudly at the side. Mark gently moved his body to the right as he saw a zombie coming towards him and the zombie walked right past him as it charged towards the loud man again. Mark had been noticing this for a while now. Whenever he was in the middle of fighting, the number of zombies would keep increasing no matter how many he killed, but when he was trying to rest silently, the zombies would hardly come towards him. What is going on? Shoo. Mark told Reax to stay silent, and he watched as a zombie that was charging towards them just now changed its direction and went towards a louder area. They're blind. Haven't you noticed how they always go towards those that are making the most noise? I think they use sound to find their prey. They can't see anything. Reax immediately tried to understand what Mark was talking about. She looked around curiously and noticed that the zombies were not coming towards the both of them now that they were silent. Instead, the zombies would go towards anyone who was making the most noise beside them and attack that person instead. She took a step closer to Mark and narrowed her eyes at the surroundings while tightening her hold on her sword. This was a good discovery, but it didn't do much for either of them right now. Even if the monsters weren't searching for them specifically, there were still so many zombies in the cavern that they had a chance of finding them just by walking around aimlessly and bumping into them. They couldn't stand still forever and hope that the zombies never get to them. So, now what? If we stay here then they will come for us after all the others are dead. I don't think we should risk fighting against them when everyone else is killed. We will surely lose. Mark raised his hand up and told her to stay silent as he watched something at the corner of his vision. Time remaining, 1 hour and 30 seconds. Time remaining, 40 minutes and 35 seconds. Mark patiently waited for the time limit to be reached. He knew that it might be a gamble, but he remembered the rule from the beginning of the game. The rule stated that Mark would have to survive a zombie horde for 5 minutes before he could leave, but it also stated that he had to eradicate all the zombies in the cavern before he could leave. Rather than wasting energy to fight against zombies while they were still coming, why not just wait until they stopped increasing in number and take them all on at once? That was Mark's thought process, but even Mark could not have realized that it was a flawed thought process. This wasn't a game brought up by a human mind, it was something a god of death himself decided on, and Mark could not guess what would happen to him after the time limit was exhausted. He simply waited for the time to run out. Time remaining, 20 minutes and 1 second. Time remaining, 1 minute and 30 seconds. The user has fulfilled the first criteria of the test, survived the zombie horde for 5 minutes. The second criterion is yet to be fulfilled. Beginning countermeasures. Boom. The door leading out of the cavern suddenly slammed shut to prevent any more zombies from coming through, and the fires burning on the wall all died out as the cavern was drowned in darkness. Mark narrowed his eyes as he adjusted to the dark. Even though he was not seeing perfectly, he still had above-average night vision and could see in front of him just fine. Riax, on the other hand, was not comfortable with the darkness, and she immediately took many steps back until she was standing back to back with Mark once more. Her heart rate had risen to a steady, beating drum, and she could feel sweat dripping from her forehead. She couldn't die here. Rumble. Rumble. Everyone looked towards the front of the cavern as they heard a deep rumble echo through the cavern, and they were stunned to see a large altar rising out from the ground. The altar was made from a bone-white material that had intricate carvings depicting times of war and suffering on its body. The altar rose till it was almost 4 feet high before it stopped. Click. Thwom. A click was heard through the cavern before the top of the altar suddenly began to burn with the same black flames that the torches on the walls were once burning. And right before the eyes of every person there, something unbelievable started to happen. All the zombies that were killed or destroyed, began to get back up on their feet as they slowly started to heal. The altar that they were looking at was called the Altar of the Dead. It was an artifact from the Age of Gods that remained in the hand of Thanatos after he defeated the former god of death, Hades, and took control over his domain. It used to be used in war to heal allies that were injured, but in this case, it was helping the zombies to heal themselves of any wound that was inflicted on them. So long as the fire on that altar burned, the zombies could get up indefinitely and continue to fight against the humans. We are all going to die. Riax couldn't help but speak up in fear as she saw the zombies getting up from where they had fallen. Her sword was shaking in her hand, and she was trying her best not to lose sight of Mark in this madness. If she did, then she would surely die from her injury or the zombies. Mark, on the other hand, was perfectly calm as he tried to understand what this new test was all about. He remembered Sozin telling him a long time ago that the gods would not give him something that was impossible to defeat. They would only give him something that was difficult to achieve. That meant that even this seemingly impossible test must have a method to win. Rarg. 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 Mark had to snap out from his musing as he saw many of the zombies that he killed suddenly standing back up as their bodies stitched themselves together, and they started to come towards him with bloodlust in their eyes. They were blind, but that did not matter when there were this many of them. Throw 1,000 darts at a bullseye at the same time, and at least one of them will hit. The horde of monsters raced towards Mark and jumped him all at once. Critical hit. Boom. Mark started to fight against them again. He punched, kicked, and tore apart the monsters that were in front of him, but he soon realized the foolishness of what he was doing as he saw them getting back to their feet over and over again. It almost put a bit of fear into Mark's heart as he saw a zombie that he had just decapitated getting back to its feet, grabbing its head, and putting it back in place. What the actual fuck is that? Is this some sort of joke? How can they heal that quickly? There is no time difference between when I kill them and when they come back. Mark could not tell what was making them heal so quickly, but his eyes immediately traveled towards the altar in the distance and the fire burning on it. The zombies only started to get up after the altar started to burn. Doesn't that mean that the fire on the altar has something to do with the zombies' regeneration? Mark wasn't sure, but he decided that the first thing he needed to do was to get to that altar. Mark gauged the general distance between him and the altar and realized that there was no way he could get over there with the number of zombies in the area. There were so many of them that he would get buried under their numbers if he tried getting through. The only way he could get there was from above. Riax, I need you to throw me. What? Riax was currently in the fight of her life, trying to survive against a horde of zombies with only one arm and a lot of blood loss. Even though Mark was helping her by making sure most of the zombies couldn't get to her, she still felt like she could be overwhelmed at any moment from the sheer number of them, and now Mark was asking something absurd. Why would he want her to throw him? If he leaves, then how does he expect her to survive? I need to get to that altar. Fighting them like this is not helping, they'll definitely kill all of us. I need to get to that altar and find a way to stop them from getting back up. Riax gritted her teeth as she felt a sliver of betrayal in her chest. She knew that Mark was right, that altar was probably the reason behind the zombies getting back up so many times, but if Mark leaves her and goes to find a way to stop them from healing, then she would surely die. Was Mark abandoning her to her fate? Riax shook her head as she realized that Mark did not owe her anything. He could leave any time he wanted, and that would not affect him. Him helping her before was not because he cared, but because he was standing beside her. He would have done the same for anyone else. Riax nodded as she stabbed her sword through a zombie's face and kicked it back. She turned around to grab Mark's shirt and planted her feet. Mark could tell that Riax was strong. You wouldn't be able to fight against zombies with S-rank defense with only one hand if you weren't at least as strong as an upper-level S-rank. That was why he didn't have any doubt that she could get him all the way to the altar with one throw. Rarg! Riax released a loud cry as she wrenched Mark into the air and tossed him like a bag of rice towards the altar. Mark tucked his hands and feet in as he flew over the zombies that were already looking towards where Riax was standing and converging on her position due to the scream she just released. Riax watched Mark go with longing in her eyes before she bent and picked up her sword once more to face off against all the zombies that were converging on her. She did not have any delusions of surviving now that her one supporter had abandoned her, but that does not mean that she would go down without a fight. Mark flew through the air and landed on top of a zombie a few paces away from the altar. The zombie immediately tried to bite Mark, but Mark slammed his foot into the zombie's face and kicked it back before he started to run towards the altar. Another zombie flew in from the side with its mouth wide enough to grab a large bite from Mark, but Mark was able to dodge under it as he flew up the stairs leading towards the altar. Dune! Immediately, Mark's feet touched the platform where the altar was standing. Every single zombie in the cavern turned away from the people that they were attacking and immediately started to go towards Mark. Mark cursed in anger as he saw this and started to look through the altar for anything that could help him. There was no button to press and no lever to pull on the altar, all that Mark could see was some form of writing that he couldn't read. It was in hieroglyphics, and Mark just guessed that it was some form of Egyptian writing. He turned to his system. Can you decode this? Yes. Does the user wish to decode the message? Do it. For it is in despair that we find joy. For it is in destruction that we achieve true peace. The advent of chaos is merriment, the true essence of life is bloodshed. A mantra belonging to the once ritualistic people of Thalos who prayed to the god of death Hades. Mark slammed his hands on the altar. What the fuck does that mean? Mark leaned down and read through the words again before a zombie reached him. Rarg. He used the chains on his hand to wrap around the zombie's head and dragged it down under his feet. He slammed his heel into its forehead and held it down there while he continued looking through the words. Killing it wouldn't change shit, so Mark just needed to buy time. Joy, destruction, merriment, bloodshed. Merriment, no, bloodshed. Bloodshed. Do I need to use blood on the altar? Is this some sort of cult slogan that is used during their sacrificial rituals? Mark looked up as he heard the sounds of zombies congregating on his position and he clicked his tongue. Riax was running towards the altar at full speed as she hacked through many zombies that were simply ignoring her. Immediately after Mark touched the altar, all the zombies that were attacking her turned away and started to go after Mark instead. She knew that she could simply abandon him and go retreat, but it wasn't in her to leave someone who saved her life multiple times. She immediately started to hack through to get to Mark, but she was stunned when she heard Mark shout from the altar. Riax. Throw me your sword. She didn't need to be told twice. Riax pulled the sword back and threw it like a boomerang towards Mark. Mark easily caught the sword by the hilt before he raised it up. Full body constitution has been deactivated. Squelch. Mark stabbed through his palm and slammed his palm into the flames on the altar. He didn't care if he got burned. It would surely be better than dying at the hands of the zombies that were coming towards him. Mark was not going to give any of his lives to these useless pieces of flesh. Mark waited, and waited, and waited. But he slowly started to squeeze his brow in disbelief. Mark waited, and waited, and waited. But he slowly started to squeeze his brow in disbelief as he noticed that nothing was happening. Fucking hell, did he get it wrong? Mark looked up at the large crowd of zombies that were right in front of him, and he gritted his teeth and drew the sword to prepare for a fight as a zombie jumped over the altar to get to him. Click. But before the fight could begin, a slick sound was heard from the altar as red lines traveled across its body and formed a circle in the middle of its forward-facing side. A small slot opened there, and a black light shone throughout the cave. Sheen. The first person who seemed to notice how dangerous the situation was at that moment was Reax, and she immediately shouted out to everyone else who was standing around the cavern. Run to the side. Now. Everybody started to run towards the wall of the cavern as the black light dimmed before a massive torrent of black flames surged to life across the cave. Fwoom. The hole released a massive flood of fire that burned everything in front of it. All the zombies that were in front of the altar were immediately scorched to death as they were blown back by the black flames. Mark easily ducked under the zombies that managed to get over the altar before he grabbed them and threw them back from where they came, for them to be destroyed by the fire. It took more than 5 minutes for the fire to die down, and by then, there was nothing left in the middle of the cavern other than dead, twitching bodies. Mark made sure that there were no more monsters around before he stepped back and fell back on the wall with a sigh. That was fucking tiring. If Mark never saw another zombie in his life, it would be too soon. The other survivors in the room didn't even reach a tenth of what they were at the start of the battle. Barely 10 people were left standing at the end of it all, and Mark glanced at Reax as she came up to the altar to ask if he needed help. Mark shook his head and stood up alone. Rumble. The door leading out of the cavern opened, and Mark wasted no time as he started to walk through to leave that place. The others also followed after him, and they all reached a long corridor that led into darkness. Hey, Mark, aren't you coming? Reax spoke up from in front of Mark as she noticed that Mark was no longer walking with the rest of them. Mark didn't say anything for a few minutes as he looked at them with a blank face. He closed his eyes for a moment before he opened them and smiled slightly. No, you guys go on without me. Really? It's pretty confusing down here. You can easily get lost if you're wandering around on your own. Don't worry about me, Reax. I'll be fine. There's something I have to do before I can leave. You go on without me. Alright, but don't forget our promise, okay? Come visit my hometown when this is all finished. I'll find America. I promise. Reax raised her hand to wave goodbye to Mark, but all Mark could notice was how her pale, rotten skin and sunken eyes started to reveal themselves. Her clothes were becoming more tattered, and worms were going in and out of holes in her skin. And she was not the only one, every single person there was starting to turn into rotten corpses as they waved at Mark from a distance, and Mark remembered that these were damned souls that were only being used for the test. They weren't alive anymore. They seemed so real during the test that he completely forgot. I'll try my best. Bye, Reax. Reax laughed heartily as she disappeared into the darkness while waving to Mark, and the smile on Mark's face disappeared once Reax was gone. The scene in front of him slowly changed until he was standing at the bank of an enormous river that was filled with still water that glowed green. Fog covered the surface of the water like a blanket, and Mark could feel goosebumps rise on his skin just from looking at it. There was a boat on one side of the river with a man sitting inside with his head bowed. Mark felt the chains hanging from his hands fall off, and he blinked down at his free wrists in surprise. I suppose the chains were only for the first test. Mark clenched and unclenched his gloved palms to get feeling back into his arms. Mark then looked towards his system again. Test 2, the river crossing. The user has been placed at the edge of the crossroads between the world of the living and the dead, the river Styx. In order to cross the river Styx, a soul is required to pay a ferry fee to the ferryman, the river crosser Sharon. The user does not possess any significant valuables to act as a crossing fee, therefore, the user is required to strike a suitable deal with the ferryman, Sharon, to get him to the other side. Test conditions. The user is not allowed to use all skills during the fight. The user must not fall into the river more than twice. If the user falls into the river, the user will suffer the consequences on his own without help from any of the gods. The user must strike at least one deal with the ferryman Sharon. Number of lives, 3. The user has been granted a favor due to the incessant demands of his patron god, Sozin. Thanatos has agreed to allow the user to use one skill during each test. Please select the skill you wish to use. Mana circulation, D rank. Taunting, F rank. Blunt force trauma, D rank. True sight, D rank. Here we go again. Mark looked across the skills that he had with a critical gaze as he tried to see which of them would be useful in a mission like this. Mark had heard about the river Styx before. It was a river that served as a crossing path for dead souls. According to myth, souls that die would have to pay the ferryman Sharon a gold coin to have him take them to the other side, but if you don't have a gold coin, then Sharon will refuse to take you to the other side, and you will have to swim across the river to get to the other side. Souls that die would have to pay the ferryman Sharon a gold coin to have him take them to the other side, but if you don't have a gold coin then Sharon will refuse to take you to the other side and you will have to swim across the river to get there. Apparently, swimming across the river takes almost 100 years longer than it would take for you to just use the boat, and you can get lost in that river for years trying to swim to the other side. It was some sort of deal between Sharon and the goddess Styx that allowed him to cross the river in a shorter time than anyone else. If he was going to be striking a deal with someone, then the best skill for that situation would have to be the true sight skill. This skill could help him to know more about his opponent and give him an upper hand in the negotiation. Kingmaker was worried about the skill level. What would happen if the true sight skill was not high enough to see the skills of a god? Sharon might only be a ferryman, but he was still one of those mythological gods that Mark learned about in school. Surely, Sharon would not be weak. But all the other 3 skills were not going to be useful in a negotiation. Mark had no intention of drawing monsters to himself, and why would he try to fight Sharon without knowing how strong he was first? That could be suicide. Mark decided that he would simply risk it. There was a chance that the true sight skill would not show him anything at all, and there was a chance that it would show him just enough for him to know what to do about Sharon, but it was better than going in blind. Does the user wish to choose true sight as his activated skill? Yes/no. Mark chose yes and the system made the necessary changes to his system. The other skills were all blurred out and only the true sight skill became active. True sight, this skill grants the user the ability to perceive the stats and skills of others, offering insight into their capabilities with a single glance. Current true sight, D rank, 1/400. Mark started walking towards the boat at the river bank and once he was close enough he immediately activated the true sight skill to get a look at Karen's stats. Name, Sharon. Race, God. Title, Ferryman. Rank. Potential. Skill. Description, a vindictive god who despises the Olympians and Thanatos for forcing the job of ferrying souls upon him. It would be wise not to trust him. Affiliation, true neutral. Mark hummed quietly as he saw everything other than the description being blurred out. Mark was sure that the only reason why the system didn't blur out the description as well was because of how easy it was to get information on Sharon. The information that it gave was nothing new and Mark already heard about some of it in school before the Olympians forced Sharon to ferry souls across the Styx, and Sharon despised them for it, but that was not going to help him a lot in the coming negotiation. Or would it? Mark stepped on the edge of the riverbed, right in front of Karen's boat. Sharon was sitting with his head bowed and Mark could only assume that the god was sleeping. Mark called out his name loudly. Sharon. Do not speak my name so frivolously, mortal. Know your place. The voice that spoke to Mark was low and raspy. It almost sounded like chalk grating over a board, and Mark felt a small shiver in his teeth from the sensation. He frowned at the ferryman as he raised his head, and Mark was surprised to see that Sharon had a face. In fact, if you overlooked the chalk-white skin and black eyes that seemed to stare into your soul, Sharon looked like a regular human being. Was this really the ferryman? Mark expected something more sinister than what he was seeing. He thought that Sharon would be a twisted being with no face, or at least a skeletal face with black flames pouring out from the sides. Something like Ghost Rider. But instead, Sharon just looked like a really pale middle-aged man. Sharon had a deep look of contemplation on his face as his mind raced through the history of souls that were recently sent to the underworld, and when he did not find Mark's name among the dead, he decided to speak up in realization. "So you are the one sent by the gods of Olympus. I was told that a demigod would be sent to me, but I did not expect to see a boy your age. I have not been this insulted since that foolish woman dipped her son into my river. Achilles was his name, was it not? I hope you are at least more honorable than she was." Mark stayed perfectly calm as he nodded. He then said, "I came to strike a deal. I want to get across the river, but I do not have anything to pay you with." Karen's face squeezed in irritation as he heard what Mark said. "If you don't have anything to pay with, then you should not even show yourself before me." That was an insult that Sharon was not going to stand for. He was 1 second away from simply telling Mark to go away and swim across the river like all the other lost souls, but he stopped as he gained a new outlook on the situation. This boy was just like the others who had been chosen by the gods. Demigods like Achilles and Hercules were favored and sent down there to be tested by the gods in order to prove themselves. Sharon has always hated the demigods. They had everything that Sharon wanted. They were favored by the gods and they had songs sung about them, depicting their adventures and great deeds, but Sharon was stuck down here, a glorified soul transporter. He did not even have a single song made about him. Sharon finally had a chance to spit in the face of the gods. This could be his chance to relinquish his duties and leave this place. A coy smile spread across his face as he gained an idea of the perfect deal to strike with Mark. This would be perfect for him. You only believe that you do not have something worth exchanging, but the gods would not send you here without proper compensation for my troubles. Even the gods who cast me here in their hubris are not capable of circumventing the rules of this world. Mark narrowed his eyes as he heard the way Sharon was talking. It was a bit suspicious and Mark was already on guard as he made sure not to say anything that would get him in trouble without him knowing. He asked what the exchange would be and Karen's smile widened. "Your soul. I will carry you across the river, but in exchange for my services, you will put your soul on the line." "Your soul. I will carry you across the river, but in exchange for my services, you will put your soul on the line. This river is filled with the souls of the dead, each of them trying desperately to get over to the other side. In the event that anyone falls into the river during a crossing, their body is devoured and their soul is lost in the flow of time for the next 100 years. All the souls within are constantly trying to draw in more souls to join them, so their number never dwindles. I want you to swear by the sticks that if you were to succumb to the luring of the souls and get lost in this river, your soul would become mine to do with as I wish." What a shitty-ass deal. There were too many inconsistencies, and Mark was not sure what exactly Sharon meant by the souls trying to lure him into the river for him to accept the deal. Mark looked towards the foggy green river curiously, and he was surprised to see many translucent objects floating across the river while trying to get to the other side. But no matter how hard they forced themselves to move forward, it always seemed like they were stuck in place. Trapped in time. Were those the souls of the dead? How come I couldn't see anything till now? Mark turned back to Sharon while thinking about the deal. So all Mark had to do was to make sure he didn't fall into the river. That seemed like something doable, and Mark knew that if it was that simple, then Sharon would not even bother mentioning the deal at all. There had to be something more to it. What sort of method would the souls use to lure Mark into the river? Mark asked Sharon this question, and Sharon stayed silent as he just watched Mark with blank eyes. He was not going to say anything about that, and Mark frowned angrily as he saw Sharon turn away from him after some time. Mark asked his system for information about the method used to lure souls into the river, but the system also stayed silent. Mark gritted his teeth in irritation as he realized that he was not going to get any information out of Sharon or his system. He would just have to add his own clause to the deal. "I will accept the deal, but only if you swear by the sticks that you will not try to throw me into the river yourself. Only the souls are allowed to try and lure me in. The moment you throw me into the sticks, the deal is broken, and you get nothing." Sharon eyed Mark for a few more seconds, and Mark did not know if Sharon was even thinking about the deal at all or if he was just watching Mark with those unnerving eyes. But after some time, Sharon finally reached out to the side, and a long stick appeared in his hand and sunk into the river below him. "I swear by the sticks that should you keep to the deal, I will keep to it as well." Sharon finally made the pledge, and Mark could literally feel the ground under his feet tremble as the entire river seemed to vibrate in acceptance of the pledge. Mark knew that a pledge made to the sticks was one of the most binding vows that a god could make in Olympus, so he was sure that Sharon would keep his word. Mark nodded and swore his pledge as well. "I swear by the sticks." Rumble. The ground under Mark's feet trembled as another pledge was made, and Mark watched Sharon pull the boat out into the water using his stick. Mark quickly moved towards the boat and entered before it went offshore, and the both of them drifted out into the foggy river in silence. Eerily silent. That was the only term Mark could use to quantify the feeling that the river Styx gave him as they drifted deeper into it. There was a fog covering the entire river, so Mark could not see more than a few feet in front of him at a time, but Sharon seemed to know exactly where he was going, so Mark could only put his faith in the ferryman and hope that they would get out of this water soon. The sound of a low, reverberating scream echoed from somewhere miles away, and Mark turned to his left curiously as he watched the fog floating around them from that direction. Something touched the boat and wobbled it slightly, and Mark made the mistake of looking down to see the souls that were passing beside the boat while trying fervently to latch onto it. The souls in the river were all lost souls that died with no riches, so they were forced to cross the river on their own, so any time the ferry passed by they would try to latch onto the boat so that it would pull them to the other side. But no matter how hard they tried, it was impossible for them to grab hold of it. "Help me! Help me! Help me! I'm looking for my son. My bank account has millions. Help me withdraw some money. Do you like dirty magazines? Help me and I'll give you some. I can't find my mother. My mother was with me when we died, but I can't find her. Are you my father?" Mark began to hear voices echo out from the river as hundreds of souls tried to get his attention at the same time. He pulled back and closed his eyes for a moment to try and drown out the voices. There were many souls all speaking at once, so the voices just melded into a long, unbearable shrill that threatened to burst his eardrums from how loud it was. "Son, is that you?" Mark's eyes flew open as he heard that voice. No. There was no way that was possible. Mark turned to the side quickly to try and pinpoint the voice that had just spoken up, but no matter how hard he tried to single out one soul from the multitude, it was impossible for him to find it. It was like looking for a strand of hair in a haystack. Mark would recognize that voice anywhere. It has only been 4 years since she died, so Mark would easily recognize his mother's voice even if it was being overshadowed by the shrill of all the other voices speaking at the same time. That was definitely his mother that spoke just now. Mark turned towards Sharon to ask a question. "Sharon. Do you know who?" Slam. "Sharon. Do you know who?" Slam. But before Mark could get out his words, the long stick in Karen's hand slammed into Mark's temple, and Mark felt his brain rattle from the shock as he almost fell off the edge of the boat. What the hell just happened? Ha 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 ha. Did you believe striking a deal with me would be enough to save you? You demigods are all the same. So foolish. The shrill laugh from Sharon made Mark's ears ring, and he groaned as he tried to get himself back under control. That hit was unbelievably heavy. A hand suddenly reached out to grab Mark as Sharon prepared to throw Mark over the edge of the boat. Right from the start, Sharon never had any intentions of keeping to the deal they made. Sharon didn't give a damn about keeping Mark's soul. He knew that even if he kept Mark's soul, the other gods would interfere and block him from using it how he wanted, so Sharon decided that he would just spite the gods instead. He would break the deal that they made to the sticks and use that opportunity to throw Mark into the river and get him lost in there. Breaking the deal had no negative effects on Sharon, so Sharon could rest assured that he would be fine. The only one that would suffer was Mark. Mark felt Sharon trying to throw him into the water, and he immediately started to struggle with the god. Surprisingly, Mark felt that his efforts were working. He thought that Sharon would be a lot stronger than him because of that heavy hit that he felt rattle his brain, but Sharon was not able to throw Mark off easily. Does that mean that most of that power came from the stick rather than from Sharon? From what Mark could feel now, his power was not too far away from Karen's power. Mark reached behind him to grab Karen's hand. Sharon already had half of Mark's body off the boat, and throwing Mark off would be easy. Sharon was just a moment away from throwing Mark into the water, and Mark decided that all bets were off. If he was going to go into the river, then he was not going in alone. Mark pulled himself forward while holding tight to Karen's hand, and Karen's eyes widened in shock as he realized what was going on. "What the hell do you think you're doing, you foolish mortal?" Mark spat his words like a curse. "Let's take a dip together, you bastard." Splash! Splash! The both of them fell into the river, and Sharon immediately burst out from the water. He had a look of fury on his face as he struggled to try and get back to the boat so he could leave, but a hand suddenly burst out from the water and grabbed him by the back of his head. Splash! Mark forced Sharon down underwater while bringing his own head out of the water, and he held Sharon down as Sharon struggled to get out of Mark's grip. Mark could see souls converging on him, and they began to latch onto him and drag him away from the boat. No matter how hard Mark tried, he couldn't stop them from taking him further away from the boat, so he just held on to Sharon while ignoring the souls. "Buah! What do you think you're doing? You'll kill us both." Sharon burst out from the water with a mad look in his eyes, and he shouted angrily while trying to get out of Mark's grip, but lightning suddenly started to dance around Mark as he activated his glove skill. There was a look of intense anger in Mark's eyes as he glared at Sharon with hatred. "Then let us die together, you useless god." Bzzzt. A burst of lightning flew out from Mark's glove, and Sharon lost control of his body as he was electrocuted and thrown into the water again by Mark. Mark felt himself sinking into the water due to the sheer number of souls that were now clinging onto him, and he could only hold on tight to Sharon as they both sunk into the green waters of the Styx. Gasp! Mark sucked in a deep breath as he felt himself reappear in front of the river Styx. He was standing on his feet, and he looked down to see his chains lying on the floor. Fuck, that was terrifying. So that is what it feels like to die. Mark decided at that moment that he did not like the feeling. User has died. Number of lives remaining, 2. Thanatos scoffs at the user's tenacity. Thanatos watches keenly to see what method the user employs next. Mark sighed in irritation as he read through his tabs before he shook his head and looked towards the boat floating in the water again. Sharon was sitting in the boat peacefully, and when Mark stepped closer to him, Mark could not see any reactions from him to show that he remembered what just happened. That meant that Mark was the only one who went into the past with his memories intact. Sharon was not sent back with his memories, so he didn't know anything about what just happened on the boat. Good. Mark could work with this. So you are the one sent by the gods of Olympus. I was told that a demigod would be sent to me, but I did not expect to see a boy your age. I have not been this insulted since that foolish woman dipped her son into my river. Achilles was his name, was it not? I hope you are at least more honorable than she was. Sharon said the exact same thing that he said before, and Mark only gave him short, clipped answers as he stated his reason for being there. I'd like to cross the river, but I have no coin. Would you like to strike a deal? Sharon raised a brow at the statement. He did not think that Mark would try to strike a deal that easily. Usually, demigods would first try to get across the river for free. Or maybe they might even try to threaten him to get them across the river. It is only when they realize the stupidity of their actions that they try to strike a deal. It seems this demigod is different from the others. Are you sure you wish to strike a deal with a god of my caliber? It could cost you more than you are willing to lose. That would depend on the deal. Karen's mouth split into a wide smile as he heard Mark say this, and he quickly made the same deal as before. I will take you across the river, but in exchange, should you fall to the temptation of the souls in the river and enter into the Styx, your soul is mine to do with as I wish. Mark stared Sharon down as he agreed. That is a high price to pay for a trip that would usually cost only 1 gold coin. So, shouldn't you make the deal more balanced by placing your soul on the line as well? I'll take the deal, but on one condition. If you fall into the river, then your soul is mine to do with as I wish. Karen's eyes narrowed as he heard Mark say this, and he immediately spoke up angrily. You dare to bargain for the soul of a god? Have you no fear? You dare to bargain for the soul of a god? Have you no fear? Mark remained calm in the face of Karen's anger. Mark would have had a bit more respect for Sharon if Sharon hadn't tried to throw him into the river earlier, but after something like that, there was no way Mark was going to show him any fear or respect. Mark waited for Sharon to calm down again, and Sharon finally huffed and turned away from Mark with an annoyed look on his face. Sharon was thinking about the deal that Mark brought forward and what sort of changes he should make to it. Mark was right that the deal was too one-sided. Even though the gods could do whatever they wanted, they could not force mortals into deals without the mortals accepting it on their own. Even though the god tempts you and lures you towards the deal, so long as you willingly fall for the temptation and allure, then the deal is sealed. If Mark refused to accept the deal, then Sharon would have to change it a little. Sharon still had the intention of throwing Mark off the boat once they got far enough into the river. It would be a big blow against whatever god sent Mark down here, and Sharon was petty enough to derive joy only from that split moment of anger he knew he would cause. The other gods think that they can just ignore him for centuries and then send demigods down here for him to test like he was a glorified school teacher. They will feel his anger. It never even crossed Karen's mind for a moment that this was not the first time that he was meeting with Mark. Sharon simply went forward with his deal like normal. Very well then. You do not have a right to bargain for my soul. It is not something a mere mortal will even know what to do with, but if you can withstand the temptation to enter the river until we reach the shores, then I will grant you a gift. Mark smiled internally as he heard Sharon say this. Mark knew that his initial request was too absurd. Asking for the soul of a god was insane and a little greedy, but that was exactly why Mark did it. This bastard tried to down Mark, and Mark was going to get compensation for that one way or another. If Mark had asked for something small, then Sharon would have given him something even smaller as a counter-reward, but since Mark asked for his soul, Karen's counter-reward would be something worthwhile. Now all Mark had to do was to make sure that Sharon did not throw him off the boat while they were riding towards the shore. From the previous journey, Mark knew that he and Sharon were not too far apart in terms of strength. If he really tried, Mark could hold Sharon back, and perhaps even win against him in a tussle. That meant that Mark had the upper hand here. So long as he didn't allow himself to get distracted, Mark had the element of surprise that he could use to overpower Sharon before Sharon tried to attack him using that fucking pole. That pole hurt a lot more than Karen's punches and Mark had no intention of being hit by it again. Very well, I'll accept the deal. Then swear by the Styx that you will uphold your side of the deal, should I uphold mine. I swear by the Styx. Rumble. The ground under Mark's feet shook as the pledge was accepted and Sharon put his hand out and summoned the rod. Mark moved to enter the boat, and they both drifted into the river. Have you seen my son? My knife fell from the counter and stabbed me in the eye. I didn't deserve to die that pitifully. Do you want to have sex, boy? The voices of the damned echoed all around Mark as they made their way deeper into the river, but Mark didn't bother turning around or looking at anything around him. His eyes were fixed on a spot right above Karen's head as he tried to gauge how far away they were from the shore. But he couldn't see anything because of how dense the fog was, and he finally gave up and looked back at Sharon. Mark was waiting for the right moment to make his move. He knew that Sharon would try to knock him off the boat soon, so Mark had to use that moment when Sharon thinks his guard is down to launch his own attack. Sharon was paddling slowly while keeping his attention off Mark. He didn't know what it was, but something was making him feel unnerved. Although they had not said a word to each other since they entered the boat, Sharon could tell that Mark's senses were sharper than ever. Even when Mark was not looking at him, Sharon still felt like there were eyes on him, and he knew that it would not be a good idea to rush in at that moment. Sharon had to be patient. He knew that there would be a moment on this journey when you would see someone who was once close to you along the way. It has happened to everyone that Sharon ever transported across the Styx, and Sharon knew that Mark would be no different. It was only a matter of time before Mark lost his focus because of that. And immediately after Sharon thought this, he could hear the sweet voice of a woman echo from somewhere to his left. Sharon saw Mark's eyes widen in surprise, and Karen's mouth split into a grin as he prepared himself for the inevitable. "Is that you, son?" Mark couldn't have stopped his head from tilting towards the left once he heard that voice. Even though Mark knew that it was coming. Even though he prepared for it and told himself that he would try to ignore it. It was almost surreal hearing his mother's voice so close to him, and he made the mistake of tilting his head to his right for a split second. But it was only for a split second. Whoosh! Mark ducked down once he saw Karen's stick flying towards his head, and he quickly dashed forward and slammed into Karen's midsection. The boat rocked in the water and Sharon yelled in anger as he almost fell off, but he was held in place by Mark. Mark's fist began to release electric bolts as he pulled it back and delivered a massive punch right into Karen's stomach. Boom! The punch struck true and Sharon gasped for air as his rod fell from his hand. Mark's fist began to release electric bolts as he pulled it back and delivered a massive punch right into Karen's stomach. Boom! The punch struck true and Sharon gasped for air as his rod fell off his hand. Sharon took a step forward and slammed his forehead into Mark's temple. Mark's vision swam from the strike, but Mark already knew that it would hurt, so it didn't make him pause. Instead, he reached up and grabbed Sharon by the shirt before body tossing him over his shoulder and into the water below. Splash! Bua! What the hell do you think you are doing? How dare you attack a god? Pass me that rod now! Sharon shouted in anger as he watched Mark pick up his rod. He tried to swim towards the boat, but Mark started to paddle the boat backward to prevent Sharon from getting closer. Mark had a blank, apathetic look on his face as he watched Sharon struggle to get closer, but he paddled away at just the right speed to prevent Sharon from reaching the boat. I said stop this instant and come here. You attacked me and tried to push me into the Styx, and now you're asking for help. Are you fucking mental? Sharon clicked his tongue in irritation once Mark said this, and Sharon slapped away a soul that swam too close to him before he started speaking again. I did no such thing. I was simply moving my rod to the other side of the boat. You are the one that suddenly attacked me. Of course, I would defend myself. Mark hummed as he heard what Sharon said, and he slowly started to paddle further and further away. Mark did not know where he was going, but he was certain that Sharon would not want to be left behind in the Styx. If Mark paddled long enough, then he would eventually reach ashore, but Sharon would remain stuck in the middle of the Styx for the next 100 years. That is not something anyone, god or man, would want. Wait. I tried to attack you. But I was not going to leave you behind. I simply wished to test you. The look of disbelief on Mark's face immediately told Sharon that Mark was not falling for the lie at all, and Sharon had to admit that it was a pretty stupid lie to tell. No one with half a brain cell would fall for that. Mark did not even know how someone like this became a god in the first place. Mark knew that there were many sinister gods, even Sozin was sinister in his own humorous way. But not only was Sharon twisted on the inside, he was also weak. Mark always thought of the gods as honorable beings of immense power. At least that was how Mark saw Sozin whenever he visited him. But finding out that Sharon was actually this pitiful made him doubt his initial judgment of the gods. Mark should not have been shocked to learn that Sharon was this untrustworthy. The entire reason why Sharon was placed as the transporter of souls by the other gods is because there was literally nothing else that Sharon could do in the realm of gods. He was too weak to control any other domain, so Hades placed him on the river Styx to give him purpose. But Sharon was a greedy bastard who wanted attention more than anything else. After Hades was killed by Thanatos, Sharon started to lash out once more to grab the attention of the gods, but no matter what he did, they didn't even look in his direction. He thought that trapping Mark down here would finally draw their eyes toward him and give him more power. Gods gain power by the belief that people place in them, so once the story of Sharon trapping someone in the Styx spreads around, the people will fear him more and he will gain more power that way. That was what he believed. Sharon didn't know that he was so weak that even if he gained 10 times more followers, he would still be weaker than the weakest major god. A god shouldn't lie so easily. Mark spoke up from a good distance away while setting the rod down and looking down at Sharon. Sharon glared at Mark in anger. He tried his best to get rid of the stray souls that were gathering around him, but no matter how many times he slapped or pushed them away, they kept on trying to latch onto him. Sharon smacked a certain soul that was trying to grab his hand before turning to Mark and shouting angrily. "Fine. Tell me what you want." Mark smiled. "I want you to swear that you will not try to cause me any harm until you have dropped me off at the shore, and I want your blessing." "What? Do you understand what you're talking about? Your patron god will have my head." Sharon was not interested in having a tussle between gods at all. He knew that Mark must have a patron god that sent him down here to complete this test, and for Mark to be as strong as he is, that god had to be extremely powerful. If Sharon gave Mark his blessing, it would be like trying to stake a claim on Mark, and that might bring the wrath of the patron god down on Sharon. Sharon was not going to do something so stupid. Mark raised a brow as he heard what Sharon said, and he quickly sent a thought out to Sozin. Was it okay for him to get a blessing from Sharon? Comment from Gog, "It's fine. That useless sailor is so weak, it probably won't even make a difference at all." Sheesh. Mark didn't know which was worse, the fact that Sozin thought that Sharon was weak or the fact that he called him a useless sailor. Mark knew that if Sharon could see this message he would be having one hell of a fit. He would probably spit blood from anger. "My patron god says you can bless me, so you have no choice. I want all your blessings, down to the very last drop of it." Sharon growled as he saw the coy grin on Mark's face, and he thought about what Mark said. Sharon knew that this was a bad situation. He was practically at the mercy of a mortal, and if any of the lesser gods saw him like this, they would laugh at him for eternity. Even though Sharon was a god and he would not die in the Styx, he would still be trapped here for the next 100 years, and that was bad no matter how you look at it. But on the other hand, Mark was a demigod blessed by one of the strongest gods up there. If Sharon also blessed Mark, then all of Mark's deeds from now on would also be tied to Sharon. Isn't that exactly what Sharon wanted all along? He wanted his name to be spread among the humans, and what better way to spread his name than to use the popularity of a demigod blessed by one of the stronger gods? Sharon already had some blessed superhumans, but he didn't care about them. He could just give all his remaining blessings to Mark and forget about those people. Sharon turned to Mark again as his mind raced as he tried to decide if this was a good deal or not, and after some time, he finally budged. "Fine. Fine. I swear by the Styx to get you to the shore without trying to hurt you, and I'll give you the damn blessing. Now get me out of here." Rumble. The Styx rumbled again as it registered Karen's words, and Mark felt pleased with himself as he finally got the stubborn god to agree. Sharon stretched his hand out, and Mark paddled closer and gave Sharon the end of the rod to pull himself into the boat. Sharon kicked a few stray souls that refused to let go of him, and he grumbled in annoyance as he sat down and grabbed the rod out of Mark's hand in irritation. "Never touch this again. Mark raised his hands in surrender as a small smile spread across his face. He apologized half-heartedly while trying not to laugh at the wet god trying to reprimand him. Sharon saw the smile and narrowed his eyes at Mark before he started to paddle the boat once more. The two of them reached the shore on the other side of the river very quickly, and Sharon docked the boat and released his rod as he stared at Mark with a critical gaze. Mark stayed silent with his arms folded across his chest as he waited for Sharon to speak, and after some time, Sharon finally said something. "Do not bring shame to my name. Giving you the rest of my blessing will make you my champion as well. If you die, I promise to find your soul and throw it into the Styx myself. I will make sure you spend eternity being tormented in this river for staining my honor." Mark nodded his head seriously, and Sharon simply breathed out tiredly. The guardian of souls, Sharon, is attempting to place a part of his divinity upon the user. Does the user wish to allow this? Yes/no. Mark chose yes, and the system went blank for a few seconds. Recognizing divinity. Assimilating. 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 Converting to an accessible form. Conversion successful. Unpacking. 10%. Unpacking. 30%. Unpacking. 50%. Unpacking. 60%. Unpacking. 90%. Unpacking. 99%. Unpacking complete. The user has gained a new blessing from the god Sharon. The user has gained a new blessing from the god Sharon. Due to the presence of a stoner blessing, the blessing from the god Sharon cannot be delivered to the user in its divine form. The system has quantified the blessing and converted it to a usable form. The blessing will be represented in the form of a stat increase as well as a new skill. Stat increase due to blessing. Strength, plus 500. Stamina, plus 500. Agility, plus 300. Durability, plus 400. Mana, plus 500. The user has gained a new divine skill, Styxwatcher's Discernment, max. Styxwatcher's Discernment. Styxwatcher's Discernment endows the user with an infallible ability to perceive truth, drawing upon the wisdom of the river Styx to unravel deception and reveal the sincerity of others. This is a passive skill that cannot be deactivated, therefore, the user cannot be lied to. This skill cannot be upgraded or improved. All inherent properties are permanently set. Superhuman system. Name, Mark Vanitas. Race, human. Title, He Who Perseveres Through Hell. Plus 10% increase to all stats. He Who Defies Destiny. Rank, S, 4380/5000. Affiliation, True Neutral. Unused stat points, 0. Unused skill points, 0. Strength, 1880, plus 188, plus 376. Stamina, 1350, plus 135, plus 270. Agility, 1150, plus 115, plus 230. Durability, 1210, plus 121. Mana, 1020, plus 102. Artifacts, Gloves of the Thunder God, S. Wow, that was kind of awesome. The skill was definitely not a combat skill. Mark did not expect it to be a combat skill since he knew that Sharon was not a combat-type god. Even Mark was able to overpower him, so Mark did not have much expectation in that regard, but that does not mean that the skill he got was completely useless. The skill was a very useful one, and if there was ever a superhuman that had a skill like this, then they would be a very valuable addition to any police force since it would make it impossible for you to lie to them. They could be in charge of detecting lies and carrying out investigations, and their lives would be set for the better. The stat points that Mark received were just enough to make him as strong as a B-rank superhuman, and it was a little sad that all of Karen's blessings were only enough to make someone a B-rank. Some of the stronger gods were capable of creating multiple S ranks with their blessings, but Sharon could only make a single B rank with all his power. Even if Mark didn't want to pity him, he couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the transporter. Just how weak does a god have to be that their entire blessing would only make you be rank? This revelation made Mark appreciate and respect Sozin a lot more. Just how strong was Sozin that his blessing made Mark this powerful? If Sozin ever went all out, how much damage could he cause? Mark stared down at his hands as he frowned in dissatisfaction. Just how long would it take to reach that level of strength? Will I ever be able to stand up to someone like Sozin? Mark shook his head and got rid of that thought. Allowing depressing thoughts like that to fill your head is what holds most people back from ever becoming strong. Thinking that you are weak and being discouraged just because you see that there are many strong people around you will make it impossible for you to surpass your own limits. You have to keep moving forward no matter what. That is the only way to gain strength. Get off. We have arrived. Sharon spoke up once he docked the boat, but Mark just crossed his arms and raised his brow as he waited for Sharon to do something. Sharon seemed confused about what Mark was trying to ask for, and Mark just waited until Karen's eyes widened in surprise as he realized what Mark was waiting for. Just how greedy can you be? You already took everything from me and now you want more. Sharon couldn't believe that Mark was holding on to that promise that they made at the start of the trip. Sharon swore by the sticks that he would give Mark a gift if Sharon falls into the water. Sharon did not think that Mark would even think about trying to claim the gift, especially since he already took Karen's blessings for himself. Just how greedy is this mortal? You swore by the sticks, Sharon. I'm only trying to help you. I don't know what the consequences for breaking such a promise are, but I'm sure that it cannot be pretty since the sticks is so important. Trust me, this hurts me just as much as it hurts you. No, maybe it hurts me even more. I do not enjoy this at all I am doing is looking out for you. The sneer on Karen's face deepened in irritation as Mark started to speak condescendingly with a sad look in his eyes. This bastard was mocking him. Sharon was one moment away from trying to attack Mark again because of how he was speaking, but he held himself back because he knew that there was no way he could win against Mark in the state that Mark was in now. Since Mark had both the blessings of his original patron god as well as Karen's blessings, Mark was definitely stronger than Sharon, and Sharon would never win in a tussle. But even though Mark was only speaking condescendingly, Mark was right about what he said. It would be a bad idea to break a promise that was made in front of the river Styx. If Mark had not asked for the gift or if he had relinquished Karen's responsibility and allowed him to not keep to the promise, then the Styx would have simply let it go, and there would be no punishment. But now that Mark has spoken about it, Sharon has to keep his word or he will receive punishment from the Styx. I am the son of darkness and the night, the overseer placed in charge of the river Styx. By my power, I grant you this gift. The user has been granted a divine gift by Sharon, the guardian of souls. Assimilating. 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 The gift is being converted to an accessible form for system integration. Conversion successful. Unpacking. 10%. Unpacking. 30%. Unpacking. 50%. Unpacking. 60%. Unpacking. 90%. Unpacking. 99%. Unpacking successful. The user has gained a new divine skill, Achilles' heel. Achilles' heel, this skill enables the user to swiftly detect and expose weaknesses and vulnerabilities in opponents or objects, providing a strategic advantage in combat. Vulnerable areas will be exposed using a red hue. The darker the shade of red, the more vulnerable the area is. This skill cannot be upgraded or improved. All inherent properties are permanently set. Comment from GOG, oh, that's a pretty useful one. For a useless god, Sharon really knows how to show off when it counts. Show the proper gratitude, Mark. Thanks, Sharon. I'm really grateful for the gift and your blessings. Sharon huffed. Well, at least you know how to show proper gratitude in the face of such enormous favor. It will do you well to not disappoint me after all, champion. Mark couldn't see Karen's face properly, but he could glimpse a small smile tugging on Karen's lips as he said the word champion. Sharon was really happy that he had a champion like Mark, wasn't he? This damned Sundra. Sharon was really happy that he had a champion like Mark, wasn't he? This damned Sundra. Mark got off the boat and landed on the shore of a large rocky area that disappeared into the darkness in the distance. There was a strange glow that allowed Mark to only see 100 meters or so in front of him, but that was enough for Mark to get a good look at the surrounding area. There was nothing here other than the desolate wastelands and a lot of rock beds. A tall wall on one side of the landscape prevented Mark from moving towards the west side, so he decided to explore the east side first and find out what to do next. Mark bowed his head one last time before he watched Sharon sail away until he disappeared into the fog. A system prompt appeared in front of him. The user has successfully completed the second test, the river crossing. The gods are surprised by how the user handled the second test and they keenly await the third test. Thanatos sneers in irritation and demands that the third test begins immediately. Test 3, the beast at the gate. The user stands before the gates of the underworld which are being guarded by the three-headed beast of carnage. The user is to defeat this beast and make his way through the gates to pass the third test. The beast has been sufficiently weakened to give the user a fighting chance against it. The beast currently possesses only 15% of its true strength. Test conditions. The user is not allowed to use all his skills during the fight. The user must kill the beast. Manner of killing it is up to the user's discretion. The user must walk through the gate after defeating the beast. Number of lives, 2. The user has been granted a favor due to the incessant demands of his patron god, Sozin. Thanatos has agreed to allow the user to use one skill during each test. Due to their passive divine nature, the divine skills cannot be deactivated, and the user will be allowed to use them during the fight. Please select the skill you wish to use. Mana Circulation, D rank. Taunting, F rank. Blunt Force Trauma, D rank. True Sight, D rank. Mark didn't need to even think about it as he immediately chose Blunt Force Trauma as his active skill. Since he was going to be fighting against a beast, he would need to have as much of an advantage as possible. Blunt Force Trauma was the only skill he had that could increase his strength by 100%, so he was going to use it again. Does the user wish to choose Blunt Force Trauma as his active skill? Yes/no. Mark chose yes, and the system accepted his decision, and a new tab appeared in front of him. The third test will begin immediately. Alright. Let's get this. Whoosh. Slam. A massive force suddenly slammed into Mark from the side, and Mark's body flew across the ground before slamming through a wall on the other side of the clearing. He skipped on the floor multiple times like a stone skipping over the river before he felt his body bend in half as it slammed into a stone wall. Boom. Crack. The user has died. Gasp. Mark's eyes shot open in shock, and he took in a deep breath. He immediately looked down at his body and used his hands to make sure that everything was in the right place as he felt his heart beating at a mile a minute. What the hell just happened? Did he just die? How? When? Why? Number of lives remaining, I. Mark did not know what just happened, and he didn't even know what caused it, but he knew that a monster that he didn't see was what hit him from behind. He had to get out of the open. Whoosh. Fuck. Mark immediately dropped to the ground as he heard something fly overhead above him. He rolled to one side and jumped to his feet before turning around to get a good look at what just killed him. The monster that Mark saw behind him was a large, black-skinned grotesque-looking thing. It had the body of a dog, with 3 large heads that were staring down at Mark with foaming jaws that revealed sharp canines that were at least as large as Mark's arms. The beast was the guardian of the gates of the underworld. The final boss that anyone who wishes to meet Thanatos must first go through. Cerberus, the 3-headed dog. Mark immediately took 2 large leaps backward while keeping his eye on the dog to make sure that it didn't charge at him. Mark knew that it would be a bad idea to get hit by that thing again. Only one hit was enough to take Mark out, and another hit would be the end for him. There was no way he could survive if that dog got another clean hit like it did last time. Didn't the system say that the monster only had 15% of its true power? How in the world is this 15%? Mark started to wonder how strong the monster would have been if he was told to fight it at its full power. Right now, the monsters had to have strength that was way above Calamity Class. It had to be at least on the same level as an Eldritch Class Anima. That was the only way it could kill Mark as easily as it did. If it was a Calamity Class, Mark would have been able to tank that hit and walk away without even an injury on his body. Mark's durability was already higher than before due to the gift that he got from Sharon, but even with that addition to his stats, Mark was still not able to tank that hit from Cerberus. He needed to find out how to deal with this bastard. Cerberus started to stalk after Mark once it saw that its initial attack did not hit. It was a little surprised that the human managed to avoid the hit, but Cerberus did not allow itself to remain dazed for long as it started to move after the human with slow steps and a predatory gaze in its 6 eyes. Like a lion stalking a prey. Growl. One of the 3 heads released a deep growl, and the other heads immediately understood what it was trying to say as they all got on the same page. They were going to charge for Mark and overwhelm him before he could get far. The Styx was right to their left, and they only needed to throw him in there for him to be drowned by the numerous souls that were crying out from inside the water. They immediately sped up their pace as they ran after Mark, and Mark immediately cursed as he started to run faster. He noticed that the Cerberus was moving towards the right to try and make him go left, and when he looked to the left, he immediately knew what sort of plan they had. Was the monster trying to make him drown in the Styx? This fucking sadist. It wasn't enough to kill him by using force, now it wanted to drown him as well. Mark took a gamble and immediately ran towards the left where the Cerberus was coming from, and the Cerberus released a large bark as it immediately raised its paw and sent a hit towards Mark. Mark slid under the strike and tumbled to his feet while thinking quickly about what to do next. His heart was beating like a drum in his chest because he knew that one mistake from him would be the end. Bark. 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 The Cerberus turned around and chased Mark down. It swiped its paw across the ground to launch many stone missiles toward Mark, and since Mark was facing away from it, he was not able to see them coming. Mark grunted in pain as some of the rocks slammed into his back, while others barely missed him by millimeters. The force behind the stones was so intense that Mark actually felt himself stumble on his feet in the middle of his run. He caught himself before he could fall and he was able to stay on his feet and continue moving. But before he could go far, the Cerberus had already reached him again. Mark turned to the side and his eyes widened as he saw the Cerberus right beside him. The Cerberus struck out at Mark in a massive swing and Mark cursed in his heart. He knew that there was no way he could dodge the hit, so he had to guard and hope for the best. Mark immediately jumped and tucked his body into a ball to try and absorb as much of the impact as possible. Bam! Slam! It felt like a train slammed into Mark. A superpowered train on steroids. This hit was not as heavy as the first one that he felt just before he died, but that did not make it any less painful. This hurt like a bitch. Mark flew through the air and slammed into the floor multiple times. There was a large rock wall on the left side of the clearing and Mark finally stopped as his back slammed into that wall with force. Slam! Mark groaned as he felt many of his bones creaking in protest from the massive hit that he just received. How long has it been since he felt pain like this? Was it that Armageddon that had him feeling like this last? No, that one was worse than this. Achilles' heel. Mark immediately activated his divine skill now that he had a clear view of the Cerberus so he could see what its weakness was. The world around him disappeared into various shades of black and gray that only showed the outline of the Cerberus in green static. The skill showed Mark the weakness of anything in his line of sight as a red outline to allow him to fight against it more easily, but Mark was shocked by what he saw from the skill. Why is the Cerberus glowing red? There isn't a single part of it that isn't red. Mark could not understand why the entire body of the Cerberus was red. Was this some sort of joke? You're telling me that the entire body is its weakness? That was impossible. Mark was hit by that beast many times and he knew that it was not weak. There is no way that the entire body is the weakness. Mark was sure that there was some other explanation for this and he just had to find out. Mark turned to the side as something else caught his eyes. He couldn't see it before because of how dark the area was, but there was some chain-like outline that glowed red in the distance as well. Was that the chain that held Cerberus before it was released? Arg! Mark's eyes suddenly felt a jolt of pain and Mark had to close them and deactivate the skill immediately. What the fuck was that? Don't tell me I'm not strong enough to use this skill for this long. That's some bullshit. The user's eyes have suffered acute strain due to extended use of the skill, Achilles heel. Time before the skill can be used again, 5 minutes. You've got to be fucking with me. No, I am not. Bark. 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 The sound of the Cerberus charging for Mark drew his attention back to the present and he immediately started to pull himself out from the wall. Mark was able to pull himself out from the rock wall and he landed on the ground just before the Cerberus reached him. He looked up and saw that the Cerberus was right on top of him and he immediately jumped to the side to avoid it. Slam. Whine. The Cerberus released a low whine after slamming into the wall, but it was back on its feet before Mark could even understand what the hell that was. Mark was standing close to the rock wall and he immediately realized that the Cerberus could corner him against the wall if he stayed where he was. Mark cursed in his head as he knew that it would be a bad idea to get stuck in that area, so he immediately charged to the side. The beast charged along with him. Boom. Boom. Bark. 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 Mark was running fast, but the Cerberus was right on his tail as it barked loudly and aggressively. Mark flipped over a large rock in his way, but the Cerberus didn't have the dexterity to flip over the rock and it just broke through the rock. Whine. Mark turned around once he heard that whine. The Cerberus did it again. It felt pain when it struck that wall, didn't it? But even though it seemed hurt, it did not stop chasing after Mark. Instead, it was right on top of Mark as it tried to swipe him away with its claw. Mark decided that he was not going to run away this time. Mark had a theory. A dangerous theory that could either end up with him finding a way to win this fight, or he could become paced on the ground if he was wrong. But wasn't it better to gamble and see if you are right rather than running away forever? Mark pulled his fist back and released a massive punch towards the incoming paw. Boom. Fuck. Slam. Mark cursed as the impact sent him flying back towards another rock formation and he slammed his back into the wall and groaned as he slumped into the massive depression that his body dug into the wall. He slowly pulled himself out from the rock formation and flicked his hand in pain as he felt a massive throbbing coming from there. What the fuck is that thing made of? Mark couldn't deny that hitting the Cerberus hurt more than he thought it would, but at least he finally got what he wanted. It seems that gods aren't as twisted and cruel as I thought they were. Whine. Mark looked toward where he could see the Cerberus standing while cradling its paw gently. Mark noticed that there was something wrong when the Cerberus hit those rock formations. Usually, something that is capable of killing Mark in one strike should not be feeling hurt by simply slamming into a few rocks. Mark could have taken the hits from those rocks easily and he would not have felt a single thing. But the Cerberus released a whine after it struck the wall and that meant that it felt some pain from it. That made Mark immediately realize that the Cerberus was not just a powerhouse that was capable of killing him in one strike. The Cerberus had a high offense, but its defense was shit. Mark needed to be sure of this theory and that is why he decided not to dodge that hit from the Cerberus while sending out a punch of his own. If his theory was wrong, then he would have tanked the hit for nothing and he would have just been pummeled into the ground, but if his theory turned out to be right, then he would find out what the Cerberus's weakness was. And it turned out that his theory was right. No wonder the Achilles heel skill showed that its entire body was its weak point. It wasn't pulling my leg after all. It was just saying that the Cerberus had a shitty defense. Crack. A wicked grin began to spread across Mark's face as he finally broke himself out from the rock wall and rolled his shoulder while walking towards the Cerberus with hostile intent. Now that Mark knew that there was a weakness he could exploit, he was not going to hold back one bit. This bastard was going to feel the pain of 1,000 deaths. This bastard just killed him, so there was no way he was going to hold back against it. All Mark had to do was to make sure that he did not get hit by the Cerberus. The Cerberus had a wickedly high amount of offensive power, and if it got a clean hit on Mark even once, then Mark was certain that there was no way he could survive it. But since its defensive power was nothing impressive, that meant that if Mark could avoid all of its hits while dishing out hits of his own, then there was no way he could lose. But that was the real issue now, wasn't it? It was almost impossible for him to avoid the Cerberus perfectly since it was so fast. The Cerberus was faster than Mark, and it could move its paws to hit Mark faster than Mark could get up high enough to land a hit on a vulnerable spot. The real test here for Mark was finding out how to outsmart the Cerberus. Mark leaned down and stretched his hands to the side to loosen them. All that running, as well as the hits that he received, made him feel some restriction in his muscles, but it was not enough to make him uncomfortable. If Mark had to guess, he would say that he was at about 60% of his full strength. It was not what he would have liked to use in fighting against a monster like this, but it would have to do since it was all he had. Come on, doggy. Let's rock. Bark. 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 The Cerberus could hear the mocking tone in Mark's voice, and it saw it as a challenge, and it charged straight for Mark with more intensity. Mark ran towards the Cerberus as well, and just before it could slam into him, he slid under it and came up from the other side. He stumbled a bit as he felt some of his wounds groan in pain, but he got his feet back under him as quickly as possible before he raced towards the opposite side of the clearing, the area where he saw something that looked like a chain. The Cerberus was right on Mark without missing a beat, and it released another series of loud barks as it tried to crush him with rocks it swiped from the ground. But Mark dropped to the ground once he heard the rocks whizzing in his direction, and he rolled towards the chains and grabbed them. They were extremely heavy, and if Mark had to guess, then he would say that the chain weighed about as much as a large school bus. But luckily for Mark, he had more than enough power to not only lift the chain but to use it as a weapon. Mark grinned as the Cerberus stopped running towards him once he grabbed the chain. The Cerberus seemed to become more cautious now that Mark had the chain in his hand, and Mark's lips spread into that sinister grin again as he wrapped the chain around his body so that it wasn't dragging on the ground. He started swinging the chain end beside his body as if he was preparing to use it as a lasso, and the Cerberus chose that moment to attack immediately. Mark charged to the side and ran away from the attack before the Cerberus could get to him. He dodged behind a larger rock formation and appeared on the other side while sending the chain towards the Cerberus blindly. Whack! The chain slammed into the Cerberus's middle neck, and Mark heard it growl in pain and anger as it began chasing him down once more. Mark had a plan, but he needed to make the Cerberus as angry as possible for his plan to have any chance of working. When it is angry, it won't even be able to tell that it was falling into a trap until it was already inside it. Mark heard the Cerberus behind him, and he quickly loosened enough of the chain from his body to allow him to carry out the plan. The Cerberus slammed its paw into the ground and Mark dodged to the side. He dashed in between the Cerberus's legs and used the chain to wrap around the hind legs that were open. The Cerberus dragged its leg forward and Mark pulled the chain in the opposite direction until he was sure that the chain was taut and tight enough that it would not get loose no matter what. The Cerberus turned around to tear into Mark again, but Mark just dodged aside and he rolled until he was looking at the Cerberus from the opposite side. The Cerberus tried to move forward to attack Mark, but something held its leg back and prevented it from moving forward. It whined in surprise and looked towards Mark to see that Mark's face was slowly splitting into a sadistic smile. The Cerberus immediately turned around slowly to look at the chain tied to its hind leg. The part tied to its hind leg was still visible, but the other end was nowhere in sight. The Cerberus' eyes widened as it realized the fact that the other end of the chain tied to its leg was currently inside the river Styx. Mark had tied one end of the chain to its leg, but the other end was inside the Styx and it was being pulled by the souls. Bark! 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 Mark had tied one end of the chain to the Cerberus leg, but the other end was inside the sticks, and the lost souls in there were pulling on it relentlessly. Bark! 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 Mark stood up calmly as he cracked his neck to one side while ignoring the intense barking and seething from the Cerberus. He knew that it was a gamble to carry out a plan like this. Mark did not know if it would work. The river Styx was an unfamiliar place to Mark, and Mark did not know if the souls of the undead would bother grabbing hold of inanimate objects. But Mark knew that if they did grab hold of it, it would definitely be the end of the fight. Mark and Sharon were unable to fight against the souls of the undead when they were pulling him down into the river Styx when he died the first time. That meant they had more than enough strength to drown Cerberus. Drag! Bark! Bark! Cerberus was being dragged into the river as it struggled desperately to try and free itself from the chain. It managed to drag itself forward a little, but the chain would only pull it back some more and try to draw it into the river. But Cerberus was not giving up. It pulled itself forward desperately as it tried to escape. It was not going to go out like this. That human dared to attack it and trap it like this, so it was going to make sure it killed that human properly. Cerberus was going to end Mark if it was the last thing it did. The amount of bloodlust and anger shining through Cerberus's eyes would have been enough to make any average man piss himself, but Mark just laughed in the face of Cerberus's anger as he rolled his shoulder before taking off into a mad sprint. Whoosh! Cerberus's eyes widened in shock as it saw Mark running towards it, and it immediately tried to get a bite out of Mark to end his life when Mark came close, but Mark easily used his momentum to avoid the bite before slamming his fist into Cerberus's unprotected nape. Boom! Lightning surge. Whine. Cerberus whined in pain as it felt a jolt of electricity travel through its entire body. It immediately felt its strength leave it as the pull from the chain became too much for it to fight against, and it was miserably pulled back until it splashed into the waters of the Styx. Splash! Cerberus tried futilely to fight against the souls that were pulling it down into the water, but it was not able to put up a good fight since there were just too many of them, and before it could get another bark out, it was already dragged underwater. Mark breathed out heavily as he rolled his shoulder in pain. Mark didn't know if the injuries from these trials would be reflected in the real world when he goes back, but he hoped not. If it's reflected, then Mark was going to be feeling this body pain for the next few days at least. That would be a pain in the ass. If an anima attacks while he is like this, then he won't be at 100%. Mark waited for the system prompt to appear telling him that he passed the test, but he didn't see anything after some time, and he raised a curious brow while wondering what was going on. Mark looked around curiously, thinking that there was still something else that needed to be done, and he finally released a small, "ah," and snapped his fingers as he recalled what was missing. He hadn't gone through the gate yet. Test conditions. The user is not allowed to use all his skills during the fight. The user must kill the beast. The user must walk through the gate after defeating the beast. Mark couldn't see anything around here that resembled the gate, so he decided to just walk a bit and see if he could find it somewhere else. Mark walked away from the Styx and started making his way into the unknown part of hell. After walking for a few minutes in the dark, Mark finally came across a large black gate that glowed with an ominous dark light. Mark walked up to the gate and inspected it calmly to see if there were any traps on it. Mark did not trust anything down in this place after what he just went through. He gently touched the door and pulled back in surprise as he heard the door groan and it slowly started to open. Mark took a step back to avoid being hit by the door, and he watched as the door finally opened up to reveal a dark veil that was obstructing him from seeing what was on the other side. Did they really want him to walk through something like this? It looked like a one-way trip straight into a trap. The veil was eerily similar to the Veil of Death from that popular magic book. Was it called Harry Potter or something? Mark sighed in resignation as he started to walk forward. He had already gone through hell down here. Whatever was on the other side of this door was probably not as bad. Mark's vision cleared as he passed the veil, and he saw himself in a dark room with nothing in it but a single fireplace burning in the distance. There was a man standing on the opposite side of the room. He was wearing a black shirt and trousers, and he had long black hair framing his angled face. He was looking at Mark with open hatred and irritation, and Mark could only raise a brow in surprise as he saw the man. Now, who the hell is this bastard? Comment from Gog, that's Thanatos. I know you're prone to doing this, but try not to piss him off. He has a bad temper, so anything can trigger the bastard. That is Thanatos. Mark could only blink in surprise as he turned back to look at the god of literal death. Thanatos was nothing like what Mark imagined he would be like. Mark thought that he would see someone with a massive scythe wearing black robes that flowed in the wind or something, not a normal person that looked like he was one step away from pissing Mark off. Thanatos remained silent no matter how long Mark stood there, and Mark started to become a little irritated as well as he watched Thanatos watching him. Say something, you fucking bastard. TCH. Thanatos finally clicked his tongue in annoyance, and Mark immediately saw a prompt appear from his system. The user has passed the final test. The trial of Thanatos has been completed, and the user will now gain his gift. Mark read through the system message very quickly, but he noticed that Thanatos was moving before he could see what the gift was. Mark looked up as he saw Thanatos walking away, and he raised a brow as Thanatos said something just before leaving. Don't think this makes me acknowledge you, mortal. As far as I'm concerned, you still have to prove yourself to me. Your mere existence is an insult to all the other gods, and in time, we will be rid of you. You and that fucking pesky patron god of yours. But for now, I am content with your performance. This fucking bastard was really getting on Mark's nerves. Mark narrowed his eyes in anger as he was about to speak up to Thanatos, but another message from Sozin immediately pulled Mark back. Comment from Gog, Mark. No. I understand your anger, but he is not someone you should speak against. He will eradicate you with a finger and there is nothing I can do for you since you are in his domain. Bear with it. Mark's eye twitched as he read through the message, and he finally reined his anger in as he made himself calm down. He just glared toward where Thanatos was walking through as he watched the bastard leaving. Mark cemented this moment into his memory. He would not forget this, and he would make sure he settled this score in time. Thanatos could literally feel the animosity from Mark as Mark glared at his back, and Thanatos turned to look at the mere mortal that dared to glare at him. Thanatos's finger twitched as he thought about killing Mark right at that moment, but he knew that it would be bad since he did not have a legitimate reason for it. Killing Mark here would mean that Sozin had the right to kill all of Thanatos's champions without any reason, and Thanatos knew that he would be on the losing D if that ever happened. It would be better to just tolerate the insult. Boom! Thanatos released some of his aura at Mark, and Mark's eyes widened as he felt himself fly backward from the intensity of the aura. Mark didn't have understand what the hell just happened. As far as Mark knew, he was glaring at Thanatos one moment, and the next moment he was flying back from an invisible force slamming into him. Thanatos clicked his tongue against his teeth once more as he turned back to leave. Be gone, fool. Gasp. Mark gasped as he came back to the real world, and he shook his head to get his bearings back to normal. MMH. Erit moaned from beside Mark, and Mark turned to see her sleeping beside him. Oh right, he left to finish the trial just after Erit fell asleep beside him. Mark fell back down in his bed, and Erit immediately came close to him and lay down on his chest with another moan. She pressed her breast into his chest as she buried her face into his nape, and Mark brushed her hair calmly to make sure that she was comfortable. Mark wrapped his hand at Erit and his brow furrowed in annoyance as he remembered how he was kicked out by Thanatos. He was definitely not going to forget about that bastard anytime soon. Someday, he would get strong enough to challenge that bastard, and he would beat the shit out of him. But for now, Mark decided to just forget about all that and focus instead on the rewards that he got from Thanatos for completing the tests. Mark turned to his system and opened the numerous tabs that he wasn't able to open before. The user has successfully completed Thanatos tests. The user has gained a gift from Thanatos. Thanatos, the god of death, has granted the user the new divine skill, Ignorance of the Death God. Ignorance of the Death God, this skill, bestowed by Thanatos, grants the user the ability to instinctively evade one attack from any enemy, even if the user is unaware of the impending danger. This skill is applicable to all attacks, fatal or not, regardless of the attack's strgth. Mark almost shot up in shock as he read through the gift that he got from Thanatos. Holy shit, this was an amazing skill. The skill would allow Mark to not only avoid sneak attacks, but he could avoid the first attack from any enemy regardless of who that enemy was. That meant that Mark didn't need to worry about the first attack from an enemy anymore. He was in the middle of a fight. And if there is an attack that he doesn't notice, he doesn't need to worry about it either, since he would still evade it if he doesn't see it. This was better than Karen's skill that allowed him to see the enemy's weakness. With a skill like this, Mark could fool the enemy into thinking that they would kill him with an attack and use it to counterattack. The enemy is stunned by their attack not damaging him. Mark put his hand on his face and chuckled in a deep baritone as he saw the benefit of all the near-death experiences he just had in that test. He died twice and fought like a madman, but it was all worth it if he got a skill like this. Moan. Erit moaned again as Mark's laughing almost woke her up, and she turned her back to Mark and pressed her ass into his side. Mark sighed and finally decided to just get some rest. He would have more time to test out his skills later, for now, he had to rest. Mark turned and wrapped his hands at Erit so that he was spooning her, and he felt Erit snuggle tighter so that her ass pressed into his crotch. She held his forearms softly as she felt him hugging her. Mark, you're awake. Mark kissed Erit's neck softly. Yeah. Sorry for waking you. Sakai. I was thinking about something. Mark hummed. What's that? Erit paused for a moment before she finally spoke up again. Well. Do you think we can ever go back to school? Mark hummed as he heard Erit say this. That was quite the loaded question. Mark did not have any issues going back to school. He was already used to staying in normal humans, and he knew that if he went back to school and there was a lot of Adian, he could handle it. The real issue here was Erit, and they both knew it. Erit was much stronger than before now, and she still didn't have any idea how to control her power. Not only that, but she also had these months of aggressiveness that she couldn't control. Mark did not think it was a good idea for Erit to go back to school she was like this. But Mark couldn't do that to Erit. Mark knew that Erit would accept his reasoning if he told her that they could no longer go back. If Mark told Erit that they were no longer going back to school, Erit would accept his decisions and that would be the D of it, but Mark also knew that Erit would not be happy about it. Erit wanted to be a doctor, and to do that she needed to complete her education and actually go study medicine at the university. Erit's dreams would be crushed if they didn't go back to school. Let's finish your treatment with Gene first. I'll teach you to control your excital bursts of strgth, and we'll talk about this again. Gene gives an okay for you to do your treatment. Is that okay? Erit tightened her hold on Mark's hand, and Mark could tell that she was inwardly very happy about what he said. She spoke again. Mark could literally hear the smile in her voice. Yes, that's perfect. Thank you, Mark. Mark hummed with a smile as he kissed Erit's neck once more. Good night, Erit. Good night. What do you mean there is no one there? A woman sitting in the back seat of a chrome-black Vanita's car was frowning out at the man standing beside her car door. The woman inside the car was Luna, the strongest female superhuman in America, and she was talking to one of her guild members who to check on Mark's apartment. There were 3 lavish Vanita's luxury cars curtly parked outside Mark's former apartment building, and the woman was in the back of the middle car while speaking to the man in an annoyed tone. She came here to talk to Mark about joining her guild, and she have brought a gift for him, but this man was telling her that Mark was not in the building. Sorry ma'am, we have asked the neighbors and they all said that they saw some moving his furniture out of the building a few days ago. I think he moved after the media exposed his identity. It's not uncommon for new superhumans to do that since the media would always hound them after they come out. Luna sighed softly as she turned and stared at the road leading down the street. She wanted to do this and finish it before evening so she could go get some rest, but Mark was becoming more trouble than she thought he would be. Find out where he currently lives as soon as possible. I'll be staying at the Red Lotus for now, so once you're done with your inquiry, come and tell me immediately. Luna was from another city far from the coast of America called City S. The city was too far away for her to think of going back home today, so she would just stay at the hotel for now and try to give Mark one more chance to appear so that she could talk to him. If he does not show up, she would just leave some of her in the city and tell them to continue looking for him while she goes back to City S. Luna decided to stay at the Red Lotus Hotel since it was the safest place in this city. She didn't really care about being attacked by Anima, but she cared about being hounded by reporters. There were too many people in this city who would fall over themselves if they found out that she was in their general vicinity and try their hardest to get an interview or statement from her. She would rather not have to deal with all that. The Red Lotus had a very impressive security detail that was led by an S-rank superhuman hired by the hotel, and the weakest security guard at the hotel was a C-rank. That gave Luna assurance for her to put her privacy in their hands. Luna put on her sunglasses and told the driver to start moving towards the hotel so that they could lodge. The next 2 weeks were filled with many days of staying indoors and training for Mark and Eric. There was hardly any interaction with the outside world other than the occasional trips to the grocery store, and they would go out to get fresh air with Talia. But for the most part, they stayed indoors. Mark started to teach Eric how to control her STRGTH. The first thing that he taught her was something that he did as a daily exercise. He was still learning how to control his own STRGTH. He would tape an egg to his hand and use it to move the house all day. He would try to hold on to the egg while going through the day without breaking it. Eric tried this exercise for the first time. She immediately broke the egg before she could have walked 3 steps. Her hand was wrapped to the egg like she was gripping it, so her mind's first reaction was to grip her hand tighter whenever she was faced with any situation. That was what made the task so difficult. It was hard for her to not break the egg with her regular human STRGTH, trying to keep the egg intact while not knowing if her inner STRGTH would come out or not was too much. By the end of a week, Eric and Mark had gone through 35 cases of eggs, and the hotel was starting to become worried whenever Mark asked them to bring up a new crate of eggs. Hannah, the manager of the hotel, was starting to think that Mark and Eric were using the eggs for some sort of sexual play. Were they pouring eggs on each other while fucking? That's messed up. Using baby chicks like that should be a crime. Hannah told Mark that the local supermarket was running out of sellable eggs, and they had to start going to a more distant supermarket to get the eggs which cost more, and Mark just told them to keep the eggs coming no matter how expensive it gets. Eric was also going for her session with Jean on the days that Jean said she would be free. Jean was a busy person, and she worked for almost the entire day without pause, but she managed to bring out 2 hours for Eric on both Saturdays and Sundays as well as an hour on some weekdays. This gave Eric a good chance to ask Jean any questions that she wanted to while also going through therapy. Mark and Talia would sometimes go out with Eric she was going for her sessions. There was nothing to do in the house, so Mark decided to take Talia to the park whenever Eric out to meet Jean. At first, there was a lot of noise and excitement from the people of the hotel whenever Mark came out with Talia, but the people in and of the hotel were slowly starting to get used to Mark being here, so they were not as shocked to see him as usual. He could move with Talia without being swarmed by curious people who wanted an autograph, and since the hotel prohibits reports from coming within a kilometer of the land, he didn't have to worry about reporters who wanted to ask questions for one magazine or another, and that gave Mark a lot more freedom than before. There had not been a serious anima attack that needed his addition in a while, and Mark saw these months as a vacation of sorts that just allowed him to enjoy himself without worrying about the D of the world. But there was no such thing as a vacation in this accursed world. Mark didn't know it, but there were 2 people who were constantly watching him as he moved with his small family. The first of these 2 was a woman that recently moved into the Red Lotus. Luna was always watching Mark. She found out about Mark being in this hotel less than 3 days after moving in. She didn't have need her M to tell her since she was able to see him in the lobby of the hotel on some random day she was down there trying to pay for her reservation at the restaurant. It was such a surreal experience. Meeting the person that you have been looking for such a long time and seeing them walking right past you without a care in the world must be one of the strangest experiences that Luna has ever had. Luna was wearing a black face mask and a cap that would prevent people from noticing her, so she didn't have to worry about being noticed and she just watched Mark from a distance without being spotted. But for some reason, she didn't go up to Mark. She noticed that Mark was with Arid and Talia that day, and she didn't feel like going up to him and ruining his vacation. She wanted to know more about him before going up to try and talk him into joining her guild. So she started to stalk him. Luna was never going to tell anyone that she was doing such a thing, and if anyone ever found out about it, especially those in her guild, she would never be able to live it down. But there was no other way to describe what she was doing. Luna used the excuse of exercise to go out in the morning every day at the same time that Mark was going out to jog. She would go away with him and divert at the last moment before coming back alone to prevent him from knowing she was right beside him. She would follow him he sometimes WT to work out at the gym, and she would watch him from her window he and Arid left the house with Talia, and she would keep tabs on where they were and what they were doing. She noticed that Mark would usually SPD time with Talia in the park while Arid would go somewhere else. She st one of her M to see where Arid was always going, and the man came back and told her that Arid was going to see another superhuman known as Jean. Why would that girl be going to see one of the most popular superhumans in America? Luna was one of the people who tried desperately to get Jean into her guild at the start, but she was not able to get Jean no matter how much money and opportunities she threw at her. Jean didn't care about the money, she cared more about freedom, and Luna was not going to allow something like that from one of her guild members. Why would you be a part of my guild and go healing people from other guilds for free? That was absurd. Luna already had a healer, so she decided that it was better to just forget about Jean and focus more on developing the healer that she could keep tabs on. Their healer might not be as versatile as Jean, but they were an S rank and they had more than enough ability to heal any serious injury that the superhumans in the guild developed. It was better to develop a healer who listens to what she tells them to do and forgets about Jean since Jean's desperation for in-depths would ruin her guide dynamics. Luna hummed as she looked out her window at the park in the distance. The park was more than a kilometer away, but she could still see just fine because of how good her eyesight was. She took a strand of her hair and put it behind her ear while smiling as she saw Mark hoisting Talia up to put her on his neck. Luna noticed that she was smiling and quickly killed it and shook her head. She was only here to observe Mark Vanitas. She shouldn't be acting like a creep and smiling like this while watching him. I wonder why he started taking care of James' grandchild. Did he do it because he owed James a favor? Luna did not know enough about Mark to answer that question. In all the time that she has been watching Mark, she has only been able to get the bare minimum of information about his life. She knows that he frequents a gym once a week and he also jogs every morning. He stays indoors a lot, so there were no hobbies she could pinpoint. All in all, she has barely found out anything about him that would help her bring him to her guild. But she didn't realize she started becoming more interested in Mark in other ways. She was no longer looking out for him just so that she could find out how to get him to join her guild. She was now keenly invested in finding out more about him. Mark was very interesting to Luna. All that power and no desire to become famous whatsoever. Mark was someone who had the potential to be the most celebrated superhuman in America if he wanted to be. There have been many anima attacks in the 1 week that Mark was here, but Mark has ignored all of them because there were superhumans in the area who could take care of them without needing his help. He basically chooses his battles and only goes to fight against monsters that would give him a challenge. Luna could understand a veteran superhuman doing something like that because they were already famous and they had all the money and fame they would ever need, but someone like Mark who was just rising up would usually jump on these easy opportunities to raise their reputation and standing in the public's eyes. But not Mark. Mark was indifferent to it all. Luna leaned closer to her window, and she could feel a smile spreading across her lips as she saw Mark smiling at Talia while walking towards his bike to go pick up Eric. "What makes you so different, Mark Vanitas?" The second person watching Mark was someone who was much further away than Luna. The superhuman killer was lodging in a hotel a few kilometers away from where Mark was lodging. He had an apartment up in the Taos to give him a clear view of the city, and he was watching everything Mark was doing very closely. Right now, he was trying his best to note Mark's schedule so he could find out the best month to attack him. But there was one problem that appeared a few weeks ago. There was another superhuman Mark now, and this one was someone that the superhuman killer had no intention of going against. Luna, the goddess of water, who was hailed as the strongest female superhuman in the American Federation. What the fuck was the head of the Moonlight Guild doing here? Luna tied her hair into a bun and she was wearing a cap and mask, and that was oof to fool any normal person into thinking she was someone else, but it was not oof to fool the superhuman killer. The superhuman killer lived a life that depended entirely on his ability to detect people in the most inconspicuous places and disguises. That means that he could tell people apart very easily based on features other than their faces. The superhuman killer was able to tell that the masked woman was Madame Luna by assessing her manner of walking and how she tilted her head whenever she was thinking. That was all he needed. But that pressed it an issue for him. He noticed that Madame Luna was always watching Mark Vanitas. Whether he was going for a run or going to the park with his family, her eyes were always on him. The superhuman killer noticed that Madame Luna was always watching Mark Vanitas. Whether he was going for a run or going to the park with his family, her eyes were always on him. If the superhuman killer dares to attack Mark at any of these moments, Madame Luna will definitely find out where that attack came from, and that would be the D of the road for him. The superhuman killer might be the best at killing people undetected, but he had no delusion that he could escape from someone like Luna if she knew his general direction. She would probably quarantine the entire area in less than a second using her blessing and hunt him down like a beast. He did not want to go through something like that. It would be more trouble than they were paying him for. And worst of all, he could not think of a way to kill Mark while also killing Luna. His job was Mark Vanitas, but the superhuman killer would not mind eradicating Luna as well if she got in the way. But wanting to kill her and finding a way to kill her were two very different things. Mark Vanitas was only somewhere AS rank, but someone who has gone beyond that like Luna would be very difficult to kill. Would my bullets work against her? The superhuman killer was capable of killing superhumans mainly because of his special arsenal of bullets and explosives that he created specifically for superhumans. Superhumans were powerhouses that could tank regular ammunition and explosives like they were nothing. A regular C rank had oof protection from just his skin that a bullet would just bounce right off his body if he was shot. B ranks would not have feel anything, and if you shot an A rank and above, they would probably just catch the bullet. They were that strong. So, the superhuman killer had to develop an entire series of bullets and ammunition that he could use against these powerhouses. He made the bullets from diamond and anima bones, fused together to form a complex matrix structure that rotated and pierced through superhuman skin like paper. The superhuman killer already tested the bullets on S ranks, and he knew that they worked, but he had never have dared to try using them on an undefined superhuman before. The mystery-shuring undefined superhumans, as well as the general lack of knowledge about their STRGTH limits, prevented him from being able to create weapons for them, and that meant he did not take jobs that involved them. If he knew that Luna was going to be here. No, he already took the job, there was no backing out now. The superhuman killer looked through the scope of his sniper rifle as he continued watching Mark in the distance as Mark mounted his bike to go pick up Eric. There was no way that Luna would continue watching Mark forever. The superhuman killer would just wait for the right moment Luna lets her guard down, and that is he would attack. Vroom. Mark's Kawasaki ZX-4RR motorcycle stopped in front of a small cafe in the middle of the street, and he turned and watched Eric waving goodbye to Jean as she came out from the cafe and walked towards him. Eric was wearing faded blue jeans that clung to her thighs and one of Mark's black t-shirts that she stole a long time ago. Mark grinned at her. "Hey, babe." Erit smiled as a small blush spread across her face once she heard him calling her babe. Though they had been dating for some time now, she was still not used to some of the things that were now normal for them. She leaned down and kissed Mark gtly. "Hi. Thanks for coming to pick me up." Mark chuckled as he just told her to get on. This girl needs to stop thanking him for doing things he wants to do. Talia was sitting in front of Mark and she huffed as Erit kissed her on top of her head, but she did not push Erit away. Instead, she looked like she simply tolerated Erit's actions. A while back called asking Mark if he should come and take Talia from them since he already left her in their hands for too long. Mark didn't mind Talia staying with them for longer and he asked Erit. Erit told Mark that it was fine for Talia to keep staying with them. Erit liked having Talia at the house. Mark told Talia about this and said that she had to learn to get along with Erit if she wanted to continue staying with them since Erit was nice enough to allow her to stay with them. Mark wouldn't want them to keep fighting all the time, so he wanted them to be friends. Talia decided that she would tolerate Erit for now just for Mark. She didn't care about making Erit like her, but since her big brother wanted her to get along with Erit, she would try. "Hi, Talia." Talia huffed at Erit and muttered quietly. "Big-breasted bimbo, ow." Mark tapped Talia lightly on the head, and Talia looked up at him with a pout and tears on the edge of her eyes. Mark raised a warning brow at her, and she huffed and muttered a small apology at Erit. Erit was already used to the hostility from Talia, so she didn't mind, and she just to sit behind Mark. Erit was not affected by what Talia said, and the main reason for this was that she didn't hear the voice in her head shouting. Erit could not describe how relieved she felt she did not hear the voice shouting at her to kill Talia. It made her realize that her sessions with Jean were really working. After having more than 8 sessions together, Jean was able to teach Erit a meditation technique that would allow her to take control of the voice and quiet it down to prevent it from ranting and distracting her thoughts. This technique allowed Erit to constantly keep the voice under her control, and it was now much harder for the voice to try and take over her mind. Jean told Erit during this last session that if she continued at this pace, she would soon no longer need the therapy, and Erit felt her heart soar with joy as she heard that. This means that they could go back to school soon. Erit has been keeping up with her studies though she was no longer going to school, and she made sure that Mark was also keeping up, so though they back to school right now, they won't be behind the other studs. Erit couldn't wait to get back. Mark turned to the side with a frown as he felt something prick against his skin and his frown deepened. He didn't see anything there. Mark didn't know why, but for the past few days, he had been feeling like someone was watching him. He didn't know if it was just his imagination because he never sees anything he turns but he just can't get that feeling out of his head. "Hey, is everything okay?" Erit spoke up worriedly as she saw the frown on Mark's face and Mark quickly relaxed into a smile. "Yeah, I'm good. Are you comfortable?" Mark waited for Erit to get comfortable on the bike first and she nodded before he revved it up and took off down the street. He was about to turn into the street leading to the hotel when his phone suddenly started to ring. Mark narrowed his eyes as he recognized Patrick's ringing tone. Mark stopped the bike and clicked the AirPods in his ear while looking toward the west side of the city. "Is that smoke?" "Pat, what happened?" "Calamity Class. It came from the sewers and made its way to a building close to your location. The Superhumans there are all a ranks or lower, they don't stand a chance against it. I know you and your wife are on your honeymoon, but you need to go handle this." Mark frowned as he kept his gaze fixed on the horizon. What the hell was going on in the city? This was already the second Calamity Class in the past month that appeared in the city, and Mark knew that this was not normal. He would have to figure out what was going on after he was done dealing with the Anima. How many civilians are around? Too many to count. Just wear your mask and get out there. People are dying, Mark. Okay. I'm on my way. Patrick immediately cut the phone once he heard Mark say that he was going, and Mark parked the bike and told Erit to get off. He told her what Patrick said as he took off his jacket and outer shirt and handed it to her. Eret's eyes were wide as she collected the shirt from him and held it tight. She watched Mark putting on his mask and a pair of black gloves, and she felt some fear in her heart as she knew that he was about to go do something dangerous. Eret didn't want him to go. This was the first time since he saved her that he would be going to fight like this, and it was finally dawning on her that he was always going into these dangerous situations. She wanted to tell him not to go, but she knew that it would be selfish for her to say something like that right now, so instead, she just told him to be careful. It's just a calamity. I'll come back before you know I'm gone, I promise. You two get back to the hotel and wait for me, okay? I don't think I've ever heard anyone say something like, it's just a calamity, before. Eret couldn't help but think like this as she felt some reassurance from the way Mark addressed the unbelievably dangerous situation. If he thinks that a calamity is nothing, then she was sure he would be fine. All right. Stay safe. Mark nodded before he suddenly blasted off the ground and towards a building roof in the distance. He zoomed over the building and disappeared. Eret looked down to see that Talia was frowning as she watched Mark leave. Eret knew that Talia must be remembering how her grandfather left to fight and never came back. Eret just smiled. Mark is strong, Talia. He'll be fine. Talia just huffed as she turned and started walking towards the hotel. Talia wanted to ask Mark if she could come with him. Talia would usually go with her grandfather to fight against Anima because she was strong enough to survive against weak disaster classes while using her blessing. And if the monster was too strong, then she would just stay behind and rescue civilians who got involved in the situation unknowingly. But from how quickly Mark left, she could barely get her words out to ask him before he was gone. She could only hope that Mark would be okay. They weren't very far from the hotel, so there was no need for them to call a cab, and since Eret couldn't ride a bike to save her life, they had to walk. Eret sped up her pace to walk beside Talia and she put out her hand. Talia looked up at Eret and Eret smiled down at her kindly. After a few moments, Talia finally huffed and took Eret's hand. Eret's smile widened. Let's get some ice cream while waiting for Mark. And I'm sure he'll want something to eat when he gets back, so should we cook too? What do you think? I want strawberry ice cream. Warning. Warning. This is a general broadcast to all citizens. There is a battle ongoing in your vicinity, and all citizens are advised to find shelter or evacuate from the area. This is not a drill. All citizens are advised to find shelter or evacuate from the vicinity. The danger level is Calamity Class. This is not a drill. On the other side of the city, there was a mad rush as people ran away from the fight that was currently happening inside a large shopping mall in the center of a shopping district. Boom. Arg. Run. It's a Calamity Class. Another one. We just saw one the other day. 2 Calamity Classes in 1 month is madness. Mummy. Mummy. Come on, we'll find your mummy later. We have to get out of here. People were in a frenzy as they desperately tried to get out of the danger zone where the fight was happening. There were currently 5 superhumans on site fighting against the Calamity Class that appeared. 3 of them were B rank superhumans, and the other 2 were A rank. One of the A ranks was a woman wearing a skin-tight red outfit that clung to her body like a second skin. She had red hair and a pretty oval face that was currently contorted in a grimace of pain as she jumped back from a swing from the massive monster that was in front of her. Her name was Selena, but all the people online knew her as Catwoman, and she was an A-rank superhuman blessed by the Egyptian god Anubis. Her blessing gave her enhanced strength and flexibility that was on par and even greater than any feline in the world. She could contort, bend, and twist her body to levels that were considered impossible for anyone else. She also had enhanced precision in movement and the ability to remain on her feet even if she landed in unbalanced positions after a fight. Selena was someone who cared a lot about her image, so she was very active on social media, and she was known to post thirst traps and sexy lingerie pictures that gained her a massive male following. She was basically a sexy red vixen. But at this moment, Selena was not at all interested in how the people saw her. She was terrified. No, in fact, she was more than terrified. Selena couldn't see any chance of them winning against a monster like this. She could usually see a pathway to winning a fight after just a few moments of exchanging blows with an enemy, but Selena had never fought against something this powerful before. This monster was beyond anything she had ever seen. Cat. Get your head in the game. We have to keep it busy to make sure everyone else can escape. The person who shouted at Selena was the other rank superhuman fighting the beast. He was a man wearing cargo pants and a black tank top. He carried a baseball bat made from titanium in his hand and brandished it like a weapon as he faced off against the anima. His name was Derek, and he was blessed by the goddess of hunting, Artemis. Derek had very sharp instincts that allowed him to avoid blows that would otherwise be fatal to other A ranks, so he was capable of moving in close to the anima and facing it head-on to give the other superhumans a chance to attack from a distance. Selena immediately got her head back in the game after Derek shouted at her, and the both of them faced off against the humongous anima who was currently leaning down to stare at them with wide red eyes. The anima was a humanoid creature with long arms that it dragged on the ground behind it. It had short legs and a large green body that made it look like some peaceful forest creature. But its face immediately made them forget about that assumption. It had a large mouth with jagged teeth peeking through an unnerving smile. Its large, slitted eyes were constantly staring down at them and mocking them for their weakness. Selena couldn't deny that if not for the fact that there were civilians around, she would have abandoned this mission a long time ago. Why the hell was a Calamity class showing up all of a sudden? Selena knew that a Calamity class had just shown up in the city a few weeks ago, so there shouldn't have been another one for a long time. Calamity classes were so rare that you would normally never see two of them within the span of 2 months, but now they were showing up every other week like Pokemon. What the hell is going on in this city? Just hold out for a few more minutes. I've made a call and reinforcements should be getting here soon. Derek said this as he tightened his hold on the bat in his hand. Derek was a member of the Artemis Guild, and it was only his luck that allowed him to be at this place at this moment when the anima attacked. He placed a call out to his guild, and they should be sending reinforcements soon. And how long do you think it will take for that thing to kill us all? Selena's voice was sarcastic as she crouched into a ready position to attack. Derek couldn't stop his eyes from trailing toward Selena's ass as it protruded out from her skin-tight outfit when she crouched, and he had to blink in shock as he saw how large it was. Fuck, that's a huge ass. I wanna bury my face in there. Derek. What the hell are you looking at? Your fat ass. Nothing. Let's focus. Derek tried to get his head back in the game as he faced off against the monster. He saw one of the B ranks, a long-range sniper, signal to him that they were ready, and Derek immediately nodded before shouting out. Let's go. Derek charged for the monster first, and Selena followed closely behind him as they both flanked the beast. The monster raised its large hand into the air before suddenly swiping it across like a whip. Snap. A massive wind pressure snapped across the area as a part of the building was torn to shreds once the Calamity class touched it. Derek ducked under the attack and pulled back his bat. The bat started to glow with a dull red as it was infused with his mana, and he released a shout as he released a massive blow towards the monster's feet. Boom! The beast looked down and it easily tanked the blow, and it instantly sent a hit towards Derek. Derek pulled back and tried to get away as quickly as possible as he shouted for Selena to go in for the hit. Selena appeared from the side with 2 short knives in her hand. She landed on the monster's shoulder and she ran towards where its eyes were to blind it. Swipe. What? Selena's eyes widened as she felt the area under her feet swell before a tentacle suddenly flew out from the monster's shoulder and tried to swipe at her. Her reflexes allowed her to jump into the air to avoid it. She redirected her body to land on the ground, but the monster's hand suddenly flashed across the air and slammed into her before she could land. Slam. Boom. Selena. Fuck. Take the shot now. Everybody attack. Derek shouted out at the B ranks in the area as he charged for the monster with killing intent, and he released a massive blow at the monster at the same time that a B rank leaped from a higher platform to attack the monster's head. The sniper B rank released a mana bullet from a distance while the final B rank used her ability to make vines grow from the ground to hold the anima in place so it would not be able to avoid the attacks. Derek expected the anima to focus on him since he was the strongest one there so that the other B ranks attacking from above and the one sniping from a distance would get a clean shot. But what happened next shook everyone. The anima completely ignored Derek as it allowed him to get a clean strike on its body. Instead, it turned its head around and opened its jagged teeth wide to allow the B rank that was flying towards it to land right inside its mouth. Crunch. Boom. The bullet from the sniper struck the anima in the head, but it didn't even look like it noticed it as the anima continued to chew the human in its mouth with a happy smile across its face. Blood was dripping from the side of its mouth and its jagged teeth had bits of flesh and clothes hanging from them. You fucking monster. Roar. Boom. Derek was about to attack the anima, but the anima suddenly released a loud roar as it used its hands as a whip once more to completely eradicate everything around it. The whip slammed into Derek and sent him through a wall. The anima destroyed the vines that were holding it in place and it started to move towards the B rank that created the vines. The B rank was a woman wearing a long white gown. She had dark green hair and vibrant green eyes that were currently widened in terror as she started to backpedal once she saw the anima focusing on her. W8. Wait. Get away from me. The B rank immediately turned around and started to run away from the anima as she realized that she was going to get eaten. Why was it focusing on her? She didn't even do anything to it. The B rank immediately turned around and started to run away from the anima as she realized that she was going to get eaten. Why was it focusing on her? She didn't even do anything to it. Aw. Stab. The beast stopped moving as it felt two knives stab into the back of its head. It immediately reached back and grabbed whatever was there before swinging it towards the other side of the room. Selena's back slammed into a steel pipe and broke through it before sinking into a wall. She groaned in pain as she felt her body giving up on her and she dropped to the ground. The anima changed its target as it moved toward Selena. It reached out to grab her by the hair. Selena struggled in its grip, but she was too weak to fight back against it as it seized her and brought her up to its mouth. What the fuck are you? You look like some sort of Omnitrix alien. The anima tilted its head in shock as someone spoke from behind it. There was a certain amount of foreboding that filled it at that moment and it quickly turned around to look at what was behind it. The anima released a low growl as it saw Mark standing behind it in his black jeans and tank top. He was carrying the motionless body of Selena in his hands and the anima was shocked as it quickly turned back around to look at its empty arm. How did he get her away from it that quickly? New mission. Defeat the attacking anima. Civilian casualties are allowed. Reward, plus 100 stat points. Failure, nil. You, come over here. What? Derek was standing at the side, dumbfounded as he watched what just happened. The anima might have missed what Mark did, but since Derek was standing right beside them, he was able to catch what actually happened. At one moment, it looked like Selena was about to get eaten, but then Mark appeared out of nowhere, and Selena just disappeared from where she was and reappeared in his hands. Derek didn't feel any magic being activated, so he was sure that this was not a skill. That could only mean that Mark used pure speed to do that. Derek knew who Mark was. He saw the news showing Mark fighting against the Calamity class in the city, but this Mark and that one seemed like two completely different people. He was far faster than before, and his presence was completely different. Talking to Mark made Derek feel like he was the child instead. I said come take her and get out of here. Don't worry about the anima, I'll make sure it doesn't chase after you. Derek was still looking towards the anima as he swiftly moved to get Selena from Mark. He was trying to make sure that the anima would not attack, but he didn't have to worry at all because the anima did not even look away from Mark. It seemed transfixed as Mark handed Selena to Derek and rolled his shoulder. "All right. Come to Daddy." Boom. Mark had barely handed Selena over to Derek before the anima shot off the ground and was right on top of him in no time. Derek had already taken a large leap backward, and he was watching with wide eyes as Mark just remained exactly where he was with a growing grin on his face. What the hell is he doing? Derek knew that the anima had extremely high physical abilities, so it had enough power to destroy a low-ranked S-rank in one hit. There is no way that Mark could walk away from taking a direct hit like that without any injuries. "Hey! Ghost! Get out of there!" Derek tried to shout loudly to warn Mark to move, but Mark's grin never faded from his face as he simply received the blow. Boom! The surrounding area rumbled like an earthquake just passed, and Derek almost lost his footing as he tried to continue running away. He saw the large dust cloud that rose around Mark and the anima, and he knew that Mark was done. Was this some sort of suicide plan? Did Ghost really come here just so he could get killed by the anima? That fucking idiot. But as the dust cloud cleared up, Derek was shocked to see Ghost standing to one side without a single scratch on his body. The anima's arm was planted into the ground, and it also looked shocked by what just happened. Mark hummed slightly as he took a step backward, the smile on his face never fading as he enjoyed the look of shock and surprise on the anima's face. So that is what the blessing does. That's fucking awesome. Mark was not trying to get injured when he decided to stay back and allow the anima to hit him. Mark was trying to test out the new skill that he just got from Hades, Ignorance of the Death God. The skill is supposed to give him one get-out-of-jail-free card when an opponent uses a potentially lethal attack against him, and Mark needed to know if it was actually true. Would the hit connect, and he would be sent back in time to before he was hit, or would he be given some strange mechanism that allows him to avoid the attack? Mark needed to see what the skill does so he could figure out how to use it later in the future against stronger opponents. It turned out that Mark's second guess was right. The Ignorance of the Death God skill worked by taking control of Mark's body for a split second. Just before the anima's attack landed, Mark could feel his body shift in the perfect way to just avoid the attack by mere millimeters. It was strange, and Mark was completely unprepared for it, but it was also something that the anima never expected, so it was stunned for some seconds after seeing Mark move so perfectly. Mark wondered if the skill would always work by taking control of his body and moving him out of the way. What would happen if he was attacked by some large area skill that destroyed everything around him? Would the skill still be able to dodge around something like that, or was he going to get killed because there was nowhere for him to run to? Mark didn't know the answers to these questions, but for now, he was satisfied with the results of his test. I guess that should be enough playing around for now. Mark cracked his knuckles as he began walking towards the monster with a wide smile. The monster immediately charged for Mark with a loud roar. It swung its hand in a wide arc that destroyed everything around it as it tried to bash Mark across the mall, but Mark easily dodged under the hit and shot toward the monster. He shot into the air and delivered a wicked flying kick that sent the monster into the wall of the mall. Bam! The monster recoiled off the wall like a basketball, but before it could go anywhere, Mark was on it again. Critical strike. Slam. Mark slammed his fist into the monster's stomach, and the monster crashed through the wall of the mall and into the road, and the screams of people running away became louder as they tried their hardest to get away from the fight. The monster roared in anger again as it used its arms to break down the walls around it. It grabbed the stone and debris and threw them like missiles toward Mark, and Mark immediately ran to the side and avoided a few of the missiles. There were too many people around, so Mark made sure that he didn't get too close to the main road so they could get away. He drew the monster away from the civilians and made it focus all its attacks on him. Achilles' heel has been activated. Mark felt some strain on his eyes as the world blurred into a darker shade. Everything around him faded into multiple shades of black and gray, but there were many red lights littered around the area that showed the weaknesses of the things in his field of vision. Mark felt some strain on his eyes as the world blurred into a darker shade. Everything around him faded into multiple shades of black and gray, but there were many red lights littered around the area that showed the weaknesses of the things in his field of vision. Mark turned to the anima and he saw that its body was filled with black other than a few places that were dull red. The only parts of its body that glowed red were its eyes as well as a spot right in the middle of its forehead that blazed red. That had to be the spot where it was weakest. Phoom! Mark wasted no time and bolted straight towards the monster. The monster roared in anger and slammed its hand down on the ground to crack the floor. The floor broke into hundreds of pieces and the monster grabbed stones and threw them at Mark. Phoom! Slam! A body suddenly appeared from the side as Derek destroyed all of the stones that were going toward Mark at once. Mark continued moving without pausing, and the monster slammed both hands into the ground again to disorient Mark, but Mark was able to easily move to the side and avoid the hit. Mana circulation has been activated. Mark could feel his physical attributes increasing as the mana in his body strengthened him to a higher level than before, and he used that extra force to launch himself into the air. He pulled his fist back and focused all of his power on his arm before unleashing a devastating blow toward the anima. Critical strike. Boom! The anima roared in pain as the punch caved in its face. Its entire head crumpled like paper as it was sent flying back and stumbling down the street. Mark landed back on the ground and clenched his fist a few times to reduce the slight throb that he felt. The center of its head was extremely hard, but thankfully, it only took one punch to kill it. The street was silent, and there was no one around as they had all run away to avoid the fight. But once the fight ended, everyone slowly started to come back as they realized that Mark won. Mark could see people poking their heads out from behind walls and coming out from under cars as they began to murmur while looking towards him. He won. Isn't that Ghost? Ghost! Ghost! Oh my God, it's Ghost! People were starting to swarm around Mark in waves as they saw him standing victorious over the anima, and Mark realized that they were going to mob him if he didn't get out of there as quickly as possible. Mark was not interested in meeting people, and he didn't need to stay behind to feed his ego with their thanks, so he just prepared to leave and go back to Eret and Talia. But before Mark could leave, he heard the roar of the anima he just hit as it shot back to its feet and charged toward him again. So it wasn't dead. Mark hadn't seen the notification from the system yet, so he wasn't sure if the anima was dead or not, and now it would be too late for him to warn the civilians to stay away. Mark knew that they would probably get caught up in the middle of the fight, but he couldn't stop fighting to start protecting them since the monster was charging towards him at a crazy speed. Roar! Freeze! All of a sudden, there was a sudden chill that spread across the entire area before a large wall of ice grew from the floor and rose into the sky for more than 100 meters. The ice wall engulfed the anima and encased it in a block of solid ice, and it also blocked out everyone that was running towards Mark from getting closer. Mark raised a brow in mild surprise as he breathed out a cold breath. That was quite the display of magic. Mark didn't remember any superhuman from Cydia having this amount of power. Who the hell is this? Clack! 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 The sound of high heels walking across the ice echoed from down the street. The sound made Mark turn around, and he saw a figure appearing from within the icy fog that had spread across the area. She was a beautiful woman with long white hair that almost seemed to glow. She had a small face and full blood-red lips that drew Mark's gaze for a moment before he focused once more on her icy blue eyes. Mark could not deny that this was a beautiful woman, and from the way she moved and carried herself, Mark could tell that she knew it too. That was quite the impressive display, Mark Vanitas. Mark did not know who this was. Even though Mark was a superhuman, he didn't care much about other superhumans, so he barely knew any superhuman that wasn't from his city. He was only interested in fighting against anima, so he left the job of figuring out who people were to pat. Mark immediately activated his true sight skill at the same time that Pat spoke up. That's Luna. Leader of the Moonlight Guild. Strong as fuck. I was going to tell you that there was another calamity class approaching you from the west side of the city, but she killed it in seconds, so there was no need. On the other side of the call, Pat clicked through a few records to see what Luna's full abilities and power ranking were. She controls water, and her guild has many S and A ranks in it. Her rank is undefined. I didn't even know she was in City A, so it's obvious she had been lying low. Be careful around her, she's known to be a difficult one. Patrick was currently watching the clip of Luna using her power to boil the other Calamity Class Anima like it was nothing. She easily destroyed it from the inside out by taking control of the water inside its own body and raising it to steaming temperatures. By the time she was done with it, there was absolutely nothing left of it at all. Patrick had never felt bad for an anima before, but at that moment, he pitied that anima. Mark digested what Patrick told him while looking through the information that his system sent to him. Name, Rose Snow. Race, Human. Title, Madam Luna. Rank, Epic Rank I. Potential, Epic Rank 2. Skill. Description. Affiliation, True Good. Rose Snow. Haven't I heard that name somewhere before? For some reason, I can't remember. Mark raised a brow as he read through the name that the system gave Luna. Why was her name Rose Snow on the system when Pat said that her name was Luna? Does that mean that she is hiding her true identity from everyone around her? Well, it was nothing new for superhumans to take on a fake name to try and hide their real identities. Even Mark was doing something similar, although his own fake name was given to him by the public themselves. But Mark didn't know why that name was so familiar to him though. He was sure that he heard it somewhere before, but he just couldn't pinpoint where he heard it. It felt like a memory from a long time ago that he simply forgot about because there was no need to hold on to it. Mark shook his head to get rid of those thoughts. Her personal life must be really important to her if she is even willing to go ahead and erase all traces of her true identity from the internet. Mark knew that if there was any trace of her true name on the internet, then Pat would have found it and told him. But the fact that Pat found nothing meant that Luna really did not want anyone to know about her. Mark felt a little calmer when he saw that her affiliation was True Good. That showed him that he didn't have to worry about any deceit or attacks from her at least. But her rank and potential were both strange to Mark. Mark has never seen an epic ranking before. Didn't Patrick say that she was undefined? Why was the system using epic? Is this some sort of new ranking system? The system brought up a message before Mark could think too hard about what epic rank meant. The system could not quantify Rose Snow's power based on the available rankings that humans use. Therefore, the system has reverted back to the base ranking system that is available everywhere else in the universe. The F to S ranks are still valid and in accordance with the power ranking used by the rest of the universe, but 4 extra ranks have been added to extend the power system ranking. Epic rank, Phantasmal rank, Transcendental rank, Primordial rank. Ranking power levels. Epic. 5000 to 9999, rank I. 10,000 to 14,999, rank 2. 15,000 to 19,999, rank 3. Phantasmal. 20,000 to 24,999, rank I. 25,000 to 34,999, rank 2. 35,000 to 44,999, rank 3. Transcendental. 45,000 to 49,999, rank I. 50,000 to 59,999, rank 2. 60,000 to 69,999, rank 3. Primordial. 70,000 to 79,999, rank I. 80,000 to 89,999, rank 2. 90,000 to 100,000, rank 3 integral at sigma, gamma asterisk, $epsilon%+. It only took a few moments for the system to upload the new information to Mark, and Mark managed to digest all of them in almost no time. Mark couldn't help but be a bit disappointed by the amount of power that Luna possessed. She was already an epic rank I, but her potential was at epic rank 2. That meant that she had a very long way to go, and she could become much stronger if she pushed herself. Salazar only had a potential of A, but he was already in S rank. With her high potential, Luna should be a lot stronger than she is now. Why is she only this strong? Mark didn't know the answer to that question, and he didn't think he would ever get close enough to her to find out the reason behind it, so he forgot all about it. He just watched silently as Luna approached him. Mark inclined his head slightly as a greeting, and Luna smiled at his silence. So he was not going to respond. That was okay, she could deal with suspicion better than animosity. Luna knew that Mark might not know her, so she was not going to expect him to suddenly greet her in a friendly manner and accept her greeting without some suspicion. My name is Luna, the leader of the Moonlight Guild. I was passing through the city and I couldn't help but notice your fight against the Calamity class. I thought I would come and help in case you could not defeat it alone, but it turns out that it was not needed after all. A shame. Stixwatch's discernment has detected a lie. Rose Snow has been in the city for the past week, and she has kept constant vigilance on the user throughout that time. Mark's guard was immediately up once more as he saw the message from his system. Mark almost forgot about the divine skill that Sharon gave him. The skill prevented people from lying to him, and it was always working since it was a passive skill. That meant that Luna has been stalking him all this while. That was admittedly creepy. Hold on, does that mean that she is the one that has been giving him that strange feeling all this time? Mark had been feeling like someone was watching him, but no matter how many times he tried to find the person, he could never see anyone. If it is someone like Luna, then Mark knows that it is possible for her to hide her presence from him while watching him. Mark did not know what to think about her watching him, but the expression on his face changed to a slightly irritated one as he raised a brow at Luna. Was she the sort of person who did not understand the meaning of personal life and didn't care about imposing on others just to achieve her own aims? Luna was stunned as she noticed Mark's expression change. This was new to her, and she did not know what was going through his head that would make him look at her like that. Luna told Mark that she just arrived in the city to make it seem like she was impressed with his ability. That would allow her to invite him into her guild more fluidly, since humans were all more willing to agree to suggestions when they felt like they were being praised. But Mark's reaction was something that she could have never expected. Did he notice her watching him the past week? That was the only thing that would make him look at her like that. Luna might be a powerhouse, but she was still a woman, and she could understand how creepy it was for someone to stick around watching you secretly for an entire week without any sort of interaction. If Mark knew that she had been watching him all this time, then she was practically digging a grave for herself in this negotiation. Luna didn't show any external reaction, and she simply waited for Mark to say something before talking again. It took some time for Mark to finally talk, but when he spoke, Luna could practically feel a small blush rising on her cheek after she heard his cheeky tone. So you're the one that has been watching me? I thought I felt eyes on the back of my neck. Who would have guessed that the leader of the Moonlight Guild was a stalker? Luna's blush increased even more, and she coughed into her palm. How in the world did Mark manage to notice her? She made sure that she was not seen, and she stayed at a reasonable distance every time she followed him on his jogs. Luna could not deny his accusation since he seemed certain of what he was saying. Denying it might only make her look worse in his eyes if he has proof. Since she could no longer deny it now, she was just going to play it off. So you noticed me? I suppose I should apologize for that. I was just trying to see if you were a good fit for my guild. I never meant to impose on your daily life. But from what I have seen, I can say that I am impressed. You handle difficult situations far better than most S rank that I know. Thank you. But I thought I already sent a message out to all the guilds around that I didn't want to join. I know. Luna cut Mark off with a hard look on her face, and Mark rose a brow in surprise. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Luna was more than aware of the fact that Mark did not want to join any guilds. That was something that her assistant emphasized over and over again when she told her about Mark. Her assistant said that Mark had already turned down offers from the NSA as well as every other guild that came to him. However, After doing some research, Luna realized that the only guilds that approached Mark were low-ranking guilds whose leaders were not even above S rank. Of course, he would deny them. They did not even have the bare minimum of resources to support someone like Mark. Luna knew of Mark's background, and she knew that he was not lacking money. Mark's company was doing very well, and the Vanitas Motors franchise was already much larger than those small guilds. Why would Mark join a guild that was smaller than his family's company? The Moonlight Guild was different because it had more than enough to give him anything that he wanted, and the Moonlight Guild was at least 7 times larger than the Vanitas Motors franchise. They had the money and the prestige to boost someone like Mark to even higher positions. I'm not offering what those other guilds offered you. I want you to state your demands. Regardless of what they are, even if it involves me giving you a small island nation of your own, I am willing to go as far as possible to have you join my guild. All the members of my guild can attest to my generosity. Money is no object to me. I admit that many of my guild members only joined the guild because they were greedy and wanted to receive as much compensation as possible for their troubles, but I have also given many of them a place where they can belong, a place where they can be with others that are just as strong and driven as they are. If you join me, then I can promise to make you stronger than you could imagine. Join me, Mark, and I will make sure you are never alone. I'll protect you. Mark breathed out a foggy breath as he heard what Luna said. The system didn't trigger his Styxwatcher skill, so Mark could tell that Luna was telling the truth. Was she really that desperate to have him join her guild? It was already strange enough that a leader of a guild would come here on her own just to invite him to the guild, but now she was practically throwing the world at his feet just for him to join. Mark was flattered. He wouldn't deny that hearing her desperately asking him to join was enough to move his heart a little. If he were anyone else, then there is no way that he would have refused her offer. But Mark already had other plans. Mark shook his head. I can tell you're sincere, but... Luna quickly cut Mark off again before he could finish his sentence, and Mark frowned as he felt the feeling of annoyance settling in his chest. This was the second time she would be cutting him off before he could say anything, and it was starting to get on his nerves. Just let me turn you down in peace. Luna hated the fact that she didn't have anything concrete to use in bargaining with Mark, but she just couldn't find anything that she could use to make him join her. Usually, this is the part where people would bring out some deep secret or force Mark to join them using something dark that he did not want the world to know about, but there wasn't anything at all. Mark had to be the cleanest superhuman that Luna had ever seen. And even if she found some dirt on him, Luna just didn't have it in her to use it. She was too kind to expose someone's secrets for her personal gain. Del, N dash, M plus and epsilon rho yen at dot and final sigma % end. It wasn't as if Mark was better than the other guild members that Luna already had. In fact, Luna knew that he was not as strong as some of her guild members. But there was just something different about Mark. Luna could sense something different about him that made her desperate to have him. Luna did not want to lose Mark, and she wanted him to join her guild more than anything. Don't deny me. I heard about the issue that you are currently having with the government. They are putting pressure on you because of your involvement in the island raid. I can make that disappear with only a single phone call. You will lack nothing as a member of my guild. Luna's expression suddenly changed to a more serious one, and her eyes softened as she gazed at Mark intensely. Mark could feel the change in how she carried herself, and he couldn't help but feel a little bad about what he was going to say. It wasn't as though he just didn't want to join a guild anymore. The truth is that I already joined a guild. What? Luna's eyes widened in shock, and she felt the surrounding area heating up before the ice that she created burst into millions of pieces and scattered in the wind. Luna turned to the side, and she saw a group of people walking towards her. The person leading them was a woman that anyone would recognize the moment they saw her. Fiona's long auburn hair and deep blue eyes drew the gazes of everyone in the area for a moment as he walked towards the talking pair. She was flanked by Tyler and other members of her guild, but she was not interested in anything else as her eyes stayed glued on Mark. She smiled at Mark in that sultry manner that never failed to entice every man she ever met, and she felt her smile drop a bit when Mark simply gave her a nod in response. Fiona frowned in disappointment, but she didn't allow his reaction to bother her too much as she turned to the side to regard Luna. Luna's expression darkened for a moment once she saw Fiona before Luna gained her impassive look once more as she faced the incoming group. "Madam Luna, I had no idea that you were coming to City A. Surely, you weren't trying to sneak in to get an upper hand in recruiting a member of my guild." Luna's eye twitched as she heard the mocking tone in Fiona's voice, and she spoke up with blank indifference. "Fiona. As always, you never fail to irritate me with your presence." Fiona's smile only widened as she heard what Luna said. Fiona didn't care if Luna insulted her to hell and back right now. Because at that moment, Fiona felt like she was on top of the world. Fiona and Luna were two of the most popular female superhumans in America, so they always had guest appearances and missions that made their paths cross, but everyone could tell that they both hated each other with a passion. Luna was a calm person, so you wouldn't notice just how strong the animosity was if you were only focusing on her. But Fiona did not hide it one bit. She openly glared and sneered at Luna without restraint. Fiona and Luna had never seen eye to eye before. Fiona would have ended the quarrel a long time ago by using her ability, but Fiona couldn't do that because Luna was so fucking strong that Fiona's powers just bounces off her like it is nothing. In fact, Fiona has to be careful when she is around Luna to make sure that they don't get into a physical fight. Fiona knew that she couldn't win that in a million years, so she always made sure that their conflicts were only verbal or psychological in nature. And right now, Fiona felt like she was on top of the world. Fiona heard some of the things that Luna and Mark just spoke about, and she knew that Luna was trying to recruit Mark into her guild. The mere fact that Fiona got Mark before Luna could just made everything right in Fiona's world. Fiona didn't even care to know why Luna wanted Mark so badly, she just knew that she won. Fiona turned to Mark and smiled at him in that sultry big sister manner once more, and Mark just raised a questioning brow at her. What the hell was she doing here? Fiona spoke up kindly as he heard Mark's question. "I received a call from one of our members. He said there was a calamity class in the region and requested help. I figured you would be here and decided to come see you. Aren't I just the best guild leader?" "Yes, Madam Fiona." The group that was standing behind Fiona all responded together, and Mark just scoffed. He looked towards Tyler, who was standing quietly to the side with his hands folded, and Tyler gave Mark a nod in greeting. Mark joined the Artemis Guild about a week ago. This was actually a plan that he and Pat came up with together. After the lawsuits were brought up accusing Mark of going against the superhuman laws when he went to the island raid without permission from any governmental personnel, Pat searched for a way for Mark to avoid going to court or showing up in a hearing, and Pat found out that most of the hearings and charges would be suspended if Mark was simply part of a guild. Mark didn't want to join any guild, he didn't like being tied down like that. But Pat told him that it was better to just join a guild and let things cool down before leaving the guild after some time and going independent again. There are no laws stating that you have to be a part of one guild forever or that you cannot leave a guild after joining it. So if Mark leaves the guild after 2 or 3 months, then there would be no backlash at all. Mark agreed to this since it was a sensible plan, and Mark decided that he was going to join a guild that he could be a part of in name only. So when Mark went to the NSA building to see Salazar the other day, he met with Fiona and Tyler in their hospital room and struck a sensible deal with them. Mark would join their guild, but in exchange, Mark would be getting total freedom from all bureaucratic and superhuman responsibilities that come with being in the guild. The only responsibility that Mark would have is the occasional mission that required his attention as the strongest member of the guild. But other than that, Mark would be a free agent. Usually, a deal like his would be frowned upon. No guild master would want their guild member to be so nonchalant about their responsibilities. They would definitely not want them to only show up occasionally, but not Fiona. Fiona jumped on this opportunity faster than Mark could even get his words out. Fiona knew that it would be a boon to her guild to have Mark as a member. Not only would the number of missions coming in increase, but the trust that other people have in their guild would go up since they now had a possible S-rank superhuman in their ranks. And even if all of these things were not true, Fiona would have still agreed to the offer since both she and Tyler owed their lives to Mark. Without Mark's help, then Fiona had no doubt that she would have died on that island raid. There was no way Fiona could have won against that calamity class after Tyler went down like that. Mark told Fiona after joining her guild that she should keep the truth under wraps for now since he did not want to be hounded by reporters once more. He wanted to enjoy some free time with Eric before going back into the superhuman world again, so he just wanted everything quiet for some time. Fiona was not going to say anything about Mark joining her guild until she saw that he was back fighting Anima again, so once Fiona noticed that it was Mark the one who fought against the Calamity Class Anima, she knew that he would be fine with her revealing his true affiliations. Luna didn't know about the deal that Fiona made with Mark, so she was understandably shocked. She looked towards Mark with narrowed eyes and wondered if what Fiona said was the truth. Did he really join the Artemis Guild, or was this just some play that they brought up together to stop the other guilds from trying to recruit him? Or maybe that wasn't the case at all. A small wave of ice started to gather around Luna's feet as she had a possibility cross her mind. What if Mark was actually under Fiona's control? Luna knew what Fiona's abilities were, and she knew that Fiona could even ensnare those who were one rank higher than her. It was possible that Mark was already under Fiona's control, and he was only joining her guild because she forced him to. But Mark met Luna's gaze with his own, and Luna seemed to read something in his eyes that told her that what Fiona just said was not a lie, and worse yet, Mark was not under Fiona's control. Mark really joined the Artemis Guild on his own. Luna closed her eyes for a moment and sighed as the ice around her feet started to melt away into steam. How unfortunate. I am aware that a commitment to a guild is a big deal, and I would never suggest you look down on the commitment that you have made, even though it is to a small guild like the Artemis Guild. But I would like you to know that I believe you can do much better. I have a dream that you could be a part of. Something bigger than the both of us. If you ever wish to become a part of something larger, then please don't hesitate to contact me. Story source Mvilo Mpir. Fiona bit her lip as she felt a surge of anger rising from her chest when she heard Luna call her guild a small guild. Fucking bitch. Luna turned around to leave without acknowledging anyone else's presence. She didn't care for them since they were not worth remembering. They were just mindless fools that Fiona placed under her control. But just before she left, Luna stopped and turned to glance at Mark as she spoke. Oh yes, before I forget. You probably already know this, but I was not the only one watching you these past few days. Mark's eyes narrowed in shock. What? Mark narrowed his eyes in shock. What? There was someone else watching you. I can't tell you who it was since he was too far away for me to get a good look at him, and I only noticed him because he was watching me too. I don't know if you are ignoring him because you believe you can defeat him at any time, but I suggest you get rid of him as quickly as possible. Unlike me, I can tell he had far more nefarious intentions. If you don't get rid of him soon, then your family could be in danger. Once she was done saying her piece, Luna left, but Mark was left in shock as he wondered how he could have missed something like this. There was no doubt that the person that was watching him was the superhuman killer. That bastard has been watching from a distance and Mark hasn't even sensed him once. Doesn't that mean that he could have attacked him at any moment when he was with Talia or Eret? Mark wondered why the superhuman killer didn't attack them. This also happened before when Mark wasn't at home and the killer went to visit Eret. Doesn't that mean that the superhuman killer will not attack unless Mark is alone? Mark looked up at the tall skyscrapers surrounding the city as he wondered which one the superhuman killer could be using as a base. Pat, did you get all that? Pat's haughty voice came through Mark's AirPods as the sound of a keyboard clicking echoed across the call. I'm already on it. I triangulated your location and narrowed down the search for him, but it will take some time to find anything substantial. Don't do anything rash in the meantime. We can't let him know that we know about him, he might run if that happens. Mark already knew that if they started looking for the superhuman killer aggressively now, there was every possibility that the bastard would just pack up and escape. Mark squeezed his fist in anger as he felt useless in this situation. He wanted to just go and destroy that bastard, but he couldn't make any rash decision right now so that they don't lose this advantage. The superhuman killer knew where Mark was, but Mark didn't know where the killer was, so he was at a large disadvantage right now. Mark had to just keep doing what he had always been doing and hope that Pat would find something before long. Fiona watched Luna leave with a sneer on her face, and she clicked her tongue and looked away once Fiona disappeared down the road. She really hated that bitch. How dare Luna look down on her guild like that? And who the fuck is she calling a small guild? Luna made it sound like it wasn't an insult, but Fiona could feel the insult from a mile away. Luna was definitely looking down on her guild. Vlemper only. Just because Luna is beautiful, she thinks that the world revolves around her. Fucking flat-chested bitch. Fiona muttered low enough that only Mark could hear it, and Mark could only wonder what the hell happened between Fiona and Luna that made Fiona hate Luna so much. Mark was curious, but he didn't care enough to ask, so he just dropped it when Fiona turned to him with a grin. Mark, it's been too long. You really took your sweet time on that break of yours, didn't you? I was afraid I would have to wait for another month before seeing you in the field again. You know you're a member of my guild now, so at the very least I need to know how long you're going to be off duty so I can work around that. Mark glanced down at Fiona for a moment before he spoke. That wasn't our deal. I don't have to tell you what I'm doing or where I'm doing it, and this partnership isn't going to last for very long, so you shouldn't get used to it. If you have a mission that only I can handle, then reach out to me. But other than that, try not to bother me. Fiona frowned at Mark as she saw him answer her in his usual rude and distant manner. They've known each other long enough for them to be friendly with each other, and yet Mark was as distant as ever. It was almost like he put this wall between them and nothing she does could bring it down. Fiona sighed in disappointment and nodded slowly. Yes, yes. I was just joking around a bit. There is a mission coming up soon, but it will take some time to clear the red tape around it since it is a joint mission with other guilds. I'll send you the details on the network later. Mark nodded at her. He would have stayed to get more details about the missions, but he was not in the mood after hearing what Luna just said. Mark knew that they most likely weren't in any danger, but he still wanted to check and make sure that Aerith and Talia were all right. Mark jumped off the ground and vanished from the area. Fiona frowned as she watched him go, and she looked around with a sigh. The area was not as bad as it usually would be in a Calamity class attack, and they had Mark to thank for that since he was able to contain the Calamity class so easily. But it was still crazy how someone who struggled with a Calamity class monster only a week ago was able to completely overpower the same class of monster now. Isn't he growing too fast? He got stronger again. Tyler walked up from behind Fiona and spoke up in a contemplative tone. Tyler kept his distance from the talking group out of respect for Mark, but now that Mark was gone, he decided to speak his mind. Fiona hummed as she looked towards the area where Mark just left. Taylor continued. I can usually guess my chances of winning against an opponent based on what I see in their movement and stance. But that boy is really something else. I feel like he is a completely different person compared to who I saw the other day. If I tried to attack him, then it wouldn't even take 2 seconds before he takes me down. It might be even less than that if he is really trying. Maybe I should get back to training again. Tyler only muttered the last part of his sentence, but Fiona easily heard it, and she just scoffed and told Tyler to go and grab the anima corpse so that they could take it with them. They needed to use it to make more weapons for the guild. It wasn't that Fiona didn't think that Tyler could get stronger. It is just that the gap between Tyler and Mark was so great that no amount of training would be able to close it. It was more likely that Tyler would get depressed from not being able to catch up to Mark since Mark was so much stronger than him, and Fiona did not want that. It was already bad enough that he lost some of his confidence during that island raid. Fiona would not accept him losing any more of his confidence because of his desperation to be better than Mark. And from what Fiona noticed during the small conversation that she just had with Mark, there was never going to be a time when Tyler stood a chance against him. Fiona couldn't believe that Mark didn't even notice anything during their conversation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Fiona used her blessing multiple times during that conversation with Mark. Usually, there would be some sort of reaction from him whenever she uses her blessing to try and control him. Either he would notice that she used her blessing and ignore it, or he would glare at her for using it on him and tell her never to use it again. But there was always a reaction from him. But this time, there was absolutely nothing. It felt as if Mark did not even notice that she used her blessing on him at all. Every time she used the blessing while talking, she noticed that there was no reaction from Mark. He just continued talking like nothing happened. Fiona was certain that Mark's mental fortitude was so strong now that there was just no chance of her blessing reaching him. Is this not the same thing that happens with the undefined superhumans? Whenever Fiona tried to use her blessing on a superhuman that was above S rank, they would not even notice that she activated it, and it always felt like she was using her blessing against a brick wall. That was the same feeling that she got when she used her blessing against Mark just now. Don't tell me that Mark was already above S rank. That would be madness. Just how fast is he growing? Take it slow and try not to rush it. You don't have to do it quickly. Just try doing it once first. Mark was standing in a large room inside his penthouse and looking down at Aerith, who was sitting on the floor. Aerith was wearing a pair of sweatpants and a tight black sports bra that helped to carry the weight of her breasts, and Mark watched her breasts rise and fall as she took in deep breaths. Aerith was holding on to 2 eggs, one in each hand, and they were currently training her on how to control her strength. This was the same method that Mark used to train his strength when he was just a beginning superhuman. After Mark had his first fight against that Armageddon Class Anima and lost his system a while ago, Mark noticed that he could not control his strength at all, and everything that he touched would crumble under his strength because of how weak it was. So he used eggs to train himself on how not to put too much power into his arms unconsciously. Mark would carry the eggs around with him wherever he went and make sure that he did not clench his hands too tightly or use too much strength in his hands. Mark did this exercise for more than a week before he finally managed to carry the egg around for a whole day without breaking it once. Bring out a lot of power. That meant that Art had to learn to control her strength whenever her eyes were in that form. When Mark first told Aerith about all of this, she was shocked to learn that her eyes had a transformation. Aerith had never seen the transformation before, so when she finally saw it in the mirror for the first time, she almost passed out on the spot. Mark managed to calm her down, and he told her that she had to learn to control her strength when in this state because she did not know how to fully control her body yet. If she changes into her anima form while in school, then she could unconsciously cause a lot of damage. Aerith agreed, and they started her training. Art would hold 2 eggs in her hand and she would gradually try to bring out her anima self. Aerith was a little scared to even try the exercise at first because it was almost like she was giving control of her body to her alter ego, but Mark told her that it was fine. Her alter ego was still her, so she would have control even if it came out. That was what Jean said, and they could trust her. The first time they tried the exercise, it didn't even take 10 seconds for the egg to break. Crack. Art sighed as she heard the sound of the egg cracking in her hands. She opened her eyes and looked towards Mark with her yellow-slitted eyes, and she blushed as Mark smiled at her kindly. Sorry. Aerith quickly apologized for not being able to do it properly, and Mark told her that it was fine. He never expected her to get it on her first try. Even he was not able to get it that quickly. After hearing that, Aerith gained some more confidence and she began trying again. She continued the session with Jean to help her control Queen better, and she was also having her session with Mark that would help her control her strength if she ever brought out Queen. But now, after more than 3 weeks of going through these exercises, Mark could tell that Aerith had come a long way. Mark watched as Aerith opened her eyes to show the yellow-slitted eyes. He quickly glanced down at her fists and saw that she was still gripping the eggs tightly, but they were not breaking or cracking, and he smiled at her. Good work, Aerith. Just keep it like that. Are you still hearing the voices? Aerith frowned and she seemed to be contemplating something before she nodded. Yes, but they aren't as loud as before. It's almost like they are talking from behind a wall. If I concentrate, then I can tune them out or make them go to the back of my mind so I don't get distracted by them. Mark nodded in understanding when he heard that. Mark felt extremely proud of how far Aerith had come in the past 3 weeks. She was an extremely fast earner and he was sure that this was the reason why she learned how to do this so quickly. He spoke up while taking a few steps back. That's good. Keep them in check so they don't distract you and try to keep the egg steady. We are going to test your adaptation. Art tilted her head in confusion as she heard what Mark said. What did he mean by we? Whoosh. Art quickly bent her head to the side as she felt something was past her cheek. She quickly got to her feet and took a large leap backward as she saw a large teddy bear standing in front of her. Wasn't that Talia's bear? Aerith quickly got to her feet and took a large leap backward as she saw the large teddy bear standing in front of her. Wasn't that Talia's bear? Read first on Vlemper. Aerith turned to the side and saw Talia standing by the door with a wide smile on her face. Her hands were folded across her chest as she glared at Aerith, and Aerith could almost feel the excitement rolling off Talia's body as Talia sent the teddy bear in for another attack. Talia was enjoying this far too much. Whoosh! 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 Aerith took 3 giant leaps back as she tried to avoid the hits from the teddy bear. The bear was only able to use basic attacks, but from the amount of pressure that Aerith could feel coming off its punches, she knew that any one of those hits would be enough to break through a wall. Why was Talia using something this strong against her? Did she want to kill her? Don't just avoid the hits, attack. Don't forget you're stronger than before. The hits won't kill you. Mark spoke up from the side, and Aerith frowned at him in anger when she saw that he was not even going to do anything about this. She was going to kill Mark. Mark knows that Aerith isn't a fighter. She never even fought a day in her life. How in the world did he expect her to attack the bear? Just tear it to pieces. Use its momentum against it and force it into your strike zone before tearing it apart. The voice in Aerith's head suddenly started talking loudly again, but Aerith didn't fight against the voice this time. Jean told Aerith that the more she fought against the voice, the more likely it was to get louder. Instead, Jean told Aerith that she should just analyze the suggestions made by the voice and decide on her own if she was going to listen to it or not. It was completely up to her to perform the actions that the voice suggested or to completely ignore it. And this time, she could tell that the suggestion from Queen was not so bad. Aerith took a step back and allowed the teddy bear to approach her before she quickly stepped within its reach. She dodged the punch that it unleashed before she slammed her feet into the bear and kicked it across the room like a football. Boom! Teddy! Talia shouted in anger as she saw her teddy bear fly across the room, but Mark easily appeared under the bear and caught it before it could get seriously damaged. He made sure that the teddy bear was alright as Talia ran over to check on the bear as well. Once Mark was sure that the bear was not damaged, he handed the bear to Talia and thanked her for her help while petting her head. Talia huffed and turned to leave the room, and Mark just smiled before he turned to give Aerith one of the largest smiles she had ever seen on him before. That was awesome, Aerith. What? Aerith was still shocked by what she had done. Since when could she do that? Since when could she move that fast? Avoiding the hits was one thing, but that kick that she just delivered was so fast that she almost didn't even see herself moving. It felt like she was someone else entirely. Mark came up to Aerith and he saw the worry in her eyes as she looked towards the spot where the teddy bear was. Mark touched her cheek and she startled back to reality to look up at him. Mark spoke up in a worried tone. You okay? Why yeah, I'm just. I didn't know I could do that. Mark chuckled. Don't worry about it, it happens to all of us the first time we use our powers. It's very different from what we're used to, so we feel like it's no longer even our body. But that shouldn't bother you, you'll get used to it. Aerith's yellow eyes gazed up at Mark in awe as she listened to him talk, and after some time she nodded as he grinned at her. Mark spoke while scratching the back of his head. Well then, I suppose that is the end of that. I don't think I have anything more to teach you about this. But what about the egg dash? Aerith looked down at her hand as he spoke and her eyes widened as she noticed that the eggs were still intact even after the conflict that she just had with that teddy bear. At the start of all this, the egg would break with even the slightest distraction. There was one time that the eggs broke just because her phone rang and it startled her, but she was able to do all of this without even cracking the eggs once. You pass, Aerith. I'm really proud of you. Doesn't this mean that she could finally get back to school? Aerith's eyes were still wide in shock as she stared at her eggs. She remembered that Mark told her that they could go back to school when she learned this egg exercise, and Aerith realized that she finally did it. She could go back to school. Aerith felt this bubbly sensation rising in her chest and she couldn't help the exclamation of joy that escaped from deep within her belly. She shouted out happily and wrapped her hands around Mark's shoulder before kissing him deeply. Mwah! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mark gazed into her yellow eyes and he wondered if she knew that she was still in her queen form. She was already so used to it that she was now able to stay in that form for a long time without even noticing. They would have to do something about that. Maybe they can lie that she was now using contacts or something. He smiled as she got back to her feet. You're welcome. Come on, let's get cleaned up so you can go for your session with Jean. You can tell her the good news. Aerith nodded and dragged him along so they could go towards the bathroom. Mark wasn't surprised by Aerith's actions because he knew that Aerith was a lot bolder whenever she was in her queen form and he actually liked it. The gap between her regular shy self and the confident queen that could easily drag him along with her to the bathroom made his head spin half the time, but it also made both personalities sexier than they had any right to be individually. It was like having two girlfriends in one sexy-ass body. Later that night, after Aerith was done with her session with Jean and she had finally come home, she was lying in Mark's bed with the blankets splayed all over her. She was only wearing very short shorts and a thin spaghetti-strap top that she usually wore to sleep. She moaned in her sleep as she turned around to wrap her hand around Mark, but she frowned and opened her eyes blearily as she noticed that Mark was not in bed with her. Aerith pushed her upper body off the bed and looked around the room to see if Mark was there, but she was shocked when she noticed that he wasn't. Where was he? And that's the game, folks. Click. There's something about this television program that Click. Welcome to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire Click. Aerith rubbed her eyes sleepily and walked out of the room as she heard the sound of the television channel being changed over and over again. She walked into the main parlor and she stopped as she saw Mark sitting on the couch in front of the television with his back hunched and a frown on his face. He was staring at the television, but Aerith could tell that he was not interested in whatever was being shown. He never even stayed on a station for more than a minute. Hey! Mark paused in the middle of changing a channel and he turned to look at Aerith. Mark was only wearing his sweatpants that he used to sleep, but his hair was a little wet, so Aerith guessed that he had just taken his bath again. Mark smiled at Aerith as she came closer and sat beside him. He spoke up while watching her put some strands of her hair behind her ear. Sorry. Did I wake you? Aerith nodded as she put her hands between her thighs and looked up at Mark from below while talking softly. MMH. Why aren't you in bed? Mark forced a smile out as he spoke. It's nothing. I just couldn't sleep. Go get some rest. Mark turned back to the television to continue changing the channels, but a hand landed on his own and stopped him before he could change it. Mark looked towards Aerith and saw that she was looking at him with a small frown on his face. Don't say that, Mark, I can tell that there's something wrong. I know you, remember. Please, tell me. Mark stared at Aerith for some time and Aerith was afraid that Mark was not going to tell her after all. Aerith knew that Mark had been going through a lot for far longer than they had been dating and she did not have a right to know everything about him just because she was his girlfriend now. But she still wanted to help him. Wasn't it better to share a problem rather than allowing it to eat you from the inside? Mark seemed to understand what Eric was thinking as his eyes softened and he hummed while turning back to the television. When he spoke, there was this serious depth in his voice that made Eric shiver as she realized how serious this situation was. I was just thinking about the mailman from the other day. I had Pat look into it and it may be more serious than we thought. He could be someone really dangerous. The results of the facial recognition that Patrick ran before finally came in and Mark couldn't be more worried by what the results were. It turns out that the man behind the mask was literally a ghost. If Mark and Pat thought that the identity of the mask was strange, then the identity of the man behind the mask was even worse. There was only one record that showed anything about the man, and that was a military record from 10 years ago when he registered with a platoon, and all they got from there was his picture and field name, nothing else. Pat tried to find anything else that could track the man's real name or even his base location, but there was nothing at all they could find. Every turn, every record, every possible file that could contain even a single piece of information on the man had been cleared from the internet completely. It was almost like the man did not even exist. But after some extensive research and even more searching, Pat was finally able to bring up a recent record that showed a picture of the man as well as an alias that he was currently working with. When Pat told Mark about it, Pat had a look of slight worry in his eyes, and Mark was immediately uneasy when he saw this. Anything that could make Pat worried was dangerous enough to put Mark on edge. The Superhuman Killer. A mass murderer who had already killed 5 superhumans in the past 4 years. It might not seem like a lot, but when you take into account how strong superhumans are, you understand how difficult it is for anyone to murder a superhuman without alerting every other superhuman and human in the surroundings. No superhuman would go down without a fight, but the Superhuman Killer was able to kill the superhumans and disappear without a single trace. This shit ruined Mark's mood completely, and Mark was suddenly not in the mood to sleep anymore. He needed to come up with a way to deal with this before Eric or Talia were hurt. He knew that the Superhuman Killer was after him. There is no doubt about it. Discover Mlemper novels. If he was after Eric or Talia, then the killer would have killed them when he was pretending to be a mailman, and Mark would have come back to find their dead bodies. Just thinking about it was enough to make a new wave of anger rise inside Mark's chest. No, the Superhuman Killer was definitely after him. There is no doubt about it. And that meant that someone put a bounty on his head. Who the fuck could have done that? Was it Salazar? That was the only person that Mark could think about right now who would want him gone. Even though Mark and Salazar were not at odds openly, there was definitely enough justification for Salazar to want to kill Mark. Fuck, Mark hated this shit. With the way things were going, he would just walk into the NSA and kill that bastard. Mark, please don't look like that. Eric gently caressed the back of Mark's head as she saw his brow furrowing into a mad glare that made her chest tighten in slight fear. Mark quickly relaxed his expression and turned to give Eric a forced smile. He apologized for scaring her, and Eric shook her head. No, it's fine. I don't know what happened really, and I know you're just trying to protect me, but I don't want you to have to force your smiles when you're around me. I want to help you get through this. Mark's smile disappeared as he leaned back in his seat. Eric was right. He shouldn't be faking his expressions around her. But he couldn't tell her about this. It was too dangerous, and he didn't want her to try anything stupid while trying to help him. He would deal with it without involving her or Talia. Don't worry, Eric. Just being here with me is plenty. I'll handle it and everything will be fine. I promise. Eric still looked worried as she ran her hand over Mark's shoulder before moving to give him a hug. Mark was a bit surprised by it at first, but he eventually smiled and accepted it. He tightened the hold more than usual, and Eric's eyes changed to yellow as she felt some strain on her body from how tight his hold was. Eric whispered in Mark's ear as she also tightened her hold on him. I'm always here for you. I'll always be on your side. Even if the whole world is against you, or if you have to fight against a god. Just do what you have to do, Mark. But please, please come back to me. I'm always here, so promise me you'll always come back. I'm always here, so promise me you'll always come back. Mark felt his heart swell from what Aerith just said, and his hold on Aerith loosened as he brought her back so that he could see her eyes. She gazed up at him with her yellow eyes and Mark cupped her cheek gently. Dan caressed it softly. Aerith hummed as she pressed her cheek into Mark's arm and covered his palm with her own to feel more of him. She felt Mark run his hand over her scar before he brought her face up as he leaned down. Aerith moaned into Mark's mouth as he kissed her softly. This kiss was different from the ones that they usually had. Mark's kisses were usually dominating and intense, but this one was gentle and soft. Aerith loved the way Mark dominated her whenever they kissed, but she decided that she also liked this way of kissing. It was reassuring and it showed that Mark really loved her too. Aerith could feel her head going empty and she felt like she was floating in the air as she held Mark's arm gently to prevent herself from falling over. After some time, Mark pulled back. I promise. Aerith nodded into Mark's arm and she did not resist at all as Mark pulled her in and planted another kiss on her lips. Aerith moaned into the kiss as she wrapped both hands around Mark's neck. Mark gently pulled Aerith closer until their bodies were pressed together and Aerith shivered as she felt his hand traveling lower down her body. Mark's palm grazed over her nipple and Aerith groaned somewhere deep in her throat as his finger flicked her nipple. Her top was very thin, so she could feel Mark's arm on her skin as if she was wearing nothing at all. Mark cupped her breast gently and pinched her nipples together and Aerith moaned into his mouth and ran her hand through his hair as the sensation drove her crazy. Ah! Aerith broke the kiss and released a sultry moan as she felt Mark flick her nipple with his thumb again. Her voice came out in a shaky and breathy tone as she whispered into Mark's ear. Lower. Please. Mark didn't need to be told twice as he let go of her breast and traced his hand further down her body. His hand slid into her loose shorts and Aerith's entire body shivered as she felt his hand graze over her clit. Fuck. Why yes. Aerith held on tighter to Mark as she felt his hand slide over her pussy before he slowly moved towards her clit and began to slide his finger into her. Aerith's legs were closed tightly, but once she felt Mark touching her down there, she didn't even know when she started to slowly open her legs to give him more access to her sensitive parts. Mark brought his finger out from her shorts and looked at his drenched fingers with a small smirk on his face. He leaned back a bit and Aerith was shocked as she felt Mark put his fingers into her mouth. Aerith sucked on Mark's fingers and tasted herself as the grin on Mark's face turned savage. Look how wet you are already. You're a little nymphomaniac, aren't you? Pop. Aerith popped her mouth off Mark's fingers and she blushed as she swallowed and quickly buried her face in her hands. Don't tease me like that. Don't you know it's your fault? Mark chuckled low as he pulled Aerith's hands away from her face. He captured her lips and Aerith moaned into his mouth as she felt him exploring her mouth with his tongue. Mark could taste every bit of Aerith in her mouth and he put his hands into her shorts once more and thrust his fingers into her pussy. Ha! 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 Mark fingered her faster and faster as her moans turned louder. He pulled her hair back and exposed her neck to him as he kissed her on the neck. His kisses were gentle at first, but he slowly became more feral as he bit her hard enough to leave a visible scar. Aerith's eyes were droopy and there was a silly look on her face as she enjoyed the sensation of Mark fingering her. She put her hand on Mark's head and moaned when she felt him biting her neck. Aerith knew that she would bleed from that bite, but she didn't even care. She pressed Mark's head into her neck as she asked him for more as she neared her climax. When Mark noticed that she was already close to coming, he stopped moving his finger and he could almost feel Aerith's body jolt as she felt something leave her. Mark, what? Take it off. Mark pulled Aerith's shorts lower and Aerith obediently obeyed as she raised her hips and allowed him to drop it. She was wearing a pair of pink lace underwear and she was surprised when Mark did not even bother taking it off. Mark just grabbed her thigh and lifted her like she weighed nothing before making her sit on his lap. Aerith put her hands on Mark's shoulders to steady herself and she looked down at Mark as he gazed at her with an expectant look. Aerith could understand what Mark was asking for and she swallowed as she leaned down and gently kissed him. Her hand traveled down from his shoulder until they got to his trousers and she slowly started to loosen his sweatpants until she freed his member. She held the throbbing member in her hand and Mark growled into her mouth before speaking against her lips. Discover stories Mvlemper. Do it yourself. Erit felt her core throb as Mark commanded her to impale herself. Erit did not know when she started to enjoy doing whatever Mark told her to do. Did this make her some kind of masochist? Or was she just that submissive to Mark? Honestly, she didn't care. She just knew that she liked it. Erit sat up and slowly pulled her panties to one side before positioning herself right on top of Mark's member and she slowly started to impale herself. Oh. The tip crossed into her pussy and Erit felt it filling her up slowly as she held on tightly to Mark's shoulder. She felt Mark's arm on her waist as she took half of him inside and Mark quickly slammed her down on his dick. Ugh. Fuck. Erit tightened her hold on Mark's shoulders as she felt him slam into her cervix. Fuck. Did he get bigger? Mark was definitely bigger than before. Erit felt like she was about to be skewered. Erit did not curse much, but she couldn't stop herself from cursing as she felt Mark throbbing inside of her. You're fucking huge, Mark. Mark's hands were on the back of the couch as he watched Erit struggle to get used to his size. Once she looked like she was okay, he commanded her to start moving. Erit glanced at Mark in shock. He wanted her to move. She didn't even know how to do it properly. Don't make me repeat myself. Erit felt that shiver in her core again as she heard the commanding tone from Mark and she tightened her hands around Mark's neck and she slowly started to move her hips. Slap. 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 Ha. 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 Erit went slowly at first, but as time went on, she started to closely increase her pace until the sound of skin slapping against skin started to echo throughout the entire parlor. Erit leaned forward and kissed Mark deeply as she started to enjoy the sensation of bouncing on top of him. She broke the kiss with a breathy moan and used Mark's shoulder to hold herself up as she slammed herself down even harder with each movement. Bam. 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 Mark's mouth was slightly open as he felt Erit trying to milk everything out of him with the way she was moving. He moved his hands to cup her breast and Erit's entire body started to heat up in excitement as she increased her pace even more. Bam. 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 Erit. I'm close. Mark growled low as he felt himself getting close and Erit nodded as she bit her lip. Come inside me. Inside. I am safe, so it's fine. Bam. 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 NGGH. Mark growled deep in his throat as he finally released everything inside of Erit and Erit felt her legs shake as she felt him filling her up. Fuck. Ugh hi. The sensation was too stimulating and she couldn't stop herself from coming all over Mark's dick as Mark felt her getting even wetter. Mark grabbed Erit and quickly changed their position so that she was lying face down on the couch with him on top of her. W8. Mark, I'm too sensitive. Ugh hi. Mark did not waste any time as he impaled Erit hard and Erit felt her eyes roll to the back of her head as her hands dug into the couch leather. She lost control of her strength at that moment and she completely ripped through the couch to try and get a good hold of it. Mark was holding on to Erit's ass and he swallowed thickly and thanked whatever god there was out there for allowing him to see this beautiful view. Seriously, how can anyone have an ass like this and be considered human? Mark wasted no time as he started pounding her like an animal. Bam. 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 Only found Mvlemper. Bam. 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 Ugh. 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 Erit felt like she was going to get thrown off the edge of the world with how hard Mark was pounding her. She was holding onto the couch with all her energy, but it still felt like she was going to be launched away by Mark's intensity. Erit felt Mark's dick kissing her cervix every time he entered her. There was a huge blush on her cheek and she had a stupid look on her face as she released a moan with every thrust from Mark. Ah. 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 At this point, Erit was completely gone and there was nothing anyone could do to get her to come back to reality. It didn't matter if the world was ending at the moment. The only thing that was on her mind was the sensation of Mark pounding into her like a beast. Mark tightened his hold on Erit's waist as he felt himself getting close once more and Erit cried out in ecstasy as Mark slammed into her in one final thrust. Muinen. NGH. Mark grunted as he filled Erit to the brim and he could see some of his cum dripping from her pussy. When he let go of Erit, she fell on the couch like a puppet whose strings were cut and Mark ran a hand through his hair tiredly as he looked down at her. Erit slowly tried to sit up and Mark could see her legs shaking from exertion. Mark didn't know if it was because of how sexy she looked at that moment, or if it was because of how defenseless she was, but he couldn't stop himself from leaning down and kissing her. Erit felt Mark press her back to the couch as he lay down between her legs and she groaned into his mouth as he kissed her deeply. Moi. Mark, please. I think I'm going to die if you keep going. I'm sorry. Moan. Erit moaned as she felt Mark enter her slowly and she put her hands around him and dug her nails into his back as she heard him whisper in her ear. I'll be gentle. Please, thank you. Erit's low moans came out in gentle, sultry intervals as she enjoyed the sensation of Mark entering her over and over again. Erit didn't know where Mark could get all this energy from. She knows that Mark has more stamina than her, but this is absurd. Even now that she is able to control some of Queen's power, she is still not able to keep up with Mark's intensity whenever they are having sex. What would have happened to her if she had done this when she was just a regular human? Wouldn't she have just died? I feel something. Please don't stop. Yes, just like that. Right there. Oh. Erit found Mark's ear with her teeth and bit down on it as she felt herself coming hard. She felt Mark grunt in her ear as he also came inside her with one final thrust and he finally stopped moving as he just rested on top of her. Sigh. Erit ran her hand through Mark's hair gently as she released a sigh of pleasure that showed just how satisfied she was at that moment. Mark was still hard inside of her, but Erit knew that Mark was also satisfied for now as he just rested on top of her. But all of a sudden, Erit's eyes shot open as she remembered something. Oh my God, we have school tomorrow. What are we doing? Mark grunted something incomprehensible as he held on tighter to Erit and Erit struggled to try and get him off her so that they could go back to bed and get some proper rest. We can't sleep here, Mark. We need to rest properly for tomorrow. I like it here. Your boobs are softer than my pillow. Erit's face reddened in a blush as she heard what Mark said and she started to hit Mark on the head with her fists. You idiotic pervert. Get off me right now. I'm not going to be sleepy in class tomorrow because of you. Mark. Nature Academy was considered to be one of the most prestigious academies in City A. There wasn't a single person in the school who you can call poor. Either they were from prominent families that had a high standing in the city, or they were from well-off families with enough money to sponsor them in the school. That is why the students in the school were always seen as stoic and snobbish. They always acted as though they were better than other students, especially whenever they were among students from other schools in the same city. They spoke and moved in a haughty and dismissive way that would make anyone think that they were looking down on them. But all of that prestige and pride were completely forgotten this morning. All the students of the school were enraptured and there wasn't a single one of them that tried to keep up appearances as they went to school. The students of Nature Academy all stood in stunned silence without moving a muscle as they gazed at the boy riding a bike in the middle of the street. Virum. Mark was on his Kawasaki ZX-4RR motorcycle as he weaved his way through traffic while making his way towards school. There was a big smile on his face as he completely ignored many of the road safety warnings around and went at a speed that was considered dangerous to use on commercial roads. Erit was on the back of the motorcycle with her hand wrapped tightly around Mark's back, and she knew that she should be reprimanding him for being this reckless while driving, but she also knew that it would be useless to reprimand him. Why would someone who can take on a calamity class be afraid of a simple road accident? That was stupid. The only reason why Erit was always telling Mark to be careful while riding to school was that she thought that he could have an accident and injure himself by riding too fast. But now that she knows how strong he is and how dangerous his day-to-day life is, she was no longer worried about something like this. Erit held on tighter to Mark and pressed her large breasts into Mark's back, and Mark's grin only grew as he increased his speed even more to get to school as quickly as possible. Every student that he passed on the street could only stop and stare in shock as he sped past them, and many of them realized who he was even though they could not see his face due to his speed. There was only one person who drove a bike like that to school. It was Ghost. Hurry up. Hurry up. We have to get to school now. Ghost is going to school. What the hell are we still doing here? Speed up. Run. I want to see Ghost before classes start. Shit. I knew I should have left the house earlier. I'm going to miss Ghost's entrance. Everyone from Nature Academy was immediately trying to speed up their pace as they went to school so that they could get a good look at Mark as he entered the school. Even though they were members of high society, for them, seeing Mark was the same as seeing your favorite celebrity on the street and knowing exactly where they were going. Mark was a superhuman as well as a member of their own school. The last time that they saw Mark, he was standing victorious over one of the strongest anima that the city has ever seen, so he had been immortalized in their heads as some sort of demigod. It is impossible for you to not want to hurry up so that you could get a better look. Discover Stories Mvlemper. Mark was not conscious of what was happening behind him because of how quickly he was moving. He wouldn't have even cared if he had known anyway because he already expected something like this to happen. Mark did not regret revealing his identity to the world while fighting that anima. It wasn't as if he did it on purpose, so it didn't matter to him. But this was the exact reason why Mark did not want to reveal his identity before. He did not want this much attention from those around him. Superhumans were all treated as superstars in this world, and if Mark revealed his identity, then his peaceful student life would have become a lot less peaceful. How the hell was he going to skip class and play hooky when there were so many people trying desperately to get to him and looking for him everywhere? It would be a nightmare. He wouldn't even be able to hide from Erit anymore because she will always find him by just following the noise. Mark knew that Erit was the only person who usually comes to look for him when he is playing hooky, so she is the only one that he had to hide from before, but now that everyone knew he was Ghost, he would have to start hiding from all the students in the school at the same time. Mark sighed tiredly as he swerved around a car that was turning a corner in front of him. Erit heard the sigh and she wondered what was wrong. She pressed Mark's waist gently and asked him if he was all right, and Mark just turned around with that roguish smile of his that never failed to make Erit blush. "Wanna play hooky?" Erit's brow furrowed in confusion for a moment as she heard what Mark said before she immediately seethed in anger as she tightened her hold on him and her eyes turned yellow immediately. "Mark! Don't you dare! I'll never forgive you if you do this." Erit knew that Mark was more than capable of it. She knew that if he wanted, he could simply turn the bike around and start going in a different direction on a whim. That was just the sort of person he was. If he tried it, then Erit would never forgive him. She would make sure that she doesn't talk to him for at least a week if he makes her miss her first day back in school. Mark just chuckled when he heard Erit shout at him. He knew that Erit would definitely forgive him, but she was not going to make it easy for him to apologize. She would probably pout and glare at him for hours every day until she eventually forgave him. But Mark wasn't going to do something that cruel on her first day. Mark knew just how much Erit wanted to go to school on that day, and it would be demonic of him to take that away from her. He would just have to put up with the stares and cheers from his schoolmates for some time for Erit to get what she wants. Mark grinned as he spoke up. You have no idea the sacrifices I make for you. Erit hit him on the back when she heard what he said. Did he see school as that much of a burden that he was saying something like that? He has to go to school whether he likes it or not. You better not do anything like running away in the middle of class. I don't want to have to come look for you when the teacher is around. When have I ever done something like that? Erit's mouth dropped open in disbelief. All the time. You do that all the time. I better not look for you, you hear me? Mark just laughed again as he saw the school coming into view and he swerved his bike to the left to enter the school road. Mark slowed his bike down to avoid any accidents since there were a lot of students moving down and across the road, and Mark was finally able to get a good look at the effect that his presence was having on all the students in the school. Their reaction was just as intense as Mark expected it to be. In fact, it was probably even more intense since he could see some of them running towards the road without caring about their well-being just so that they could get a better look at him. Read for Stadenvlemper. Mark raised a brow in disbelief as one guy almost jumped in front of his bike and was about to be run over, but one of his friends managed to get him out of the way quickly enough to avoid any serious injuries, and Mark just shook his head as he continued going. At least there wasn't anyone chanting like, "Ghost! Oh my God, it's Ghost! Mark! I've always loved you. Ghost, look over here. I'm one of your biggest fans. Mark Vanitas. I want to have your babies. It's Ghost. I can't believe that girl got to ride with Ghost. I want to be her. I want to be his underwear. I want him to step on me. A/N, the real MVP." It was like the floodgates opened wide once the first person started, and everyone in the school compound immediately joined in on the chanting and shouting as they tried to get Mark's attention. Mark was grateful that he was riding his bike so they couldn't get to him yet, but he knew that once he stopped moving, he was going to be swarmed by the students, and there was no way he would be able to get out of there without injuring someone. Humans are creatures of desire and emotion, and they won't understand how dangerous what they are doing is until someone gets hurt. The students were going to swarm nonstop no matter what Mark says. Erit tightened her hold on Mark's waist as one of the students shouted out that she was envious of Erit, and Mark felt Erit bury her face into his back. He could feel some heat on his back from Erit's face, and Mark immediately knew that Erit was blushing. Was she shy? That's cute. Erit was extremely embarrassed by how much attention they were getting, and she couldn't even look up to stare at all the students as they gazed at them. Erit knew that things should be different now that people knew that Mark was a superhuman, but this was absurd. Didn't they have anything better to do? Or is it so interesting to find out that Mark is a superhuman that they are willing to abandon their home training just to get his attention? If Erit had asked any of the students that question, then they would have gladly said yes. They could use their home training at some other time. Right now, all that mattered to them was getting to Mark. Mark moved towards the area where he would usually park his bike, and he sighed as he finally stopped and parked his bike. He quickly turned and spoke to Erit. "Hold tight to me." Erit had no idea what Mark was planning, but she did not bother arguing. She quickly obeyed and wasted no time as she wrapped her hands around Mark's neck. Mark carried Erit bridal style, and Erit's eyes widened as she realized what he was about to do. "Why the fuck are you crouching? Wait. Merrkrik. Fwum." Erit shouted in fear as Mark launched himself off the ground. She could feel the wind on her face, and she dared to peek one eye open and take a look at what was going on. Her eyes immediately widened in awe as she saw the bright blue sky right in front of her. It was so close. Erit turned to Mark and she saw a small smile on his face as he literally flew through the air towards the school entrance. The wind was making his hair flutter around, and there was this shine in his eyes that Erit only saw whenever Mark was excited. Erit couldn't help but blush, and she tightened her hold on Mark's neck and put her chin on his shoulder. She heard Mark chuckling deeply, and she had to join in the laughter. She couldn't contain the excitement in her heart at that moment. It was absolutely beautiful up here. He's going towards the entrance. Get the fuck out of my way. I'm going to meet him there. Ghost. I just want your signature. I want to touch his ass. Don't get in my way. I want your underwear. Please step on me, Ghost. Many of the more overzealous students immediately started to race after the flying Mark as they tried to get to the entrance before him. They didn't want him to get into the building since they knew that the teachers would try their best to stop them from getting his signature, so they were trying their hardest to get his signature or anything else before he could get into the building. Mark landed right in front of the school building, but he was not able to get very far before he was swarmed by the students who were already waiting for him in front of the building. It was as if the students were some sort of SWAT team trying to capture Mark. They were far too organized for this to be considered normal. Mark quickly tried to reason with them. Okay, let's just try to calm down. Oh my God, Ghost spoke to me. His voice is so deep. My ovaries were literally trembling. Oh gosh, Mark. I've always loved you. Bro, just a signature. Just sign my school uniform. Ghost, please. I want your babies. There was no reasoning with these mad people. Mark was cut off before he could even get out a full sentence, and he felt Eric tighten her hold on his arm as she glared at some of the girls who were trying to come closer to Mark and touch him. Mark knew that Eric was very protective of him, so it might end badly if the students take this too far and make her lose control. They just finished training her on how to control the queen, and Mark did not want a relapse to happen because of something this stupid. Mark was about to speak up and tell everyone to fuck off, but another voice echoed through the area before he could speak, and everyone immediately shut up as they recognized the voice. They all turned around to face the headmaster of the school. The headmaster was wearing an immaculate white suit that blended brilliantly with his white hair, and he stood tall and proud while staring imposingly at the mass of students below him. None dared to meet his eyes as his gaze swept over them, and when he spoke, more than half the students there shivered in fright. Deplorable. That is the only word I can use to quantify the actions I have witnessed among the students of this prestigious school this morning alone. You are all high members of society who are looked up to by other schools as the best in the city. Is it really that easy for you to lose your senses? There was a girl standing behind the headmaster with her head held high, and Mark recognized her as the vice president of the student council, Maria. She was considered one of the most outstanding students in the school as well as the second highest ranking student in their grade after Eric. She was a beautiful girl with red hair and black piercing eyes. She had a modest bust that pushed against her neatly ironed school uniform tightly, and her skirt stopped just above her knees, leaving her long milky white legs on display. Her slightly haughty and dismissive attitude made her seem like an ice queen, and Mark knew that many students in the school did not like her because she always tried to make sure the school rules were upheld. She did not mind stepping on toes or reprimanding people openly and embarrassingly just to make sure they did what she thought was the right thing. The only time Mark had seen Maria lose her cool was when the results of their final exams came out last semester and she saw that she lost to Eric. Eric was just a new transfer student at that time, so it was a shock to Maria that she lost her top-ranking spot. The scream of shock that Maria released that day could be heard all the way from the other side of the school. Mark was sleeping in the infirmary and hiding from Eric when he heard the shout, and he bolted to his feet thinking that there was an anima attack in the school. When he heard what happened later, he couldn't stop himself from laughing his ass off. From the way she was standing behind the headmaster, it was obvious to Mark that she was the one who went to call on him and reported what was happening in front of the school. Her eyes turned to catch Mark's gaze, and Mark gave her a nod in greeting. A small blush crept up her cheek for a moment, but she quickly frowned and killed it before turning away from him with a small huff. Mark raised a brow at her reaction, but he didn't let it bother him as he turned back to the headmaster as he continued berating the students with his words. Acting like foolish animals in heat who have never seen a member of the opposite sex before is childish and unbecoming of the members of this school, and every single one of you should be expecting letters written to your parents depicting what you have done here today. The headmaster glanced across the schoolyard for a moment before he quickly shouted in a loud voice. And why are you all still standing here? To class. Now. The students all scrambled away as they quickly cleared out from the courtyard and started making their way back to class. They all feared the headmaster because of how strict he was. The headmaster was seen as the highest authority in this school, and he had the power to expel students without facing any repercussions, so they knew that they would be in real trouble if they defied him. Even their parents' money wouldn't help them unless they were the children of rich powerhouses like Francis Colton. Once the students had cleared out enough and there were only a few stragglers left around, the headmaster turned towards Mark with a wide smile on his face as he spoke kindly. "Mr. Vanitas, it is a pleasure to see you back in school safe and sound. Please, can I have a talk with you? In private." The headmaster gestured towards his office, and Mark sighed as he turned to Erit and told her that he would be back soon. "You better come to class. This chapter is novel bin." Erit glared up at Mark as she warned him not to play hooky. She knew that without her there was a very high chance that Mark would simply ignore the class and just find somewhere to flee again. Mark just grinned at her before he leaned down and kissed her on top of her head. Erit's entire face flushed as she gripped her bag tightly and began to move around the headmaster to get to class. "It is a pleasure to see you as well, Miss Erit, and I am eternally grateful for your safe return. But I do hope you kept up with your studies even as you stayed at home to recuperate." "Why yes, headmaster." Erit nodded and answered in a quiet voice as she passed beside Maria. Erit turned to look at Maria as she felt eyes on her, and she saw Maria glaring at her with intense hatred. Erit was already used to this. She knew that Maria hated her for taking the position of top student away from her, but Erit couldn't care less as she just passed Maria and made her way to class. The headmaster turned back to Mark, and he caught Mark staring hard at Erit as she walked away. No, he is not staring at her, he is staring at her behind. How ungentlemanly. The headmaster coughed into his closed fist to get Mark's attention, and Mark slowly turned away from Erit's behind and back to the older man. Mark hummed innocently in response, and the headmaster raised a brow at the sheer audacity of the boy in front of him. He doesn't even show remorse at being caught. Well, I suppose the rumors about him being hard to deal with have some merit. My office, Mr. Vanitas. Mark nodded and followed the headmaster to his office. The trip to the office was met with varied reactions from the students in the corridors. Many of them were moments away from trying to run and meet Mark, but a simple glare from the headmaster forced them to calm down and comport themselves. Mark knew that if not for the headmaster, he would have been swarmed by students again. They reached the headmaster's office, and the headmaster turned. "Please wait out here, Maria. Or rather, simply go to class. I believe we have dealt with the worst that could happen for now. Your aid is much appreciated and it shall be remembered." Mark turned around to look at the headmaster talking to Maria. Maria had been following after him and the headmaster since they left the entrance, and she nodded to the headmaster's words when he told her that she was no longer needed. She glanced at Mark, and Mark could see some form of longing in her gaze. It seemed like she wanted to say something to him, but she never said it. Instead, she just left to go to class as the bell rang to signal the start of the first period. "Ring. Come along, Mr. Vanitas. I won't take up too much of your time." "Oh no, please take as much as possible." Mark would much rather not go to class at all, so he didn't mind if the headmaster took up the entire first period. Although, now that Mark thought about it, it would be just as bad to listen to the headmaster talking for an entire hour. Mark just sighed tiredly in his heart. The headmaster raised a brow as he settled into his seat and waved Mark over to the opposite seat. The headmaster wondered what Mark meant by what he said, and he smiled as he thought that Mark was just happy to talk to him. "Well, I am glad to speak with you as well, Mr. Vanitas." Mark nodded. He did not even care what was going through the headmaster's mind. All he knew was that every moment he spent in here was one less moment he had to be in class. Erit would kill him if he didn't go to class, so he had to at least show up for a while, so he just wanted the headmaster to cut into that time as much as physically possible. The headmaster's office was a grand room with mahogany floors and dull brown walls. There were paintings of all the former headmasters hanging on the wall behind the headmaster's seat, and a large grandfather clock was standing at one corner of the room imposingly. Mark knew that staying in this room at night would be like being in a B-rated horror movie. Imagine all these old men staring at you in the dark and then hearing the grandfather clock ring just at the wrong moment. Mark chuckled as he imagined Eric's reaction to something like that. She'd probably scream like a crazy person. Mr. Vanitas, I understand that you are going to have to be in class soon, so I won't take up much of your time. Firstly, I would like to express my utmost gratitude on behalf of the entire student and staff body of Nature Academy for your constant efforts to protect us from danger. I did not know anything about the challenges that you faced, and as an educator, I shoulder full responsibility for that oversight. But now that we are aware, we can only thank you for risking your life for our sake. The headmaster bowed his head slightly in gratitude, and Mark was a little shocked by the amount of sincerity he could sense in his words. The headmaster must be truly grateful if he was going this far. Mark did not like being thanked so much, so he just tried to wave the tense situation away and told the headmaster that everything was all right. See more novel bin. Mark fought because he wanted to, not because he wanted to be thanked. The headmaster chuckled when he heard Mark say this. Yes, I understand that fully. I don't know if you know this, but you were responsible for saving the life of my daughter once a long time ago. She was 20 years old at that time, and she was unfortunate enough to be caught in an anima attack near her workplace. She says she would have been crushed if not for you swooping in to block some falling debris. She has been your biggest fan ever since. Mark hummed with a nod of recognition. He obviously didn't remember the fight since it was just one of many that he had been involved in, but he was glad that the headmaster's daughter was all right. The headmaster noticed that Mark was not in the mood for sentiments, and he just cleared his throat and decided to get down to business. This was the first time that the headmaster was talking to Mark directly since Mark entered this school, and the headmaster has only known Mark to be a troublemaker who skips classes more than he goes to them. If not for the fact that Mark had an above-average grade point average, then the headmaster would have considered holding Mark back for a few years for his horrendous attendance record. But that was not possible now. Not in a million years. The headmaster couldn't touch Mark no matter what happens. I met with your guardian a few weeks ago, Mr. Vanitas. He was a truly prestigious man. At first, I was afraid that your continued attendance at this school would spell trouble and cause undue stress among the other students, but your guardian assured me that there would be no issues whatsoever, and I was inclined to agree after he made quite a generous point. The headmaster didn't need to spell out the meaning of his words at that moment because Mark understood perfectly. Mark wondered just how much that old man must have dropped in the headmaster's lap for the headmaster to become this kind and gentle with him. The headmaster had an image in the school as a very strict person, so for him to be this mellow with Mark meant that Mark's guardian really threw a lot of money at the headmaster. The headmaster continued without missing a beat. So, in light of that generous conversation that your guardian had with the school board, I have made it my personal duty to ensure that your school life is as stress-free as possible. Should there be any issues, anything at all, please do not hesitate to contact me. I will ensure that any and all resources are properly utilized to rectify the issue. Is that understood? The headmaster was looking Mark right in the eye as he said all of this, and Mark could hear another hidden meaning under the headmaster's words. Mark was a little unnerved by how willing the headmaster was to do anything just to make Mark happy, but Mark didn't let it show on his face. Mark didn't really need something like this. Mark knew that there would be some issues in the school, but it wasn't like he couldn't handle them himself. No one would be stupid enough to challenge him since they knew how strong he was anyway. Instead, Mark decided to use this opportunity to cover another issue that could occur. Thank you for the offer. I'll keep it in mind and come to you if I ever have any issues, but I don't think I will be having issues with the students since most of them know I'm stronger than them. But I'm worried that my friends would have to deal with the anger and threats from other students. This might compromise their student life and prevent them from being able to study properly. Perhaps there is something you can do about that. The headmaster immediately understood what Mark was talking about. When it came down to friends, the only person who could fit that category in this school was Erit. The headmaster knew that what Mark said was right. There were many girls in the school that really liked Mark now that they knew that he was Ghost. Just from the amount of female screams that the headmaster heard earlier this morning, he knew that more than 2/3 of the female population would be trying to get Mark's attention in one way or another. And women can be terrifyingly scary when they are trying to get a man's attention. Women can be terrifyingly scary when they are trying to get a man's attention. The headmaster wouldn't put it past some of them to try and get rid of Erit just so that they could replace her and make themselves a part of Mark's life. That would mean that Erit might be in bigger danger than even Mark. The headmaster nodded to Mark, telling him that he understood what he meant. Very well then. I shall ensure that any and all issues regarding Miss Erit are well taken care of as well. Her student life will not be compromised in any way. Thank you, headmaster. Mark thanked the headmaster gratefully, but the headmaster just smiled and waved it away. Oh no, it is I that should be thanking you. I fear that this much will not be enough to thank you for all that you've done for this city. But in my own little way, I hope I have made your life easier in some way. Now, would you please sign this? The headmaster brought out a black book that looked like a diary from inside his drawer, and Mark raised a brow in surprise as he glanced at the empty page and the pen that was being handed to him by the headmaster. What the hell? The headmaster cleared his throat, and Mark could see a little bit of embarrassment break through the headmaster's stoic mask as the headmaster avoided Mark's eyes while speaking. It is for my daughter. Once she learned that you attended this school, she made me swear to get your signature the moment you returned to school. I hope you don't mind. The headmaster's granddaughter gave some things to her grandfather the day after Mark fought the Calamity class, and she called him every single day to ask him if Mark had signed yet or not. The headmaster felt a little embarrassed to be asking for Mark's signature like this, but he couldn't ignore his granddaughter's demands like this. He had to try. Mark just sighed as he grabbed the pen. This was his life now, so he better get used to it. Here. All right. Mark left the headmaster's office after he was done signing his autograph on the diary. He also signed on a shirt as well as a black bra, but Mark just put all that out of his mind as he closed the door behind him while getting his phone out to make a call. All of Mark's school books were in Erit's bag, so he only had his AirPods and phone with him. Ring. Ring. Hello, Master Mark. It's been too long. Mark smiled as he heard the voice of the aged man through his AirPods. Mark turned to the side to look at the long corridor that would lead him to a secluded area away from the classroom where he could hide for the rest of the school day, and he sighed as he turned around to start going to class. Erit would kill him if he didn't at least show up to class. Hello, Hugo. How are you? Mark. Did I not tell you to call me Godfather? Mark chuckled. Right. That's true. Apologies, Godfather. Good. Now, how have you been? And to what do I owe the pleasure of this call? Has there been a situation? Mark shrugged as he passed beside a class that was in the middle of a test. One of the students in the class caught a glimpse of him and screamed in joy as she bolted out of her seat, but the teacher quickly shut her up and told her that he would deduct marks if she didn't sit down immediately. Mark continued talking calmly as he heard the girl groan tiredly and sit back down. Not really, I just wanted to know how you were doing. I heard that you came to my school. From the way the headmaster has been talking to me, I can tell you must have thrown quite a lot of money at him to get him on my side. How much did you set us back? Hugo laughed on the other end of the call when he heard Mark talking about the money they spent. Was Mark really worried about such a small amount? Exclusive. You are very much like your father, do you know that? Just like you, he would also scrutinize every expense made by the company to make sure there are no negative effects. But you do not need to worry. The money that was spent was from my personal funds. I did not take it out of the company's accounting. This was a personal situation after all, so it is only fair that your godfather handles it personally. Mark smiled at Hugo's fatherly tone. All right, thank you, Hugo. Godfather. Yes, Godfather. Thank you. Hugo went silent on the other end of the phone for a moment before speaking up again. You will be turning 18 soon, won't you? Do you not think it is time to introduce yourself to the rest of the company board? Most of them still believe you are never coming back, and there has been talk of appointing a new CEO if you do not take the reins. Anyone that tries to take my company will disappear. Tell them that. I'll come in when I have time. You know how busy things are now. Right, of course. I apologize for my oversight. I watched your battle on the news the other day. You were quite magnificent. Your father would be proud of what you have become. But please, try to be careful out there. You are the last of the Veneta's name, so you must take care of yourself. Yes, Hugo. Please continue taking care of things over there for now. I'll be with you soon, I promise. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye, son. Click. Mark turned off the phone once he was done talking to Hector, and he finally reached his classroom. Mark also wanted to call Pat to talk about the search for the superhuman killer, but he decided that he would take care of that later. Ka-cha. And during the reconnaissance era, there was a great movement that involved many of the world's artists. Can you all focus dash? The homeroom teacher, Linda, was in the middle of a class when she heard someone walk into the room. She wanted to just ignore the person who came in at first so that she would not lose her flow, but when she noticed that the students in the class had all turned away from her and were staring at the person who walked in with wide eyes, she couldn't help but turn around as well. Holy shit! Linda cursed loudly as she saw Mark at the door, and she almost dropped her book from her hands. She scrambled to grab it and her feet slammed against the edge of the table. Linda was about to fall over, but she felt someone grab her hand before she could fall and stabilize her easily. Linda looked up and saw that Mark was staring at her with a raised brow as he held her hand calmly. Her entire head started to heat up as she felt a tingling sensation in her entire body from her hand right down to her toes. Ghost was touching her. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Are you alright, teacher? Why yes. Thank you. Mark nodded and slowly released her from his grasp as she found her footing once more. Once she was back on her feet, Linda immediately felt embarrassed by her reaction, and she quickly tried to regain her composure. Mark, you're late. Sorry, the headmaster wanted to talk with me. That's okay then. Please take your seat. Mark nodded before making his way to his seat and settling down beside Eric. Eric turned to smile at him, and he just smiled back as he took his book and pen from her. The rest of the class was all staring at Mark like he was some sort of alien, but Mark was just ignoring it expertly. He looked at Linda and nodded his head at her, and she seemed to also snap out of a daze as she cleared her throat and hit her book on the table twice to get the attention of the other students. Please try to pay attention. Let's continue. The reconnaissance era had many artists that. The rest of the class was rather uneventful, and Linda could tell that more than half of the class was no longer listening after Mark came in. They were all glancing at Mark and whispering among themselves, and Linda couldn't really do anything about it. She couldn't blame them for their reaction since she was also a little flustered by Mark's presence. It was like having a movie star walk in and sit down among the other students, they would surely draw a lot of attention. After some time, Linda left and the next teacher came into the class. They also had a similar reaction to Linda, and it was only their professionalism that prevented them from completely losing it. By the third period, Eric could tell that Mark was already bored with the classes, and she was not surprised when Mark put his head down on the desk and passed out in the middle of the teacher's explanation of integrals and differentials. Eric elbowed Mark from the side with a frown, but Mark didn't even budge as he continued sleeping. Eric sighed tiredly as she knew that there was no way he would be waking up anytime soon, so she just took his book and started copying his notes for him along with hers. Ring. Alright class, that will be all for today. Don't forget to bring your assignments in tomorrow. The math teacher closed his book once the bell rang to signal the break, and he left the class quickly. The students in the class all quickly stood up and started talking animatedly with each other in groups. Eric turned to Mark and smiled as she rested her head on her table while facing him. She poked his cheek and chuckled as he huffed in annoyance and tried to swat her away like a fly. "Mark, it's time for lunch. Aren't you hungry? Did you make anything for me?" "Of course I did." Mark slowly sat up and yawned as he stretched. His hair was disheveled, and Eric used her hand to cover the small blush on her face as she saw him look around in slight confusion. He looked like a lost puppy. He turned to her and smiled. "Thanks." Eric couldn't stop her own smile from spreading as she brought out 2 flasks and handed one of them to Mark. Eric made rice and spicy tomato stew for them with fried plantains, and Mark could feel his stomach grumble once he smelt the aroma wafting out from the flask. It was extremely spicy, just the way he liked it. Mark ate quietly while ignoring the murmurs from the class as they talked in their groups. He spoke with Eric about some of the things he missed in the previous classes, and he thanked her when she handed him his book that she jotted in for him. "Hey, Mark. How you doing?" Silence. The entire class went silent as they saw a boy walk up to Mark and greet him in a friendly tone. No one said it, but everyone was watching silently to see what would happen. There was no denying that they all wanted to talk to Mark, but most of the students in the class were hesitant to walk up to him because they had never spoken to Mark before that day. They all kept their distance from Mark before finding out that he was a superhuman because they thought that he was a delinquent, but now that they knew it was not true, it was difficult for them to just walk up to Mark and start talking to him like they have always known him. But some people were more daring than others. The person that spoke to Mark was one of the most popular boys in the class. He was handsome with blonde hair, bright green eyes, and a nice smile that would make any girl swoon in his presence. One of his hands was stretched out to Mark for a handshake, but Mark just stared at the hand for a moment before he turned back to the meal and picked out a diced piece of plantain to eat while ignoring the boy. The blonde boy closed his outstretched hand in embarrassment and pulled it back before putting both hands in his pocket. Mark might have ignored him, but he did not allow that to stop him from asking Mark what he wanted to ask him. "So, I was really impressed when I saw you on TV the other day. That was an amazing fight, experienced novel bin content." Mark sighed. "Do I know you?" The boy blinked in surprise. "I'm Kevin." There was no reaction from Mark. "We've been in the same class since middle school." "Kevin. Kevin." Saying it twice wasn't going to help anything. Mark's brow furrowed into a frown as he tried to remember ever knowing a Kevin, but he was not able to remember anyone by that name and he just shrugged. "Doesn't ring a bell. What do you want?" Mark's frigid tone was not surprising to anyone in the class. They have always known Mark to be quite antisocial and intense with his words, but Kevin couldn't help but feel a little put off since this was the first time that he would be talking to Mark directly. He turned to look at his group of friends who were standing at the side, and one of them nodded to Kevin as a form of support. Kevin cleared his throat as he continued talking to Mark with a smile on his face. "I and some friends are planning to hang out after class. I was just wondering if you'd like to come along." Mark ran a hand through his hair as he took another spoonful of food, and he groaned internally as he felt the spicy food go down. Oh yeah, nothing beats Eric's food. This amount of pepper would normally be unbearable for a normal person, but for Mark, it was just right. Kevin blinked in surprise, and blinked again after a few moments as he realized that he had been completely ignored by Mark. Kevin turned to see that Eric was reading through the notes that she jotted down from the earlier class, and Eric jolted as he called her name. "Eric." Yes, Kevin. Sorry, I wasn't listening. What is it?" "Well, I was wondering if you and Mark would want to come out with some friends after school." Kevin was going to use the age-old tactic that has always worked. If the husband is proving difficult, then just go through the wife and have her convince him instead. Kevin has spoken to Eric once or twice since she was the class president, so he knew that she was the sort of person who found it hard to say no when you asked for something nicely. He was certain that she would agree to come and she would try to convince Mark as well. But he was surprised when she put her hands together with a sheepish smile on her face. Sorry, Kevin. Mark is really tired after that anima fight from a few days ago. I don't think he has the energy to go out right now. A sweat traveled down the side of Kevin's face as he heard that excuse. Kevin was very popular, so he was already knowledgeable of all the sorts of excuses people could give when they were asked to hang out. He has even given many excuses as well before, and he knew how to work around most excuses to make sure that he still got what he wanted. But what the hell can you do when someone gives you an excuse like this? Fighting against a calamity class isn't something that should be spoken about so casually, and yet here Eret was, giving it as an excuse as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Kevin was slowly realizing that the Mark he thought he knew and the real Mark were completely different people. Mark lived in a completely different world from the rest of them. Oh, yeah, I heard he had another fight against a calamity class the other day. One of the boys from Kevin's friend group suddenly spoke up loudly as he came closer to Eret and Mark's table, and Eret forced her smile to stay in place as the boy continued talking without caring that he was not even invited. He ended that fight even faster than the previous ones. Just how strong are you, Mark? I'm sure you're stronger than Taylor and Frost Knight from the Artemis Guild, right? Frost Knight was another A rank from the Artemis Guild. His powers centered mainly around his ability to create and utilize ice swords in battle, so the internet started calling him Frost Knight as a moniker. Mark was still eating silently as he completely ignored the boy who came up to them, but Eret was not as cold as Mark. She felt like it would be rude if she didn't at least give him some attention or answer some of their questions, so Eret took it upon herself to start answering some of the questions that they were asking Mark. I am not sure how much stronger he is than. Another person cut her off before she could get her words out. I'm sure he's stronger than them. He's Ghost, after all. Even his fighting style is better than theirs. He uses nothing but his fists, but those others all use other weapons or elements in their fights. This time it was a girl who spoke up as she walked close to the group, and Eret started to feel very uncomfortable as the rest of Kevin's friend group started to congregate around their table and continued asking more questions. Eret didn't mind answering their questions, but she was worried that Mark would be irritated since he was not the sort of person that liked being in a group like this. Eret started to answer questions with short, clipped answers to try and get this over with as quickly as possible. No, I don't know who his patron god is. You should ask him yourself. Your MVMPYR source. What do you mean, how big is he? Don't ask something so stupid. He doesn't use any weapons. He only uses his fists. Who is Taylor? Is he also a superhuman? But, no, I don't know if he is stronger than Taylor. His 3 sizes. Why would you even want that? Eret was answering the questions as Mark just kept eating without a care in the world. The group just kept increasing as they started getting more and more daring to become close to Mark, but the entire atmosphere suddenly changed as one of the girls that came close to them dared to sit down on Mark's table. Eret had been smiling kindly while answering most of their question. She was the class representative, so she was already used to dealing with most of them, and she also knew how to make sure they did not go out of line and start bothering Mark. But once that girl sat down on Mark's table, it felt like ice-cold water was poured on Eret, and her expression immediately hardened. Everyone there could sense the change, and the girl who sat at Mark's table looked at Eret with a sly smile as she leaned down to talk directly in Mark's ear. The girl was a Gyru who had a lot of makeup on. Her nails were painted bright pink, and she had a very bountiful chest that bounced as she moved. One of her uniform buttons was open to reveal just enough cleavage to excite any man, but not enough for it to be considered unacceptable by the school. She was an expert at walking the fine line between moral and immoral. Hey, Mark. I've been dying to talk to you about something really important, but there are a lot of people here and I'm not really comfortable around crowds. How about we find a more private place to talk? Crack. The sound of something breaking echoed through the class, and everyone turned to see that it was Eret's spoon that had snapped in half from the amount of force she was using to hold it. She was now openly glaring at the girl on Mark's table, and she spoke in a tone that left no room for argument. We are within the school premises and such acts are not permitted among students. Get off. Now. Mark was sure that there was a bitch somewhere in Eric's throat that would have come out at any moment, but he was glad that she managed to hold herself back. Eric had a reputation to uphold as the class president and Mark didn't want her to tarnish it over something this stupid. This bitch wasn't worth it. The girl swallowed as she saw the expression that Eric had, and she slowly inched back until she slid off the table. Mark finally finished his food and he gently closed the plate and handed it back to Eric with a smile. Thanks, babe. It was great as always. Eric seemed to completely forget about what just happened as she collected the plate from Mark with an excited smile on her face. She told him that he was welcome and asked if it wasn't too spicy. Mark told her that it was just the right amount of spicy. Mark stood up and put his hands in his pocket before letting his eyes roam over everyone there. Dune. The students all seemed to automatically shut up and gaze up at Mark reverently as he towered over everyone in the room. Those who were standing in front of his desk took steps back as his height overshadowed them and made them feel very small. Mark scratched the back of his head with a dull sigh. I'm not interested in going anywhere with anyone, Kent, so stop asking. And I hate crowds, so don't let something like this repeat itself again. Keep your distance. Kevin's brow furrowed as he noticed Mark was staring at him while talking. Kent. My name isn't. Mark raised a brow as he dared Kevin to complete that sentence and Kevin swallowed in fear. Mark didn't even release any pressure at all, but just that small movement from him was enough to make Kevin rethink his words. Kevin just decided that it didn't matter what Mark called him after all. Why yeah, sure. I understand. Good. I'll be back soon, Eric, gotta go to the toilet. Move, NPC Kent. Mark started to walk and everyone there just parted like water for him. Once Mark was gone, Eric smiled shyly as she put his flask back in her bag. She was glad that he liked the food. This was the first time that she was trying out one of her mother's recipes for spicy food and she thought that it would be too spicy for Mark, but she was glad that he didn't even complain once. She would make another spicy meal for him tomorrow. A shadow suddenly fell over Eric and she looked up from her food at the person standing in front of her desk. Esmeralda had a blank look on her face as she looked down at Eric with an arrogant expression on her face. Her hand was on her waist and she huffed as she slammed the other hand on Eric's table while leaning down. Eric blinked in shock as Esmeralda came down until their noses were almost touching. Esmeralda wasn't even from this class, so Eric was wondering what she wanted. Does she also want to know more about Mark? Eric's brow furrowed as this thought crossed her mind. Eric was a woman and she can sense when other women are interested in her man. Eric knows that Esmeralda had some sort of crush on Mark, but Eric also knows that Esmeralda looked down on Mark because she thought that he was too poor and low class for someone like her, so Esmeralda never acted on her feelings. Is Esmeralda trying to get close to Mark now because everyone knows that Mark is a superhuman? This superficial bitch. Eric felt irritation rising in her chest as she cursed Esmeralda. Do you think I don't know what is going on here? Eric was immediately confused once Esmeralda spoke and it showed on her face as her brows furrowed into a frown. She leaned back in shock to put some space between them. What the hell was Esmeralda talking about? Is this some sort of prank? Esmeralda saw the confusion on Eric's face, but she did not let that stop her as she just fired on as if everything would clear itself up in the end. Tell me, how long have you been planning this? You've known for a while, haven't you? That's why you've been spending so much time with Mark all this while. You've known that he was a superhuman since the start and you thought you could lay claim to him by spending as much time beside him as possible. People like you disgust me the most. You're just using your sultry looks and stupid housewife routine to fool him. Who the fuck brings a meal to school for someone unless they're trying too hard at the housewife bullshit? You're nothing but a skank selling your body to Mark because of his power. I'm going to kill her. This was the first time that Eric was hearing Queen's voice ever since she learned to control it. Queen hasn't bothered coming out since Eric was already very good at suppressing her, but there was no way that Queen could remain in the background after hearing something like that. Aerith, on the other hand, looked shell-shocked. Her eyes were wide in surprise and she slowly dropped the broken spoon she was holding to prevent herself from doing something she would regret. Aerith could already feel her hand shaking, and she knew that if she did not drop that spoon right now, she might use it to stab Esmeralda in the neck. What did she just say? I'm seducing Mark. Is she mad? Aerith was not a hostile person, it was only since Queen appeared that she started having more violent thoughts, but even the calm Aerith could not keep her anger down at the accusation that she was hearing from Esmeralda. A deep surge of anger was rising from somewhere deep inside her and she was ready to burst at any moment. Yeah, I haven't seen her hang out with anyone but Mark. Do you think she knew about Mark before us? That would explain it. If I knew about Mark, then I would have done anything to seduce him too. I'm not surprised. Wow, I never knew Aerith had it in her. She's a certified Cleopatra. The students in the class started to murmur once they heard the accusation from Esmeralda, and the girls in the class were the most vocal as they felt cheated by Aerith. They felt like Aerith had an unfair advantage since she knew about Mark being a superhuman earlier and that was the only reason why she was able to get so close to him. If they knew Mark was a superhuman then they would have tried their hardest to be his friend earlier too. Esmeralda noticed the anger in Aerith's eyes, but she did not care. Instead, she continued talking. I'm sure you don't even care about the rumors that have been spreading around recently. I don't think the number even matters to you. Tell me. How many people did Mark kill in that fight against the Calamity class? Slam. Ring. Aerith slammed her hand on the desk and Esmeralda took a step back as she saw yellow flash across Aerith's eyes. But the bell suddenly rang to signify the end of lunch and the start of the next period. Esmeralda blinked and the yellow in Aerith's eyes was gone. What the hell was that? Esmeralda took a couple more steps back as she saw the cold intensity on Aerith's face. Aerith has always been a mellow person and Esmeralda knew it, but this was different from what she had expected. Esmeralda could almost feel a chill travel through her body from the cold stare that Aerith was giving her. But that was not enough to make Esmeralda stop what she was doing. Esmeralda has planted the seed that she wanted to plant and now she only had to wait and let it grow. Esmeralda turned around to leave as the next teacher came into the class and told everyone to settle down for class. Aerith was still staring at Esmeralda with that cold stare, but inside her head, she was fighting a battle unlike any other. Kill her. Kill that bitch. She fucking insulted Mark. How dare she? Kill her. Stop. Aerith had to force Queen to shut up after Queen suddenly came back in full force and started screaming like a banshee inside Aerith's head. Aerith put her hand to her head and started doing the calming exercise that Jean taught her a while ago. Aerith was not going to lose her cool on her first day of school. She worked too hard for that to happen. But Aerith could not deny that she was pissed. Who the fuck did Esmeralda think she was? How dare she talk about Mark like that? She was blaming Mark for the people who died in that fight. Is she fucking stupid? Aerith knew that people died in that fight against the Calamity class a while ago. There were too many falling buildings and broken homes for people to not have died, but that was not Mark's fault. Mark saved everyone and this bitch thinks she can blame him for something the anima caused. If not for Mark, then 1,000 times more people would have died. Aerith did not even care about the accusation that Esmeralda leveled against her. So what if Esmeralda thinks that Aerith has been seducing Mark because of his power? Aerith didn't care. Aerith didn't even care if her entire school thought that she was seducing Mark because of his power. They can say whatever they want about her, she was just going to bear it and let it flow past her, but she was not going to tolerate any bullshit they say about Mark. The next person to call Mark a murderer is going to the hospital. Aerith, where is Ghost? I mean, where is Mark? I thought I saw him earlier this morning while passing your class, shouldn't he be in class as well? The teacher spoke up quickly while bringing out a black book from his bag and he noticed that Mark was not in class. If you looked closely, you would see that the book that the teacher brought out was actually his diary, and he was also bringing out a pen that he wanted Mark to use to sign an autograph for him. But not seeing Mark was putting all his plans into disarray. Aerith frowned once her teacher spoke up, and she turned to her left in shock as she noticed that the teacher was right. Mark wasn't there. A sudden realization seemed to dawn on Aerith at that moment, and she slammed her hands on her desk and stood up with a scowl on her face. Why didn't she suspect anything when he said he was going to the toilet? That damn liar. She should have known that he would try something like this. Aerith has gotten so comfortable with Mark that she completely forgot how elusive he can be when he wants to be. He fucking ran away from class. Permission to go search for Mark, sir. G granted. The teacher was a little put off by Aerith's intensity, and he watched in surprise as Aerith turned and speed walked out of the class with that scowl still in place. I'm going to kill him. Somewhere in a secluded part of the school, Mark was lying on the floor with his legs crossed and his hands behind his head. There was a dirty magazine covering his face, and a few rays of sunlight filtered through the window at the side, providing just the right amount of warmth to not be considered uncomfortable. Mark sighed happily as he felt at peace at that moment. Oh yes, this is the life. I really don't know how anyone can stay in that class a day and listen to people drawl nonstop. I'd rather just be fighting an animal instead. Mark felt a little sorry that he just left Aerith behind, but he knew that she could handle herself just fine. Aerith is a strong girl, so those idiots in class couldn't do anything that would make her lose her cool or hurt her in any way. If anything, Mark was more worried that she would hurt them. But Aerith's training would help with that, so Mark didn't need to worry too much about that either. He could just relax and get some much-deserved sleep. Mark. Oh shit. Mark slowly opened his eyes blearily as he heard a loud voice shout from somewhere down the hall. He grabbed the edge of the magazine on his face and pulled it up to get a glimpse of the person coming towards him, and he smiled sheepishly as he saw Aerith storming down the hallway like a banshee. Mark wouldn't be surprised if her hair started flaming and flying around like Kushina any moment now. What do you think you're doing? This is your first day back and you're already playing hooky. You idiot. Let's go back to class now. You're making me miss it. Mark groaned and flopped on the floor like a dead animal, and Aerith felt her eye twitch as she bent down to grab his hand so she could pull him up. I said come on, KYA. Aerith released a cute scream as Mark suddenly pulled her, and she fell off her feet and on top of Mark's chest. Mark wrapped his hands around her, and Aerith blushed crimson as the magazine fell off his face and she saw him smiling at her. Did you just say, Kia? Why you? You brute. Forget about that. You never heard it. Now let go of me. Aerith quickly tried to get off Mark, but he just held on tighter. Her breasts pressed into his chest and Aerith felt something pressing against her thigh from between Mark's legs. She blushed crimson as she realized what it was, and she hit Mark on the chest while whispering in embarrassment. You pervert. We're in school. Mark grinned. And? Someone could see us. And we have to get to class. Mark shook his head as he caressed the back of Aerith's head and slowly brought her head down to meet his own. Don't worry, we're the only ones who know about this place. Aerith struggled futilely for a few more seconds, but she couldn't fight it anymore and she just allowed Mark to pull her down and kiss her deeply. MMH. Aerith tangled her fingers into Mark's hair and got comfortable on top of him. She straddled him and pressed herself against his crotch as she deepened the kiss. After some time, Mark pulled back and looked into Aerith's eyes as he noticed something. What's wrong? You look like someone pissed you off. Mark noticed the small furrow in Aerith's brow as if she was thinking deeply about something. Aerith was shocked that Mark asked her something like that. She wondered when Mark started being able to read her that easily. She rested her forehead on his own with a small sigh and Mark smiled. Come on, beautiful. Tell me who made you mad. I'll erase them from existence. I'm pretty strong, you know. Aerith chuckled at the joke before she finally relented and told Mark about what happened earlier with Esmeralda. She told Mark what Esmeralda said about her, but she did not talk about it a lot because it didn't matter to her. Instead, what she focused on more was what Esmeralda said about Mark killing people. It's just so frustrating. Some people are so ungrateful no matter what you do for them. They see all the good that you do, and the only thing that they can think of is to criticize when you didn't do anything. Eric was genuinely angry about this, and Mark was a little shocked that she would go this far for something so silly. He tightened his hold on her waist and pecked her to make her go silent for a moment. Eric, it's fine. I mean, of course, I killed people. It comes with the job description. But that doesn't mean I'm a murderer. Sometimes, bad things just happen and there's nothing you can do to save everyone, no matter how hard you try. Ari sighed as she saw the sense in what Mark said. Your chapter source MVL, EMP_year. I know, it's just frustrating that the others in the class were agreeing with her when she called you a murderer. Mark chuckled and told her not to bother about it anymore. The opinion of a few kids is nothing for his girlfriend to be worrying about. If it bothers you too much, then just tell me and I'll make them all change schools. Eric laughed when Mark said this as she thought that it was just another joke that he was making, but when she noticed that Mark was not laughing at all, she quickly sobered up and realized that he was serious. She slapped his chest softly. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't do that. Why would you want to ruin their school life for something so petty? Mark chuckled as he grabbed the back of Eric's head and crashed her lips into his own for another deep kiss. With how the headmaster worshipped Mark's godfather, Mark knew that it would not be too difficult to get a few students removed from school for defamation. All it would take was a report from him. But since Eric said it was fine, he wouldn't do anything. Eric felt Mark's hand travel down her body until it got to her ass and she moaned into Mark's mouth as he grabbed her ass and squeezed. Mark grinned as he heard her moan. You know, I've always wanted to do this in school uniform. You looking this sexy in a simple school skirt should be a crime. You pervert. Moan, oh God, Mark, not here. Not out here. It's too open. Eric looked around in worry as she felt uncomfortable going this far in such an open space. With the way they were going, Eric knew there was no way she could stop Mark from fucking her now since he was already this excited, but she didn't want to have sex on the school corridor floor. Mark squeezed her ass again and she moaned and tightened his grip on his hair. Mark, listen to me. Mark finally chuckled deeply as he realized that Eric was really uncomfortable. They would have to take this to a more private place then. Mark leaned close and spoke right into Eric's ear. Alright, I know just the place. Come on. Here. This chapter is MVLU-MPYR. Eric and Mark were in a small space that looked like a closet. It is the storage room that the drama club uses to keep their costumes when they weren't using them. The room was in a secluded part of the school that was only used whenever the drama club was about to have club activities, so Mark was sure that there wouldn't be any interruptions while they were there. Mark first grabbed Eric from behind and pressed himself against her back while sandwiching her against the closet wall. Yes, here. There won't be any interruptions since they don't have club till after school hours. You don't have to worry about anyone coming around here. Mark reached around and grabbed Eric's breast. He felt the soft sensation on his palm and he squeezed down gently on her nipple. The sound of her moan was like music to his ear and he could feel her nipple getting harder in his hand. Eric might not say it out loud, but Mark could tell that she was enjoying this just as much as he was. Mark squeezed tighter and Eric put her hand over his own quickly. Eric spoke up in a low breathless tone while holding Mark's arm. Mark, my uniform, be careful with my uniform. Mark grinned, he reached down and hiked Eric's skirt up and he felt his erection becoming painful as he saw her white panties hugging her huge ass like a second skin. Fuck. Mark didn't waste any time as he squeezed Eric's ass hard. He moved 2 fingers towards her crotch and pressed her vagina through her panties. He felt a wet sensation against his fingers and he grinned as his hand came back wet. Someone's excited. Eric's chest was pressed into the wall of the closet, and Mark could see a blush rising on her cheek in embarrassment. Erit would never say it out loud because of how embarrassing it was, but she had also fantasized about fucking Mark in school. There was just something different about carrying out an immoral act in a place like school where you are supposed to follow rules and regulations. And the fact that she was the top student and everyone looked up to her to follow the rules more than anyone else just made the experience 10 times more arousing. Mark pulled Erit's panties to the side as he pulled his dick free from his trousers. He aligned himself with her and Erit groaned as she felt him slowly entering her from behind. Ugh! Slap! Mark entered Erit all the way to his hilt at once and Erit's body shivered as she felt him fill her up completely. Slap! 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 Ah! 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 Erit pressed her hand into the wall hard as she felt Mark slamming into her from behind and she spread her legs apart to give him more access. Mark groaned deep in his throat as he felt how tight Erit was and he sped up his pace. Bam! 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 Erit could feel her orgasm already coming up from how intensely Mark was holding her and Mark felt electricity travel through his entire body as he tightened his hold on Erit's waist and increased his pace even more. MPPH. Erit released a loud scream as she felt the orgasm hitting her hard but Mark immediately put his hand over her mouth to muffle the scream and prevent anyone from hearing it as he grunted while releasing his sperm into Erit. Fuck, he didn't ask Erit if she was in her safe period. Somewhere in the back of Mark's mind, Mark knew that he had just fucked up, but he didn't give a fuck at that moment as he was just enjoying the sensation of releasing into his girlfriend. Ugh. Fuck. Mark finally stopped releasing into Art and pulled out from her. He removed his hand from her mouth to allow her to talk freely again. Erit turned around and Mark saw that her eyes were the poison yellow of Queen as she stared up at him lovingly. She kissed Mark deeply and Mark responded in equal measure as he felt her grab his dick in her hand and she began to stroke him softly. Queen kissed very differently from Erit. Erit's kisses were gentle and a little unsure, almost like she was not confident in her own abilities and she was waiting for Mark to take charge, but when Mark is kissing Queen, it feels like she is trying to engulf his tongue and suck everything out of him. She was forceful and intense, and there was a bit of a challenge in her movement as she dared him to take control from her. Mark did not resist the kiss, he relished the challenge and responded in kind as he dominated Queen. He allowed her to kiss him to her heart's content before they had to go back to class. Ka-cha. Oh my god. Mark and Erit both turned to the side in shock as someone suddenly opened the closet door. Mark was stunned for a moment, but he immediately recognized who the person was. It was the vice president from this morning who went to call the headmaster to help Mark. The vice president, Maria, was standing outside the closet with wide eyes and she looked like she had been petrified to the spot as she stared at something close to Mark's waist in stunned silence. Mark looked down and saw that she was staring right at his dick that was currently in Erit's hand. What are you two? Quiet. Mark's tone left no room for argument, and Maria immediately shut up as she heard his commanding tone. The intense smell of sex that was leaking out from that closet was enough to make Maria blush up a storm. She did not need to be an adult to understand exactly what had happened inside that room. They fucked like rabbits. Mark looked outside the hallway, and he was glad that Maria was the only person standing there. What the hell was she doing here? Did someone send her out to look for them? Or was she just patrolling the corridor? But this area is usually abandoned, so how did she find them here? Were they too loud? But that doesn't matter. At least it wasn't the entire drama club that found us. I know this place isn't used until after school, so there has to be some twisted explanation for all this. Why are your eyes yellow, Erit? Mark blinked in shock as Maria spoke, and he looked down to see that Erit was openly glaring at Maria with her yellow eyes. Normally, Erit would be a blushing mess right now, but since she was in her queen form, she was bolder than before, and instead of feeling shy, she only felt angry that they were interrupted. "Shut up and close the door, you fucking fool. What do you think you are doing staring at Mark like that? Are you a pervert?" Maria did not expect the sudden boldness from Eret. Maria has always known Eret to be a mellow person who is very agreeable, so suddenly hearing Eret curse and insulting her was enough to shock the senses out of Maria. What? Who the hell are you calling a pervert? Look at what the both of you are doing in the closet. Just wait until I tell the headmaster about this. He'll have you expelled. No, you won't. Mark finally spoke as he arranged his trousers properly. He kissed Eret on her forehead and told her to fix herself up before she comes out. He stepped out from the closet, and Maria took a large step back as she looked up at his imposing figure staring down at her like a mountain. Was Mark always this fucking tall? Was Mark always this fucking tall? Mark closed the closet door behind him and he arranged his uniform properly. Maria still couldn't get the image of what she saw inside there out of her mind, and she looked away with a blush on her face as she saw Mark arranging his trousers. The image of Mark's dick in Eret's hand played in Maria's head like a movie, and she wondered if a man's dick was always that big. She had seen porn before, but none of them matched up to the sheer size of what she just saw. Maria spoke up while moving her body in a way that would allow her to leave quickly if she needed to. "What do you want to say to me? Just so you know, intimidation won't work. Do you think the media will allow you to go if you intimidate a high school girl on your first day back? They'll have a field day with you. Are you forgetting that I am also a high school student? But I'm not going to intimidate you, Maria. I'm going to warn you. You won't say a word about what happened in here, and you will take this to the grave with you." Maria immediately frowned as she took a few more steps back. She was ready to leave this place, but she felt so intimidated by Mark's presence that she didn't want to turn her back to him at all. It is the same feeling you get when you're in front of a lion, and you know that turning your back on it would mean certain death. Like a sheep that doesn't want to lose its life, so it faces the predator defiantly. Maria just felt like if she turned her back to Mark, he would tear her apart in seconds. "Why should I stay quiet? You two are fornicating in school, and you want me to keep shut about it? I'm a member of the student council, and it is my job to." "You're Maria Tristan, eldest daughter of the Tristan Transportation Company that specializes in the movement of cargo across the ocean. Your father is Ronald Tristan, and his father is Alfred Tristan. You have a younger brother named Hugh Tristan who is set to take over the company when he turns 18, but there is currently an internal rift between your father and his brother who is trying to overthrow him. Is that right?" Maria's eyes widened as she stumbled away from Mark. What in the world just happened? Where did he get all that information from? Maria had never told anyone in school about her family before, and she sure as hell hadn't told anyone that her family was currently going through an internal civil war. What the hell is this? Maria narrowed her eyes at Mark as she heard the closet door opening. Eret stepped out from the closet with her uniform back in its proper place. She looked as immaculate as ever, and her eyes were back to their regular black as she smiled at Maria kindly. Maria felt more threatened by that smile than ever before. Was this not the same girl that was just glaring at her and telling her to fuck off before? Mark looked down at Eret as she came to stand beside him and he smiled as he spoke gently. "Hey babe, you can go back to class. I'll just finish talking to Maria here and send her on her way." Eret simply nodded, and she did not stop Mark from kissing her when he leaned down. She accepted the kiss and waved him goodbye as she went back to class. "Make sure you come back when you're done. I'm not coming out here to look for you again." Eret shouted out to Mark angrily, and Mark just chuckled as he watched her go back to class. Once she was gone, Mark's smile vanished as he looked back at Maria. Maria was now openly glaring at Mark as she spoke. "What are you trying to say by bringing up my family? Who the hell are you?" Mark shrugged as he heard what she said. "I know I do not flaunt my family name around, but it is strange that most of you still do not know who I am. Have you heard of the Vanitas family? Maria frowned. Of course I have. They are the largest car manufacturing company in, no, that's impossible. You. Maria looked Mark over with wide eyes as something seemed to click inside her head when she started talking. She couldn't believe it. She knew that there was a very high likelihood that it was true, but she just couldn't believe it. This was the sole heir and next CEO of the Vanitas franchise. Are you fucking kidding? Maria was so shocked because she just never imagined someone like Mark to be the heir to anything. Mark was a superhuman, but he was also once a well-known vigilante and someone who always skipped school. If you ever thought of who could be the heir to the Vanitas franchise, Mark's face would never even come to the front of your mind once. Everyone always thought that the heir to the Vanitas franchise was hiding in a secluded country and learning in secret so that they would come back and take over, but hearing that it was Mark was just too much. Don't sound so shocked. Mark frowned in irritation as he heard the shock in Maria's voice. Was she trying to insult him here? Maria's frown also deepened. I don't believe you. You're bluffing. Mark smiled and placed his hand on Maria's head. The touch was soft, and Maria barely even felt it, but she couldn't help but think that Mark's hand was a guillotine preparing to take her head off at any moment. She didn't dare to move a muscle as she glanced up at him with her eyes narrowed in fake confidence. Whether I am bluffing or not is up to you to find out, but you should be more than aware of what my family can do to yours. One call is all it would take for me to retract the business that my family provides yours with, and there will be no more Tristan Transportation Company. Your chapter source MVL Emperor. Be very careful about who you tell what you saw today, it could determine whether or not your company sees the light of tomorrow. Because, unlike your uncle who just wants to take over the company, I'm much more heartless. I will bury your family name, and there is nothing you can do about it. Once Mark was done saying this, he turned and left down the hall in the same direction that Eric went. He might as well go to class since he was busted. Maria was left standing alone in the corridor with a dark cloud over her head as she watched him go. She still didn't believe it. She knew that there was a small chance that Mark was actually the heir to the Vanitas franchise, but she just didn't believe it. The Vanitas Motors Company was one of the largest investors and business ventures that Tristan Transportation Company had. Tristan Transportation Company was in charge of the transportation and logistics of all Vanitas motors that were being sent overseas. On paper, Vanitas Motors accounted for more than 35% of Tristan's yearly revenue, but in reality, it was far more than that. If the Tristans lose something like that, then it is only a matter of time before the entire company plummets into the ground. Losing Vanitas Motors will not only affect their stocks, but it would also affect the trust that their investors have in them and make some of them leave as well. Maria felt her legs shaking, and she quickly grabbed them in fear as she stumbled back to the wall and leaned against it. Ha! 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 Her breath started coming out in short puffs, and she felt something sticky between her legs as she rubbed them together. Oh God! What was that? Maria swallowed quickly as her mind went back to the moment when Mark was looking down on her. Mark was threatening her like she was nothing, and for some reason, she really liked it. His empty eyes that were staring down at her dominantly made something quiver inside her body. NNGH. If anyone was in that corridor, they would have recoiled at the intense smell of juices that was filling the entire place. Maria put her hands between her legs, and she felt how soaked her panties were. She had to calm down. She couldn't let anyone see her like this. Maria suddenly remembered the size of Mark's dick that she saw, and her hand slowly traveled toward her crotch. Something that big, could it even enter her? Maria's mind conjured up images of Mark pressing her down and slamming into her like a piston. His large body covered her own and prevented her from moving as he used her as a cock sleeve and finished inside her like his slave. Her hand pressed against her clitoris, and Maria groaned as she immediately came hard. Ah! Oh! Ha! 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 Maria started to hyperventilate, and she felt like she couldn't get enough air into her lungs, no matter how hard she tried. She was going to die. She quickly reached into her skirt and pulled out an inhaler to use. Puff. Puff. Ha. 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 Maria finally managed to calm down a little, and she was no longer shaking as much as before when she used the inhaler. She fell to her ass with her back against the wall and hung her head in dread and arousal. She had to confirm if Mark was really the heir to Vanita's motors. She couldn't just use speculation to decide what she would do. She would call as many people as possible and find out who the fuck Mark really was. Later that day, after school was over, Mark and Eric were trying to sneak out from the back of the school to prevent people from swarming them. Mark knew that there would definitely be people waiting by his bike to talk to him, but he already had a plan for that as well. "You look worried. Is this about what happened earlier?" Mark spoke up as he saw the worried frown on Eric's face as she left the school building. Eric hadn't said a word since they left class, and Mark knew that she was thinking about what happened earlier today. Eric might have looked unaffected by it, but it was actually a very big deal that could affect her entire school life if it got out. Story MPYR. She did not want anyone to know that she was having sex in school. Mark pet Eric's head kindly as he smiled at her, and Eric looked up at him with wide, curious eyes. "Don't worry, nothing is going to happen." Eric's eyes darkened for a moment as she stopped walking. "But how can you be sure?" "She saw us, Mark. I don't think the school will overlook something like that if they find out about it. We could get expelled, and she even saw my eyes. She's going to be too busy to think about your eyes, don't worry." "But Eric. Trust me." Mark finally looked serious as he turned to Eric, and Eric was stunned by the amount of certainty in Mark's voice. She knew that this was a serious situation, but she couldn't help but trust Mark if he spoke like that. If Mark was this sure that nothing was going to happen, then she would trust him. Eric nodded, and Mark smiled as he pet her head once more. "That's my girl." "I'm sorry." Someone suddenly shouted from behind the pair, and they both turned around to see Maria bowing at 180 degrees with her hand on her knees. Eric's eyes widened in surprise, and Mark hummed as he saw her sincere apology. She looked like she had run a marathon before finding them, and Mark knew that she must have come all the way from the front gate on the opposite side of the school just to catch them before they left. Mark hummed and spoke with a small smile. "You did your research." "I'm so sorry, Mark. I didn't think before talking earlier. I won't tell anyone about what I saw, I promise." Mark saw Eric glancing from Maria's back to him in shock, and he could understand her surprise. It's not every day that you see the haughty Maria Tristan being this apologetic towards anyone. Eric came closer to Mark in shock and whispered. "What did you do to her?" "I talked." Eric pouted at Mark's answer, and Mark leaned down and kissed her pout. "She was just too cute." Mark turned to Maria with a glare as she spoke. "Did I tell you to talk?" "No. Sorry." Maria quickly went back into the bow as she saw Mark glaring at her, and she waited for Mark to finally talk to her before she looked up again. "Who did you call?" Maria swallowed. "And my mother. She once knew your mother personally, so she was able to confirm your identity by calling your godfather. She wishes to apologize personally for any discretion that I might have caused. I swear I did not mean any disrespect, I just didn't think that." Maria swallowed again as she recalled the conversation that she had with her mother a few hours ago. That conversation would stay with Maria for the rest of her life. Her mother had only shouted at her once before, that was when she lost her top student position to Eric. But that was nothing compared to the sheer anger that her mother showcased when Maria told her that she was having a conflict with someone claiming to be Mark Vanitas. Their family depended on the Vanitas family for a lot, so messing with the heir to the Vanitas franchise was like putting fuel into a flame and thinking it wouldn't erupt in your face. But worse of all was the fact that Mark was also a superhuman. They couldn't do anything to him at all, so going against him was just suicide. "There's no need for a visit. I have too much to do to bother about something like that. As long as you've learned your lesson, then it is fine. Maria shook her head. No, please. Let me apologize properly. I said it's fine. But if you want to apologize properly, then I need you to do something for me. Esmeralda Fortuna. I want information on her daily activities. Can you do that? Maria frowned in surprise. Esmeralda. Esmeralda. Why does Mark want to know anything about Esmeralda? Maria was surprised by the request. She thought about who Esmeralda was and she remembered that Esmeralda was the daughter of the Fortuna Entertainment Company, another big name in the city. Esmeralda was very beautiful, but also quite conceited. She was the sort of person that people would describe as a spoiled brat without a second thought. Why would Mark want to know about her? Maria asked Mark for the reason behind his curiosity, and Mark waved her away as he turned with Erit and started to walk away. Don't ask stupid questions and just do as you're told. I'll be expecting something soon. Maria frowned in annoyance when Mark insulted her, but she couldn't say anything back. She was trying to get on Mark's good side and she couldn't afford to antagonize him any more than she already had. So she could only stay silent and take the insult. Vroom. The sound of a car approaching them reached Maria, and she saw a black Vanitas Avatender coming towards Mark and Erit. A man in a black outfit stepped out and bowed to Mark before handing him the key. Mark thanked him and gave him a few instructions on how to take care of his bike before allowing the man to leave. Mark then opened the door for Erit before going over to enter the car and drive off. Maria knew that her mother would be angry at HR again because she was not able to get the meeting with Mark, but she was just glad that she was no longer in his bad books. That would have been a disaster for her family. But I wonder why he is interested in Esmeralda. It wasn't too hard for Maria to find out what Esmeralda does during the day since Esmeralda had way too many friends. It would be easy to just get a little bit of information from all of them and combine it together to see what was the truth. And since she was a part of the student committee, she could use her power to make people tell her what she wanted. Maria blinked as the word power passed through her mind, and she immediately felt her thoughts travel back to earlier today when she caught Erit and Mark in the cupboard and what she did after Mark threatened her. Maria's face grew hotter, and she quickly covered it with a hand as she made her way back into the school. It failed. The superhuman killer was currently on the phone as he walked through the park where Mark and Erit usually went with Talia. He was wearing a long black coat, a white shirt over black trousers, and running shoes as he looked around at all the people who were enjoying their time with their families. Chapter source MVL_EMPYR. The superhuman killer knew that Mark would not be coming to the park today, so he just felt like taking a walk here by himself. After watching Mark Vanitas and his family spend so much time in this park and have so much fun together, the killer started to feel a small amount of jealousy somewhere in his heart, and he decided that he also wanted to come and see what this park was all about. Even though the superhuman killer was still in the business of taking lives, he left the army because he wanted to live a normal life. He also wanted a woman to love and a child to take care of. Everything that Mark had was everything he wanted and more, and superhuman killer just wanted to taste a tiny bit of it. There were so many families moving around and having fun, and the killer knew that this sort of life was something that he could never live. His life was meant for bloodshed and death, but every now and then, even someone as twisted as he was still wanted to enjoy the serenity of a family park. The person on the other end of the phone grunted in irritation as he heard what the superhuman killer said, and when he spoke up, the superhuman killer could literally hear the annoyance in his voice. Yes, just like you planned. I hope you are aware that you will be compensating me for the assets lost. Sending those things out is not cheap, and sending them out in the middle of the city is even more expensive. I understand. You will get a wire soon, just wait. But for now, I need you to send another one out, and I also need you to retract all the superhumans in the area at the same time. The superhuman killer took a seat on an empty bench on one side of the park and he pulled out a bag of seeds from his pocket and began to throw them towards the many birds that were flocking the bench. His gaze was fixated on the birds and how they were pecking away at the seeds, and for a moment he thought about what it would be like to be a bird. No stress, no complexities. Just living your life, flying anywhere you wish at any time you wish. Free. I'll also need the guild schedules. The superhuman killer continued after some time, and the man on the other end of the call squeezed his face in irritation as he heard the request. Do you think this is your fucking military organization? It is not so easy to extract teams from an area without raising unneeded suspicions and causing investigators to start breathing down your neck, and the guild schedules are classified. You cannot get them. I need them. Without them, I can't be sure of how the superhumans will move. You will have to make do somehow. I cannot give them to you. The superhuman killer furrowed his brow in anger as he heard this, and he threw a new batch of seeds towards the birds and watched them pecking away without a care in the world. How enviable. Then open a backlink to their radio and give me access to that instead. I need to know how they are moving to make my plans. If I can finish this as quickly as possible, then I will be out of your hair, and we might not have to see each other for the next few years at least. That is a good enough reason to take the risk, is it not? The man on the other end of the call was silent for some time as he thought about what the superhuman killer said. It would definitely be beneficial to get rid of the superhuman killer once and for all. If not for the fact that the superhuman killer was very useful right now, then he would have already tried to get rid of him. The superhuman killer was right. It would be best to just get this over with. I'll open a secure link to the guilds that are present in the city currently, and you can frequency hop across the connections to get the one you wish for. But that is all I can do for you. How many anima do you need this time? Not too much. Just enough to draw him out. I was able to get rid of Luna using the last attack, so I don't need two. Just give me a strong one that would be enough to distract him for a few minutes. That should be enough. The previous anima attack was nothing but a gamble by the killer in the hope that Luna will reveal herself and leave the city after talking to Mark. And the killer was glad that his gamble worked. Even though it would cost a lot, it was worth it as far as he was concerned. But with the way things are going, he is definitely going to ask for more money for this job. The amount that he and the Coltons agreed on was not going to cut it anymore. Not only was Mark stronger than before, but Mark was also surrounded by some dangerous people that the killer could not overlook. This job was starting to be more trouble than it was worth. The superhuman killer noticed someone moving from the corner of his eyes, and he turned to the side and blinked in surprise as someone came to sit down right beside him. It was a little girl wearing a long black gown and carrying a teddy bear in her hands. Talia Dragonheart. The superhuman killer felt his heart rate spike for a moment as he thought that Mark would be somewhere around. Did they find out about him and come to apprehend him? Are there any guilds around? He had to find the best way to deal with this. Maybe he should just take the little girl hostage and use her to bargain for. Your MVLEMPY, our story. Mister, are you okay? You look pale. The superhuman killer blinked as Talia suddenly spoke to him kindly. He looked down into her eyes, and he was surprised when he did not see anything in there other than genuine worry. Even though Talia was a superhuman, it was impossible for her to fake emotions like he could. She had never received training for things like that, so he knew that her concern was real. A small smile spread across the superhuman killer's face as he realized that his concern was for nothing. Mark was currently in school with Erit. They were not here with Talia, so everything was fine. Yes, I'm fine. I just felt sick for a moment there. Thank you. Talia nodded at him before she turned back around to watch the birds in front of the bench. Who the fuck are you talking to? The man on the other end of the call asked in an annoyed tone, and the superhuman killer told him that it was nothing. The killer said that a little girl passing by had just spoken to him, so he greeted her back. The man clicked his tongue before he continued the previous conversation. I'll send you one of the strongest calamities we have. It will cause a substantial amount of damage, so it would be sensible for you to keep your distance. If it goes out of control, then it will kill you before you can even get to Mark. Although personally, I wouldn't be averse to having you both gone. Nothing but trouble, both of you. The superhuman killer knew that the man did not like him, so there was no surprise when he said what he just did. The superhuman killer took it in stride and responded professionally. "I'll send you the coordinates later." The superhuman killer cut the phone before the man could give a response, and he sighed as he continued to throw the seeds at the birds. Talia was silent beside him as she watched the birds eating the seeds. A woman jogged past the bench with a man following close behind her, and the superhuman killer was able to catch how the man's eyes were glued to the woman's large ass as she jogged. Bark! A dog barked from a distance, and some of the birds flew away as they heard it, but before long they all came back to continue eating. Both Talia and the killer were silent for a long time, and the silence was only interrupted by the occasional cooing of the birds eating the seeds. From the expression on her face, the killer could tell that there was a lot on Talia's mind. Surprisingly, it was the superhuman killer that spoke up first. "Are you alone here?" Talia pouted as she tightened her hold on the teddy bear, and she nodded to him. The superhuman killer hummed. Normally, he would never do something like this, but for some reason, he felt like talking today. "Why?" The big-breasted bimbo forced Big Brother to go to school. The superhuman killer blinked in surprise as he heard what Talia said, and he immediately wondered who the big-breasted bimbo was. That had to be that girl Erit that Mark was dating, right? Yes, I can see why she would be called big-breasted bimbo. Even I can tell that she is quite endowed in the chest region. "What about you, you don't want to go to school?" Big Brother said, "I'll start going when my uniform gets here." Talia looked down sadly as she said this, and the superhuman killer wondered what was wrong. Should he ask? Would that be considered too invasive? What if she suspects something from him asking too many questions? No, that's not possible. She is just a child, so I have to play the part of the concerned adult. "Did you leave your house all alone?" "You shouldn't do that. It's dangerous out here." Talia pouted and huffed. Big Brother said, "I can go outside if I take Teddy with me. Teddy will look after me, so I'm not worried." The killer hummed as he saw the sense in her explanation. It was only sensible that the teddy bear would be seen as a good guardian. There was hardly anything in this region that could pose a threat to an A-rank summoned beast, so Talia would most likely be alright. The only person here who could kill her easily right now was him, and he didn't kill children. Not after that last time. The superhuman killer closed his eyes tightly for a moment as he cleared his mind of some images, and when he opened them, he was giving Talia a kind smile again as if nothing happened. "You don't want to go to school?" "I don't know anyone there. It'll be lonely." "Why don't you just make new friends?" "Stupid people are scared of Teddy. Their parents always tell them to stop playing with me because they are scared of Teddy." The superhuman killer looked at the teddy bear, and his military training immediately jumped to the forefront of his mind as he recalled all the information he had gathered about Talia. A-rank superhuman with C-rank physical strength. She is a summoner capable of giving life to any inanimate object with only a touch, and each of her inanimate objects possesses enough power to be regarded as an A-rank fighter, so she is an invaluable asset to any guild. Her only limitation is the amount of mana she possesses. Since she has to share her mana with the inanimate objects to give them life, her summons are limited by how much mana she has. Her grandfather protected her from being forced to join a guild by taking her into the NSA, but now that he is dead, it is only a matter of time before she is poached once more and they try to make her join a guild. They are probably only holding back because of Mark's presence. They don't want to antagonize Mark, so they won't be forceful about approaching Talia, but once I kill Mark, they will definitely swoop in like ravens to try and claim Talia. "Are you alone, mister?" The superhuman killer was suddenly brought back to reality as he heard Talia talk to him, and he realized that he had zoned out of the conversation completely while reading through Talia's profile. He was not used to talking to people, so he was prone to zoning out unless it was something related to business. He smiled as he answered Talia kindly. "Yes, I'm alone. I like being alone." The superhuman killer paused for a moment in the middle of the sentence, and he only added that last part as an afterthought, but that was the part that Talia clung to as she tilted her head. You like being alone. Don't you get lonely? Are you happy? The superhuman killer stared at Talia in surprise as he saw another image. Overlap over her face. The image of a pretty girl with blonde hair and a kind smile. Blood was leaking from the side of the girl's mouth, but she still managed to keep that smile on her face as her hand gently caressed his cheek. You don't look happy. The superhuman killer blinked and he was suddenly back in the real world. Once more, he had zoned out and Talia had that worried look in her eyes as she stared at him. He smiled at Talia to ease her worry. Of course, I'm not lonely. I have you here with me, don't I? Talia seemed uncomfortable with what he said, and the superhuman killer understood that his words could be misinterpreted by Talia. He was basically an old man telling a little girl that she was happy that she was with him even though they had never met before today. Oh yeah, that was definitely the wrong way to say it. He threw another batch of seeds at the birds and smiled kindly as he stopped playing around. No, I don't get lonely. I have the birds. The killer gestured towards the birds, and Talia looked down at them in confusion. A particularly stupid bird came up to her and tried to peck at her shoes, but she kicked her leg in annoyance and the bird flew off in fear. These are the things keeping you company? Talia asked this question silently as she turned to the superhuman killer, and he shrugged nonchalantly while throwing the last batch of seeds. Talia hopped off the bench and dusted herself off with one hand. You need to meet more people, mister. You're way older than Big Brother and he already has that big-breasted bimbo as a girlfriend. I don't like her, but she makes him happy, so I don't mind. I feel bad for you since you're alone all the time. You seem pretty old, and I don't want you to die alone. The killer felt a small part of him take offense to what Talia just said. He wasn't that old, was he? The killer didn't remember his actual age. Years of training and missions eroded that memory away from his mind and he could be bothered to try and remember how old he was, but from what he understood based on his appearance and fitness level, he was somewhere in his late 30s now. He was still pretty young. Talia was talking like he was going to drop dead and die any second from now. Talia continued without noticing the killer's distress. I have to go, Big Brother should be back now. Talia started to walk away as she said this, and the superhuman killer spoke up before she could leave. He watched Talia walking away with the teddy bear and he felt compelled to ask. Will you come back tomorrow? Talia turned and huffed as she eyed him with suspicion. Grandfather told me to always stay away from old men trying to get me to go places alone. You aren't trying to do anything funny, are you? The superhuman killer crossed his heart with that kind smile still on his face. I wouldn't dare do something like that. Cross my heart and hope to die. Alright, you look like you'll be alone all your life, so I'll come keep you company with Teddy tomorrow. I'll see you here. Bye-bye. Talia waved goodbye to him as she headed back towards the hotel, and the superhuman killer raised his hand in a wave until Talia vanished from the park. Once she was gone, the superhuman killer's face finally shifted back to its usual look of blank indifference, and he stared at the birds on the ground as he realized how stupid what he had just done was. How could he ask her to come back and meet him? The superhuman killer sighed. He couldn't allow something as pointless as emotion to affect his decisions. He had to be cold and calculated at every turn or something would go wrong. Something always went wrong. His world doesn't allow him to express emotions. The only saving grace was that the superhuman killer was sure that Talia wouldn't come with Mark since Mark had to go to school, but it was still risky to be asking someone from Mark's family to meet in the park like this. He squeezed the empty bag of seeds in his hand and threw it into the trash at the side as he stood up and stuffed one hand into his pocket while putting a call out to the man from before. 2 calls in one day. Are you insane? If you are planning to broadcast your location to the rest of the world, then do not involve me in it. Dig your grave on your own. Sorry, I just had to get to you. Can you get the calamity ready by tomorrow? The man on the other end of the call was obviously shocked as he heard what the superhuman killer said. Sending the calamity out tomorrow was not impossible, but it would definitely be difficult to get everything right if you rush it this much. Tomorrow? Is that not a bit soon? Are you certain this will not affect the execution? Let me worry about that. Just do it. Very well then. I will send you the guild signals tonight and the calamity should go to your specified coordinates at the given time. Do not disappoint me, killer. Beep. The phone went off, and the superhuman killer stuffed it into his pocket with a sigh as he turned around to look at a family in the distance who were tossing a frisbee to each other while their dog bounced around and tried to get it out of the air. He narrowed his eyes at them before he turned away to leave. It's a little lonely, I suppose. The next day, Mark decided to go to school using his car rather than the bike. He knew that most of the students in the school didn't know that he had a car, so it would be better to sneak through with the car and then find their way inside before they got swarmed by the students. Mark was currently on a call with Patrick with Eric beside him. He had one hand on the wheel and the other one on Art's exposed thigh. Have you found anything yet? Is he that good at staying hidden? Mark spoke up as he turned the corner of the street and put the car into gear as he started making his way to school. Eric was looking through some notes in the passenger seat with her legs drawn up so that she was resting her shoulder on Mark's shoulder. Mark clicked the gear changer behind the steering, and he felt the ride becoming smoother as he zoomed down the empty road. On the other end of the call, Pat sighed in slight irritation as he clicked through various images on his laptop. I can't really explain it. It's not that he is good at hiding, it is more like he never goes out with the same face or appearance, so I need to deconstruct a new face every time I am trying to pinpoint his location. I was able to narrow down the search region to the space around your hotel since Luna said that he has been watching you, but that does not really make things easy. There are hundreds of people living in that region. Mark could hear the tiredness in Pat's tone, and Mark knew that Pat had been awake for a long time working on this. Mark didn't like the fact that the superhuman killer had been watching them from a distance for so long, and he never knew about it, so he was trying to rush Pat a bit to try and get the superhuman's location. But that was proving difficult since the superhuman killer had so many looks. He could be anyone. Should we bring the Artemis Guild into this? Make them set up a perimeter so we can hunt him down. That way, we won't have to worry about him trying to escape. Vroom. Mark sped up and swerved around. A black Toyota before he had to stop his car as he reached a red light. He was still on the call, so he didn't notice a yellow Lamborghini pulling up right beside him. That might not work, even with the Artemis Guild helping out. Shit. Mark turned to the side quickly as he heard a voice cure loudly and Mark raised a brow as he didn't see anyone in the driver's seat of the yellow Lamborghini. What the hell is that idiot doing? Mark knew that the yellow Lamborghini belonged to Francis. Francis was the only person in the entire school who drove a yellow Lamborghini, so why the hell was he trying to hide from Mark like this? There was someone else in the passenger seat of the yellow Lamborghini staring right at Mark, and Mark just glanced at her for a moment before turning away when she tried to wave at him. Esmeralda was in the middle of applying her makeup when she heard Francis curse loudly before falling down in his seat to prevent someone from seeing him. Esmeralda turned to the side and her eyes widened as she noticed Mark looking right at her. A small smile suddenly spread across Esmeralda's face as she waved at him, but she was stunned when Mark completely ignored her and turned away to look at the road. Esmeralda brought her hand down in annoyance, and her anger only grew when she noticed someone sitting in the passenger seat of Mark's car. Wasn't that Eric? Esmeralda noticed that Eric was leaning against Mark's shoulder and reading a book calmly, and from how Mark's hand was positioned, Esmeralda could tell that his other hand was on Eric's thigh. That fucking bitch. Esmeralda grit her teeth as she felt a surge of anger fill her. Just knowing that Eric was the one in that car instead of her pissed her off. That bitch is relaxing like she is in her parlor. Is she trying to show off? Esmeralda looked down at Francis with a glare and immediately shouted at him to get up. Aren't you ashamed to be scared of your junior? He is younger than you and you're the one hiding when you run into him. Get up. Shut up, you bitch. Just tell me if he is gone. Don't ever call me a bitch. You think you can say that to me just because I refuse to sleep with you? You're not worthy of me, so don't you dare talk to me like that. Just get up and stop embarrassing me. Shut up. Ping. The traffic light showed green and Mark put his car into gear before zooming off. Esmeralda immediately shouted at Francis that they were gone and he should get the fuck up. Francis peeked up from his window before he sighed in relief as he noticed that Mark was gone. Esmeralda scowled at the pitiful display before she turned back to finish applying her makeup. She had to get rid of this useless man and find herself a real man soon. How dare he embarrass her like that? Just you wait. After today, I'll be the one looking down on you, Mark Vanitas. Esmeralda blinked in surprise as she heard what he said and she turned to look at him. What do you mean? Francis put his car into gear and prepared to drive off. You said you were only with me for my father's money, right? Well, you'll soon understand that there is nothing that money cannot buy. Esmeralda grew irritated when she noticed that Francis was just trying to be mysterious by not telling her the whole story, and she slapped his shoulder in anger and shouted at him. Stop being cryptic and just explain. In Mark's car, he already forgot about the encounter with Francis as he went back to the call with Pat. Pat continued talking in that same haughty tone that he always uses, but if you listened closely, you could hear an undertone of tiredness leaking through Pat's voice. Anyone would be able to tell that Pat was suffering from severe insomnia if they heard him talk. MVLEMPYR article. We can't bring the Artemis Guild in without something concrete. What are you planning to do? Do you want to go from door to door and try tearing everyone's faces off to see if they are the killer or not? That won't work. Mark sighed in annoyance as he realized Pat was right. Pat continued. I think the only way to really draw him out is to set a trap, something he cannot resist. But for something like that to work, you might end up in a dangerous situation, and there is no way you are walking away without an injury. That's okay, right? Mark grunted as he pressed Eric's soft thigh gently while responding. As long as the girls are fine, I don't mind getting a few scratches. Alright, I'll get back to you after class. My lecturer is giving me the stink eye. Mr. Patrick. I understand that you might have already read through the curriculum, but please try not to bother the other students in class with your call. Yes, of course, Mr. Toledo, just one moment. So, Mark, you need to make sure you're keeping a lookout for Mr. Patrick. Fuck, fine. Just don't die, Mark. Beep. Patrick cut off the call once he was done talking and Mark sighed as he decided that he could only wait for some good news from Patrick. Mark moved his hand and wrapped it around Eric's shoulder and she smiled at him while closing her book. Is everything okay? I didn't want to bother you while you were on the call. It seemed pretty serious. Mark nodded while entering the school building. Everything's fine. Just a rat that refuses to show itself. We'll find it soon. Eric's face fell as she knew that Mark was not telling her everything. Based on what she caught from that call, Eric could tell that this was a much more serious situation than anything Mark had ever faced before. Even Patrick sounded like he was taking it seriously, unlike his usual nonchalant attitude. Just don't do anything too dangerous, alright? Mark smiled as Eric said this, and he leaned down and kissed her forehead gently to tell her that everything would be alright. Mark was worried for Eric and Talia, but he was not too disturbed because he knew that the real target of this assassination was him, not them, and the killer was not the kind of person to just go around killing indiscriminately. That meant that if there was ever a situation where he faced off against the killer, he could be certain that Talia and Eric would not be targeted intentionally. The trip to the school was not as hectic this time as the previous day. Since Mark was driving a car instead of his bike, most of the students did not see him, so they did not swarm him or prevent him from moving because they wanted to get his autograph. Mark was able to drive the car towards the car park, and it was only after he came out of the car that the students who were close to him exclaimed in shock as they saw him. Mark already told Eric to go ahead of him, so Eric quickly made her way through the crowd of people that were gathering and went into the school before they could get too much, while Mark stayed behind and gave out as many signatures as he possibly could. Mark knew that if he kept avoiding them, they would become even more desperate and things would get worse, so he decided that he would take some time every morning and give out the sensible requests that some of them had for him. That way, he could slowly make them become used to his presence and they wouldn't swarm him like they were doing right now. Inside the school, Eric made her way towards class, but she was stopped in the middle of the hallway by Maria. Maria had a contemplative look on her face as she glanced behind Eric to search for someone. She furrowed her brow when she didn't see him and finally frowned at Eric. "Where's Mark?" Inside the school, Eric made her way towards class, but she was stopped in the middle of the hallway by Maria. Maria had a contemplative look on her face as she looked behind Eric to search for someone. She furrowed her brow when she didn't see the person that she was looking for and finally frowned at Eric. Why Mark wasn't there? Since Mark wasn't there, Maria didn't feel the need to be nice or reasonable with Eric anymore. Maria might be afraid of Mark because of what he can do to her family, but she feels nothing but anger towards Eric. When she spoke, there was a lot of irritation in her tone, and it was obvious that she did not want to be talking to Eric at all. "I have some information from what Mark asked for yesterday. I thought he would be here with you so I could tell him about it, but if he is not here, then I will just come back some other time and tell him. Make sure you tell him that I came looking for him first thing in the morning so he knows I'm serious." Eric's eyes widened as she heard what Maria said. Mark asked Maria to look up information on Esmeralda, but the only reason he asked for it was because of what Eric told him about Esmeralda before. That meant that Eric was the one who really wanted to know about Esmeralda, not Mark. Mark couldn't care less about that girl. Once Eric heard that Maria had some information on Esmeralda, she was immediately interested, and she stopped Maria from leaving by grabbing her hand. Maria immediately tried to recoil in shock. "Hey! What do you think you are, Dash?" Esmeralda stopped talking as she saw the hard look on Eric's face. The look right now reminded Maria of the look that Eric gave her yesterday when Maria caught Eric and Mark in the closet. Eric was looking at Maria like Maria was a cockroach that disturbed her by crawling too close. Maria could never get used to this serious expression no matter how many times she saw it. The only thing that was missing now was the yellow eyes that Eric had yesterday. "Come with me right now." Eric dragged Maria through the hallway, and Maria could barely resist as she was shoved into an empty classroom. Maria fell to the floor in pain, and she cried out softly before she glared at Eric in anger. Who the hell does Eric think she is? How dare she drag her like that? She thinks she can do whatever she wants just because she has Mark to cover for her. Ka-cha. Eric turned around after locking the door, and Maria swallowed in fear as she saw Eric's eyes. They were a poisonous yellow that made Maria's entire body tremble in fear. Maria shuffled back as Eric stepped closer, and she quickly got to her feet when Eric told her to get the fuck off the floor. "What did you find?" Eric's tone was commanding, and Maria's legs quivered as she was reminded of how Mark used a similar tone on her yesterday when he was threatening her to do as she was told. What the hell is wrong with this couple? Are they both monsters that have been hiding in plain sight all this while? I thought Mark was bad enough, but if Eric is the same, then I might need to move to a different school. This is too much. Maria then suddenly remembered what happened to her after Mark used that tone on her yesterday, and she blushed crimson as she recalled how many times she masturbated while thinking of him last night. She practically raped herself with thoughts of him in her head. A small blush rose on Maria's cheek, and Eric frowned in anger when she did not get a response to her earlier question. Wipe that stupid look off your face and give me an answer. I found something. I found. Maria swallowed as her voice cracked more than 10 times in that one sentence, and she had to force herself to calm down before she could speak again. Slam. Just spit it out. Eek. Maria shrieked in fear as Eric slammed her hand into the table at her side, and she stumbled back from the amount of force behind that hit. The table cracked under Eric's hand, and Maria stared at it in horror. What was that? Don't tell me. Is Eric also a superhuman? Is that why her eyes turn yellow? No, if she was a superhuman then she would have been helping Mark against monsters. Or is she hiding her power just like Mark was hiding them? Maria couldn't understand what was going on with Eret, but she knew that she did not want to get on Eret's bad side. She immediately started talking quickly. I don't know everything about what happened, but I was able to get an investigator to follow Esmeralda yesterday. She met up with a woman in a cafe on the other side of the city. The investigator told me that the woman was Linda, the current chairwoman of the PDA. Eret frowned as she heard this, and she immediately began to think deeply about what this could mean. Why was Esmeralda meeting with the chairwoman of the PDA? Did they have some kind of connection? Eret did not know much about Esmeralda, but she knew that her family was the leading supplier of entertainment television to most of the city. Was Linda meeting with Esmeralda for some sort of business? No, that wouldn't make sense. Esmeralda was not the eldest child and she did not have any sort of leeway in the company. Eret knew that if there was business between Linda and Esmeralda's family, then Linda would not be meeting with Esmeralda, she would be meeting with Esmeralda's mother or father, or at least someone higher in the company. There's more. Eret snapped her head towards Maria as Maria spoke up, and she immediately told Maria to hurry the hell up. If there is more, then she should have said everything at once. What was she trying to do by holding back information? Does she think this is a movie where you keep things hidden for cinematic effects? Sorry, I just do not know how true the information is. The private investigator did some more research after finding out that Linda was meeting with Esmeralda, and apparently, there was a meeting between the school board members a few weeks ago. Linda was the one that called for the meeting, and he said that the meeting was to decide whether or not Mark should remain as a student in the school. What? They were trying to expel Mark. Those ungrateful pieces of shit. They deserve death. All of them. The frown that appeared on Eret's face made Maria immediately fear for her life, and she took a step back as she saw Eret's hand tighten against the edge of a table and crack it with raw strength alone. Crack. Oh God, I think I'm going to die in here. Maria was so scared that she could feel her knees shaking uncontrollably. Maria had to use another table to hold herself up so she didn't fall down. Eret asked Maria how certain she was of the information and Maria nodded to Eret quickly. Yes. Yes, that was what the man said. That was everything. Eret waited for a few more seconds to make sure that Maria was not keeping anything else from her for cinematic effect before she thanked her and turned to leave. Eret did not have enough information to come to a concrete conclusion, but from what she just heard, she knew that there was definitely a connection between what happened in that meeting and what Esmeralda said yesterday. If they had a meeting to try and expel Mark, then it was obvious that the meeting did not go Linda's way since Mark was still in this school. But if Linda was meeting with Esmeralda, then does that mean she was not giving up yet? Was she trying to use Esmeralda to try and get rid of Mark for some reason? Eret stopped walking as she reached the door and turned to Maria. Is there any rumor that has been going around the school recently? Maria's eyes widened as she heard this and she scratched her cheek timidly while looking away from Eret. Well. Maria was hesitant to talk since she did not know what sort of reaction Eret would have to the information. As a member of the student council, she had a lot of connections in the school, so she knew about everything that happened there. Even the smallest rumors did not escape her attention, and she would know about them before the day was over. There has been a rumor going around recently that Maria did not want to tell Eret about it all. She knew that Eret would also hear about it eventually, but that did not mean she wanted to be the one to tell Eret about it. She wanted Eret to find out about it from some other unfortunate soul. There is something, isn't there? What is it? Eret began walking towards Maria again, and Maria raised her hand in surrender as she noticed Eret balling her hand into a fist. Don't hit me. I didn't do anything wrong. I'll say it. Maria remembered what Eret did to that table, and she did not want to know what that much strength would do to her skull if Eret hit her with it. Maria was now certain that Eret was a superhuman that has been hiding her powers. Maybe her blessing is just very weak so she cannot fight against Anima, but that does not mean she cannot kill me in seconds if she tries. Maria would rather have Erit be angry at Esmeralda for the rumor rather than take the punishment from Erit for keeping information from her. Maria started talking quickly before Erit could get too close. I heard one of the juniors talking about it in the hall this morning. They said that Mark had the highest amount of property damage and death during his fights because his fighting style focuses more on causing as much damage as possible to the enemy using heavy punches. They called Mark a murderer. I'm going to kill her. Erit's eyes widened in rage as this thought crossed her mind. This time, it wasn't Queen that spoke up, it was Erit's authentic voice that shouted angrily, and she did not even bother fighting against the voice as she allowed it to fuel her rage. She was fucking pissed right now, and Maria whined somewhere deep inside her throat as she saw a small part of Erit's neck turning purple. There was a vein bulging out from Erit's neck as her anger soared, and the skin around the vein was turning purple. Oh God, what has she gotten herself into here? She should have just ignored that noise from the cupboard yesterday instead of checking it and finding this couple. If she had ignored it, then she wouldn't be in this dangerous situation. She blames her fucking curiosity for getting her into this bullshit. Sigh. But before things could get out of control, Erit released a sigh, and Maria was shocked to see that Erit's skin turned back to the normal color and even her eyes turned to their regular black again. What the hell? Erit smiled at Maria and thanked her for her help, and Maria was too stunned to even give an answer as she just watched Erit leave the classroom and close the door behind her. Maria felt her knees go weak, and she fell to her ass in exhaustion once Erit left. At that moment, Maria knew that her school life was not going to ever be normal again. This is hell. Erit stepped out of the room and released another sigh as she smiled at someone who waved at her from down the hallway. She waved back gently, and the boy blushed up a storm as he started bragging to his friend that Erit waved back to him. Erit still felt an intense amount of anger inside of her, but she was able to call on the training that Jean gave her, and she managed to calm down her other side before it went out of control. Erit knew that if she didn't calm herself down, then she would have just gone straight to find Esmeralda and done something that she would regret. If she harms Esmeralda, then that would cause more stress for Mark, and she was not going to be the reason for adding to Mark's burden. Ring. 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 Erit made her way to class as the school bell rang for the first period, and she kept smiling at the many people who greeted her on the way to class. Ever since Mark came out as a superhuman, there were many people who were trying to become close to her so that they could get close to Mark as well. Erit knew that they were only greeting her so that they would have a chance to talk to Mark if they were ever together, but she did not care. As far as Erit was concerned, they were just random strangers that she would forget about in a few moments. Erit got to class, and she was surprised to see that the teacher was already there. The homeroom teacher, Juliet, was opening up the attendance to start class, and Juliet blinked in surprise as she saw Erit coming into the class late. This was the first time that she would ever see Erit coming late to class. Erit, you're late. Yes, sorry ma'am. I had to go to the toilet. Juliet nodded calmly and turned back to her books. Okay, just take your. Hey, move out of the way. A voice suddenly spoke up from behind Erit and cut Juliet off, and Erit felt her entire body lock up like a jackhammer once she heard the voice. Kill. 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 Kill her. Kill the fucking bitch right now. Erit turned around to look at Esmeralda with a glare, and Esmeralda furrowed her brow in confusion as she saw the look in Erit's eyes. For a moment there, Esmeralda could have sworn that she saw something yellow flash across Erit's eyes, but it was gone before long, and Erit just moved away from the door to take her seat. Erit was trying her hardest at that point not to allow her other side to come out, and she was grateful that she had enough control not to allow it to take control. Erit knew that anything related to Mark could easily make her other side come out, so it took a lot more effort to make it calm down in this sort of situation. Alright, let's start taking. Am I late? Another voice spoke up from the door, and Juliet felt her words hang in her throat as she turned to look at Mark. A small blush rose on her cheek, and she forced herself to answer him in a stable tone and told him to take his seat. You're right on time, Mark. Please sit down. No one complained about the obvious favoritism that Juliet just showed. They were too busy staring at Mark to even bother pointing it out. Mark thanked her and went to sit down beside Eret. He smiled at Eret as he took his seat, and Eret was about to smile back, but Eret's eyes immediately trailed towards something on Mark's collar. It was light, but there was a smudge of red lipstick on his collar that was shaped like a pair of lips. Eret's eyes widened, and she immediately turned to Mark to ask for an explanation. Eret's eyes widened, and she immediately turned to Mark to ask for an explanation. Was it Esmeralda who tried to kiss Mark? Eret felt a great amount of anger surge through her entire body once that thought crossed her mind. If that bitch tried to force herself on Mark, then blood would flow. Mark raised a brow as he saw Eret staring at his collar, and he looked down at his collar. Once he saw the lipstick stain, he immediately understood what was wrong. Yeah, some girl tried to jump me for a kiss while I was signing her uniform. I dodged it, but she managed to catch my collar since she was so close. People are crazy. Eret noticed that Mark did not glance at Esmeralda at all while talking, so she figured that it was probably not Esmeralda who did it. Eret sighed and told Mark that she would clean it out for him when they got home. Mark grinned and thanked her, and Eret just smiled back. Mark asked if anything happened while he wasn't with her. He saw Maria earlier, and Maria looked a little pale. Eret wondered if she should tell Mark about the conversation she just had with Maria, but she finally decided that she wouldn't. Mark was busy dealing with a killer who was trying to ruin their family. Something this petty shouldn't be on his mind as well. Eret decided at that moment that she was going to be the one to deal with this situation. She would try her hardest to figure out the best way to handle it without involving Mark. It's nothing serious. I just asked her if she found anything about Esmeralda, and she hasn't found anything important yet. Stickswatcher discernment has detected a lie. Maria was able to retrieve important information that explains Esmeralda's recent actions, and she told them to Eret. Mark raised a brow in surprise as he saw the message from the system. Eret was lying to him. Mark hummed in curiosity as he wondered what could possibly make Eret lie to him about what Maria found out. Was it something that she didn't think was important enough to tell him, or was she trying to deal with it on her own so that she wouldn't burden him? Mark appreciated the thought, and he decided that if Eret wanted to deal with this on her own, then he was more than happy to allow her to do that. Mark was too busy dealing with the killer, the guilds, and Salazar, so he just didn't have the time to add Esmeralda and her childish antics into the mix. Besides, the only reason Mark asked Maria to look into Esmeralda was because Eret seemed genuinely worried about it, so he was not bothered that Eret wanted to handle it herself. Mark knew that if there was ever a serious enough problem, then Eret would tell him about it. He just shrugged as he played along with her words. Well, if Maria doesn't have anything, then I'm sure that there is nothing to worry about then. Don't worry too much about it, okay? Mark smiled at Eret, and Eret felt her face heating up as she saw the sun shining at her from behind Mark's silhouette. Her heartbeat suddenly sped up as she ducked her head and looked down at her desk while squeezing her hands into fists. Mark was amazing. He knew everything about her. All her flaws and all her insecurities, and yet he was still with her. Eret knew that Mark could have anyone he wanted. Mark was rich and strong, so he could walk down the street and 100 women would throw themselves at him. He could have found anyone better than her, but he chose to be with her. He chose her. He was the most amazing person in her life. And that fucking bitch was trying to ruin his life. How can she call Mark a murderer? Kill her. Kill her. Just kill that bitch and everyone she is related to. She doesn't deserve to live after doing something like that. How dare she call Mark a murderer? Mark is king. The protector. We must protect the king. I want to kill her. Mark suddenly turned as he heard Eret mumble something quietly. What? Did you say something? Eret sat up quickly in shock and shook her head. She told Mark that it was nothing with a wide smile on her face, and Mark nodded and turned back to the teacher. Eret Claiborne. The teacher called Eret's name from the attendants, and Eret raised her hand and spoke in a soft voice. Present. Click. Click. Gotcha. The sound of a gun being loaded with weapons was the only prevalent sound across the empty penthouse on top of a tall skyscraper. The superhuman killer was seated on the floor with his rifle leaning against his shoulder as he loaded it with his special bullets. His phone was right beside him, and an automated AI voice read out the weather conditions for the day as well as the wind movement. Sunny conditions are prevalent across the expanse of the city with a light breeze expected to blow in from the coast due west. There will be a period of cloud coverage for an hour at the peak sun period, but it should clear up before the hour is over. At his side, he had a handheld radio that was currently playing out the voice of a member of the Green Hornets Guild that was patrolling the area. The 5th sector is clear. There was a disaster class here, but we were able to deal with it before any lives were lost. Things should be settling down soon. Did you see that fight between Ghost and that Calamity the other day? I heard Luna showed up in the middle of the fight and dealt with the Calamity herself. You know the guild leader was going to try and get Ghost to join us when he was just a vigilante, but he got cold feet after seeing Ghost kill that Calamity class. There's no way Ghost would join a small guild like ours. I heard Ghost is planning to join the Artemis Guild soon. There's been a lot of rumors going around the forums. Ring 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 ring. The phone began to ring as the AI voice was cut off, and the killer answered without bothering to check the caller ID. There was only one person who had this secured number, so he knew who it was already. Is everything ready on your end? Click. Snap. Ka-cha. The killer closed the ammunition barrel and cocked the rifle. Yes. I've confirmed that only B ranks and lower are in the area, and we are close enough to his school, so there will be no option but for him to come in. The killer stood up and looked out the window at the city below. There were many people walking through the street. Some of them were with their family, and others were just going about their daily life nonchalantly. There was no doubt that most of these people would be caught up in the fight, and many of them, if not all of them, would die. But there was nothing the killer could do about that. There were only so many people that he could save after all. There was nothing he could do about those killed by the anima. Begin the operation. A loud whining sound echoed through the area as a plane appeared from the horizon. The people walking on the streets all looked up in shock as they heard the loud sound, but their shock increased even more as a large humanoid payload was released from the back of the plane and began free-falling to the ground. One of the men on the ground shouted in dread while pointing to the sky. It's a fucking anima. K-boom. Roar. It was a perfectly normal school day for Mark, and from how well things had been going, it seemed like the day would end with nothing eventful happening just like the previous day. Mark's head was down on his desk, and he had already dozed off since the start of class. Beside him, Eret was busy taking down notes for him and herself while making sure that she did not miss anything that the teacher said. The teacher, a tall lanky man with a receding hairline, was in the middle of explaining how to use axioms in an English sentence. The teacher was completely ignoring Mark as he taught because all the teachers in the school were already used to Mark's attitude towards school. Even before they knew that Mark was superhuman, Mark was already known for sleeping throughout class, and he was someone that everyone decided to just ignore since trying to make him stay awake in the class was an impossible task. And really, they were all just afraid of him because of how tall and strong he looked. What if they tried to wake him up and he punched them? And now that they knew that he was superhuman, the chances of them trying to wake him up were even lower than before, and there was nothing that would make them disturb him when he was in this state. K-boom. Roar. Oh my god. Earthquake. It's an earthquake. Get under your tables. Shut the hell up and look outside, you duffus. There was an explosion. Fucking hell. Don't tell me that is an anima attack. This close to school. The entire class shouted out in shock as they felt a massive explosion go off in the distance. The entire room shook and vibrated from the explosion, and the teacher had to hold on to the table in front of him to prevent himself from falling over. Before the explosion even passed, the students all felt fear fill their hearts as they heard a massive roar echo throughout the school region. That was definitely an anima roar. Was there an anima close to the school? The roar from the anima sounded like it came from right beside them, and the students all started to get up from their seats to take a look outside the classroom and see what was going on. Mark blinked once he heard the explosion in the distance, and he put his hand to his ear as he sat up immediately. He was already wide awake, and there was no residual grogginess from him sleeping at all. If you saw him, you wouldn't even think that he had been sleeping a few seconds ago. New mission. Defeat the Calamity Class Anima. Civilian casualties are allowed. Rewards, plus 100 stat points, plus 100 skill points. Failure, minus 100 stat points from a random stat. Mark read through his system notification quickly, and he immediately spoke once Patrick picked up his phone on the other end of the call. Pat. Yeah, what is it? Mark furrowed his brow in surprise as he noticed the genuine curiosity in Pat's voice. Don't tell me Pat doesn't know about this yet. Pat was usually the one telling Mark about anima attacks before Mark even learned about them, so it was surprising that Pat didn't know anything about this at all. There's an attack close to my school. Check it out and tell me what it's all about. Mark didn't allow Pat's confusion to slow him down as he glared into the distance to get a good look at what was happening using his enhanced sight. Mark could hear Pat hum in surprise as the sound of clicking echoed through the call once more. Pat opened the link that he made to the citywide CCTV cameras, and his eyes widened in shock as he saw the giant anima that was in the middle of the city. What the fuck is that thing doing there? And where the fuck did it even come from? Pat knew that anima don't just appear out of nowhere. They had to have come from somewhere before they would reach the city. But there was nothing signifying where this anima came from. There was no path of destruction that would show the direction that it appeared from, nor was there a distinguishing feature like wet skin that would tell Pat that it came from the ocean. It was like the anima just teleported into the middle of the city. That was why Pat was not able to find out about the anima before Mark called. The anima appeared in City A, but Pat was currently in school in City D, so he couldn't feel the tremors from the anima. Pat usually relied on the news outlets as well as his camera to tell him if there was an anima attack, but the news outlets were not yet releasing anything since the anima attack was so sudden. Mark, yeah, there's an attack. Large rhinoceros-based anima, definitely a calamity class, probably high level. I just looked through the guild patrol logs and there isn't a single superhuman above B rank in that region. The strongest superhuman is a low-level B rank from the Green Hornets Guild. They are going to be decimated. I don't know where the anima came from, there are no trails showing its initial movement, but we'll deal with that later. Go tear this thing apart first. Mark didn't need to hear anything more as he unbuttoned his school uniform quickly. One of the students who were staring out the window turned around as she saw Mark taking off his school uniform, and she immediately shouted in excitement as she watched him bring out his mask. We're saved. Ghost is on the move. Tear that anima apart, Ghost. I can't believe he doesn't even take anything with him. He really just fights like that without any weapons. I'm rooting for you, Ghost. You're the best. Yeah. Go teach that anima a lesson, Ghost. The entire class started to chant and hail Mark as they saw him prepare, and Mark just tuned them all out as he turned around and handed his school shirt to Eric. Mark could see the worry in Eric's gaze, but Eric gave Mark a confident nod and mouthed, "Good luck," to him kindly, and Mark smiled behind his mask as he leaped up to the windowsill and jumped out from the class and into the air. Ghost is on the move. Look up there. Ghost is going to deal with the anima. Ghost. 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 After Mark jumped out of the class, he noticed that his classmates weren't the only ones leaning out from their windows to watch the destruction happening in the distance. It felt like every single student in the school was trying to get a glimpse of what was happening. There hadn't been an announcement from the public address system yet warning them to go into hiding, so they were using this opportunity to satisfy their curiosity. But once Mark leaped out from his window, the students couldn't keep their excitement in check as they all started to chant Mark's name like they were watching their favorite football team going to win the cup finals. The students in the building were all trying to get Mark's attention, but Mark was busy thinking about how strange the situation was, so he didn't bother paying any attention to the people who were chanting. He just spoke up as he landed on a roof that was about a kilometer away from the school. "Pat, I'm close, do you have anything new for me?" "Nothing, the news outlets are way behind so I can only get the general strength of the anima from what I've seen. But I can see the anima and it doesn't look like it's going on a rampage yet. In fact, it's just sitting there." Pa's haughty voice came through the comms, but Mark could sense a hint of confusion and unease in there as well as Pat tried to understand what the hell was going on right now. An anima that wasn't going on a rampage? What the hell is that? Anima have always been known to be mad creatures that attacked humans on sight. Whoosh! Mark sped up his sprint as he made his way towards where the anima was. This was definitely a weird situation no matter how you look at it. In fact, things have been weird ever since that Calamity class appeared on the shore a few months ago. Not only was this the third major Calamity class anima appearance in the past 2 months, but there was also nothing to show where the anima even came from this time. It almost felt as if the anima didn't come from anywhere on its own, instead, it dropped into the city through the air. Mark paused his thinking as this thought crossed his mind. Or maybe, someone dropped it from a plane. No, who would do something like that? It made no sense for someone to drop a random anima in the middle of the city for no reason whatsoever. Mark told Pat about what he was thinking and Pat went silent for some time as he thought about the possibility that someone would drop an anima from the air. What reason would they have for it? Why would they wait until now to do it? Was this some sort of trap? I'll look through city footage and social media to see if I can't find out anything about that. If it dropped from the sky, then I'm sure there will be videos of the incident circulating already. I really don't want to think that someone would be twisted enough to do something like that, but the possibility is not zero. I see it. Mark shouted out to Pat as he caught sight of the anima as he reached the edge of a large business section of the city. Just like Pat said, the anima was a large human rhinoceros hybrid that had bulging muscles protruding out from every part of its body. It had the body of a man and the head of a rhinoceros, with a large horn on its nose that looked sharp enough to cut through metal. There were many superhumans surrounding the anima, but Mark could tell that they were all being overwhelmed by the sheer aura of the anima. There wasn't a single A or S rank in their midst, so it almost looked like 100 ants were trying to stand against a human. The anima was currently sitting down in the middle of a giant crater that it created in the ground. It was holding a dead woman and it was slowly eating her without bothering to pay attention to the weaklings surrounding it. The woman in the anima's hand was already dead, but from the look of horror on her face and the tears streaming down her cheeks, you could tell that her death was anything but peaceful. Squelch. Crunch. The anima pulled her arm out from the socket and started to eat it from the fingers slowly, and all the B ranks in the area grimaced in anger as they felt useless in that situation. Were they so weak that the anima didn't consider them a threat at all? Even though there were so many of them surrounding it, it didn't bother to stop eating. The anima was basically telling them that they weren't even worth its attention as it completely ignored them. Arg! A particularly brave B rank ran towards the anima with a scream as he raised his sword in the air for an attack, but the anima did not even bother turning around to face the B rank as the sword slammed into the anima's skin. Clang! A sound like metal striking against metal echoed throughout the region, and the B rank's arm started to vibrate in pain as he felt the recoil from the hit coming back at him in waves. Fucking hell, the anima's skin is strong as fuck. The B rank immediately tried to jump back as the anima turned around to look at him, but he was not able to jump far enough before the anima swung its arm around like a bat and smashed it into the man's side. Slam! The man was thrown across the area like a rag doll. He slammed into the floor and bounced off like a ball before he was thrown into a building on the other side of the clearing. Boom! The building crumbled from the force of the impact and it immediately fell on the man, burying him under tons of debris. No one saw any movement from the man for a long time and the other B ranks wondered if he had already died from that one hit. Once the anima was sure that there would be no more disturbances, it completely ignored everyone once more and went back to slowly eating the woman that was in its grasp. That was like a slap to their face, but the B ranks were grateful that the anima was not attacking. Nothing they did could harm a calamity class, so there was nothing that they could do other than watch the woman get eaten while they watched helplessly. We have to do something. This is bullshit. It's just ignoring us like we're nothing. It's fucking annoying. What the fuck can we do about it? Didn't you see how that man was killed from one hit? Do you want to die? We have to wait for the reinforcements. Let's just be happy that the anima isn't going around killing indiscriminately. The B ranks all shuffled uncomfortably as they all agreed with what that last man said. If the calamity class was going around destroying buildings and killing people mindlessly, then there was a chance that they would also be killed in the carnage, and they would not be able to contain it at all since the anima was so much stronger than them. But since the anima was more interested in eating one person at a time while sitting in one place, then was that not better for them? It was a twisted way to think about things, but the B ranks were happy that the woman's sacrifice was saving the lives of many others. But they were all silenced as they saw the anima suddenly stop what it had been doing. It let go of the woman's corpse and allowed it to fall from its grasp as it stood up and turned to stare at something in the distance. The B ranks all started to get into fighting positions as they thought that the anima was finally full and it was about to start attacking them, but they were shocked when the anima continued to ignore them as it roared into the distance in anger. Roar! It's Ghost! Mark was standing on top of a building 100 meters away and watching the anima, but he immediately got into fight mode as he saw that the anima noticed him. Boom! The anima wasted no time as it ran across the distance separating it from Mark in less than a second. Mark shot off the roof at the same moment that the anima leaped from the ground, and their fists met in the air in a display of raw power. Slam! Boom! A sonic boom echoed across the area from the impact and Mark grunted as he felt the massive power from the anima. Mark pulled his fist back and grabbed the anima by the arm before body-tossing it toward a building in the distance. Whoosh! Boom! The anima crashed through the wall of the skyscraper, and Mark turned to the B ranks who were still watching in stunned silence as he landed on the ground. What the fuck do you all think you're doing? Get going right now. Clear out the debris and get as many people as possible out of here. That thing isn't done yet. Roar! The sound of the anima's roar echoed through the air, and Mark grit his teeth as he prepared for another confrontation while shouting at the B ranks again. Go! Mana circulation is activated. Stat improvements due to application of mana. Strength, plus 20%. Stamina, plus 15%. Agility, plus 10%. Durability, plus 5%. The B ranks wasted no time as they immediately obeyed his commands and raced out into the city to try and get as many people out of the fight zone. They were grateful that the anima was focusing all of its attention on Mark, at least that way, they wouldn't have to worry about becoming collateral damage in the fight, and if Mark could hold the anima back, then they would have enough time to get people out and escape. The anima pulled itself out from the skyscraper that it was thrown into and Mark narrowed his eyes as he saw the anima's muscles bulging and rippling like waves beneath its skin. This was going to be a difficult fight for Mark. Most of Mark's battles up to now were against anima that were more focused on using other aspects of their abilities to fight, like the ant anima that used its dexterity, and the monkey that used its intelligence more than its strength. But this anima was different because it focused entirely on raw, uncontrollable power. Just like Mark. Mark didn't know when a roguish grin slowly started to grow on his face. Achilles' heel has been activated. Mark's vision suddenly blurred into varying shades of gray, and he felt the strain on his eyes increase as he stared at the anima. There was hardly any red on its body at all, and the only part of its body that had a light red was its head. Does that mean Mark could win if he focused more on attacking the head? That was doable. Mark deactivated the skill as he felt the strain on his eyes becoming more intense, and he blinked to get his bearings right again. Boom! Smash! The anima wasted no time as it dashed across the distance separating it from Mark with its fist drawn back. Mark flashed forward faster than the anima and met it in the sky. He tackled it out of the air and dragged it towards a different part of the area that had already been evacuated. The B ranks were still clearing out the civilians behind Mark, so Mark knew that fighting in that area would only cause more casualties. Slam! Boom! Boom! The two of them tore through buildings as Mark's momentum pulled them far away from the others. Once Mark was sure that they were far enough, Mark pulled back as they both crashed into a tall skyscraper. Mark flipped into an upright position and forced himself to a stop as he dug his feet into the ground and crouched. Roar! The anima rushed in for a strike, but Mark easily moved to the side to allow the punch to fly harmlessly past his face. He grabbed the anima's arm before tossing the anima up into the air. The anima roared in pain as it slammed into the ceiling. Boom! Mark flew into the air and slammed his fist into the anima's head. The punch was enough to send the anima through the ceiling and into the top floor, and the anima felt its head ringing in pain from the impact, but it didn't even waste any time to get back on its feet as it charged for Mark again. Mark appeared from the hole in the ground and electricity danced around his body as he activated the lightning surge skill. BZZZTT. Mark dodged under the swipe from the anima and he planted his feet into the ground as he delivered an intense uppercut that was charged with massive torrents of electricity. Critical strike. Boom! The anima was flung back from the punch and crashed through one of the building pillars. It jumped to its feet almost immediately, and Mark was fully prepared for another one of its mad charges, but Mark was surprised as the anima suddenly began to run in the opposite direction. Mark narrowed his eyes as he wondered what the anima was about to do. Boom! 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 The anima began to crash through the pillars that were holding the building up, and a nasty grin grew on Mark's face as he realized that the anima intended to bury them both under the debris. This was a first for Mark. He has never encountered an anima that was capable of holding back its instinct to attack so that it would make the environment more favorable for it to win. If Mark was weaker, then the anima would have had the right idea. But I guess that is the limit to its intelligence. Does it think that it would win in a battle of attrition against me because I haven't been using my full strength? Mark tilted his head to the side as he watched the anima crash through another pillar. The anima was smart enough to know that dropping a building on someone would impede them, but it was not smart enough to think about what would happen if its opponent was far stronger. Boom! 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 Whoosh! Mark suddenly dashed towards the anima as he saw that it was almost finished destroying the pillars. The anima didn't pay any attention to Mark as it charged at full force towards the last pillar and slammed into it with all its strength just before Mark suddenly appeared in front of it with a wide smile on his face. He grabbed the anima by its horn and pushed them both toward the center of the building. You want a test of strength, dung beetle? Well, here we go. You better not die on me. Crack. Crack. Crumble. Boom. The entire building cracked right down the middle as it lost its support from the pillar, and a massive explosion of sand and dust echoed through the area as the building started to collapse under the force of its own weight. This building was a skyscraper with 50 stories. There were tens of hundreds of tons weighing down on those pillars, and now that they were all gone, the entire building was coming down at once. Kaboom! Back on the outside, a massive dust cloud rose across the entire area as the people evacuating from the buildings around that skyscraper watched with bated breath as it came down. Those who were too close to the falling building doubled their efforts to get away, but not everyone was able to escape, and some of them ended up being crushed. Crack. Crack. Boom. Roar. The area was quiet for some time, but suddenly a cracking sound began to echo across the region before the rhinoceros burst out from the fallen debris and roared in victory as it emerged as the winner. The rhinoceros cheered for itself. It knew that the puny human would not stand a chance against it. Only its tough skeleton is capable of withstanding such. Slam. But its sense of victory was short-lived as a massive uppercut slammed into its jaw and made it shut up immediately. Its chin caved in comically as it was blown back with a massive shockwave. Boom. You're too fucking loud. Mark still had that massive grin on his face as he charged after the rhinoceros and pummeled it into the wall. The rhinoceros felt its chest cave in from the punch and Mark wasted no time as he continued the beatdown. Bam. 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 Punch after punch rained down on the rhinoceros relentlessly. Mark never let up and he gave the anima no chance to retaliate at all. Mark grabbed its arm and tossed it over his shoulder before slamming it into the ground. Slam. He slammed his foot into its face and grabbed its arm to pull it out. But he was shocked when the anima suddenly flipped around and got to its feet again in an impressive display of dexterity. It pulled its head back, and Mark did not expect the sudden headbutt that rattled his brain. Slam. Mark took a single step back in pain as he felt something ringing in his ear. He grunted as he struggled to keep his eyes open because he knew that 1 second without his vision would be the end of him. He saw the anima lower its head and charge forward to try and skewer Mark with its horn, but Mark easily wrapped his hands around the horn and caught it as his senses slowly returned to him. Crack. Mark was pushed back as his legs dug into the ground and he growled deep in his throat as he felt anger fill him. You fucking dumb beetle. Mark's eyes were bloodshot from anger as he used the horn to slam. An unexpected headbutt suddenly slammed into Mark's head and Mark took a single step back in pain as he felt something ringing in his ear. He grunted as he struggled to keep his eyes open because he knew that 1 second without his vision would be the end of him. He saw the anima lower its head and charge forward, trying to skewer Mark with its horn, but Mark easily clasped his hands around the horn and caught it as his senses slowly returned to him. You fucking dumb beetle. Mark's eyes were bloodshot from anger as he used the horn to lift the anima into the air and slammed it into the ground. Crash. Boom. 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 The anima flew into the ground and then through it, as it went back down to the lower floors. Even though the building had already crumbled on top of them, the floors were sturdily built, so some of the lower floors were able to withstand the damage from the collapse, but there were large holes in the floor, and massive parts of the walls were missing. Whoosh! Mark ran forward and propelled himself through the hole that the anima created, and he slammed both feet into the anima's stomach, accelerating its velocity before it slammed into the ground. Doom! The entire building shook from the sudden pressure, and the anima roared in pain as it felt Mark's feet dig into its stomach. Mark slammed his feet into the anima's stomach and launched it like a football towards the other side of the building. Boom! Mark was no longer playing around since he realized that the anima couldn't do anything to seriously harm or surprise him. The anima was just fucking strong, but it was still lacking in intelligence. Mark just decided to finish this fight as quickly as possible. Roar! The anima roared in anger as it lowered its head and charged for Mark with the intent to skewer him, but Mark easily grabbed it by the horn and slammed his feet into the anima's shin. Bam! Mark let go of the anima's horn, and then delivered a light punch that lifted the anima into the air. Whoosh! By the time Mark was done, the anima was floating in the air right in front of Mark, and even with its limited intelligence, the anima knew at that moment that it was a sitting duck as its body floated in the air. Mark wasted no time as he crouched into a proper boxer stance and pulled his fist back with a dark look in his eyes. Time almost seemed to move in slow motion at that point as the space in front of Mark's fist distorted and shifted before it suddenly came back into focus all at once, congregating at one point in the center of Mark's fist. Tun. The skill, Divergent Fist, was not something that Mark could control on his own. Mark knew that, just like the critical hit skill, the chances of him delivering a divergent fist were very low, and that the skill was entirely up to his luck. But even though that was the case, that did not mean that Mark could not tell when his chances of delivering the fist were at its highest. After that fight in the underworld where Mark was able to use the divergent fist more than 5 times in quick succession, Mark was able to gain a sixth sense for the skill. Mark could tell how his mana moved through his body when he was using the skill, and Mark also knew how space would shift and bend around him at that moment when he was most likely to use the skill. To be able to notice something like that was not normal for anyone, even if that person is a superhuman. It was only Mark's insanely high battle senses that gave him the ability to predict something so vague and make it a part of his fighting technique. And that insanely high battle sense increased his efficiency while delivering a divergent fist by leaps and bounds. Now, rather than Mark only having a 0.5% chance of delivering the attack, Mark had a 100% chance of knowing exactly when that attack was definitely going to come. And for Mark, that was more than enough. Divergent fist. Mark slammed his fist into the anima's cheek, and he watched as its brain matter and the bones from its skull began to shoot out from the other side of its head all at once. Crack. Squelch. Kaboom. The anima's head was blown to pieces as it couldn't withstand the divergent fist from Mark, and a massive shockwave blew it back and threw it across the room like a ragdoll. Tum. Slam. Slam. Boom. Its body tumbled across the floor for a few meters before it finally slammed into the wall on the other side of the building, and its headless body slumped against the wall. Mark released a tired breath as he flicked his hand to the side to get rid of the blood and brain matter that still stuck to his fist. This fight did not last long, but Mark still felt some residual pains in his head from the headbutt that he received from the Calamity class. If not for Divergent Fist, then this would have gone on for much longer. Mark looked around him at all the destruction that he caused, and he huffed. The city would handle the insurance, so there was no need for him to bother with this. Mark was currently standing in the car park in the basement of the building, and he noticed that most of the cars down there had been wrecked in one way or another by the fight. They looked like expensive cars, so Mark could only hope that the owners had insurance. Well, even if they did, it was going to be hell for the insurance companies. Come with me. What? Erit blinked in surprise and looked up from her phone as she heard someone talk from above her. She saw the last person that she wanted to talk to at this moment, looking down at her with a haughty look in her eyes, and Erit's own eyes immediately darkened as she looked away from Esmeralda. Esmeralda frowned in irritation once Erit ignored her, and she leaned down. Did you not hear me? I said come with me. Or do you not want to hear what I have to say? Erit was currently surfing through the news to see if any of the news outlets were broadcasting the fight that Mark was having with the anima right now. Erit didn't know why the news outlets were so slow to broadcast the fight, but she hadn't been able to see a single one that was showing it yet. Erit was tempted to call Pat and ask him how the fight was going, but she knew that Pat was always in Mark's ear during fights, so it would be a distraction to both of them if she was to call Pat and ask him something like that. She had to just trust that Mark knew what he was doing and that he would come back safely. Hey, don't ignore me when I'm talking to you. Esmeralda was now seething in anger as she noticed that Erit was really ignoring her. How dare this nerd ignore her? Esmeralda was the more popular girl in class, so as far as she was concerned, she was at the top of the food chain and Erit was below her because Erit was less popular. Erit had no right to ignore her commands. Does Erit think that she can now ignore her just because her boyfriend is a superhuman? This opportunistic bitch. Erit looked up with a glare. I'm not in the mood right now, Esmeralda. Just leave me alone. Erit finally spoke up, and Esmeralda blinked in surprise as she noticed that Erit was talking with an intense amount of irritation in her tone. It was almost like Erit was a parent telling her child not to disturb her. Esmeralda had never heard anyone talk to her like that before, and she also grew annoyed as she heard it. This fucking bitch thinks she can talk to me like this just because she is fucking a superhuman. Without Mark, who will she be? Nothing but a bookworm who doesn't know anything about the real world. Esmeralda was about to slap Erit for her disrespect, but she reined in her anger as she knew that she would get her chance to do that later. For now, she just had to get Erit out of the class and to the location first. Are you really going to ignore me? Even after I tell you that your precious murderer boyfriend Mark is in serious danger? Dune! Exclamation point. Eret's head shot up from her phone when she heard that, and Esmeralda took a step back from the intense movement that Eret just made. Eret stood up and seethed right in Esmeralda's face. Esmeralda could see some yellow flash across Eret's eyes, but it was gone before Esmeralda could tell what that was, and Esmeralda just smiled as Eret spoke in a threatening tone. "What are you talking about? If you do anything to Mark, I swear, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life." Some of the people around Eret and Esmeralda stopped what they were doing as the hostility coming off both of them in waves. Are they going to fight? All the boys were hoping that they would fight. Girl fights are always the most entertaining. Esmeralda giggled into her hand before she turned around and waved Eret over as she started to leave the classroom. She told Eret to follow her, and Eret frowned in irritation before she closed her phone and pocketed it while following Esmeralda. Eret would usually never bother to follow Esmeralda since she knew that this was obviously going to be something stupid, but Eret didn't have much of a choice now that she knew that it had something to do with Mark. Eret knows that Esmeralda has been going after Mark since he came back to school, and if there was something that could affect Mark, then Eret was going to find out about it no matter what. Esmeralda led Eret towards the east side of the school and into a female bathroom that was rarely used. Once there, Eret narrowed her eyes as she noticed that there was already someone else waiting for them. Francis was leaning against the sink in front of a mirror, and he grinned once he saw Esmeralda and Eret appear from the door. He pushed off the sink and turned to face the both of them. "I thought you got cold feet and bailed on this. I would have been disappointed if you didn't show up after all that talking." "Oh, stuff it up your ass. Who was the scared one earlier today?" Esmeralda eyed Francis with a sneer, but Francis' smile only widened as he turned to Eret. There was a newfound confidence in Francis that no one had ever seen there before. It was the sort of confidence that someone could only have after they had won a long drawn-out battle against a formidable opponent. And in Francis' mind right now, he had won the biggest battle of his life. "You know, you're still as beautiful as the day I first saw you so long ago." Francis spoke up while regarding Eret, and he watched Eret's face squeeze in disgust as she folded her hand across her chest. Francis' eyes couldn't help but travel towards her large breasts, and he licked his lips while watching her breasts push against her school uniform. What Eret did was perfectly innocent, but Francis saw it as the most seductive thing anyone could ever do. Francis chuckled in a low tone as he decided that she was definitely worth all the effort. Eret spoke up while ignoring the looks from Francis. "What did you have to tell me about Mark?" Francis chuckled as Esmeralda started to talk. "Well, I don't know if you know this, but the superhuman world is a lot more dangerous than you can ever understand. There was something dangerous that happened a few years ago. In fact, it is something that has been going on for quite a few years now. Superhumans have been getting themselves killed without anyone knowing the reason or who was responsible for it. They just ended up dead. No one could really explain it, but everyone knew that the perpetrator of all of the deaths was only one person. A superhuman killer." Eret frowned as she wondered why they were telling her about all this. What could they possibly hope to gain by telling her about something that didn't? Eret raised her brow as a thought crossed her mind, and she felt her right hand shake as fear settled in her heart. "No." Francis saw realization dawning on Eret's expression, and his smile widened as he licked his lips. "Oh, you seem to have already figured things out. You're really as smart as everyone says you are. I guess you aren't the top student of your year for no reason." Esmeralda stepped closer to Eret and put her hand on her shoulder. "You see, Francis here comes from money. And not just money, he comes from the sort of money that is capable of finding and recruiting dangerous people. Just like the superhuman killer himself. And after everything that your dearest Mark has put him through, I'm sure you can already guess what would happen next. But you see, there is another way to get out of this. I pleaded with Francis, you see. He isn't a monster, he is just trying to survive in this twisted world. So here's the deal. Francis will make a single call to the superhuman killer and tell him to call off the mission, but in exchange for that, you will never go near Mark again, and you will leave him for me and me alone, and also. Zip. Esmeralda turned around as she heard the sound of a zipper opening, and she smiled as she saw Francis pulling his dick out from his trouser. You'll bend over this sink right now, and let Francis have his way with you. Francis' smile only widened as he started walking towards Eric, but he stopped in his tracks as he heard something echoing in the bathroom. Die. 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 Eric's lips were barely moving as she muttered these words over and over, but they echoed in the bathroom like someone was playing them on a loudspeaker. Eric's eyes were wide as she stared at the empty space in front of her. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that there were people like this in the world. Eric knew that the world was a messed up place. She knew that there were evil people out there. But this was too much. How dare they? Eric didn't care that they dared to try and blackmail her, and she wouldn't have cared that much if it was her life that was in danger, but they dared to send a killer after Mark. They dared to try and take Mark from her. Do you see it now? Do you understand what I have been trying to tell you all this time? This world, these people, they do not deserve our mercy. They are twisted and cruel, and they will stop at nothing to end the life of the man that we love. They will stop at nothing to take the life of our king. We cannot defeat them with kindness. To defeat them, we must pay back evil with evil. We must pay back blood with even more blood. We must cause carnage. Murder. Do you see now? Do you see now? This is what we must do to protect the king. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Whoosh. Squelch. Crack. Splat. It was like a movie scene playing out in front of Francis' eyes. At one moment, he was standing there with his dick in his hand while approaching Eric. He had every intention to fuck her, and he was going to go to Mark's grave after his death and piss on it as the final fuck you to that fucking bastard. But then Eric moved. It was nothing serious, just a small movement of her hand across the air, and Francis watched as Esmeralda's head burst into a million pieces. Her entire skull erupted in a spray of blood and her body flew to the side from the momentum of the hit, splattering against the mirror and breaking it. The headless body slumped against the sink with its ass sticking out and the many specks of blood and brain matter slowly slid down the mirror as Francis was left in shock, staring at the space where Esmeralda's head once was. You dare. A hard voice echoed across the bathroom, and Francis slowly moved his head to look at Eric as he felt his heart skip 3 beats at once. He wished he hadn't looked. Once Francis saw those yellow eyes, he wished with every fiber of his being that he hadn't seen it. Poisonous yellow eyes that were slit like a dragon stared back at him and pierced into his soul. This feeling. Francis would never forget this feeling for the rest of his very short life. This was the same feeling of fear he felt when he found out that Mark was a superhuman for the first time. It was like staring right in the face of a calamity class anima and knowing that there was nothing you could do but die. It was true, unparalleled, unbridled fear. You dare, you fucking cockroach. You dare go after the man I love. You dare go after my king. Show them pain. Pain for 1,000 years. Pain that will follow them to the underworld and scorch them for all their afterlife. Blitz. Slam. Eric blitzed across the bathroom and grabbed Francis by the neck before slamming him into the wall of the bathroom. The tile behind Francis' head cracked, and Francis whimpered in fear as he tried desperately to get Eric off him. Francis was only noticing now that her fingers were no longer their normal length. They had grown out into claws and the skin of her hand was now purple. Francis looked at her face, he noticed that there was something protruding from her forehead. Are those horns? She was growing horns. Call that killer right now. Tell him to call off the mission or I will break your neck into a million pieces. When Eric spoke, Francis could see that her teeth were also growing into fangs. He didn't know what was happening here, but he knew that he had to get out immediately. Aerith wasn't human. She is a monster. Francis choked on air as he felt Aerith squeeze down harder on his neck, and he held her hand in fear while forcing words out of his mouth. I can't. GRK. I swear I can't. It's only my father that can call it off. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please. Aerith seethed in anger. Useless bastard. Slam. Aerith threw him across the floor, and Francis scrambled to get to his feet. He looked back and saw Aerith walking towards him, and he saw her glance down at his trousers. Francis' dick was still exposed, and he quickly used his hand to cover it up. Even in this state, he feared what Aerith could do to his dick. Aerith glanced at Francis once more before she turned to the side and looked at the dead body of Esmeralda that was leaning against the sink. Francis crawled back as he saw Aerith tilt her head to one side. Fuck her. What? What? I should what? Francis looked to the side and he saw the dead body of Esmeralda. Her ass was positioned properly, and if not for the fact that she was dead, you would think that she was preparing herself to be fucked. Aerith's aura intensified as she glared at Francis, and Francis almost puked from fear as he held his throat. You want to live, don't you? Then fuck her. Now. Aerith stared down at Francis like an executioner, and Francis knew that if he disobeyed, then he would be killed on the spot. Francis slowly got up, and he took only one step towards Esmeralda before he stopped and puked out everything in his stomach as he saw how gruesome the corpse looked. Just the sight of Esmeralda's decapitated body and all the gory parts that were lying around her was enough to make Francis sick to his stomach. Francis heaved out his food, and when he turned back to Aerith, he shrieked in fear as he saw her standing right beside him with her clawed hand lifted in the air. Wait. Wait. I'll do it. Francis was in a state of perpetual fear, and he knew that any wrong move right now would only lead to his death, but a state of fear allowed a massive amount of blood to flow through his body, allowing his reproductive organ to receive far more blood than ever before. Basically, Francis was as hard as a rock. He moved towards Esmeralda and lifted her skirt before he pulled her panties down to her ankles. Francis closed his eyes tightly and he grimaced in disgust as he slowly slid into Esmeralda's pussy. Slap. 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 Francis started to move in and out of her. There was no feeling of her squeezing him, but since his eyes were closed, he still felt that burning sensation in his lower abdomen as he felt his orgasm getting closer. Oh. Grab. A hand suddenly grabbed Francis' head and Francis' eyes shot open in shock as he saw himself in the mirror. The sight in front of him was something that he would never forget even if he were to be reborn in another world. This would stay with him and scar him forever. A dead, headless girl lying on a sink with him inside her and a monster holding his head with one hand and looking down at him with complete and utter disgust. Aerith's yellow eyes narrowed as a disgusted look spread on her face as she spoke. Yes, that is exactly the position you deserve to die in. Squelch. One squeeze from Aerith was enough to burst Francis' head into pieces and he slumped on top of Esmeralda and died with himself still inside her. Once Aerith was done with that, she immediately pulled out her phone and made a call. Once the call went through, Pat's haughty voice echoed from the other side in surprise. Well, this is a new experience. I don't think you've ever dialed this number before, sister-in-law. Pat, we need to warn Mark. There's a killer after him. They said they sent him to attack Mark right now, so he is probably already there. What? Wait, Aerith, you're not making any sense. Who are they? How do you know about the killer? Aerith's brow furrowed in shock as she heard this. Does that mean that Pat already knows about the killer? Then, doesn't that mean that Mark should also know? This has to be what they have been trying to solve all this while. That mailman who came to deliver the box must have also been related to the killer somehow. This made this much easier. Since she didn't have to explain who the killer was, then she could simply tell Pat what was about to happen. Someone hired the killer to kill Mark during this battle. You need to warn him. Okay, hold on, I'm Dash. Mr. Patrick, please take your seat. This is a classroom and you are not allowed to receive calls in here. Shut the fuck up, you old maid. I'm talking here. Excuse me. Who are you calling old? I'm still a young lady. What the fuck are you trying to defend? You're still single as fuck. And you made a mistake on the 5th line in that algorithm. The 5th function is meant to be differentiated to the 20th percentile before we can use it in the equation. Your old age is making you lose your mind. Excuse me. The teacher who was talking suddenly shut up as she checked the algorithm and realized that Patrick was right. They would have to go back a long way before they can rectify this mistake. She glared at Pat as he stood up and left the class with his AirPods in his ears and his laptop open in one hand while he typed away at it furiously. Eric, I need to send a message to Mark. Thanks for the heads up. Beep. Patrick cut the phone call and Eric blinked down at the phone in surprise. She was not used to the way Pat always cuts the phone without even saying anything else. She was just a little pissed that he did that. Eric thought about leaving the school to go and help Mark, but she knew that it would be a stupid and dangerous idea. Mark has been working hard to make sure that no one finds out about her identity as an anima hybrid, but if she goes out there then she would just ruin all of his hard work and make it pointless. Eric would never insult Mark's efforts like that. Bam. Shit. 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 Eric heard the sound of something falling on the floor before she heard someone cursing quietly. She walked up to one of the stalls in the bathroom and she pushed the door open. Crack. The door was locked, but the lock on the door immediately cracked under her immense strength and made the door swing open. Eric stared down at the person huddled up on top of a toilet with an intense stare. Inside the stall, Maria was shaking. Maria was having trouble breathing and her entire body was warning her at that moment to run. Get up and run. Get up and run as far away as possible without looking back. But she couldn't move. Her body was locked up because she knew that even if she could run, there was nothing that she could do against someone like that. Eric was staring down at Maria with those poison yellow eyes of hers, and after some time, Maria saw a smile spark on Eric's face as if Eric just had the most sinister idea known to mankind. When Eric spoke, every syllable sent a shiver down Maria's spine. You saw. That means from now on, you're an accomplice. Congratulations. PSSSSS. The smell of urine filled the entire bathroom as Maria couldn't stop her bladder from releasing everything inside it. Tears streamed down her eyes and she sniffled as she started to cry like a baby. Why did she ever get involved with these people? Why? I want my mummy. Mission, kill the Calamity class. Completed plus 100 stat points plus 100 skill points. Mark was looking through his system and allocating the new points that he just got from the system into the skills that he knew needed them. There are some skills that Mark has been using far more than others and he decided that it is those skills that he would improve first. Superhuman system. Name, Mark Vanitas. Race, human. Title, He Who Perseveres Through Hell. Plus 10% increase to all stats. He Who Defies Destiny. Rank, S, 4380/5000. Affiliation, True Neutral. Unused stat points, 100. Unused skill points, 100. Strength, 1880, plus 188, plus 376. Stamina, 1350, plus 135, plus 270. Agility, 1150, plus 115, plus 230. Durability, 1210, plus 121. Mana, 1020, plus 102. Artifacts, Gloves of the Thunder God, S. Skill Tree. Dash Full Body Constitution. This is a unique skill tree enabling the user to systematically enhance and fortify every aspect of their physical form, elevating strength and resilience to unprecedented levels. Current full body constitution, Heavenly Lightning God, 0/400. Heavenly Lightning God, this is a full-body constitution skill that imbues the practitioner with the divine essence of lightning, granting unparalleled agility, strength, and the ability to harness and control lightning energy in combat. Effects. Full body augmentation x30. Multiplier, all lightning-based skills will receive a 100% boost. Discharge, the user can absorb and store up to S-rank lightning-based attacks in his body and then discharge them towards the enemy for a devastating counterattack. Mana circulation. Mana circulation is a skill enabling the user to enhance the efficiency of mana distribution throughout their body, optimizing energy flow for heightened senses and greater strength. Current mana circulation, D rank, 0 to 400. Stat improvements due to application of mana. Strength, plus 20%. Stamina, plus 15%. Agility, plus 10%. Durability, plus 5%. Taunting, this skill lures enemies with a lower rank towards the user, diverting their attention from all distractions and encouraging aggressive engagement. Current taunting variation, Call of the Night Wolves, F rank, 61 to 100. Probability of successful taunting based on level, 21%. A blunt force trauma, this skill heightens the probability of landing a critical hit as the user delivers consecutive successful punches to the enemy, harnessing the cumulative impact for devastating effectiveness. Critical attacks deal plus 100% extra damage to the enemy. Current rank, D rank, 102/400. Probability of landing a critical attack, plus 10% for every successful consecutive hit. Probability of landing a divergent attack, exponential 2.5 per attack, plus 0.5% for every successful consecutive hit. True Sight, this skill grants the user the ability to perceive the stats and skills of others, offering insight into their capabilities with a single glance. Current True Sight, D rank, 1/400. Divine Skills. Styxwatcher's Discernment, this endows the user with an infallible ability to perceive truth, drawing upon the wisdom of the river Styx to unravel deception and reveal the sincerity of others. Once activated, the user cannot be lied to. Achilles Heel, this skill enables the user to swiftly detect and expose weaknesses and vulnerabilities in opponents or objects, providing a strategic advantage in combat. Vulnerable areas will be exposed using a red hue. The darker the shade of red, the more vulnerable the area is. Ignorance of the Death God, this skill, bestowed by Thanatos, grants the user the ability to instinctively evade one attack from any enemy, even if the user is unaware of the impending danger. This skill is applicable to all attacks, fatal or not, regardless of the attack strength. Comment from GOG, Hey, Mark. The gods got into a drinking contest and I had the goddess of life take off some of her clothes. I wasn't kidding when I said she was hot. She's smoking fire under that dress. Do you want me to send you images? Ha. Oh wait, the goddess is glaring at me like she'll kill me. Bah, I'll send them anyway. Here you go. Ping. Mark read the message from Sozin with a look of disbelief on his face and he blinked hard as some images suddenly filtered into his brain from Sozin. The image was of the body of an extremely endowed woman. Her breasts and crotch were covered with thin clothes, but the rest of her body that was exposed was milky white and absolutely gorgeous. Mark couldn't see her face either since it wasn't added to the picture, but Mark knew that the face had to be extremely beautiful if she had a body like that. Comment from GOG, What do you think? She's smoking hot, isn't she? I bet your girl should look like this when she's a little older, but you just can't beat that mature boing. Fucking shit, I gotta go. The goddess of life has sent her strongest warriors after the god of games and demanded his life as punishment for what he did. The goddess of life is sending an enormous amount of hostility at the user. The goddess of life is contemplating erasing the user's memories of that picture. The erasure will affect the user's mind and the user will be struck with temporary insanity. Sozin has cut the connection link and prevented all the gods from communicating with the user. Mark coughed into his hand as he refused to comment on the picture. That bastard Sozin has got to be one of the most troublesome gods that Mark has ever heard of in his life. He knew that Sozin would get into a lot of trouble for sending him this picture, and the rest of the gods were going to give him one hell of a trashing for it, especially the goddess of life. Having Sozin as a fellow god must feel like having a mischievous younger brother who would steal your underwear and hang it in front of the village gate for everyone to see. An absolute menace. But Mark couldn't complain at all. Why would he complain when he was reaping the benefits of having that menace as a patron god? Somewhere deep inside his heart, Mark sent a silent prayer of thanks to Sozin as he stored the image somewhere deep in his heart. He would cherish it forever. Mark then turned his attention back to his system and the skills that he was going to improve. Skills like taunting that Mark hasn't used for a long time now would have to be improved later when Mark has some excess stat points that he could spare for the skill. Instead, Mark decided that he would add the skill points that he got into his most useful skill for him right now. Blunt Force Trauma, True Sight, and Full Body Augmentation were skills that wouldn't improve much if Mark just added in points. Mark knew that these skills needed to be improved in rank before he could see any significant increase in those skills, so adding in these points would be useless. Instead, Mark decided that he would add the skill points into the Mana Circulation skill, and he would add the stat points into the Mana stat. No matter how small the points were, Mark knew that he would still see an increase in the percentage boost of his strength from adding the points in. Does the user wish to add points to the selected skill? Yes/no. Mark chose yes, and he clenched his fists tightly as he felt a change in the flow of mana in his body. Does the user wish to add points to the selected stat? Yes/no. Mark clicked yes again, and he grinned as the mana flowing through his body slightly increased in capacity. Mana, 1120, plus 112. Mana Circulation. Mana Circulation is a skill enabling the user to enhance the efficiency of mana distribution throughout their body, optimizing energy flow for heightened senses and greater strength. Current Mana Circulation, D rank, 100 to 400. Stat improvements due to application of mana. Strength, plus 25%. Stamina, plus 17%. Agility, plus 10%. Durability, plus 5%. The only stats that were improved were the strength and stamina stats, but Mark was not complaining at all. Mark knew that every percentage increase mattered a lot, and having a 25% boost in your strength just by using mana was already better than what most S ranks could ever hope to achieve in their lifetime. Ding! Ignorance of the Death God. Mark blinked as he felt something shift inside of him. All of a sudden, he was no longer in control of his body, and he felt his head shift just a millimeter to the left as something black whizzed past his head. Fwhip. Slam. Kaboom. The entire area in front of Mark suddenly exploded in a massive wave of fire, and he put his hand up to his face as he felt the fire sting his skin. What the hell? How can he feel that? Mark had a very high constitution, so he knew that he would normally never feel pain from something like that. But that wasn't the most important thing right now. Mark turned around and narrowed his eyes with a glare on his face as he saw something glint in the distance. A man was holding a gun and pointing it straight at Mark from almost a kilometer away, and Mark grinned in excitement as his eyes met with that of the superhuman killer. Found you. What? The superhuman killer was shocked. No, that was an understatement of what he was feeling right now. The superhuman killer felt like nothing in the world made sense anymore. He had waited for the perfect moment. He had planned every thought out to the very last microsecond. He made sure that he had a perfect line of fire from the building that he was at. He made sure that Mark and the Calamity class fought inside of an enclosed building so that he could kill Mark from a distance without any of the other superhumans getting in the way. He even made sure that he properly accounted for Mark's unknown strength by adding the explosive powder to the bullet to make it explode once it embedded itself in his head. He planned for every inconsistency. Wind, rain, debris, distance. Everything. But none of it made sense. How did he dodge that? The superhuman killer knew that Mark did not see him. Mark's back was turned and he was wide open. There was nothing that could have saved anyone from having a bullet in their head at that moment. So how Mark was still able to dodge it? Is it some sort of hidden blessing that I don't know about? What the fuck is this kid? Boom. 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 The superhuman killer looked through his scope and his eyes widened as he saw 3 massive cars flying in his direction. Shit. Mark must have thrown those cars to block his vision. That meant that Mark knew where he was. And Mark was more than likely behind those cars and coming straight towards him. The cars were flying at him at more than 300 meters, 1,000 feet, a second. So the killer knew that it would only take about 2 seconds before it hit him. He had to think fast. Previous chapter. Next chapter. The superhuman killer would have tried to shoot again if Mark hadn't found out his location, but now that Mark knew where he was, the killer had to move. The killer looked through his scope again as he waited for just the right moment when he knew that Mark would be visible. It was a gamble, but the killer trusted his instincts. If his instincts told him that Mark would be behind those cars, then he knew he would be right. There. The superhuman killer saw the 3 cars shift out of the way and he caught a glimpse of Mark behind the cars as he flew straight at him. Ka-cha. Boom. Another bullet flew straight for Mark, but the superhuman killer was shocked when Mark threw another car that he had been carrying with him in the path of the bullet. Kaboom. The bullet exploded once it made contact with the car and the superhuman killer cursed as he saw Mark fly out from the flames like some sort of demon. Who the fuck is this kid? Isn't he just a normal S rank? The killer immediately drew back his gun and rolled to the side. He grabbed the bag that was on the floor before he bolted out of the room as Mark crashed through the wall of the building and then through another wall. Boom. Boom. Mark pulled himself out from the wall with a mad look in his eyes. He immediately activated Achilles' heel, and the entire world blurred into multiple shades of gray as Mark scanned the area. Through the gray, Mark could see a red silhouette running towards the other side of the building. The Achilles' heel skill was built to see weaknesses in enemies, but Mark realized that if he activated it in an enclosed space like this, he could also use it to find enemies that were hiding. That way, he wouldn't have to waste time searching for them and he could even find out their weakness at the same time. Mark reached to the side and grabbed a metal support beam that was poking out from the broken wall. He aimed true and released it like a javelin straight at the killer. Fwoom. Boom. The pole broke through the wall of the building and flew straight for the killer. The killer heard something whizzing towards him at high speed and he turned around in shock to see the pole right in front of his face. Fuck. The killer immediately dodged to the side and he just barely managed to avoid losing his head to that attack. Instead, he could feel a large cut that was already leaking blood from his forehead and he held it in pain as he tumbled back into the door behind him. He arrived at the emergency staircase and he didn't waste time as he jumped over the railing and flew down to the lower floors. User has suffered massive strain due to repeated prolonged use of the Achilles heel skill. The user is advised not to use the skill again until at least 24 hours have elapsed. Mark had to blink and deactivate the Achilles heel skill as he felt a massive strain on his eyes. He was already bleeding from one eye because of how many times he had used the skill today, but that didn't matter to him. He raced out from the room and looked around at the area where he knew that the superhuman killer went into. There was blood on the floor and Mark realized that the killer must have jumped to a lower floor. Ring. 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 Mark's phone rang as Mark was about to jump over the railing and he pressed the button on his AirPods to answer it. What is it? I'm busy. Mark. Eric just called. The superhuman killer is there. It's a little late for that. Mark frowned as he leaped over the railing and began to freefall to the lower floor. He kept an eye out so that he would not go too far down. The superhuman killer was an elusive bastard, and Mark knew that he wouldn't want to be out there when there were so many superhumans and policemen around. That means that he will not be going to the lowest floor. Instead, it was more likely that the superhuman killer would stop at another floor and try to hide and bide his time before escaping when things calmed down. Mark reached out and caught hold of a railing at the side as he saw a dented railing in front of him, and he grinned as he swung himself forward and into that floor. Boom! Mark landed on the ground and spoke to Pat in a hard tone. Building 5A on 12th Avenue. I need you to call Fiona and station guards all around the building exterior. Call reporters and tell them that there is a massive fight going on in the building, and call the police and tell them that a criminal is trying to escape. Use whatever is necessary, Patrick, just make sure this bastard doesn't have anywhere to go. Pat was already doing what Mark said before Mark even finished talking. It wasn't difficult for Pat to send out official orders since he was already inside the city system. He sent emails to reporters and direct messages to guilds and police squads to congregate at the building that Mark told him about. Pat spoke up as he sent out another official email to one of the best reporters in the city. And what about you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Don't bother me for now, Pat. I'm going hunting. Beep. This time, it was Mark who cut off the phone before Pat could say anything more. On the other side of the phone, Pat felt slight worry as he heard the tone that Mark was using. Mark sounded like he was focused entirely on catching this man no matter what. Pat had only seen this kind of single-minded focus when Mark went to that island to look for Eric before, and he knew that Mark was prone to doing dangerous things to achieve his goals when he was in this kind of state. Pat just hoped that Mark wouldn't do anything stupid. The superhuman killer was currently inside a large office that covered the entire 15th floor of the building. He was leaning against the back of an overturned table with his gun beside him, and he was using a bandage to wrap around his head quickly to stop the blood loss. The blood that he already lost would lead Mark to him, and the killer was going to try and throw Mark off his trail once he stopped the bleeding. The superhuman kept his ears peeled for any movement from around him. He knew that there was a high chance that Mark could find him soon, so he already made preparations for that. Boom! The killer tightened the bandage around his head as he heard a wall breaking behind him, and he cut off the end of the bandage and grabbed his gun. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Calm yourself. Let nothing preoccupy your thoughts. Clear your mind of all distractions. Clear it. Clear. Are you happy? Here he comes. Kaboom. Here he comes. Kaboom. Mark suddenly appeared through the wall of the office building like a monster, and the killer grit his teeth and fired straight for a canister that was attached to the wall. Slam. Kaboom. A massive explosion rocked the building, and the killer didn't waste time as he grabbed a grenade from behind him. He pulled the pin with his teeth and tossed it towards where Mark was before he turned and ran towards the other side of the office. Boom. Another massive explosion rocked the area behind him, and he saw a dust cloud rising from where he had thrown the grenade. The sound of footsteps behind him alerted him to Mark's movement, and the killer immediately brought out a small remote and pressed a button. The area around the spot that he had been standing in also exploded and sent shrapnel and fire everywhere, and the killer blasted off to keep running as a dust cloud rose from the ground and filled the entire room. There is no way that Mark would make it out of something like that unscathed. Those explosions were filled with the superhuman killer's special bullets. They weren't as strong as the first one that he used to try and kill Mark, but they were still strong enough to kill an A rank easily if they were hit with it. There is no way that Mark would. Clench your teeth. What dash? Boom. A phantom suddenly appeared beside the superhuman killer, and the superhuman killer had never felt as much shock in his life as he did at that moment. The killer lifted his body and positioned it properly before clenching his teeth tightly as Mark pulled his fist back and slammed it into the killer's rib. Slam. The killer was sent flying out of the office and into the corridor of the building. Boom. Gah. A massive wave of pain surged through the killer's body as his back slammed into the wall and he fell to the ground. He pulled his shirt up and saw that there was a black exoskeleton around the area that Mark just punched, but that exoskeleton was already cracking and breaking. What sort of monster is this kid? The superhuman killer was also a superhuman, but his patron god was someone who was not even worth mentioning. The god did not have a name, and as far as the superhuman killer knew, his god did not have a domain either. The superhuman killer was C rank, and his blessing was called direct protection. The killer could manifest an exoskeleton around his body that would protect him from any external impacts and prevent his body from taking damage. But there were two things that were massively wrong with the blessing that made it almost pointless to even have it. The first thing was the fact that the strength of the exoskeleton depended on how much of your body you were covering at any time. If you used the exoskeleton to cover your entire body, then it would be far less powerful than if you used it to just cover a small part of your body. And the second thing that made it useless was how it received impact. The exoskeleton was only strong against direct compression impact. If the exoskeleton received an impact at exactly 90 degrees, then it would be capable of tanking hits from even S ranks, but if it was receiving the hit at any angle other than 90 degrees, then the strength of the exoskeleton would be compromised with the change in angle. That is why the killer had to position his body properly at that moment when Mark punched him just now. The killer received that punch at an angle that was close to 90 degrees, and that was the only reason why he was able to survive it. If he had taken that blow at an angle far from 90 degrees or if he had used the exoskeleton on his entire body without concentrating it on one spot, then he would surely be dead by now. Mark packed a fucking wallop in his punches. The killer wasted no time and bolted to his feet as he heard the sound of someone walking out of the office. He crashed through the door at the side that led to the emergency stairwell and jumped over the railing and down to a lower floor. The superhuman killer was already planning to get out of the building as quickly as possible to blend into the crowd outside and get away. He knew that he would be compromising himself by going out there when there were guild members and other police officers in the area, but he couldn't stay in here and risk getting killed by Mark. He would rather go out there and risk being seen, and then he would just take some time off and wait for things to calm down again before he tried to kill Mark for the second time. But the superhuman killer could see all of his plans crumbling to dust as voices began to play through his radio. The radio he had was tapped into the direct feed from police squads as well as guilds, so he was able to receive all of their direct broadcasts through the radio. Attention all guild members. We have orders to station around Building 5A at 5th Avenue. The superhuman killer is believed to be in the building. We have received an image identification, and all guild members are directed to kill on sight. The mission is directly from the Artemis Guild. Police squad moving into Building 5A. Artemis Guild snipers, locked on Building 5A. Kill on-site orders have been received. This is the Metropole channel reporting live from above Building 5A on 5th Avenue where the superhuman ghost is currently in battle against what is believed to be the superhuman responsible for the death of 5 superhumans over the past 4 years. On your screens now is an image of the killer, and we will be bringing you dash. Screech. Bam. The killer bit his tongue in anger as he reached out and grabbed hold of the railing on the 5th floor. He pulled himself up and onto the floor before bolting through the door to reach a different side of the building. What the fuck is going on? How did they find out that he was here? The killer knew that he had to stay calm. That was one of the first training that he ever received in his military days. No matter the situation, no matter how difficult or impossible things looked. Stay calm and find an alternative route. There is always a way out. We've found high dash. Bang. Bang. A policeman suddenly shouted from in front of the killer when he turned around the corner, and the killer wasted no time as he used his revolver to fire 2 shots. The first one went right into the policeman's forehead, and the second one took out his partner who had been following behind him. The killer hid behind a depression in the wall as he heard footsteps coming closer. 1. 2. 5. No, 10, about 10 people. Their footsteps are light, so they are either regular humans, or they are weak superhumans. Moving in a coordinated group. They have squads. It's a police platoon. Difficulty, easy. The killer put the revolver back in its pouch and bolted out from behind the wall while drawing a submachine gun out from another pouch. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Ugh. 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 The policemen didn't even know what hit them as the killer ran into their ranks and began to unload bullets like a madman. He kicked in the chest of the policeman who was trying to get to him, and the policeman died before he even hit the floor. The killer grabbed the hand of another policeman and used him as a shield to block the bullets from two other policemen that came from around the corner. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Arg. Click. The killer threw the dead man to the side once he heard the click signifying that their guns were empty, and he rushed in. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-tat. The killer pulled out his submachine gun and unloaded even more bullets on the policemen that were remaining. The policemen tried to shoot at the killer, but they were slow to load their guns, and by the time they were done loading the guns, the killer was already right in front of them. The angle prevented them from getting him as the killer easily dodged all of their bullets, and he deflected the ones that were impossible to dodge. The bullets were just regular ammo, so the killer had no trouble deflecting them even with his skin. Rat-a-tat-tat-a-tat. The killer narrowed his eyes as he unloaded bullets into all of them, and he sighed as he finally finished killing off most of the policemen, and there was only one left. He flashed in front of the remaining policeman, tripped him, and pointed his gun at his forehead before he even touched the ground. Bang! Squelch! The body hit the ground like a wet rag, and the killer looked around to make sure that they were all dead. Ka-cha! The killer cocked his gun and released a quiet breath as the hallway went silent. He holstered his gun and brought out his rifle once more, and he started to think. He had to find a way out of this. There were too many squads moving through the building, and if he wasted too many bullets, then he would end up having to fight against other superhumans without bullets. He was just glad that he thought to bring normal bullets as well as the superhuman bullets that he made. But he was surprised that the policemen were using normal bullets against him. Do they not know that he is a superhuman? Could that work in his favor somehow? He could use that to make them lower their guard and find a way to get out when he overpowers them. Boom! 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 Fuck! The killer couldn't believe that he almost forgot. There was more than one problem in this godforsaken place. Before the police and the other superhuman, he had to first get away from this monster that was after him. The killer knew that Mark was not going to give up until he was either dead or captured, so he had to deal with Mark first before trying to find a way out of this place. Mark blasted through the wall and appeared in the hallway where the superhuman killer had just been fighting. He looked around at the carnage caused by the killer and looked away when he did not see the killer anywhere. Mark knew that the killer only had one way to go, and that was deeper into the building. If he goes downward, then he would run into more superhumans, and he couldn't go up because he would have to go through Mark before he could get to the stairway. Mark immediately picked up his speed and ran after the killer. Mark knew that the killer was good at hiding and blending in, so if he allowed him to have any room right now, there was every possibility that the killer would just find a way to get out of this building without anyone knowing. Mark will not let that bastard escape. Mark raced down the hallway and looked around for the killer, but he was nowhere to be found. Mark narrowed his eyes in anger as he looked around for him. Mark was currently standing at the end of a long hallway that was at one end of the building. There was a glass wall on his left side, and he could see that there was another long hallway on the other side of the glass wall separated by a gap that led into a fall in the middle of the building. Achilles' heel has been activated. Achilles' heel has been deactivated. The user is advised to not use the skill for the next 24 hours to allow his eyes to heal. Prolonged use might lead to necrosis. Achilles' heel has been activated. Achilles' heel has been deactivated. The user has overridden the failsafe. Achilles' heel has been forcefully activated. Mark knew that it would be bad for him to use this skill for too long, but he didn't have a choice. He was only going to use it for a few seconds. Just enough time for him to find that bastard's location. Mark activated the skill and felt a deep pain somewhere at the back of his brain. He bore the pain with a grunt and looked around, and his eyes widened as he saw the killer's silhouette on the other side of the glass wall. He's in the other hallway. Mark deactivated the skill as the superhuman killer suddenly dashed out from where he had been hiding. Mark also dashed forward, and the two of them ran down the hallway at immense speed. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. The superhuman killer pulled out a gun from his holster and began to unload bullets at Mark with wicked precision. Every bullet was aimed directly at Mark's head, and Mark had to duck and increase his pace in order to avoid getting hit. Mark didn't know if those were normal bullets or if they were the same bullets that the killer used the first time he shot at Mark. Mark knew that they could actually hurt him, so Mark was not planning to get a headshot from something like that. But after the bullets embedded themselves in the wall and Mark did not hear an explosion, Mark was sure that these bullets were not the dangerous ones, and he picked up his pace even more. Mark charged for a spot just ahead of him and he suddenly dashed to the side and used the wall as a launching pad to blast himself out from the hallway and into the next hallway. The killer grabbed a grenade from behind him, pulled the pin with his teeth, and threw it at Mark in one fluid motion, and he watched in horror as Mark pulled his hand back for a punch. Critical hit. Kaboom! The grenade exploded right in front of Mark just as Mark unleashed a ruthless punch. The force of Mark's punch was enough to scatter the shrapnel away from him and extinguish all the fire that would have hurt him at the same time. What the hell was that? That grenade was strong enough to blow an S-rank to bits and he just waved it away like it was a candle fire. The killer cursed silently as he immediately braced for impact. Seriously. What the fuck are you? Seriously. What the fuck are you? Slam. Mark slammed into the killer and took them both through the wall behind him and into another room. The killer grit his teeth and launched himself away from Mark. He rolled to a stop and reached behind him to grab more grenades. There was nothing there. Fuck. The killer immediately grabbed two guns from the holsters on his thighs and aimed them at Mark's head as he watched Mark slowly get to his feet. The killer was breathing heavily, and there was a bead of sweat coming down the side of his head, but he was still perfectly calm, and there was a cold and calculative look in his gaze as he looked around him and tried to find the best possible way to handle this situation. Mark finally stood up to his full height, and the killer had to admit that Mark had a very impressive build. The killer knew that Mark was only 18 years old, but his body would fool anyone into thinking that he was a 23-year-old man. How the fuck is he so tall? Is that a byproduct of his blessing? And what exactly is his blessing? The superhuman killer had never been so confused while fighting against someone in his life. At first, everyone thought that Ghost's blessing was raw strength. He always exhibited an intense amount of raw power during his fights, so that was most likely his blessing. No one knew his patron god since he refused to disclose it, so they could only speculate that he might have been blessed by someone like Ares, the god of war. But the killer had to throw that possibility out the window after what happened with that sniper bullet that he shot first. Mark was able to dodge it with such precision that it almost seemed like an automatic reaction or something. There was no wasted movement when he dodged it, and the killer knew that no amount of training could give you something like that. It had to be the result of a blessing. The killer thought that Mark's blessing was advanced instincts after that. Maybe Mark was blessed with good instincts, and he only built up his strength and used his instincts to avoid getting seriously injured in fights. That would mean that Mark was blessed by someone like Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. All the superhumans that were blessed by Artemis have improved instincts since Artemis was the goddess of hunting. But then that was dashed away again after the brief confrontation that they just had. Mark was able to find him even when he was hiding perfectly. How was Mark able to do that? Was there something else about his blessing that I don't know about? Strength, instincts, and another hidden blessing that I cannot even begin to understand. Just what are you, Ghost? Can anyone even call you human anymore? It's been a while since I've had to chase down someone like this. It almost makes me nostalgic. Mark suddenly spoke up from the other side of the room, and the killer kept his eyes on him while glancing around to see if there was any escape route that he could take. He could just jump out from the window at the side, but that would only put him into another world of trouble since he would have to fight his way through a swarm of reporters and superhumans. Even now he could still hear the shouts of the superhumans patrolling the area from all the way up here. There's nowhere for you to run, killer. Just give it up. I haven't killed a person before, not intentionally, at least. But just for you, I'll make an exception. The killer seethed once he heard Mark talking about killing him. Kids shouldn't stain their hands with blood. Or at least they shouldn't plan to. Mark was surprised to hear that, and he crouched into a ready stance while talking with a grin on his face. It's been a while since I heard anyone calling me a kid. Let's see if you still have that confidence after this. Boom. Mark suddenly charged straight at the killer, and the killer unloaded a barrage of bullets straight at him. Bang! 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 Click. Useless shit. The killer threw away one of his guns and intercepted a punch from Mark. A black substance covered his fist, and he contorted his body so that he would receive the punch from Mark at a perfect 90-degree angle. Boom! Whoosh! A massive soundwave echoed out from the point of contact of their fists, and Mark's eyes widened slightly when he saw that the killer was able to tank his punch. Even though Mark's punch was not a critical hit or a divergent fist, it was still extremely strong, and Mark knew that the killer should not be able to tank it at all. The killer took advantage of Mark's momentary surprise and put the gun right in Mark's face. Bang! Mark's head shot back, and the killer thought for a moment that he won, but he was shocked as Mark brought his head back with a wide smile. The killer saw the smoking bullet being crushed between Mark's teeth. You fucking dash. Bang! Bang! Bam! Mark and the killer suddenly entered into a fierce fight as they tried to get one up on the other. The killer used everything that he had ever learned to try and get Mark to retreat. He would block using his black exoskeleton and then release a bullet right at Mark's face or heart. Mark, on the other hand, was just railing on the killer with massive punches that would have killed any S-rank. Mark was shocked by how well the killer was able to shoot at him while still moving his body around to protect against the punches. Mark knew that the killer did not have a lot of strength. He was probably only AB rank, but the killer had a perfect understanding of his blessing, and he could use it brilliantly to block all of Mark's attacks effortlessly. If they weren't trying to kill each other, then Mark would have asked how the fuck he was able to do that. Bam! 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 The killer dodged a punch from Mark and raised his gun up to point it at Mark's chin. Bang! Mark barely moved his head back to dodge the bullet before he slammed his foot into the ground and sent a massive swing into the killer's side. The killer tucked his arm in and coated his bicep in his exoskeleton before he slammed his feet into Mark's chest and retreated at the same moment that the attack hit. Slam! In the air, he contorted his body to face Mark and then released another 3 bullets into Mark's face. Bang! 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 Mark dodged around the bullets and charged for the killer, but the killer used the moment when Mark dodged to pull out a new cartridge from behind him and replace the empty one in the gun. He then made a call out as he turned and ran. I need help. Now. On the other end of the call, there was no answer for some time, and the killer thought that the person would not talk at all, but after some time, the person finally spoke up. Your face is on TV. You're quite popular now. Crash. The killer crashed through a window pane and landed in another office in a perfect roll. He got to his feet in one motion and he bolted as he heard Mark break through the wall to chase after him. Stop with the rubbish and answer me. I need an extraction. I can make it to the roof, but I need you to send a copter for me. I don't think you understand what I was trying to say here. You see, your face is on the news now. You're quite popular. And that means that you have been compromised. I don't know what you think this partnership was, but I have no use for someone whose identity is compromised. There was only one thing that you were good for, after all. And now that you can no longer carry out that one task, you are useless to me. Beep. The call cut off as the man finished talking, and the killer cursed as he turned around and aimed right for Mark's eye. But Mark suddenly disappeared from where he had been standing and appeared right beside the killer with his arm drawn back. The space in front of Mark's arm seemed to distort and a massive wave of matter seemed to gather at a single point in front of his fist before exploding as he released the punch. Divergent fist. Boom. Crack. Surprisingly, the killer was still able to activate his exoskeleton in the perfect place to protect his body from Mark's punch, but no matter how strong his exoskeleton was, there was nothing that it would do against a punch that had been multiplied exponentially like the divergent fist. The killer felt something break inside his body before he was launched like a rag doll into the air. Boom! He slammed into the ceiling of the office before he fell to the ground and skipped across the concrete like a stone on water. Bam! 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 Boom! He finally stopped moving as his back slammed into the wall on the other side of the office, and Mark brought his fist down and relaxed himself slightly. Outside the window at the side, the sun was already setting, and Mark could see many police lights shining through the dark sky as they surrounded the building. "You're done, killer. Just give it up." The killer grunted as he heard what Mark said, and Mark watched apathetically as the killer struggled to get himself to his feet. HNMGH fuck. The killer's left leg shook as he put weight on it, but he tightened the muscles there and it finally became strong enough to support him. He spat out a wad of blood and stumbled to the side for a moment, but he managed to stop himself from falling as he stood up fully. The killer was still holding onto his gun, and Mark was impressed that he never let go of it in the middle of all that movement. I guess it's his training that made him hold it that tightly. The killer looked to be on his last leg. He was bleeding from his head again, and there was blood leaking from his mouth. One of his eyes was swollen shut, and he couldn't feel anything on the right side of his abdomen. It was almost as if that side was paralyzed from the intense pain after that punch. "Are you happy? You don't look happy." The killer chuckled. Why the fuck is that coming to him now? He took in a deep breath as he stood tall and faced Mark. "You know, I don't think you're human. I've always completed my assignments. All I needed was a bit of research, and I could do it easily. But you're an enigma. I can't get a read on your abilities at all." Mark grunted when he heard this, and he spoke with a spiteful tone in his voice. "Then you shouldn't have accepted this mission at all." The killer chuckled. "No, maybe I shouldn't have. But what can I do? This is all I'm good for, after all." In the park close to the Red Lotus Hotel, Talia was sitting on the bench with her teddy bear in her hand. She glanced up at the sun, and she frowned as she saw that it was already setting. Was that old mister not going to come today? How terrible. He told her to come, and then he just forgot about her the next day. And she was even gracious enough to bring him some seeds for the birds. Talia huffed as she hopped off the bench to leave. Big Brother would be back from school by now, so she would get in trouble if she stays out too late. She opened her bag of seeds and left it on the bench before turning to leave. Caw. Once she was gone, a flock of ravens descended on the seeds. "I'm so tired. Sigh, I suppose you wouldn't give me the option of simply going to jail." The killer looked into Mark's eyes, and he saw cold determination in them. Mark was going to kill him, and there was no alternative as far as Mark was concerned. "If I spare your life, would you stop?" The killer grunted as he turned away from Mark. They both knew the answer to that question. The killer knew that he would not be going to jail. "Well, I guess that's for the best. I'm not really cut out for jail anyway. It's no different from the army. All you do is sleep, shit, and suffer. Hey, kid, since I'm going to die, I guess I should give you a heads up. The person that sent me to you is one of your classmates' father." "Which one?" "Can't say. Confidential. You'll be dead. Even in death, a man must keep to his honor. Even a killer has honor." Mark clicked his tongue in irritation, and the killer just smiled. "You young ones are always so impatient. But I guess I was also like that once. Are you happy? You don't look happy." The killer shook his head. There is a group in Japan, they are called the Syndicate. I don't know what they all have against you, but you're a primary target for them. Now that I'm gone, they'll be sending others, so be prepared. As a clue, they are somehow related to Salazar. Oh, it seems you know him. That's good. This should fuck him up really good. Give him hell for me, alright kid. Mark's eyes widened once the killer mentioned Salazar, but Mark controlled his expression again after the killer noticed and spoke up once the killer was done. What do you know about Salazar? The killer coughed up some blood and spat it to the side before he spoke again. Cough. Cough. Not enough to be any help to you, kid. He's a snake, that's all I can say. Watch out for that one. Mark could see real hatred for Salazar when the killer spoke about him, so Mark knew that he could trust this information. Mark decided that he would look into this syndicate. The killer suddenly spoke up again. Justin Grant. What? My name. My name is Justin Grant. Please remember it. Mark still looked as apathetic as ever as he shot down the offer. I will not. Justin smiled sadly as he looked down. Yeah, maybe it's for the best that no one remembers. You don't look happy. I am a killer. I am not meant to be happy. A beautiful girl with blonde hair and bright blue eyes smiled up at Justin. There was blood leaking from the side of the girl's mouth, but that did not stop her from giving a beautiful kind smile as she caressed Justin's cheek. She suddenly grunted as Justin pressed the bloody knife in his hand deeper into her chest. After the pain passed, she spoke up again. Everyone deserves to be happy. Especially someone as young as you. I do not know how to be happy. Then you are no better than a dead man. Perhaps it will do you some good to leave this life behind and run far away. Maybe in that other life, in some distant future, you will find happiness. Maybe you will learn how to be happy. Maybe in another life. Justin sighed as Mark charged for him. Mark shot his hand forward, and Justin didn't bother bringing up his defenses as he felt Mark's hand tear into his chest and come out from the other side. Squelch. Burk. Blood dropped to the ground like a river of red. Squelch. Burk. Justin opened his one good eye and he aimed his gun right at Mark's forehead. Mark glared up at Justin with a grin, and Justin looked right into his killer's eyes with a small smile. At this distance, there is no way Mark can tank the bullet without suffering some injuries. But Justin knew that he couldn't do it. Justin had already given up. Click. Justin pulled the barrel back and prepared to fire, but he stopped himself at the last moment as the light in his eyes began to dim and his hand slowly lowered back down. Yeah, Justin's smile widened as blood leaked from the side of his mouth, maybe in another life. Clang. The gun dropped to the ground, and Justin finally slumped as his body gave up on him. The user has completed 2 hidden missions. The rewards will be distributed immediately. Hidden Mission 1, Stop the Superhuman Killer. A versatile killer known for his ruthlessness has been tasked with eliminating the user. The user must stop the killer from completing his assignment and preserve his own life. Rewards, plus 500 stat points plus 500 skill points. Status, completed. Hidden Mission 2, Kill the Superhuman Killer. The Superhuman Killer is a legend amongst the dark echelon of superhumans. Kill the Superhuman Killer and send a message out to everyone who is after you that you are not afraid to take lives to ensure your safety. Reward, plus 500 skill points, you will receive the skill, Demonic Killer's Aura. Status, completed. Superhuman System. Name, Mark Vanitas. Race, Human. Title, He Who Perseveres Through Hell. Plus 10% increase to all stats. He Who Defies Destiny. Rank, S, 4740/5000. Affiliation, Unlawful Neutral, A/N, this will be explained later. Unused stat points, 500. Unused skill points, 1000. Demonic Killer's Aura, this skill emanates an oppressive and terrifying aura, instilling profound fear and intimidation in opponents, weakening their resolve, and hindering their combat effectiveness. Current rank, F rank, 0 to 100. Effects due to current rank. 50% chance of instilling fear in weaker opponents. 50% decrease in the fighting abilities of all opponents under fear condition. The moon shining down from the sky illuminated the streets of Burgundy Estate located deep within the extravagant and lavish region of City A. The houses in this region were all exquisitely made with beautiful lawns and expensive-looking decor around every corner. The houses were so lavish that you would think the neighbors were all competing with each other to see who could outdo the other person. It was something so petty and stupid that you could only expect it from people who had too much money and did not know what to do with any of it. It was in a region like this that housewives and stay-at-home moms flourished the most. In a place like this, they could play and compete to their heart's content, partaking in the silent wars between themselves while still smiling in each other's faces and laughing as if they weren't looking down on everyone else in the area. And it was here that you would find one of the most well-known bachelorettes in the region, Linda. Linda once bore the last name West, but after she got married too many times and divorced all her husbands, no one bothered to call her West anymore, and they all just called her Linda without a last name. That way, they will not have to change the last name when she finds and gets married to her next victim. Linda's house was a lavish two-story apartment painted white with mahogany wooden pillars positioned at each side of the stairway leading up to the entrance. Inside the house, Linda was sitting inside her large bathtub while drinking wine. Her pristine body was relaxed inside the spiced water, with her bountiful breasts defying the water and trying their best to float on top of it. She brought out one leg from the water and watched the golden liquid flow down her spotless white skin. Oh yes, she was definitely a beautiful woman. Even age has done nothing to affect her beauty. If anything, it has only made her more beautiful. Isn't it about time I found myself another husband? That old man that came to the school meeting the other day, Mark's guardian. Perhaps I should try getting close to him again. He might have ignored me the first time we met, but I am sure that he cannot ignore me a second time. He is an old man, and if a woman like me approaches him, he will fold easily. Oh yes, Linda was in the prime of her life and she was enjoying every moment of it. SH knew what she was worth and she was not afraid to use what she had to her advantage. Crash. Linda blinked as she heard something breaking outside her bathroom. She narrowed her eyes and gently lowered her legs back into the water while listening intently. There was no sound for some time, and Linda wondered if she was just hearing things. Maybe a wind knocked something over. Linda decided that she should check it out, and she stood from the bathtub in all her naked glory while dropping her wine glass aside. Linda was already nearing her 40s, but her body was not showing any signs of her age since she had taken care of it so well. Her hips were thin and her ass was fat and juicy looking with no stretch marks at all. She considered her breasts to be the perfect size, not too big that they would be a hindrance, but large enough to draw a man's eyes to it like a black hole. Linda left her bath and collected her robe from the side before she started to walk out of the bathroom while tying the rope around her waist. Carla. Linda called out to her maid who would usually come once a week to clean the house. She thought that if it wasn't the wind then it had to be her maid that came in and broke something. That stupid woman will definitely pay if she breaks something important. But Linda did not hear anyone responding, and she felt a small thrum of fear in her heart as she reached the stairs leading down to the ground floor. She swallowed and gazed at the empty stairs before she decided to grab a weapon just in case. She found a bat that her son used for baseball practice at the side and she started to go downstairs while holding it up in a tight grip. Hello? Is anyone here? Frank, son, is that you? There was no answer, and Linda started to feel a bit foolish as she dropped the bat to the ground. She was being paranoid here for no fucking reason. There was no one in the house. Grab. HMH. A hand suddenly grabbed Linda from behind, and she shouted at the top of her lungs in fear, but another hand covered her mouth, and Linda's voice was muffled as she struggled to calm her beating heart. The hand that was holding her body pinned her two hands to her side, so she couldn't move. Linda felt the person lean in close to her ear. Linda tried to move to get a good look at the person's face, but there was nothing that she could do at all because of how unbelievably strong the person was. The person's nails were digging into Linda's cheek from how much strength they were using to hold her, and Linda could literally feel her cheek being slashed because of how sharp their nails were. When the person finally spoke, Linda immediately knew that this was a woman. "You know, there are many things that I can forgive in this world. I know I am too kind for my own good," he always told me that. "But when dealing with people like you, forgiveness is the furthest thing from my mind. How dare you try to hurt my king? King? What the fuck was this bitch talking about?" Linda was confused and lost as she tried to understand. She didn't know what to do, and she didn't understand what the girl was talking about. What king? Who was her king? Is she fucking crazy? MMHP. MMHPPH. Linda tried to talk, but the hand around her mouth never loosened. "I won't kill you, you should count yourself lucky for that. But I will make sure you never have the chance to hurt my king ever again. No one touches the king. No one." The girl's hands dug into Linda's face, and Linda's eyes widened as she realized what was about to happen. Why dash? Slash. Ah. Linda screamed in pain as she held her face with both hands and fell to her knees. Her scream was so loud that it woke up half the block, and guard dogs outside started to bark in agitation as they thought they were under attack. Bam. Linda. A man who lived beside Linda came barging into the house as they thought that Linda was in danger, and they saw her holding her face and screaming like a banshee as blood dripped from between her fingers. The man immediately ran up to her. "Linda. Linda, are you okay? Do I fucking look okay?" Linda's hand came off her face as she screamed at him, and the man's eyes widened in shock as he got a full view of her scarred and deformed face. There was blood leaking from everywhere, and it mixed with the tears to make her already deformed face look even worse. Jesus Christ. The man recoiled in fear and fell to his ass. He started to look around to see who could be responsible for this, but there was no one in the room. He immediately brought out his phone to call an ambulance for Linda. The man was a family man with a wife and 2 kids, but he had always admired Linda, and he knew that if she ever came onto him before, he would have divorced his wife and abandoned his family immediately just to be with her. Linda was 1,000 times sexier than his wife, and from the rumors that he had heard about her, he knew that Linda was also an absolute vixen in bed. She could ride you like a cowgirl before she sucks your soul out from your dick with nothing but her mouth. But now, the man grimaced and turned away so that he wouldn't have to look at her. Jesus Christ. Who in the world would do such a thing? Reports coming in recently are stating that the criminal known to the rest of the world as the Superhuman killer was actually on a mission to end the life of Mark Vanitas, a popular superhuman who once acted as a vigilante under the moniker Ghost. The Superhuman killer was in the process of completing his mission when he was discovered and confronted by Ghost. They entered into a battle, and according to active reporters on the scene, the Superhuman killer was eventually defeated and killed by Ghost after a drawn-out battle that claimed the lives of multiple police officers. This murder has been recorded as an act of self-defense by the American government, and as far as we know, Ghost will not be facing charges for the murder of the Superhuman killer. Ghost was last seen leaving the scene and heading towards the direction of Nature Academy. There has been an uproar from many members of the public who do not condone Ghost's actions and wish to see him face stricter punishment for the murder of the Superhuman killer, and many more people are re-evaluating the decision of Nature Academy to not remove Ghost as a member of the school. They fear that he is too dangerous of an individual and will eventually put both the school itself, as well as everyone in it, in serious danger. In other news, the bodies of 2 high school students have been discovered within one of the Nature Academy bathrooms. The upcoming pictures are graphic and unsuitable for younger viewers. Viewer discretion is advised. The image of the woman on the screen changed, and another one appeared. Most of the people watching the news immediately used one hand to cover the eyes of their children while putting their other hand over their mouths in shock, and many others immediately changed the channels as they felt themselves getting sick. There was nothing anyone could say as they took in the gruesome sight in front of them. The picture showed a girl leaning over a sink with a boy resting on top of her. They were both missing their heads, and from the position that they were in, you could tell that they were in the middle of having sex when they were killed. There was blood splattered all over the mirror in front of the sink, and the floor of the bathroom was drenched in blood. The angle of the camera gave the people watching a clear view of the wounds reflected through the mirror, but the news channels blurred out the wounds as they thought it was too gruesome to show on national television. The image cut back out and was replaced by the female reporter once more. That image was gotten from an anonymous insider who happened to come upon the bodies before the police officials could quarantine the area. The two high school students have been identified as Esmeralda Fortuna, the youngest daughter of the Fortuna Media Company, and Francis Colton, the only son and heir to the Colton dynasty. The school has refused to give any statements with regards to the incident, and there have been no leads as to who the perpetrator of the crime might be. Some believe that the crime was carried out by a superhuman due to the sheer strength needed to kill someone in such a way. Mark Vanitas has been ruled out as a suspect due to him not being in the school at the time of the murder, but the police are still carrying out an investigation, and we will try to get more information to you as quickly as we receive them. In light of this incident, we wish to send out heartfelt condolences to the families of the deceased, and the general public has been warned to respect the family's privacy in order to give them proper time to mourn their losses. This has been Rachel Fox reporting live from Metropole News. Mark was leaning his back against his car and staring up into the night sky as he waited for Eric to come out from the school building. It was already very late, but he was surprised when Eric called him and told him that she had been waiting for him in school all this while. He thought that she would simply go home, but he guessed that she was worried about him and didn't want him to go home alone after what happened. But right now, Mark's mind wasn't on Eric. Instead, Mark was thinking about what he just heard on the news a few seconds ago. Francis was dead. That was a shock to Mark. Mark was not an idiot, so he knew that there was only one person that could have given that superhuman killer the mission to kill him. The superhuman killer said that a classmate's father was responsible for what happened, and as far as Mark knew, Francis was the only person in the school that he had enough bad blood with to warrant something like this. And worst of all is the fact that Francis had the resources as well as the cowardly nature to go ahead with such a fucking stupid plan. What the hell was Francis thinking? Did he think that Mark would really come after him now that everyone knew Mark was a superhuman? Mark had been ignoring Francis all this time, so why would Francis go this far once Mark's identity was revealed? Was he really that scared of Mark? Mark frowned as he realized that Francis was really that scared of him. That fucking pussy. But now Francis was dead. And it wasn't just him that died, Francis died with Esmeralda in one of the most embarrassing ways that anyone would ever want to die. In the middle of sex. That was something that their parents would never forgive. Mark was sure that both Francis and Esmeralda's parents would hunt down whoever did this until the end of the earth if they had to. Sigh, why does everything have to be so complicated? Mark. You're here. Mark looked back down, and he smiled softly as he saw Eric running towards him excitedly. She was carrying both their bags and his school shirt, and once she was close enough, she leaned up and kissed him softly with her hands on his chest. There was still some specks of blood on Mark's singlet, but Eric didn't even seem to care as she gazed into his eyes. I'm glad you're safe, Mark. Mark smiled at her and leaned down for one more kiss. Eric moaned into the kiss and a large blush spread on her face when they separated. She looked into Mark's eyes, and she saw how tired he was at that moment. Eric knew that Mark must be exhausted from that fight with the superhuman killer, so she suggested that they leave and go get some rest. Mark shook his head and told her that he was not tired. I just got off the phone with Pat a while ago. He said that you were the one who warned him about the killer. Eric's eyes widened by a millimeter, but she was able to get it back under control quickly. But Mark still caught it. Eric spoke up while nodding. Oh, yeah. I did. I spoke to Esmeralda, and she said that they were trying to use the killer to get rid of you, so I called Pat. Why are you looking at me like that? Mark was looking down at Erit with an empty gaze, and Erit felt like Mark was gazing directly into her soul. She took a step back and averted her eyes from his own as she couldn't handle the intensity of that stare. When Mark spoke, Erit felt her heart squeeze. Why did you kill them, Erit? Erit was still averting her eyes. What are you talking? Don't lie to me. Erit's entire body shook in shock as she heard Mark shout at her for the first time in her life. The school bags dropped to the ground, and she joined her hands together in front of her chest nervously as she stared at her feet. Erit realized that Mark was not going to forgive her if she lied to him right now, and she was conflicted about what to do. Mark had put a lot of effort into trying to teach her to control the Queen, so if he learns that she gave in and did what the Queen told her to do, would he not be disappointed in her? Wouldn't it be as if she spat on all his hard work? Would he forgive her for this? At this moment, Erit felt like she was stuck between a rock and a hard place. She felt like she would lose Mark no matter what she said. Mark continued. I don't care if you lie to everyone else, Erit. But not me. Don't lie to me. Just tell it to me straight, did you do it? Erit sniffled as she felt a tear dropping from her eyes. Erit could face anything in this world, but she couldn't face Mark's disappointment. She didn't want Mark to be angry at her, and she never wanted them to fight, but Erit knew that if she lied at this moment, she would tear their relationship apart. Erit did everything to try and hide what she had done. She cleaned all the blood from her body and her school uniform, and she made sure that Maria would never talk about what happened. She even fabricated a lie about where she had been around the time that Esmeralda and Francis died, and spread it around school discreetly to hide her involvement. Some people saw her leave the class with Esmeralda, but Maria lied that Erit was with her during the time that Esmeralda died, so no one would ever suspect her. But Erit couldn't lie to Mark. Not when he was looking at her like that. Erit nodded her head once, and she heard Mark sigh. Erit quickly looked up and started to explain loudly. I did it, but I didn't have a choice. They sent a killer after you, and they were trying to make me have sex with Francis. The two of them are nothing but scum. They're trash. I just couldn't forgive them. They deserved death for doing something like that to you. What if they had really killed you? Erit's eyes had turned yellow somewhere in the middle of her rant, and Mark sighed again as he saw the genuine anger in her eyes. He couldn't blame her for what she did because he knew that he would have done the same thing if someone tried to send a killer after Erit. Mark was just glad that Erit did not lie to him anymore. Mark opened his arms, and Erit felt all the fight inside her body evaporate as she saw the invitation. Erit quickly used the back of her hand to clean some of her tears before she ran into Mark's arms and pressed her face into his chest. Pumph. Pumph. Mark hugged Erit tightly and leaned down to whisper in her ear. Mark could feel some wetness on his shirt, and he held her tighter as her tears increased. I'm not angry that you killed them, Erit. Just don't lie to me again. Even if the entire world is against you, you can trust that I'll be on your side. I'll protect you no matter what because I know everything you do is to protect me. You can trust me. Wah. I sniff, I'm sorry for lying. Sniff, I'm sorry. Mark sighed as he felt his heart squeeze as he heard Erit crying. She was such a crybaby. Erit bawled her eyes out into Mark's chest, and Mark just pet her head gently as he told her that everything was going to be fine. Mark glared into the distance as he began to think about what the future would be like. He couldn't allow anyone to find out that Erit was the one who killed those two. As of right now, the only people that knew about Erit were the siblings, Patrick and Jean, and since they were both fucking smart, it was impossible that they would not figure out that Erit was the reason for the deaths. Mark had to talk to Jean and make her keep this to herself. Mark knew that Pat was on his side, so Pat wouldn't reveal the information even at gunpoint, but would Jean do the same thing? Mark had to make sure. If Jean was going to be a problem, then Mark was going to have to find a way to deal with her too. But even that was nothing compared to what Mark was planning to do to the Coltons and Salazar. Even though Francis was dead, it was his father that sent the superhuman killer after Mark. Mark does not forgive such transgressions easily, and he would deal with the Coltons properly. And as for Salazar, well, they were all killers now. So Salazar had better get ready. The next day, Mark and Eric could not go to school since the school closed its doors to allow the police to carry out a proper investigation regarding the deaths of Esmeralda and Francis. Mark knew that they would not find anything that would implicate Eric, so he was not bothered about what they would do to the bodies. Instead, Mark was using that free time to look into Salazar and find out as much as possible about that man. Mark always knew that Salazar was somehow involved with the superhuman killer, even though the superhuman killer was not hired by Salazar. Mark could tell that Salazar was responsible for most of the information that the superhuman got about Mark. Mark was just thankful that he did not reveal too much about his abilities to anyone. That prevented anyone from being able to pinpoint exactly what he was capable of, and it made the superhuman killer easy to deal with. Mark knew that if the superhuman killer knew how versatile Mark's blessing was, then there was no way that he would try to use a single sniper bullet to kill Mark. The killer would have covered at least 2 city blocks with explosions and unloaded massive torrents of bullets on Mark just to account for every possible defense that Mark might have. But he didn't know anything, and that was what caused him to lose in the end. But now that the killer was dead, Mark needed to start thinking about handling events that were going to be coming for him. Right now, there were 3 categories of people that Mark had to deal with. The first category are the Coltons and the Fortunas. These two were part of a large family, and Mark knew that they would not stay silent after their son and daughter were killed. Even though Mark did not have any issues with the Fortunas or Esmeralda openly, he knew that the Coltons would see him as the prime suspect for Francis' death, regardless of if Mark was at the scene or not. The Coltons knew that Mark and Francis were at odds, so they would pin this on Mark, and if they are pinning it on him, then they will try and drag the Fortunas into it as well. But that was good for Mark. Mark was already looking for a good reason to deal with those families, and once they show any open hostility, he would have found a justifiable reason to end them. But Mark knew that he could not handle this as a superhuman. Using his excessive strength to handle the Coltons and Fortunas would only make him more enemies. The one thing that humans hate is watching someone use physical strength to destroy people who cannot fight back. Instead, the world would much rather see you beat up someone who knows how to fight a little, even if that person is much weaker than you. No, Mark was not going to use his physical strength for the Coltons and Fortunas. He would go back to his roots and drag the Vanitas company under his control once more to use it in dealing with this issue. The second category of people that Mark has to deal with is Salazar, the NSA, and the government. Mark knew that Salazar was rotten, but just how deep does that rot go? There is no way that Salazar was the only member of the government that was rotten. If Salazar was bad, then there had to be 1 or 2 people in the NSA and government that are helping him with his fucking plans. Mark was going to have to weed out these people. Mark knew that he couldn't just go and kill Salazar now, not after what the killer told him. The killer said something about a syndicate, and that showed Mark that Salazar was not working alone. There would probably be someone else who would replace Salazar the moment that he is gone. But even though that was the case, Mark still wanted to wring that bastard's neck. If things start getting out of control, Mark decided that he would damn the consequences and just kill Salazar. Even if someone else takes over from where Salazar stopped, then he would deal with those consequences as well. The third thing that Mark had to deal with was actually the most mysterious one yet. The Syndicate. A mysterious group in Japan that was responsible for backing Salazar and his plans. Before the killer said the name of this mysterious group to Mark, Mark had never even heard about them before. Mark sent all the information that he got from the killer to Pat and told Pat to try his best to find out anything about the syndicate, but Pat was not very confident that he could find out anything about them. From what Pat heard over the ear pods in Mark's conversation with the killer, Pat knew that the syndicate was probably a group that ran deep into the Japanese cultural heritage. They would not have much of an online presence, and if they did, then at best, they would have an ultra-private local area network that they use only for communication amongst members. It would be like trying to find a needle in a field of hay. The syndicate would not have much of an online presence, and if they did, then at best, they would have an ultra-private local area network that they use only for communication amongst members. It would be like trying to find a needle in a field of hay. But still, Mark told Pat to try. They couldn't just give up on trying because it seemed impossible. Mark would also do his best on his end, but he had faith that Pat could find something if he searched deep enough. I'll try to scrape what I can from the dark web without alerting anyone that I am searching for them. Maybe I can pose as a member and infiltrate the network. But I'm not making any promises. If people like these exist, then I don't think we should be getting involved with them. They seem dangerous. Far more dangerous than some anima that we can just kill by hitting them hard enough. These guys are the kind of people that have webs everywhere. This was the response that Pat gave Mark to try and get Mark to not look for the syndicate, but that was not enough to stop Mark, and Mark just told him to push forward. According to what the killer said, the syndicate was after Mark for some reason. Mark was not going to sit on his hands and wait for them to come and try to kill him. As for why they wanted to kill him, Mark could only guess that it was because he was king and they somehow knew about that. Maybe they saw him fighting the Armageddon 4 years ago. Mark didn't know for sure. Does the user wish to send the stat points to the selected stats? Yes/no. Mark was currently sitting on his bed inside his room and looking through his system to put his stat and skill points in the proper places. Mark was glad that he got some rewards from that fight against the superhuman killer, and Mark wondered if the system knew that the killer was after him before Mark even found out about it. Yes, I did. Mark blinked in surprise as a message from the system answered his question, and Mark finally furrowed his brow and leaned back. Was this the system talking, or was it Sozin? Comment from Gog, hee. You got me. I thought you would start talking to the system so I can get some juicy information. What sort of juicy information could you possibly want? You can read my fucking thoughts. Comment from Gog, yeah, don't get your panties in a bunch. It's not like people always think about the same thing while conversing with different people. Your thought process changes from person to person, so I figured it would be nice to see what you are thinking about while talking to the system. But about your question, yeah, I knew about the killer. Why didn't you tell me? It would have been far easier to deal with all this if I had some help from you. Mark chose yes on the system prompt that asked about the distribution of stat points, and he watched and felt his conditions changing while still talking to Sozin. Mark decided that since he only had a small amount of stat points as a reward from that mission, he would spread them out among his stats to get a more balanced power system. The user has added plus 200 points to strength. The user has added plus 50 points to stamina. The user has added plus 100 points to agility. The user has added plus 50 points to durability. The user has added plus 100 points to mana. Well, maybe not so balanced. His strength was still much higher than the other stats, but Mark was fine with that. He needed strength above everything else for his fighting style, so he could slowly build the others while keeping strength as his ultimate focus. Comment from Gog, if I had to help you out with something as basic as that killer, then what would have been the point of all the blessings that I gave you? Someone like that is not worth being worried over. I knew that you could handle it, so there was no need for me to intervene. Mark hummed as he heard what Sozin said, and he watched the system bringing up his new stats. Mark was convinced that Sozin had very high expectations of him, and that is why he did not help him, but that does not mean that Mark would not have appreciated a heads up. This crazy bastard probably just wanted to watch Mark fight the killer since he thought it was entertaining. Comment from Gog, you hurt me with your lack of trust in me. Mark scoffed. Superhuman system. Name, Mark Vanitas. Race, human. Title, He Who Perseveres Through Hell. Plus 10% increase to all stats. He Who Defies Destiny. Rank, S, 4730/5000. Affiliation, Unlawful Neutral. Unused stat points, 0. Unused skill points, 1000. Strength, 2080, plus 208, plus 516. Stamina, 1400, plus 140, plus 350. Agility, 1250, plus 125, plus 125. Durability, 1260, plus 126, plus 63. Mana, 1220, plus 122. Stat improvements due to application of mana. Strength, plus 26%. Stamina, plus 15%. Agility, plus 12%. Durability, plus 5%. Mark read through the tabs from his system and he hummed as his eyes trailed towards his affiliation. Mark started off as true good before going to true neutral, but now his affiliation is unlawful neutral. Mark didn't know what sort of measure the system used to create these affiliations, but Mark knew that he got the unlawful tag because he killed the superhuman killer and his Eretz crimes. Well, Mark wasn't really bothered about it at all, so he didn't let it occupy his thoughts for too long. Sozin, do you know anything about the syndicate? Mark suddenly spoke up as he started allocating points to his skills and he waited patiently as Sozin went silent. Mark wondered if Sozin would even bother to help him out at all. Sozin has always been adamant that Mark should deal with situations on his own, so Mark knew that there was a high chance that Sozin would simply tell him to deal with this alone as well. But surprisingly, Sozin didn't do that. Comment from Gog, those fossils. They're a pretty old group. They've been around since humans first started to walk on 2 feet. Mark blinked and he had to pause what he was doing once he read through the comment. Did Sozin just say that the syndicate has been around since humans first evolved? And he called them fossils? Doesn't that mean that they have been around before even Sozin was born? Comment from Gog, you wouldn't understand primordial anatomy even if I started giving you a crash course in it for the next 100 years, so don't try to analyze what I said like that. Just keep in mind that they have been in existence long before this version of my psyche was made conscious of its own godhood. My main consciousness is older than your universe. What the hell? Comment from Gog, yeah, that's why I said you wouldn't get it. But you should look out for those fossils though. They are the quintessential definition of what extremists are, and now that they have their focus on you. Well, things should be quite interesting moving forward. Mark felt a headache coming as he heard Sozin laugh. Mark just knew that this entire thing was going to be a pain in the ass for him. For Sozin, it was just another source of entertainment, but Mark was going to have to fight tooth and nail to figure out how to survive through this. Comment from Gog, as my champion, being able to handle this is the bare minimum I expect from you. Make me proud, Mark. I have placed all my hope in you, so do not fail me. Mark grinned as he finally finished placing his skill points where he wanted them to go. I'll try my fucking best not to. Does the user wish to transfer skill points to the chosen skill? Yes/no. The system brought up the prompt for Mark to add the skill points to his chosen skills and Mark clicked the yes option and watched as the skills moved to the chosen areas. Mark decided that he was going to focus more on developing his most used skills, just like before. But he was also going to try and improve his most recent skill as well. The demonic killer's aura was an amazing skill and Mark knew that it would help a lot when he is fighting against weaker opponents that he does not wish to strain himself against too much. Fighting a disaster or calamity class would be much easier if Mark just used the demonic killer's aura on them and then destroyed them when they were too afraid to attack. But the skill was too low level right now. There was only a 50% chance of Mark getting the skill to work, and Mark did not like those chances. It was like tossing a coin and hoping that it would land on heads every time. Mark wasn't a fan of gambling in the middle of fights. He would rather control the situation as much as possible to have the most favorable outcome. The user has added plus 300 skill points to demonic killer's aura. The user has added plus 300 skill points to blunt force trauma. The user has added plus 200 skill points to full body constitution. The user has added plus 100 skill points to mana circulation. The user has added plus 100 skill points to true sight. Skill tree. Full body constitution. This is a unique skill tree enabling the user to systematically enhance and fortify every aspect of their physical form, elevating strength and resilience to unprecedented levels. Current full body constitution, Heavenly Lightning God, 200/400. Heavenly Lightning God, this is a full body constitution skill that imbues the practitioner with the divine essence of lightning, granting unparalleled agility, strength, and the ability to harness and control lightning energy in combat. Effects. Full body augmentation x30. Multiplier, all lightning-based skills will receive a 100% boost. Discharge, the user can absorb and store up to S-rank lightning-based attacks in his body and then discharge them toward the enemy for a devastating counterattack. Mana circulation. Mana circulation is a skill enabling the user to enhance the efficiency of mana distribution throughout their body, optimizing energy flow for heightened senses and greater strength. Current mana circulation, D rank, 200/400. Stat improvements due to application of mana. Strength, plus 26%. Stamina, plus 15%. Agility, plus 12%. Durability, plus 5%. Taunting, this skill lures enemies with a lower rank towards the user, diverting their attention from all distractions and encouraging aggressive engagement. Current taunting variation, Call of the Night Wolves, F rank, 61/100. Probability of successful taunting based on level, 21%. The blunt force trauma, this skill heightens the probability of landing a critical hit as the user delivers consecutive successful punches to the enemy, harnessing the cumulative impact for devastating effectiveness. Critical attacks deal plus 100% extra damage to the enemy. Current rank, C rank, 2/800. Probability of landing a critical attack, plus 15% for every successful consecutive hit. Probability of landing a divergent attack, exponential 2.5 per attack, plus 1% for every successful consecutive hit. True Sight, this skill grants the user the ability to perceive the stats and skills of others, offering insight into their capabilities with a single glance. Current True Sight, D rank, 101/400. Demonic Killer's Aura, this skill emanates an oppressive and terrifying aura, instilling profound fear and intimidation in opponents, weakening their resolve and hindering their combat effectiveness. Current rank, D rank, 0/400. Effects due to current rank. 80% chance of instilling fear in weaker opponents. 60% decrease in the fighting abilities of all opponents under fear condition. Divine Skills. Styxwatcher's Discernment. This endows the user with an infallible ability to perceive truth, drawing upon the wisdom of the river Styx to unravel deception and reveal the sincerity of others. Once activated, the user cannot be lied to. Achilles Heel. This skill enables the user to swiftly detect and expose weaknesses and vulnerabilities in opponents or objects, providing a strategic advantage in combat. Vulnerable areas will be exposed using a red hue. The darker the shade of red, the more vulnerable the area is. Ignorance of the Death God. This skill, bestowed by Thanatos, grants the user the ability to instinctively evade one attack from any enemy, even if the user is unaware of the impending danger. This skill is applicable to all attacks, fatal or not, regardless of the attack strength. Mark clenched and unclenched his fists as he finally finished sending the skill points to the skills he wanted to improve. The surge of power from every part of his body made Mark smile as he realized how much he was improving. If Mark had to compare, he would say that he was at 70% of the strength that he used when he fought against that Armageddon as king before. Just a bit more and he would be back at that level. Mark knew that he was neglecting the taunting skill a bit, but that skill was only going to be useful when fighting against weaker anima, and with how strong Mark was, he didn't need to taunt the weaker anima to make them come to him. Nowadays, anima were always drawn to him regardless of if he uses taunting or not, so he would be okay even if he doesn't improve it for now. Mark, breakfast is ready. Come get it before it gets cold. Mark heard Eret speak up from the kitchen and he sighed as he realized how hungry he was. He hadn't eaten anything since last night since he was so busy making sure that there was no connection between Eric and the bodies that were found in the school bathroom. Mark hasn't spoken to Pat or Jean about the killings yet, but he could already see how their next conversation would go. They will definitely confront Mark about what happened. Mark decided that he would deal with that situation depending on how it presents itself. Mark decided that he would deal with that situation depending on how it presented itself. Mark couldn't lie to Pat for too long, Pat was too smart for that, but that doesn't mean that Mark was going to allow Pat to reveal Eric's real identity either. And Mark knew that if Pat asked his sister to keep Eric's role in those deaths a secret, then she would most likely agree. Mark just had to play his cards right. Mark yawned as he left his room and slowly went towards the kitchen. Talia had been sitting on the kitchen counter and watching Eric as she cooked, but once Mark stepped into the kitchen, Talia jumped down from the counter and ran towards him. Mark grinned and easily caught her when she jumped at him before raising her up into the air. "Big brother." "Hey, Talia. I feel like I haven't seen you in years. You've grown so big." Talia chuckled cutely. "You dummy. You saw me 2 days ago." Mark gasped sarcastically, as if he couldn't believe that she had grown this large in one day. "Maybe we should start looking for universities for you. At this rate, you'll be too big to go to elementary school. You're growing far too quickly." Mark started to tickle Talia and Talia laughed loudly as she tightened her hold around Mark's neck. She begged Mark for mercy, but Mark wasn't having any of that as he continued to tickle her until she was breathless and blushing furiously. Mark just chuckled as she slumped against him like a dead body. Mark looked up to see Eric staring at the two of them with a small smile on her face, and he raised a curious brow as he saw Eric holding her stomach with one hand. "What do we have here? Don't tell me you want some of this too." Eric's eyes widened in shock as she saw the mischievous glint in Mark's eye, and she immediately moved to place the table between the two of them. What? Mark, don't even think about it. Wait, Mark, wait. Mark dropped Talia gently on a chair at his side, and Eric's eyes widened as she realized that he was actually serious. This maniac. Aren't they too old for this? Whoosh. Even with her newfound superhuman abilities, Eric was still unable to even see Mark move. Mark moved too quickly for her to even know what had happened, and the next thing she knew, she was being held from behind as he tickled her mercilessly. Ha 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 ha. Mercy. Mark. Ha 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 ha. Mark, ah ha ha ha. The food. It's going to get, ha 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 ha. Cold. Mark finally stopped tickling Eric when he noticed that she was about to pass out and showed her some mercy as he chuckled gently. He wrapped his hands around Eric's waist and gently kissed the back of her neck. How are you feeling? Eric asked Mark about his health as she tried to get her breath back, and Mark hummed as he told her that he was fine. Mark was more worried about her actually, but he knew that Eric was fine. Even after doing something as gruesome as what they did yesterday, the couple were still able to laugh and smile like it was nothing. If it was anyone else, they would be feeling guilty for taking lives, but both Mark and Eric did it for a good reason, so as far as they were concerned, they did nothing wrong. After Eric and Queen started to meld together, Eric no longer got tired and she was hardly ever scared of violence. Eric was already good at handling blood and gore since she was aiming to be a doctor, but now that she had a psychotic Yandra inside her, she was a lot better at dealing with it than before. Eric held Mark's hands tightly as she spoke up in a mellow tone. I'm glad you're fine. When I heard that the superhuman killer was after you, I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to reveal myself to come and warn you because I knew it would be too dangerous. I felt so useless. Mark smiled against Eric's neck and his lips grazed her skin as he spoke, and she felt a shiver travel down her entire body as she felt it. You called Pat and warned him about it as soon as you realized that I was in danger. That was the best choice you could have made at that point. You really helped me, Eric, so don't feel like you didn't do anything. Mark squeezed Eric's waist tight before he loosened his hold slightly to allow Eric to turn around and face him. Erit knew that she really didn't do anything to help Mark against the killer. Mark was just trying to make her feel better, and she absolutely loved him for it. Erit leaned up and kissed him with her hands around his neck. "Moi, thank you for coming back, Mark." Mark grinned. "Always." Blurg. Talia suddenly made a barfing sound from the side as she saw Mark and Erit kissing. Talia was still a child, so she didn't enjoy seeing things like that yet. Mark snorted as his hand traveled down and squeezed Erit's ass, and Erit frowned up at him in anger. Mark grinned playfully and squeezed her ass one more time before giving Erit a kiss. Erit just shook her head at him, and she patted his chest gently while moving towards the food that was still steaming. "Alright, go get a seat, I need to bring the food out before it gets ruined." Mark left Erit and went to grab Talia before carrying up her bridal style. Talia cheered happily as she was carried by Mark, and the both of them went to the dining room to wait for Erit. Erit brought out the large pot of smoking spaghetti and meatballs and placed it in the middle of the table and served it before she also took a seat. As they ate, Mark asked Erit about what she did with Maria. Maria was the only witness who saw what really happened in that bathroom. That meant that she was a weak link who could expose what they were trying to hide. Erit smiled, and Mark could see a sinister aura in that smile. "Don't worry, she won't be saying anything to anyone. She knows what can happen to her if anyone ever finds out about what I did, so she is actively helping me to cover up the tracks. She's afraid of you because of what you can do to her family if she ever opens her mouth, and she is afraid that I will kill her if anyone finds out about it. So, she will keep the secret." Mark nodded as he ate a meatball. He knew that Erit must have scared the hell out of Maria, so it was unlikely that Maria would say anything to anyone for now, but fear can only hold someone hostage for so long. In time, Maria would try to reveal the secret if she thought that it was going to help her get out of Erit's hold. Mark had to make sure that he trapped Maria properly in a web so that she did not have any choice but to keep this secret, and Mark had the perfect method to do that. Maria's family company, Tristan Transportation, was currently going through a small internal civil war, and if Mark chose the right side and supported that side, then he could control the entire company in the aftermath of the war. If Maria knew that Mark had her company in the palm of his hand, then she wouldn't dare to step out of line. Since Maria didn't have anything incriminating on Mark, she couldn't do anything to get him arrested, so she would be caught in a dilemma. If she exposes Erit and Erit is arrested, then Mark will only need to push a button for her family company to go down, and she will be on the street in less than a week. Mark didn't have any need for Tristan Transportation, so most of the shareholders in his company would see this as a frivolous and bad investment, but he would deal with that when the time came. "I need to go to the office to meet with my godfather since we have a break from school. I need to check out something at the company." Erit looked up in surprise as she heard Mark talking about his company. Erit knew that Mark was the heir to a big company, but this was the first time that she was hearing him talking about going to the company to do anything, so it was very shocking for her. Sometimes, Mark was so nonchalant about his family's multi-billion-dollar company that Erit would forget that he was a second-generation young master. It was like that whiplash you get when you realize someone normal wasn't normal at all after knowing them for a long time. Erit always felt like that when Mark talked about his company. Erit asked Mark if everything was alright. Did something happen at the company that needed him to go there? Mark waved away Erit's concern and told her that everything was fine. It was just something political that he had to deal with before it got out of hand. Some of the shareholders were getting too confident in their own security, and they were beginning to question his right to the company, so it was time to cut them out. Erit's brow furrowed as she heard what Mark said. That definitely sounded like something serious. Why was Mark talking about it like it was nothing at all? They were trying to take his company away from him. Those fools think they can steal from the king. We should find them and bury them in molten lava. Tear their hands off and shove it up their asses. Keep quiet. Erit didn't react to Queen externally, and she just continued to eat as the voice stopped talking after she ordered it to calm down. Erit realized that the issue with his company might actually be nothing at all to Mark. Since Mark has been dealing with Anima all this while, he must not see human issues as a threat anymore, and he just deals with them in the same manner no matter what it is. Eric sighed. Okay, but be careful. I also need to go out today, there is someone that I need to see. Mark hummed curiously as he looked at Eric. She was going to see someone. That was news to him. Is it something important? Eric quickly waved her hand. No. No. It's nothing like that. I just want to meet with a few friends. She was obviously lying. Even before the system could bring up the prompt telling Mark that Eric was lying, he could already tell that she was lying. Eric had this strange quirk that she always exhibited whenever she was lying. Eric couldn't look Mark in the eye, and there was a small blush that appeared on her face as she looked away. This was the same kind of look that a child would have when they were trying to hide something obvious from their parents. The blush was so small that Eric probably didn't even know that she had it right now, but to Mark, it was as clear as day, and he felt his heart soften at how innocent Eric was. She was just too cute. She couldn't even lie properly. Eric could actually lie normally when she is talking to others, and she only behaves like this when she knows she is lying to Mark. Eric hates lying to Mark, and her subconscious automatically makes her feel so guilty that she can't even look him in the eyes if she is lying to him. Mark read through what the system wrote out for him, and he hummed internally before a small smile spread across his face once he realized what Eric was going to do. Alright, have fun. Eric turned to Mark with a glowing face, and she nodded with a wide smile as they continued to eat. Mark was sitting at the back of a long Vanita's limousine as he stared out the window at the passing scenery. Mark was wearing a black suit and tie that fit his form perfectly, and he had on a pair of sunglasses. There was a small frown on his face as he waited for them to reach his company, and he remembered the conversation that he had with his godfather earlier about the company. It appears that in order to keep up appearances, Mark has to arrive in a grand manner and show everyone that he is the one with the power in the company. Hugo already called a meeting of all the major shareholders of the company, but Hugo did not tell them what the meeting was going to be about to make sure that Mark's arrival would be a shock to them. Mark wasn't a fan of all the pomp and pageantry that Hugo was putting into this just for his arrival, but since Hugo thought that it was a necessity, Mark was going to go along with it for now. Sir, here are the documents you asked me to gather. I placed the information about Tristan transportation in there as well for you to review. There was someone else sitting in the car with Mark. She was a mature woman that looked to be in her early 40s. She wore black-rimmed glasses and had her black hair tied in a ponytail behind her. Her black skirt suit showed off her modest figure, and she had an air of professionalism around her that matched the best secretaries in the world. Her name was Jane Kirsten, and she was the personal secretary that Hugo sent to retrieve Mark from his house. Mark was a little skeptical at first when Hugo told him that someone was going to come and get him from his house. Mark knows that people always had very intense reactions whenever they were near him since they knew that he was a superhuman. Mark did not want to know what sort of reaction they would have if they knew that he was the heir to the Vanita's Motors franchise as well. If women were throwing themselves at Mark now, they would start falling off buildings just to get a glimpse at him if they found out about that. No, really, Mark had once seen a woman jump up a building just to touch an S-rank superhuman that was passing through the city. It was one of the funniest shit that Mark had ever seen in his life. If women were throwing themselves at Mark now, they would start falling off buildings just to get a glimpse of him if they found out about that. No, really, Mark had once seen a woman jump up a building just to touch an S-rank superhuman that was passing through the city. It was one of the funniest shits that Mark had ever seen in his life. But, surprisingly, that was not the case at all with Jane Kirsten. When Jane arrived to pick Mark up from his hotel, Jane had an extremely professional look as she came out from the limousine and bowed once Mark came out of the hotel doors. She did not look nervous and she did not say anything inappropriate or misleading. In fact, Mark hadn't even seen her smile once since they met. Mark could tell that she had been trained for this from a very young age and she was already used to meeting important people, so she knew how to act when they were in her presence. Mark collected the documents that he asked for from Jane and started to look through them. Mark first looked through the shareholder documents to get as much information as possible about them. Since he was going to be meeting with them soon, he needed to know who was on his side and who was trying to take his company from him. That way, it would be easier to cut the rotten trees from the forest. Mark saw some of the shareholders that he recognized, as well as some new ones that came to join the board of directors in the last 4 years. Mark focused mainly on one man who had very little information written down. Sinclair Dante. For some reason, Mark felt that this man would be a problem and Mark trusted that instinct. Mark closed Sinclair's document and opened another document that showed the recent performance of the company over the past few years. There was a steady incline in the business graph, but Mark narrowed his eyes as he began to carry out some mental arithmetic. Even though Mark was not the smartest student in his school, he was still one of the best at mathematics since he had been learning business and economics from his parents from a very young age. Mark always had above-average grades in all his subjects even though he never studied for any exams, and if he really put his mind to it, he could probably beat every other student in the school to take the top spot in mathematics. Mark knew he would probably lose out to Eric in the other subjects, but he wouldn't lose to anyone in maths. And from what Mark was seeing on the paper, there was something wrong. Jane, what was the inflation rate for the last 3 years? Jane immediately sat up as Mark called her name and she gave him an answer in moments. 55% increase in inflation, sir. It spiked due to the sudden appearance of the anima. I was right. Mark thought that his numbers were wrong, but it turned out that they weren't. But that was not a good thing at all. If his numbers were right, then that brought a whole new host of problems. Mark immediately put his AirPod in his ear and put out a call to Patrick. The phone barely rang before Pat picked up. Mark. I need you to do something for me. Pat went silent on the other side of the phone as he raised a brow. Pat had actually been waiting for Mark to call him for a while now. Pat knew that he and Mark needed to have a long talk about the series of events that just happened, and even Mark knew that they needed to talk. But now, Mark was calling him to ask for a favor without even bringing up the past events. Pat couldn't help but scoff as he realized that he shouldn't have expected anything less from Mark. Pat has known Mark long enough to know that Mark didn't care about what people thought was the normal way of doing things. Mark just did whatever he wanted. Your nerves are probably made from steel. What do you need? There's something wrong with the data from my company. I need you to look into it. It's a little basic, so you should understand what the issue is once you get a look at the graphs. I'll send you the information right now. Mark turned to Jane and told her to send the information to a particular email, and Jane blinked in surprise at the order. Sir, are you sure you can trust? Just send it. Mark cut Jane off immediately as she tried to ask him if he could trust Pat, and Jane knew that she had crossed the line at that moment. She immediately bowed her head in silent apology and she brought out her phone and sent the information to Pat. Got it. I'll look through it. Hold on, no need to look through it, I got the issue. Man, your company is fucked. I'm guessing that this is not normal for Fortune 500s. Mark shrugged as he looked out the window to the side. It's not, previous years were better. Help me trace any irregularities in the company, focus more on the finances. I'll wait. Yeah, no problem. I'll get to you in about 5 minutes. Shouldn't be that hard. And Mark, you know we have to have that conversation eventually. Mark hummed quietly as he heard Pat finally address the most important issue. It was very rare to hear such a serious tone from Pat. Most times, Pat was dismissive and nonchalantly rude in his tone of talking, but this time, Mark could tell that Pat was dead serious. Mark spoke calmly. We will. Later. Later. Beep. Once Mark was done with the talk, he cut the phone and then turned his attention to the Tristan Transportation Company document. Mark could see Jane glance at him for a moment when he started looking through that document, and he hummed at her. You have something to say. Jane blinked in surprise as she noticed that he was referring to her. She kept her professional image in place as she turned to Mark. She did her best not to bring up the conversation that Mark just had as she spoke about something else instead. No, Mr. Vanitas. I was just curious as to why you are interested in the Tristan Transportation Company. According to reports gotten from recent dealings, there have been no issues regarding the company's services. Mark hummed again and continued reading through the document. Mark was not surprised that she would think everything was fine with the Tristan Transportation Company. Jane was an insider in Vanita's Motors, but she wasn't involved with Tristan Transportation, so she would not know anything about the internal civil war that was happening in the transportation company. And since Vanita's Motors was Tristan Transportation's biggest customer, Mark knew that they would not allow their internal civil war to affect their transportation of the Vanita's cars. No matter who wins that civil war, both sides would still want to keep Vanita's Motors, so Mark was certain that they were doing everything in their power to transport all the Vanita's cars properly while also hiding the internal war. But that was not enough to stop Mark from finding out about it easily. Hugo had insiders in every major company that the Vanita's franchise deals with, and those insiders give monthly reports of the company's condition to make sure that the Vanita's business is not affected in any way. Hugo was able to find out about the internal civil war the moment it began, but they haven't done anything about it up to this moment because it hasn't affected their business yet. But Mark couldn't stay silent anymore. Mark now had a reason to speak up and choose a side. Whatever side Mark chooses will gain the upper hand in the war, and if Mark goes one step further and threatens the right people at just the right time, then he is sure that he would easily win the war. All Mark had to do was strike at the right time. Jane was still looking at Mark expectantly and Mark decided to finally respond. I'm thinking of buying out the Tristan Company. Jane's eyes widened minutely as she heard this, but her facial expression remained as stoic as ever as she nodded. She had no right to question the decision made by the future head of the Vanita's Motors franchise, so she just kept her opinions to herself no matter how unprofessional she felt the decision was. Jane knew that it would not be difficult to buy out the Tristan Company, but buying them would add a whole host of new costs to the Vanita's company and add difficulties that simply should not exist. They will have added tax costs, and higher assessment and maintenance costs in their transportation sector if they add a company as large as Tristan. But Jane was certain that Mark had his reasons for what he was doing, so she simply nodded her head once and went silent. The ride was quiet for a while after that short conversation that they had, but after some time, Mark spoke up again as he asked a question. What is the ambience like in the office? Sir. I don't seem to understand the question. Mark glanced up from the papers and looked at Jane over his sunglasses. Jane managed to keep eye contact with him for some time, but after a few moments, she couldn't help but shuffle around in her seat as she felt a little uncomfortable. No matter how trained she was, there was a large difference between a human and a superhuman's aura. If it was a regular human who was looking at Jane with such intensity, then Jane would have held their eyes for as long as she wanted without even breaking a sweat. But Mark was not a normal person. Jane could feel a slight sweat travel down the back of her neck unconsciously and she was extremely glad that Mark finally spoke up after a few seconds as he explained what he meant. I'm sure you've gotten the news about what I recently did in my last fight. I killed someone. He might have been a criminal, but that does not mean he was not a human. For all intents and purposes, the majority of the world sees me as a murderer. Are you afraid of me? Jane's heart shook as she heard Mark say that he was a murderer and she closed her eyes and took in a deep breath. As she opened them again, Mark could see a strong resolve in there. Your actions have been cleared by the law as self-defense. I do not see you as a criminal, Mr. Vanitas. I apologize if I am stepping out of bounds, but I have known you since before your parents' deaths. I watched you grow and I am aware of the sort of principles your father and mother instilled in you from a young age. I do not believe you will take a life without good reason and I believe that you are wise enough to choose what is right and what is wrong. That is my opinion. Mark hummed as he heard all this. He was glad that there were still some people in the company who had common sense and knew that he would not just start taking lives without a good reason. Sometimes, Mark felt disappointed by how easy it is to sway people's opinions by a single action. The same people who used to call him a hero and praise him all the time were now trying their best to get him convicted for killing a criminal. Mark wasn't affected by their actions because he has seen the public turn against their former heroes far too many times already, but that does not mean it was not an irritating situation. Mark read through a clause in the Tristan document that stipulated the necessary actions needed to become the majority stakeholder, and Mark frowned as he turned the page while talking to Jane. And do the rest of the staff members share your sentiments? Jane remained silent as she tried to organize a proper response in her mind. Jane was no fool. She knew that there were members of the staff who did not appreciate what Mark did against the superhuman killer, and she also knew that they would not be pleased to find out that Mark was coming to the office after something like that happened. If Mark were to go back, there would be whispers and rumors among the staff who are not on his side. But that does not mean that they are all against him. Humans have been known to choose sides, so there are those who actually support what he did just like her. There will surely be some backlash, Mr. Vanitas, and from my knowledge, there is a high likelihood that the shareholders will try to use this opportunity to make you seem even more unfavorable in the eye of the staff and other investors. But that is only a small portion of the staff members. A majority of us support you wholeheartedly. I believe you can rest assured that we will not doubt your integrity. Mark took in a deep breath and sighed as he stared out from the car. It was reassuring that they still supported him. Mark knew that there would be those who did not like what he did, but he didn't care about that. He did what he did to protect those around him, and he was not going to regret it. Mark already figured out a way to deal with the difficult shareholders once and for all, but it was going to take quite some time. With how hectic things already were, Mark just knew that it was going to be a long day. The long limousine arrived at the front of the tall skyscraper that served as the Vanitas Company headquarters in America. The building had the symbol of the Vanitas family, a large silver V with golden wings circling it like an angel, and most of the building exterior was made from glass. It was located in City C, so it took quite some time for them to arrive, but Mark could see that there was a long line of staff members standing on either side of a long red carpet in front of the building and waiting for him before he even arrived. They were all standing with their hands at their sides, and as Mark stepped out of the car, they bowed to him reverently. Mark eyed the long line of people, and he could see some of them shifting nervously. Anyone else would have failed to notice these small movements, but Mark noticed how some of the staff were shuffling and clenching their fists gently due to his enhanced senses. They were tense. Were they nervous about meeting him, or did it have something to do with what happened with the killer? Mark ignored them after some time and looked down the line at the entrance of the building. Hugo was standing there with a man and a woman standing to either side of him. Hugo was smiling widely as he waited for Mark, and Mark couldn't stop his own smile from spreading as he walked down the line to meet his godfather. "Mark, you're even taller than the last time I met you." Hugo spread his arms wide and hugged Mark happily as Mark approached him. Mark accepted the hug and patted Hugo on the back gently. "Godfather, it's been a while. I thought I told you not to take things too far. I won't be staying for long. Is all this really necessary?" "Of course, it is. They are watching, so we have to let them know who is in charge here." Hugo glanced up to the left, and Mark also glanced in that direction at a certain window in the skyscraper. There was a man standing at the window with his hands behind his back, gazing straight at Mark with a narrowed glare. Mark held the man's stare for a few moments before he finally turned back to Hugo. That man was one of the shareholders of the company and the person who was the most vocal about not wanting Mark to take over the company. He was known as Dante Sinclair, and after Mark, he was the highest shareholder in the company. That was the same man that Mark read about in the company files earlier. Mark already figured that Sinclair was someone he needed to take care of, and now Hugo was just confirming it for him. Mark spoke up while turning to Hugo. "Let's get started." Hugo nodded as he introduced the people who were with him. The man on Hugo's left was Hugo's personal secretary, who was in charge of handling all the political tasks that Hugo himself was not able to carry out. Hugo was an old man, so he was not able to be everywhere he needed to be, and the man was in charge of standing in for Hugo whenever there was something that really needed his attention and he could not go. His name was Ryan, and he was the man that Hugo trusted the most out of everyone in the company. Mark nodded to Ryan, and Ryan gave Mark a respectful nod in return. Hugo then introduced the other person there. She was a woman wearing a black trouser suit, and she had her hair cut into a short bob. Just from the aura alone that she was releasing while standing there, Mark could already tell that this woman was a superhuman. He was able to sense it the moment he laid eyes on her, and from his deduction, he knew that she was probably an A or B rank. Name, Joy Frida. Race, human. Title, Weapons Mistress. Rank, A. Potential, A. Description, a superhuman blessed by the goddess of darkness Nyx. She is capable of erasing her presence and moving through the shadows, making her the perfect assassin. She has mastered more than 20 different types of weapons and is proficient in 10 forms of hand-to-hand combat. She is currently working as the main bodyguard for the acting CEO of Vanitas Motors, Hugo. Affiliation, lawful neutral. Mark was internally surprised as he saw Frida's tab through True Sight, and he listened half-heartedly as Hugo went ahead to introduce Frida. This here is Joy, she is the head of my guards. I don't go anywhere without her there to take care of anything dangerous, and she has been a great help, especially during uneventful negotiations. The world of business and politics were always intersecting, and there were a lot of dangerous people in both of these worlds who would do anything for their own gain. There have been many attempts on Hugo's life by those who wished to take the Vanitas company for themselves, but Frida was able to handle all of those and protect Hugo's life, so Hugo owed her a huge debt. Mark gave Frida a nod as well, but he noticed that Frida hesitated for a moment before nodding back at him. Her expression was extremely stoic, but there was something in her eyes that told Mark that they would not be able to get along. Was she one of the people who didn't approve of his actions against the killer? Frida stared at Mark, and she couldn't help but tighten her hand unconsciously as she tried her best to keep her cool. Mark was actually wrong about Frida not being in support of what he had done against the killer before. Frida didn't care that Mark killed someone. She didn't even give a damn since she knew that the superhuman killer was a criminal. In fact, Frida understood that Mark had to kill that killer, and if she was in his position, she would have done the exact same thing against that killer since she had been a bodyguard all her life. The reason why Frida was uncomfortable around Mark was actually because of his aura. Frida did not know if it was just an extra part of her blessing that she did not know how to control, but ever since she got her blessing, she could always read a person's strength level by simply looking at them. This is something that has proved very useful for her in the political world. She could tell if someone was bluffing their strength or if her client was really in trouble by simply glancing at her opponent. But there was no way that her eyes were telling her the truth right now. What the hell could have this much power? Boom! Mark's power was phenomenal. It was like an endless storm of darkness and death was surrounding him at all times and warning her of her demise if she dared to go against him. It took all of her willpower to just stand there and not react when Mark came close to her. Frida could read a person's power by seeing an aura around them. It was almost like an outline that showed how much pressure that person was exerting from their power. But when she looked at Mark, Frida felt like she was about to be crushed just by being in his presence. His power level was so great and immeasurable that there was a constant blue storm of power coming off his body in waves like a raging ocean. She had only seen such power once before, and that was when she and Hugo met with an undefined superhuman who was planning to buy a fleet of cars from the company for their guild. Frida thinks that the superhuman was named Gunter or something. She left the meeting that they had with the undefined too quickly, and afterward, she was too preoccupied with scoping the area to care about their name. But even without fighting him, Frida knew that she would die in seconds if she faced off against Gunter, and now she was feeling the same thing against Mark. Could she even run from a person like this? No, that wouldn't be possible. Frida knew that if it ever came down to a contest of strength or if she was in a position where she had to protect her client against someone like Mark, the best she could do was to grab her client and run, and she knew that even that would not be enough. They wouldn't stand a damn chance against him. But how is Mark already an undefined? I thought he was an S-class. That was madness. I heard that he was struggling against disaster classes a few months ago. How did he already become strong enough to have the same aura as an undefined? Frida looked towards Mark again, and she saw that Mark was still looking at her. She quickly averted her eyes, and she was glad that she managed to keep her stoic look on her face. She knew that she didn't have a choice but to be close to Mark since she was Hugo's bodyguard, but she didn't want to be anywhere near that aura for more than she had to be, so she would rather just avoid him for now. Mark noticed Frida looking away again when their eyes met, and he decided that she really just didn't like him. That was fine by him, though. He didn't really give a damn about what people thought about him, so he just ignored her and started moving deeper into the building. The inside of the Vanitas Motors building was extremely large with many people standing around and watching Mark move through the grounds with varying expressions on their faces. Is that him? That's Ghost, right? What is he doing here? Are you stupid? Didn't you get the memo that he was coming to visit the company today? He's the son of the former president. Shoo. Are you insane? Shut up. I can't believe they're allowing him to come in here after what he did the other day. That man is a murderer. Man. That man is barely 18. He's young. Really? Holy shit. What are kids eating these days? It's nothing like that, he's just too fucking tall for his age. But still, to think that he is both Ghost as well as the heir to the Vanitas franchise. That is probably the one person that you do not want to go against in this city. It doesn't matter what you do, you will definitely lose against him. It's a bit scary that one person has this much power. And he's a murderer to boot. It would be terrifying doing business against someone like this. Maybe this will be good for the company. Our competitors won't dare to mess with us if they know Mark is the one at the top. Or maybe it will make our customers leave us because they don't like Mark. Who knows? Mark ignored the voices of some of the staff that were standing around and walked towards where he knew the shareholders' meeting room was. They took an elevator up to the top floor of the building, and they were about to make their way to the meeting room, but Mark raised a brow as a group of large men suddenly appeared from the hallway on one side and obstructed him from moving forward towards the meeting room. Well, this is getting interesting. From what Mark could feel, he knew that every one of these men was a superhuman. There were mostly A and B ranks, but there was one S rank among them that stood in front of the rest of them. The men were all wearing black suits and sunglasses with earpieces in their ears. They looked like professional bodyguards and carried themselves with confidence as they stared Mark down. What is the meaning of this? Move out of the way this instant. Hugh shouted from behind Mark as he commanded the guards to get out of the way, but they did not budge. The S rank that was in front of them was a large man who filled out his suit completely. He was even taller than Mark, and he was able to look Mark right in the eye as he blocked his path. Name, Ian Jake. Race, human. Title, bulldozer. Rank, S. Potential, A. Description, a powerful man blessed by the demigod Hercules. He possesses extraordinary physical strength and can stand toe-to-toe with high-level calamity classes in terms of power alone. Before becoming a superhuman, he was a UFC fighter and 3-time champion. Affiliation, unlawful neutral. Mark read through the man's tab and he couldn't help but be slightly impressed. So he wasn't just tall for nothing, he was actually strong. Mark knew that it was difficult to find people who could stand toe-to-toe with calamity classes in terms of power, so the fact that Jake could do that was very impressive. But that was not something that Mark cared about. Even if the man was an S rank, Mark knew that he could handle him easily. But what was even more impressive was the fact that Jake was taller than Mark. This was a first for Mark. Mark looked up at Jake, and Jake glanced back at Mark with a blank look on his face. Doom. The two superhumans stared each other down with intensity, and the others in the room started to sweat as they felt the intense pressure that they were both releasing from their aura. Mark and Jake were both power types that used strength to fight, so there was no telling what would happen if one of them threw a punch. At best, the entire area would be destroyed, and everyone there would end up as collateral damage. Mark had a small grin on his face as his pressure increased, but Jake managed to keep his face perfectly stoic as he joined his hands in front of him. Mark suddenly lost his excitement as Jake concealed his pressure and relaxed his glare before bowing his head slightly. Mark narrowed his eyes at Jake. How boring. How boring. Mark actually hoped for a moment that Jake would attack him. It's been a while since Mark smacked another superhuman around. Jake spoke up in a respectful tone while bringing his head up after a few seconds. My apologies, but the meeting room is currently being used by the shareholders for an important meeting and it is off limits to anyone else. Mark tilted his head to one side with a glare as he also reduced his pressure, and his aura calmed down. You're telling me an area is off limits in my own building? Are you trying to insult me right now, or are you trying to say that you just don't know who I am? Just know that regardless of what answer you give, you will still be the one in the wrong. Do you think I couldn't get rid of you easily if I wanted to? Mark did not want to use his killer's aura skill here because he knew that it would be too much to start having a contest of power when they were trying to have a civil conversation. But Mark's regular aura as he narrowed his eyes was already enough to make some of the B and A ranks behind Jake start to sweat. Jake managed to stand his ground as he continued talking. The shareholders have instructed me to keep all non-shareholders from joining the meeting. Mr. Hugo is permitted to enter the room since he is currently the acting CEO of the company, but you do not have the necessary clearance. Hugo immediately felt extreme anger fill his entire body as he heard what the guard said. How dare someone make such an order? And who made such a stupid order? Mr. Sinclair passed the order. Hugo's brow twitched as he heard that name, and he tightened his hands into fists. Sinclair was the person backed by the other shareholders in the company to take over as the next CEO. Sinclair has been the rising star of the company for a long time now, and he has risen high in the company. It would be difficult to get rid of someone like that because he was backed by many shareholders, so he was using that to his advantage and doing whatever he wanted. That bastard. Jake was adamant that Mark would not be getting past him, and Mark flexed his fists tightly as he was one moment away from slamming Jake into the next building, but a hand suddenly touched Mark on the shoulder, and Mark turned around to look at Hugo. Hugo shook his head and spoke gently. Please wait in the room at the side. I will talk to the shareholders and make things clear. Joy, Ryan, please remain behind with Mark and make sure that no one approaches him while I am gone. Hugo knew that the guards might try to provoke Mark even more when he left, so it would be best if those two stayed with Mark to prevent anyone from getting close to him. Hugo didn't want Mark to fight on his first day back at the office. Ryan and Frida nodded to Hugo in agreement, and Hugo finally turned to Mark expectantly. Hugo and Mark stared at each other for some time and Mac tried to understand what the hell Hugo was thinking. Why the hell was he going along with this bullshit from the shareholders? Mark couldn't get anything from Hugo's stare and Mark finally sighed and walked to the side with his hands in his pockets. He would wait for some time and see if Hugo could handle this. If he could not, then Mark was going to handle it himself. Joy and Ryan followed Mark into the waiting room. They remained standing, and Mark settled down on a couch inside the lavish waiting room with a sigh as he loosened his tie slightly. Mark looked around the room, and he began to get flashbacks of when he was a little boy and he would come with his dad to the company building. Whenever his dad was having a meeting on this floor, this is where Mark would wait for him. It was probably the most comfortable place in this entire office. Ring. Mark heard his phone go off, and he immediately picked up and spoke into his AirPods. Pat, what do you have for me? Pat's nonchalant voice came through the phone and spoke quickly. Mark could still hear the sound of keyboard keys in the background, and from how frequently Pat was pressing the keys, Mark knew that Pat was most likely playing an online game. Good news, or maybe bad news. Depends on how you look at it, I suppose. This is why I never wanted to be part of your company. The business world is messy as fuck. You fucking NPC, get the fuck out of my way. I'll send the data to your phone, and you can take a look at it. The sound of machine guns was also echoing through the AirPods and Pat shouted at his screen again as a large explosion went off. Mark got a ping on his phone, and he thanked Pat before clicking off the phone and taking a look at what Pat sent. Mark read through everything quickly, and both Frida and Ryan were stunned to see the deep frown that appeared on Mark's face. Mark's aura flared for a moment as a great amount of anger surged in his chest, and Frida's arm tensed as her fight-or-flight response was about to kick in at any second. But Mark was able to rein in his anger before things went too far, and he took a calming breath as his aura relaxed once more. Mark glanced at Frida, and she quickly looked away and stared at the wall stoically. Her face was perfectly blank, but inside her mind, she was shouting in dread as she hoped that Mark wouldn't talk to her. She didn't want to be close to him at all. It was already bad enough that they were in the same room like this. She was 1 second away from simply bolting out of there from the pressure that he was releasing. "Don't talk to me. Please don't talk to me. Please don't talk to me. Please don't talk to me. Frida. Fuck." Frida cursed in her mind as she turned to Mark gently and gave him a nod in response. Mark tapped his finger against the hand of the couch as he asked her an important question. "How normal is something like this in the company? Is it common for a mere shareholder to tell the acting CEO what to do, and does Hugo go along with it often?" Frida was silent as she heard what Mark said. She knew that how she answered here was important. Mark was basically asking her if Hugo was losing power in the company. Even though Mark was the son of the former CEO, she did not have any loyalty to Mark. Hugo was her employer, and Hugo was the one that she needed to protect. Frida was about to speak up and say that it was not a common occurrence, but she was beaten to it by someone else. Ryan spoke up before Frida could get a word out. "We cannot say how often it occurs, but to my knowledge, the CEO has never fought against a decision made by Mr. Sinclair unless it was directly related to your family or the well-being of the company." Frida turned to Ryan with a glare, and Ryan did his best not to look at her. Ryan was just a normal human, so he knew that Frida could easily overpower and beat the shit out of him if she wanted to, so he didn't bother glancing at her or knowing how angry she was. Even if she wanted to protect Hugo, there was a limit. They couldn't keep overlooking Hugo's faults even though it was directly affecting the company. Ryan knew that he owed a lot to Hugo for all that he had done for him, but that was exactly why Ryan felt like he had to do this. He couldn't allow Hugo to let those bastards walk over him all the time like this. Ryan stepped forward as he completely ignored Frida. "Mr. Vanitas, if I may be so bold, I would like to tell you about the shortcomings I have noticed in Mr. Hugo recently." "Ryan." Frida shouted Ryan's name angrily, and Ryan's entire body locked up in fear as he felt her glare increase. Frida dared Ryan to continue talking. Is he a fool? Is this really how he was going to repay Hugo's kindness all this time? Hugo has paid them well and taken care of them if they ever need anything. How dare he do this to their benefactor? Ryan could hear the anger in Frida's voice, but he refused to turn and look at her. There was nothing that would stop him from talking now that he had the chance to do so, and he was not going to allow her anger to scare him. Ryan was actually terrified. But he trusted that as long as he did not look in her eyes, he could keep going. He was not going to look at her no matter what. She was just too scary to face directly. And besides, Ryan knew that since Mark was here, nothing could happen to him. Frida took a step towards Ryan, but Mark raised his hand and spoke up. "No, stop. I want to hear about this, Frida." "Ryan, go on." Frida was immediately silenced as she heard Mark speak up. She turned to Mark and saw that he was not even looking at her. Mark was staring at Ryan with a contemplative gaze, and she knew that nothing she did right now would stop Mark from hearing what Ryan had to say. Frida bit her inner lip angrily and shifted back. She was not happy with the situation, but there was nothing that she could do against Mark's power in this company. She had no choice but to listen to him. Ryan cleaned some of the sweat that accumulated on his brow when he noticed that Frida was walking towards him. Ah! That was terrifying. Was Frida really going to attack him back then? He is a normal human, you know. If she attacks him, then he is definitely going to die. That crazy bitch didn't even care about his life. Mark waved his hand in a "go on" gesture, and Ryan took that as his signal to continue talking. Mr. Vanitas, I am one of the closest liaisons to Mr. Hugo, and I can say with complete assurance that Mr. Hugo loves this company and your family more than anything. If there were ever a situation where Mr. Hugo had to lay down his life in exchange for you or this company, then he would gladly do it 100 times over. But that being said, Mr. Hugo is not without his faults. For lack of a better word, I can only say that Mr. Hugo is a coward when facing off against the shareholders and investors. Mark narrowed his eyes when Ryan said this, and Ryan swallowed as he tried to continue without being affected by Mark's reaction. Mr. Hugo loves this company too much, and his love for this company and your family has prevented him from making decisions that would be seen as risky or forward-thinking in the fear that he would damage something unretrievable in the company. Every company requires a critical thinker as its leader. Someone who is not scared to make difficult or dangerous decisions that may seem destructive in the short run in order to improve the company in the long run. That person is not Mr. Hugo. He does not lack vision. In fact, I have never seen a more capable man in terms of forward-thinking and decision-making than Mr. Hugo, but he lacks the courage to implement his plans because he fears that it would eventually affect your family negatively. Mr. Hugo loves your family, but that love itself is a shackle that has prevented him from doing what is necessary. Ryan finally went silent as he finished giving his talk to Mark, and Mark was left in a contemplative mood as he considered what Ryan just said. So, this is the real face of Hugo. Mark was greatly appreciative of what Hugo had done as the CEO of his company. Mark knew that the Vanitas company was still as strong as it was when his father died, and that was something that was very difficult for most people to accomplish. But that was also an issue. It has already been 4 years since Mark's father died, and the company was still in the same place that it was for those 4 years. This was something that confused Mark when he was reading through the document that Jane gave him when they were together in the limousine earlier. One of the documents held the data from the company's expenses and revenue, as well as their gross and profit margins over the recent years. Mark learned everything that he needed to learn from his father at a young age, and he was able to deduce that when he accounts for inflation in the profit margins, there really has been no significant growth in the company. The company was simply in the same state that it had been when his father died 4 years ago. So, Hugo was the reason for this. Mark hummed, and he finally noticed the intense glare that Frida was giving Ryan from behind. Frida was seething as she glared at Ryan, and Mark could see Ryan sweating bullets as he tried his best to maintain his composure. Mark finally spoke to Frida in an attempt to dispel the tension. "If you have something to say to me, then say it." Ryan spoke his mind, and I respect that. Do not just hold your contempt inside you, speak up and prove why you think your point is more valid. Exclamation point.